Chapter 20. The trailman was heading down the tunnel, rocking from side to side and throwing up water along the sides as well. Takuya was sure his backside was going to be wet when they got to safety. "Why is the ride so bumpy?" Kokyumen whined. "Maybe it's a good thing we don't have a fragile egg to take care of. It would get squashed or fallen off of the trailman at this rate." Zoe shouted as she was hanging onto the walls. "I think I'm gonna be sick," JP groaned. "Not in here," Zoe exclaimed. Koji growled. "Hey bud, could you possibly go any faster?" he exclaimed sarcastically. "No problem, but you might want to hang on to your underpants." The trailman responded back, going even faster now, making the ride twice as bumpy. "Koji," everyone shouted. "What? I was being sarcastic," Koji shouted back. "Well, don't be sarcastic to the trailman that has our life on the line," Pataman yelled. Tommy wobbled a little, losing his balance. Lopman grabbed onto Tommy's arm with his ears to pull him upright. "Careful, try not to fall." "Thanks, Lopman," Tommy said gratefully. "One way is fun, the other we're done," Trailman ominously said. Koji and Takuya, being the only ones outside of the trailman while clinging onto it for dear life, saw the two paths up ahead. "Ah, great, now which way do we go?" Takuya exclaimed. "And how do we know which one is safe?" Koji added. "Don't know, the direction of the trail is up to the rails," the trailman replied as they approached the tunnel divergence. "What the heck does that mean?" Laberman shouted. The rail began to switch to the right, seemingly on its own. "Hopefully we're on the right track," the trailman said as he went even faster. At this point, Takuya and Koji aren't sure how they're still hanging onto the trailman. "Is everyone okay?" JP asked, standing at the closest to the open door. Kokyumen was standing next to JP, since he was the heaviest out of the group. He was also holding onto JP's clothes to make sure JP didn't fall out. "We're fine for the most part," Byaman answered. "Zoe, I think you can open your eyes now. It's a little more smooth here." Zoe did open her eyes, feeling somewhat relieved. "Good, that was a rough getaway." "Geez, that was intense. Who knew train tracks could be that rocky?" Kokyumen joked weakly. "Let's just hope it'll ease up a little now," Tommy sighed in relief. "I've been on trains before, but they were never this bad." Lopman looked over at Pataman. "How are you feeling? Any side effects from what happened with the egg?" Pataman looked over at Lopman before shaking his head. "I don't feel any different. I'm not sure what Seraphimin did exactly." "We'll try to worry about that later, after we've reached a safe place," Byaman suggested. "Why, yes, no point in worrying about it now," Laberman added. "Hold on, guys, it's gonna get rough again," Takuya exclaimed from outside on the trailman's side. Sure enough, the bumping and rocking started up again. "Oh, come on, not again," Zoe cried. Tommy was on his hands and knees at this point. He was never good with wild rides. "Tommy, try to breathe." Lopman quickly tried to comfort the poor boy. Kokyumen was pulling JP back as he almost fell out of the back of the trailman. JP cried out. "I got you," Kokyumen assured as he kept trying to pull JP back. Suddenly, they were off of the tracks. There was no more bumpy feeling, but it was much worse as they were now falling in midair over what appeared to be a waterfall. "What is this?" Laberman screamed. "I always say, one good track deserves another," the trailman said as he landed on the next set of tracks. "Oh gosh, we're alive somehow," Lopman melted. "That wasn't too bad," Pataman said. "Easy for you to say, Mr. I Have Wings," Lopman snapped. "Well, at least you can inflate your ears and float down," Laberman pointed out. "Let's just all be happy we made it out alive," JP groaned, feeling very weak in the knees now. "How are Koji and Takuya doing?" Tommy asked, feeling worried for them since they were outside when all this was happening. "Are you crazy?" Takuya's voice exclaimed to the trailman frantically, showing he was just fine. "I almost lost my arms back there," Koji's voice shouted as well. "Hey, everyone's alive and well, right?" Trailman replied back. "Look on the bright side, we're almost done." As soon as they were on the tracks, the trailman began to slow down. They had reached the end of their getaway, it seemed. "End of the line, and all is fine," the trailman said as everyone got off of him. "Happy trails." As the trailman began to back up, everyone in the group waved goodbye before Takuya paused. "Wait, How the heck is he going to get back up that jump we made earlier? As if to respond to Takuya, the trailman floated off of the track like it was flying, and landed on the tracks under the waterfall. Okay, that answers that question, Takuya muttered. He's really going to go all the way back. Isn't he scared that the evil Digimon is going to hurt him? Tommy asked. Maybe, but they're not after the trailman, Lopman reminded. Takuya then felt Patamon tugging on his hand. Come on, we have to keep moving. Patamon instructed as Takuya nodded and began to run down the tunnel ahead of the group. The others followed Takuya and Patamon, not even bothering to slow down. They needed to find a way out as quickly as they could. For all they knew, the trailmen may be forced to come back by the other legendary warriors. Look, there seems to be an opening, Koji pointed out as they saw a light up ahead. Let's just hope it gets us outside, Labraman added. Why do I smell salty water? Maybe it leads us to the ocean, Zoe exclaimed. That would be a break for sure. We'll soon find out, Takuya said as the group rushed through the opening. When they made it out of the tunnel, the group stopped as they stared out in disappointment. Instead of being outside, they were in a bigger-looking cave. There was nothing but rocks and a large pool of water ahead of them. This doesn't look like outside to me, JP frowned. No, I think we're underground, Kokuman stated. So, is there no way to get out? Zoe asked worriedly. There must be, Koji remarked. That water pool didn't get down here by itself. Yeah, come on, maybe we can look for a tunnel or some other way that water got down here, Takuya suggested. If we find it, maybe we can follow it out of here. It's better than just staying stuck down here, Kokuman agreed. Especially for you, all this water can't be good for you, Lopman frowned. Definitely not, Kokuman agreed. I hope this salt water doesn't rust me too quickly. Okay, guys, let's see if we can find a way out of here, Takuya said as he began to run down the slope to the floor below. Koji followed Takuya, with the others soon following them as well. Wait for me, Tommy cried as he chased after the other two boys. If Grumbleman finds us down here, we'll be in big trouble since this is in his domain. That is true, we can't afford to fight him here, Lopman frowned. Patamon, Labraman, and Lopman followed their human partners. Zoe, Byaman, JP, and Kokuman were still standing as they watched the others running through the cavern. Is this really okay? JP asked. What do you mean? Zoe questioned. To keep running, JP clarified. We're supposed to be legendary warriors too, and protect Digimon. Instead, we were saved by Seraphimon and Sorceremon, and both of them paid the price for it. Maybe we should go back and confront them head-on and get this over with. I understand how you feel, JP, but as we are now, we don't stand a chance against all of them, Kokuman pointed out. Grumbleman on his own is one thing, but the other 4 legendary warriors have more experience than you all do, and it's likely they all, except for Grumbleman, have their beast spirits too. Petaldraman nearly took all of us down. JP clenched his fists. Yeah, but we should still be able to at least take down one of them, right? Why do we have these spirits if we just keep running away? We're not cowards. We have the ability to fight back, so why don't we do so then? JP, it's about survival, Zoe said gently. We can't take big risks like that unless we have a plan in place and know what we are doing. If we just rush in and fight them head-on, we will lose not just our spirits, but our Digimon friends as well. JP frowned before he looked at Byaman and Kokuman. Not just them, but the other small Digimon had been with them since this whole thing began. Despite not being able to get stronger like they could, they still found a way to help them and guide them through the digital world. They helped train them how to better use their spirits. They helped Koji and Takuya control their beast spirits. No other Digimon, big or small, had been that brave or loyal to stay by them like they had. The last thing he wanted was to lose them. Trust me, JP, I'd like to kick and slash Grumbleman and the other legendary warriors in the face for what they've done to Seraphimon and Sorceremon, but we have to make the wiser call here if we want to survive. And when we're able to recover and regroup, we might be able to help you find the rest of your beast spirits, and then you might be able to take down the evil legendary warriors, Byaman stated. 2 out of 5 of you already have your beast spirits, Kokuman added. It won't be long until the rest of you find yours. JP frowned as he noticed a melancholic tone in Kokuman's voice. Why do you sound Kind of sad about that. I'm not sad, I'm just antsy, that's all, Kokuaman covered. You can't blame me considering the situation we're in. My metal body isn't good near too much salt water for long. JP chuckled. True, metal and water don't mix well, so I can't blame you at all. He then looked down at the ground. That's one reason why we need to either fight back or find a way out of here. I'm surprised, JP. You really want to fight back, huh? Zoe noted. Usually you're the one who complains about having to fight or going into dangerous situations. Why the sudden change? Grumbleman caused a lot of problems for a lot of Digimon, and he even took away Tommy's spirit for a time. JP frowned. I can't help but think if I wasn't such a coward all the time, maybe there was more I could have done. Maybe I could have stopped those guys from taking out Seraphimon and Sorcererman. I'm the oldest of the group, aren't I supposed to be more responsible? Technically, we're older than all of you, Kokuaman stated. So if being older means being more responsible, then we should take responsibility while you're under our guidance. Zoe blinked. Older? How old are you guys? She asked, confused and surprised. I didn't know Digimon aged like humans did. Our age is a bit, difficult to measure by human standards, Byaman said. But we had heard you guys were mostly 12 years old, with Tommy being the youngest by 4 years and JP being the oldest by 1 year. We've existed for 14 human years, so that makes us 14 years old, Kokuaman stated. Aw man, really, JP groaned. I'm a year younger than a metal insectoid Digimon. And a pink bird and an orange hamster with wings, and a chocolate bunny, and a cute little puppy Tilda, Byaman added with a teasing tone. You're all the same age, Zoe asked. That's right, Kokuaman confirmed. Well, at least it's easier to keep track of your ages, Zoe said with a bit of a sweat drop running down the side of her head. I didn't think we'd be younger than you guys, but given how you've looked after us, I can't say it's a bad thing. Look, getting back on topic, we should focus on trying to find a way out, or barring that, prepare for a fight because we know Grumbleman will be after us at least, JP said, returning to the topic at hand. I'm sure a solution will come to us soon enough, Byaman said. And besides, when was the last time we had something to eat? Kokuaman asked. You've been fighting for a while, and we haven't been able to get a meal in. You all must be tired and weakened from hunger by now. As if on cue, JP's and Zoe's stomachs growled. Way to remind us, Zoe grumbled, feeling a bit cranky from lack of food. Yeah, we should probably eat, JP agreed. But is it okay to do so right now with Grumbleman chasing us down? In all honesty, this is probably the best time to eat something, Kokuaman said. We're stuck here, and the enemy might start moving into us soon. This is our best chance to prepare, like you said. We'll leave finding the exit to the others. We should at least eat something so we're not too weak if we have to fight. Finally, all your times for your feeding make sense, Byaman teased. Hush up, Kokuaman grumbled. Zoe snickered. Okay, let's see if we can get the others to join us to eat as well. We all need to regain our strength. Meanwhile, Mercuryman and Ranaman had retreated back to their hideout. Grumbleman and Arborman were tracking down the children. Mercuryman felt that those two were enough to get the job done, but he had some planning to do. Ranaman decided to follow him for whatever reason. Black Gatomon noticed the two of them and began walking over. Hey, so what's up? Did you already destroy the human children? You seem to be pleased with yourself. We haven't destroyed the annoying brats. They're a lot tougher than they look, Ranaman answered. But Mercuryman here got himself Seraphimon's fractal code. Oh, really? Black Gatomon looked at Mercuryman. I take it you're going to give it to Lord Cherubimon then. 'Tis none of thy business, Mercuryman replied with a smug grin. Just know it will be put to good use. The way he said it was vague and ominous. Oh, come on, you're definitely hiding something, Ranaman whined. Come on, what's the big secret? Alas, poor Grumbleman, Mercuryman said, changing the subject. He searched in vain for the children. In vain? Black Gatomon asked. Well, I don't think that's gonna be an issue. The issue is he's looking for them without his beast spirit. He's not going to stand a chance against them all. That's right, the brats pilfered his beast spirit. Some warrior he turned out to be, Ranaman laughed. Mercuryman chuckled sinisterly. Yes, but that be the consequences of his actions. Alas, Grumbleman is not known for his brains. Poor fool Tilda, Ranneman snickered. Are you sure you should be speaking like that about Grumbleman? I mean, you haven't even found your beast spirit yet, have you? Black Gatman pointed out to Ranneman. Ranneman felt her cheeks burning with embarrassment. Shut up, that has nothing to do with the conversation. She stammered out before huffing and folding her arms. Besides, I've narrowed down the location of my beast spirit. I'll have it soon. Well, until then, you have no right to laugh at Grumbleman, Black Gataman stated. But then, I guess he no longer has his beast spirit, so he no longer has anything over you now. And it's gonna stay that way, HMPH, Ranneman huffed. Black Gataman speaks the truth, Ranneman, Mercuryman added. Thou have yet gotten thou's beast spirit. Hey, if I wanted your truth, I'd ask for it, Ranneman snapped. Black Gataman rolled her eyes before she walked to the corner, where Duskman was waiting. Been listening to them? Black Gataman asked. They are quite the foolish mons, Duskman sighed. I agree, but you can't argue with the results, Black Gatman said. Mercuryman does hold a celestial Digimon's data within him now. That could make him quite dangerous. Though I can't help but wonder why he and Ranneman don't plan on helping their comrade take out the children. They even seem confident he may fall to them soon. That is disturbing, Duskman conceded, which was unusual for him to do. He didn't know why, but the callousness of Ranneman's and Mercuryman's actions unsettled him. I'm normally not one to say this, but I feel uneasy knowing Mercuryman and Ranneman's actions. Normally, Duskman wouldn't care what would happen to his comrades, but ever since Black Gataman was assigned to him, he found himself starting to care a little more. He hadn't spoken to his fellow legendary warriors much, but Black Gataman often spoke with them, often teasing them. But it also gave Duskman a good idea of how much of a personality each of these legendary warriors had. Grumbleman may not be the smartest one of the group, but he had his moments. He did a lot of work for Cherubiman, and he was quite physically strong. He was a hard worker if nothing else. To think that Mercuryman and Ranneman seemed to not care about Grumbleman, and were even making fun of him for wanting to find the children and get his beast spirit back, rubbed him the wrong way. A part of him even considered going out to help Grumbleman. But Duskman didn't have a lot of motivation to fight the children himself yet. He also believed with Arborman there, at least, Grumbleman may still have a chance. And Black Gataman didn't seem to be in a hurry to help Grumbleman herself either. If anyone but Cherubiman and Black Gataman told him to go help Grumbleman, he would just ignore them. Black Gataman seemed to have good ideas, and every time he had followed her whims, he was able to see more beauty in this world. What do you think then? Duskman asked. About what? Black Gataman questioned. About Grumbleman's chances, Duskman clarified. Oh, are you worried about him? Black Gataman raised an eyebrow before chuckling a little. Well, he still has Arborman with him, and Arborman still has his beast spirit. They might be okay, and if things get dangerous, I'm sure even Grumbleman would be smart enough to retreat. He's already confronted the children multiple times by now. Duskman had to concede that point. Grumbleman did know when to retreat if he survived multiple fights with the children, and even if Grumbleman was outmatched, Arborman was there to help as well. I will concede that point to you, he admitted. Looking down at the ground, Duskman couldn't help but let his mind wander for a bit. He wasn't the biggest fan of Grumbleman, but even he had to admit it was kind of cruel to not go back him up. Arborman was there, yes, but on the off chance things went downhill, Duskman wasn't sure if anyone else would be able to go help them out. Don't worry, Duskman. With the way things are going, I'm sure it'll work out, Black Gataman reassured softly. You think so? Duskman asked. Well, one has to have hope, or else one can't keep going, Black Gataman replied. Duskman chuckled. Very true, and I have to have hope that Grumbleman will be okay with Arborman's help. Black Gataman frowned before smiling a little. Yeah, it's good to keep hope. Meanwhile, back in the underground cavern, the children and Digimon have exhausted themselves trying to look for an exit. Though thanks to Kokuaman's suggestion, they did have a snack while looking for a way out, to keep their strength up for when they need it. Nothing but solid walls, Koji frowned. I smell more salt water too. If we tried to blast our way out, we'd just drown ourselves, Labraman warned. Unfortunately, there doesn't seem to be a way out of here. We've hit a dead end, Pataman frowned. Wow, so that tunnel we went through ended up taking us to a dead end, Takuya grumbled. If he was here, I'd have a word with that trailman about this. We may have to just go back the way we came if we want to get out of here, Zoe remarked with a huff. Talk about a letdown. Hey, at least we know which tunnel to go down next, Byaman said in a joking manner. But we'd still have to get back to the trail, Labraman frowned. That's not a problem, JP and Zoe can carry us back, Tommy said. Besides, I've been wanting to go back to deal with the evil legendary warriors anyways, JP stated. It's been a while, so maybe the other legendary warriors gave up on finding us, Kokuaman tried to say optimistically. Do you think it'll be that easy? Lopman asked. I don't know, Kokuaman admitted after a few moments of silence. I'd like to stay optimistic, but knowing our luck, who knows what could happen. We need to stay focused though. If we get all gloomy, it will make it harder to focus on getting out of here. Padaman pointed out. I don't think any of us wants to be frustrated if we don't find a way out. Then we should head back. Hopefully the next tunnel will lead us to an exit, Zoe said. Yeah, sounds good, Tommy agreed. Then, JP began to say when suddenly, a large blast of water came out of the pool of water. JP, Kokuaman, Tommy, and Lopman had been standing in front of the blast of water. They got engulfed and knocked down by it. Guys, the others cried in alarm. Tommy, JP, are you guys okay? Takuya asked in worry. Lopman, Kokuaman, Padaman cried, say something. The four were soaked. They looked pretty injured from the attack, though Kokuaman's head was sparkling uncontrollably. Ow, TT-hi-s, I ascent GGGEUD, Kokuaman said, his voice glitching out a little. I don't feel so good, Tommy groaned, feeling a bit sick to his stomach. Hang in there, Lopman said as he struggled to get to his feet. Was that an attack? Are you okay, little buddy? JP asked the others in concern, holding on to Tommy so the kid wouldn't keel over. Lopman didn't look too good either, but he seemed to be doing better than Kokuaman, who was still sparking out. Kokuaman's head twitched. We have to dry Kokuaman quickly, Padaman urgently said. Byaman, can you help me try to dry him? Is air drying him going to help? That salt water is going to rust him either way. Byaman frowned. We won't know until we try, Padaman said quickly. Drying him quickly is the best way to handle this for the moment. Byaman could see how anxious Padaman was about getting Kokuaman dry. This was his best friend. It was natural he would be worried. Okay, I'll see what I can do to help, Byaman said at last. Byaman and Padaman quickly flew over to Kokuaman and the others. They quickly flapped their wings to create a gust of wind to try them off. Byaman added some bits of flames to the gust of wind to heat it up, not enough to hurt them, just enough to dry them faster. Though drying them was helping, JP, Tommy, Kokuaman, and Lopman were still pretty injured from the burst of water. Kokuaman's gray body was starting to turn brown and stiff. While they're doing that, we better investigate what's in the pool. It could attack again, Takuya quickly said to the others. Good idea, Koji agreed. Let's do it, Zoe agreed as well. But the others could even move to check out the pool. Something big rose up from the water, looming over the group like a large shadow. What the heck is that? JP shouted. The large shadow turned out to be a whale-like creature with a dark blue-gray underbelly and a brown top and back. Gray tubes along the sides of its head were seen as well, and it had a gaping mouth with sharp teeth. That's a whammon, Labraman exclaimed. What's a whammon doing here? They usually live in the ocean. Padaman frowned. What's a whammon? Zoe asked, still in shock at seeing such a large Digimon down here. It's a whale Digimon, Byaman answered, and he seems to be in distress. I can't stand it anymore. Do you hear me? I can't. Whammon cried out as he flailed around in the water, splashing it all over the place. Padaman and Byaman quickly pushed Kokuaman to get him further away from the water. The last thing he needed was to be splashed by more salt water. I want a Geo home. I want a Geo home. I want a Geo ho. Whammon screamed, still flailing around. Looks like we have to stop him, Koji said. Okay, but I don't know what we can do to calm down a giant whale. Takuya replied, uncertain about the plan. I mean, he's huge. Hey, calm down, Labraman shouted. We can't help you if you keep flailing around like a headless cockatoraman. Whammon didn't hear Labraman, though. Let me out of here. I want to geo back to the ocean. Let me geo. I want to geo me. Hey, you two can spirit evolve, right? Lopman asked, wringing the water out of his ears. Takuya felt like hitting himself on the face. Of all the... Okay, let's do this, Koji, he said as he got out his detector. Koji followed suit. Right. Takuya held up his detector, and the blue digital form of his first spirit appeared visible on the screen of his detector as he formed a ring of fractal coding on his left hand. He swiped the detector over the coding, calling out the familiar phrase he would come to know by heart. Execute, spirit evolution. His clothes ripped away as his body became digital, and the process began. Coding surrounded him as the power of the spirit flowed into his body. Red armor formed and latched onto his body as his hair changed to blonde and became long and wild. His height increased, as did his strength and agility. His eyes snapped open, now a brilliant blue instead of brown, and his canine teeth were sharper than a human's as well. He landed, crying out his name. Aguniman. Koji held up his detector, and the white digital form of his first spirit appeared visible on the screen as he formed the familiar fractal coding on his left hand. He swiped the detector over the coding, calling out the familiar phrase he would come to know by heart. Execute, spirit evolution. His clothes ripped away as his body became digital, and the process began. Coding surrounded him as the energy of the spirit entered his body. His eyes became red as his hair shortened and turned almost platinum in color. A white helmet covered his head as white and blue armor covered his body. He grasped the beam sabers and swung them a few times before clasping them around his waist and firing off his arm laser. Labaman. Now spirit evolved. Both Aguniman and Labaman leapt onto Whammon to try and calm him down. Okay, big guy, just calm down, Labaman said to Whammon. Yeah, just why are you so upset? Aguniman asked. Leave me alone, Whammon wailed. Okay, that is it, Pataman yelled as he flew up to Whammon. Stop screaming, you're giving me a headache. Pataman shot out a boom bubble that hit Whammon's head. Whammon stopped moving, taken by surprise by the attack. It didn't hurt that much, but it was still enough to get his attention. Sorry. Whammon apologized as he seemed to realize he wasn't the only other one in the cavern now. Aguniman and Labaman leapt off of Whammon and landed on the ground near the edge of the pool. Both legendary warriors were thankful for Pataman's intervention, as neither was sure they would have been able to calm Whammon down on their own. Thanks for the help, Pataman, Aguniman said with a small smile. Sometimes you have to slap someone to calm them down, Pataman stated. With Whammon calmed down, the group approached the edge of the pool. JP, Tommy, Lopman, and Kokuaman seemed to have recovered somewhat, though they were still injured, and Kokuaman was still rusting a little. Hey, so, could you tell us why you're down here and why you're so upset? Zoe asked. I hate this place, Whammon answered, and the group noticed that Whammon was somehow able to talk to them without moving his actual mouth, but it didn't sound like he was using telepathy to speak to them. It was quite the feat. I just want to go back home to the ocean. There isn't much room to move around here, and I'm getting a really bad cramp. Not to mention there's hardly any food, so I'll starve to death before long too. So how did you end up down here? Labaman asked. Because last we saw, there were no exits out of here. I'm not too sure myself, Whammon frowned. Let me tell you what happened. About a few days ago, I was swimming in the ocean, happy and carefree. Then one day, I spotted a delicious glowing plant. I was curious what kind of plants glowed like that and how delicious they would be. So I ate the plants. It was pretty good, though it sent a strange tingle throughout my body. This caused my body to go numb for a while, so I had a hard time moving. And no later when that happened. A large crater at the beach of a continent I happened to be swimming nearby suddenly appeared. There hadn't been any natural earthquakes, but from what I could tell, a large portion of fractal code was taken, leaving a large hole that started causing the ocean to spill into. Because I couldn't move, I couldn't get away from the currents, and it pulled me in. The next thing I knew, I was falling down here, and a cave-in caused the roof of rocks to appear, trapping me down here. Aguniman looked down in thought as he put a hand to his chin in consideration. That sounds like it may have been one of Cherubiman's goons then, only they would eat fractal code, based on our experience anyway. I still can't believe I got stuck in this place with no way out, Whammon cried as tears started spraying out of his unseen eyes somehow. Here we go again, Agumon sighed. Lobomon put a hand to his face in exasperation. You don't have to be such a big crybaby, he muttered. I don't think it's healthy for you to lose that much water, Byaman frowned. Come on, stop crying, it's not gonna help you, JP said before he groaned from his injuries. As a Digimon, JP could take hits no problem, but as a human, that was a different story, especially from another Digimon. JP managed to shield Tommy and the smaller Digimon from the attack for the most part. Because it happened so suddenly, he didn't have much time to think. So he took the brunt of the attack. JP, you don't look so good. Tommy frowned, noticing JP was worse off than he was. Kokuaman wasn't looking too good either. Surely we can work something out? Ow. Kokuaman tried to move his arm, but that caused his stiff arm to squeak loudly and cause some pain. Don't move around too much, Lopman frowned in worry. And it's all my fault you guys got who you wert. I'm so sorry, Whammon continued to cry. You're forgiven, all right, JP yelled out. Wow, that was the most passive-aggressive way someone could shout that someone is forgiven. Lopman couldn't help but think. Hey, look on the bright side, Zoe spoke up, hoping to help cheer Whammon up. We're stuck here too, so now you have some company, and with your help, we might be able to find a way out of here. That got Whammon's attention. Huh, really? He seemed much happier all of the sudden. That would be great. Everyone flinched from Whammon's sudden whiplash emotions. This guy can turn on a dime, Agumon said. When everyone got over their shock, they began talking. So, what would be the best way out? Going back is a no-go since Whammon wouldn't even be able to fit in the tunnel. That is if he could even leave the water, Patamon asked. He said that he fell from above, right? Tommy said as he looked up at the ceiling. So all those rocks must be newly formed, so they could be easily taken out, or turned into fractal code or something. But even if we did that, all that ocean above us will fall onto us, Lopman pointed out. We would need a submarine to survive that. True, Tommy conceded. We'd never survive if we got out like that. I could carry you if you need me to, Whammon offered. I could easily carry you through the deep ocean. Of course, it would have to be in my mouth since you wouldn't survive any other way, but... Everyone looked grossed out at Whammon's comment about carrying them in his mouth. I don't know if that's sanitary in any way, Labomon's sweat dropped. But it might not be the worst idea, Laberman said. It's gross, but if it's for survival, we would have to do what we must, right? Yes, but can we at least try out other options first? Zoe begged. What if we accidentally get swallowed or something? Hey, JP, you and Kokuaman should rest. You need to recover after that, Tommy suggested. What about you and Lopman? JP asked. We're a little hurt, but we're okay, Tommy assured. It's nothing we can't handle anyway, Lopman added. We may need you for escaping anyway, since we need our heavy hitters to get rid of the ceiling if it comes down to it. All right, JP sighed. A little bit of rest will do us some good. I hope I can get rid of this pain. I hope I can get rid of this rust, Kokuaman frowned. While everyone was discussing on the best way to get out, Kokuaman looked over at JP, then looked away. Luckily, his head wasn't rusting too much, so he could still move it. Everything okay there? JP asked, besides the rusting. Oh, nothing much, I just have a lot of things on my mind, Kokuaman answered. Well, we've got time. A yen for your thoughts? JP asked. Heth, Kokuaman chuckled a little before sighing. I guess I'm just wondering about the future. I mean, I'm sure we'll get out of here. I just wonder about what will come next. You guys are getting stronger, and that's good. But that also means you'll be facing stronger enemies too. And will end up getting in your way. Why would you say that? JP asked in surprise. You've never been in the way the whole time you've been helping us. Yes, it's been difficult knowing you aren't strong like us, but you guys have held your own despite that. Well, thanks. You guys saved me from those Gobberimon and Snimon, as well as the other Kokuaman, not to mention from having to eat those nasty batteries, Kokuaman said. I owe you guys my life for that. It's funny. I used to be quite jealous of you guys. You were legendary warriors, you had power, you were chosen to be heroes to save this world. Meanwhile, I'm just another Kokuaman, ordinary, not very strong or impressive at all. I can't even deal with water that well. JP frowned a little. To be honest, I was a lot like you. When we met, you saw I was the only one in our group who didn't have a spirit, so I felt left out. While I tried not to show it, I was pretty jealous. Or actually, I think the right word is envious. I was envious of the others. They all had a spirit, they were all chosen, but me, I was the outlier of the group. I asked myself why I was even here, that I'd just get in everyone's way. But even so, I still went back to help. I was able to help even as a human, and that was when Beetleman's spirit finally showed itself to me. I don't think being handed special powers is what's important here, it's how you use what you've got to help others. Heh, you've really grown since then, huh? Kokyumin chuckled. JP smiled back. Yeah, I think I have, he admitted. I'll admit. It was hard being the only one without the ability to become a Digimon at first, but in the end, I still did what I could, even as a human. It's all about not letting your fears and jealousy get the best of you. No one said doing the right thing would be easy, but it's possible. I think Tommy learned that lesson too. After his spirit was taken, he still tried to do what he could to help. He's got good role models, Kokyumin said. Well, I should say, in a past life I was given special powers actually. But unlike you guys, I misused and abused my power. I let it go to my head, and I turned into a monster for it. I'm sure Labramon experienced something similar as well. She's talked about how she regrets her past life of being a powerful bully and wants to change for the better. I also want to change. I don't want to feel like I need to have special powers to actually be special and to be able to do good. What I have now should already be enough, but it can always be improved. I think that's a better mindset to have, isn't it? JP nodded in agreement. Yeah, it is, he agreed. And I like to think I've improved what I have with my own abilities as a legendary warrior, like that new discharge move I have. That was only made possible because you guys trained us, and I can't wait to see what else I can learn with my powers. I'm sure you guys can get stronger too. Maybe we can train more after we get out of here. Heck, that'd be nice. To be able to fight alongside you guys instead of having to fall back and be protected. Kokyumin sighed. But I'm afraid that's not our role here. What do you mean? JP asked. Come to think of it, it always seems like you guys know something we don't. Is there something you? Before JP could finish, Whammon let out a cry of distress and he began sinking. The kids and Digimon looked on in alarm to see the water Whammon was in had suddenly disappeared, and Whammon was lying in a crater. What happened to the water? Labramon shouted. Whammon, are you okay? Aguniman called out. Now that is definitely not normal. Byaman frowned. Poor Whammon. Heads up, someone's coming, Patamon warned. The dirt rose up as everyone tensed up. The form under the dirt broke through, revealing the annoying gnome they all knew so well by now. Grumbleman, Labramon exclaimed in anger. He clenched his fists. I figured you would find your way here. Nowhere hide now, Grumbleman grinned as he eyed the group above him. Me find you, and now me steal your spirits good. You're an annoying lawn gnome, you know that? Aguniman snickered, unable to help himself. Well, guess what, Grumbleman? We're not afraid of you anymore, Zoe challenged. Grumbleman growled. Well, guess what? You may have taken my beast spirit, but me still have other powers. Or did you forget, me warrior of earth? Grumbleman took a vial out and removed the cork. He then tossed sparkly dust all over the cave. Everyone saw rocks forming, creating more Golemen that quickly surrounded them. JP and Kokyumin had to get up on their feet, knowing they couldn't be sitting if they were to get attacked. Under Grumbleman was the largest Goleman among the group. Me will finish you all for good this time, Grumbleman stated. Except the Patamon and Lopman. Mercurymen want them alive. Like we'd ever go with you, Lopman hissed. We'd rather die, Patamon growled. Aguniman and Labramon stood in front of the others. Since they were already spirit evolved, they had to keep the others safe. Tommy and JP were injured, so even if they were to spirit evolve, they wouldn't be at full strength. Zoe stepped up, readying her detector. But she hesitated. As the warrior of wind, she couldn't deal with rock Digimon all that well. Zoe, don't, Aguniman said. Labramon and I can handle this. You need to keep JP and Tommy safe if it comes to it. You guys better be careful, Zoe said. We'll keep an eye on the others too, Byaman stated. Byaman and Labramon stood strong. Patamon stayed with Lopman and Kokyumin, hoping to keep them safe. You better spirit evolve too, Zoe, Lopman said. You won't be able to help much as you are now. Zoe nodded. Okay. The magenta outline of her spirit appeared visible on the screen of her detector as she held it up. Fractal coding appeared on her left hand, and she slammed the detector against it as she brought the two together. Zoe then called out the familiar phrase she knew by heart. Execute, spirit evolution. Her body became data as her clothes ripped away. Coding surrounded her in a cocoon of sorts, and the power of her first spirit flowed into her. Her hair became longer, flowing past her waist and turning a purple color. Her body grew in height, increasing her strength and speed. A bikini-like outfit appeared on her body as gloves, and high boots formed on her arms and legs, with shoulder guards appearing as well as a visor that covered her eyes. Butterfly-like wings appeared on her back and she landed, letting out a cry as she unleashed a kick before she came to a stop and said her name. Kaisman. Now as Kaisman, Zoe was ready to help defend the others if any of the Golemen came at them. She hovered in the air for more maneuverability. Okay, you rockheads, come get some. Everyone grouped closer together, the ones who could fight anyway. Okay, let's turn these rocks into pebbles, Aguniman exclaimed, more than eager to beat Grumbleman for good this time. Pyro Tornado. Aguniman coated himself in flames and spun around, creating a fiery tornado. He managed to hit several Golemen. The Goleman appeared to be much weaker than the one Grumbleman brought with him at the Fortuneteller town, must be because he created many of them instead of just one. Quantity over quality in this case. Wow, these guys are easy, Aguniman noted with a bit of a smirk. Labaman drew out one of his light swords and activated the blade. Power coursed through the blade as he pushed more of his element's energy into it before he swung it a few times. Howling shockwave. Several Golemen were destroyed easily by the attack. We won't have any trouble with these Golemen, Labaman grinned. While Labaman and Aguniman were able to take down the Golemen, Kaisman found herself standing in front of JP, Tommy, and the other Digimon trying to protect them. A lot of the Golemen were ignoring Aguniman and Labaman and going straight for the weakest of the group. Stand back, I'm warning you, Kaisman warned. Here they come, Tommy frowned. Kaisman created little tornadoes on her fingers. Hurricane wave. Kaisman blasted the wind at the Golemen. Some of the Golemen were blown back, but others quickly took their place. Their rocky hide made it difficult for Kaisman to blow them away. Kaisman moved in to try to kick them, and she did crack a lot of their rocky hides, but she lacked the physical prowess of Labaman and Aguniman, so she wasn't able to hit them hard enough. One of the Golemen grabbed Kaisman's legs and swung her around. Kaisman is meant to be an agile fighter, not an up-close and personal fighter. She has the disadvantage here, Lopman frowned. Then we'll help her, Biaman said as she flew up. Spiral twister. Biaman blasted out a spiraling green flame at some of the Golemen, hoping to help Kaisman out. We'll help too, blazing ice. Lopman shot out an icy wind from his mouth, hoping to freeze some of the Golemen's feet, but the Golemen were strong enough to break through his ice. No good, I'm not strong enough to hold them. The Golemen opened their mouths. Sulfur plume. They shot out hot gas from their mouths. Lopman, Pataman, Biaman, Kokuaman, and Labraman tried their best to defend the attack off, but they were blown back into a wall. Guys, Kaisman shouted, having seen the attack on them from where she had landed after being thrown away. She flew in to fight again, but she came to a halt as she remembered she had been at the disadvantage. She didn't know if she could handle fighting that many Golemen while at a disadvantage. Kaisman actually felt helpless. Kaisman flew in to try to fend off the Golemen. Kokuaman was looking worse for wear since he was already rusting up, he could hardly move. Goleman punched at Kaisman like an annoying fly. I have to do something to help, Tommy hissed as he reached into his pocket to take out his detector. No, Tommy, you're going to get hurt. I should be the one to help. I'm the oldest after all, JP said, who was also hurting. We're coming, Aguniman shouted as he and Labaman started running over to the group. Suddenly, hands shot out and grabbed both Aguniman and Labaman's necks, squeezing them tight. Arborman came over, using the strings of his hands to hold onto Aguniman and Labaman. Sorry, but not gonna allow you to interfere. Aguniman glanced back as best he could, feeling himself slowly starting to lose the ability to breathe. Arborman's grip was so tight. Beside Aguniman, Labaman was struggling to get air into his lungs as well. Neither of them could even focus to access their beast spirit either. Lopman, Pataman, Biaman, and Labraman managed to get back to their feet. Kokuaman, are you okay? Pataman asked in concern. You have to get up, Labraman said, cure liquor. Labraman had been trying to heal poor Kokuaman, but it didn't seem to do much for the rust. No, my healing isn't helping him, Labraman frowned. It's probably because it's not a wound, it's just rust, Biaman frowned. Goleman began to surround them. We can't just stand here, we have to protect him, Pataman spoke up. We will, Lopman replied. The Digimon attacked the Goleman around them. Kokuaman hissed as he tried to get up. Darn it, if only I could move, if only I didn't rust so easily, why am I so useless? JP looked over at Kokuaman, seeing the poor Digimon being so helpless. The other Digimon were doing their best to fight off the Goleman too. There had to be something he could do, he was a legendary warrior for crying out loud, they needed him. Not only that, but Aguniman and Labaman were occupied with Arborman. Grumbleman was grinning as he rode on one of the bigger Golemen. You are mince meat, your spirits will be mine, Grumbleman stated. Your two beast warriors can't save you now. With a grunt, JP got back to his feet. I can't sit back. The others need my help, he grunted out, despite the pain of Whammon's prior attack on him, Kokuaman, Tommy, and Lopman. He wasn't going to be on the sidelines any longer, not while the others were in trouble. JP, you can't, Kaisman frowned. Are you sure about this? Tommy frowned as well. Shakily, JP took out his detector. Yes, I am, he declared resolutely. Time for the thunder to strike. JP held up his detector as the green outline of his spirit became visible on the screen of his detector as he held it up. JP then held up his left hand as fractal coating formed around it, his detector held in his other hand. Slamming the device against the ring of coating, he brought the two together. JP then called out the familiar phrase he would come to know by heart. Execute, spirit evolution. Coating encircled him as his clothes ripped away and his body became data, the power of the spirit flowing into him. Blue and yellow armor formed on his body as he grew in height and strength. On his back, wings formed before they were covered by two halves of a hard shell, and on his head, a horn grew. His eyes became green as a faceplate covered his mouth, and he felt the power of thunder flowing into his body. He landed, slamming his fists together as he cried out his name. Beetleman. However, despite spirit evolving, JP was still hurt from Whammon's attack, and he fell to one knee panting before he forced himself back to his feet shakily. You can't fight him alone, Tommy spoke up. I don't care if I'm hurt, I'm with you. Without waiting another second, Tommy pulled out his detector. The light green digital form of his first spirit appeared on the screen of his detector, and he formed the familiar ring of fractal coating around his left hand. He swiped the detector over the coating, calling out the familiar phrase he would come to know by heart. Execute, spirit evolution. His clothes ripped away as his body became digital, and the process began. Coating surrounded him as the power of the spirit flowed into his body. He lost his hair, and his body became white as snow. His fingers became like paws almost, and he gained a more cub-like appearance to his body. Green chest armor formed on his body, and his feet gained green and red boots. A headband that had the image of a bear on it formed on his head, and he gained a shoulder pad on each side, but one was red while the other was gray in color. He slid down and landed as a mushy pile before he reformed and grinned, calling out his name. Kumaman. Kumaman tried to stand strong, but he was also quite shaky on his feet. He could feel his body shaking from the effort of standing, but he didn't let it get to him. He had to stay in the fight. Grumbleman wasn't going to take anyone's spirits or even Pataman and Lopman if he could do something about it. You guys, Lopman looked up, seeing how they were still determined to fight. Thunder Fist! Beetleman punched the ground with his electric fist, causing electricity to shoot up at the Golemen in front of him, instantly disintegrating them. Kumaman looked at the Golemen that were trying to hurt the Digimon. Stay away from our friends, Crystal Breeze. Kumaman shot out a powerful icy wind from his mouth, instantly freezing all the Golemen before shattering the ice. We did it, Kumaman said, panting a little. Look out, it's not over yet, Pataman warned. The biggest Goleman started stomping towards them with Grumbleman riding on it. You annoy me now, Why you continue fighting when you know you lose? Grumbleman growled out, annoyed by the display of defiance from the legendary warriors before him. Who says we'll lose? Cumaman hissed. I'm going to make you pay for everything that you've done, Beetleman shouted as he jumped at the Goleman and Grumbleman. Thunder Fist. That's reckless, Lopman shouted. Sulfur Plume, Goleman shot out the burning gas at Beetleman. Beetleman didn't have time to get away from the attack and was hit. Beetleman cried out in pain as he fell to the ground. Unfortunately, with JP already weakened, Beetleman was quick to revert back to his human form. Weak human, fighting you isn't even working up sweat, Grumbleman shouted as he pulled out his sledgehammer from Goleman's body. JP, Caseman and Cumaman called out. Labraman tried to hurry over to JP to see if she could heal him, but more Goleman grabbed her and pinned her down. Let her go, Caseman shouted as she tried to kick the Goleman. Blizzard Blaster! Cumaman took out his gun and shot snowballs at Grumbleman and Goleman in hopes of getting them away from JP. However, the snowballs didn't do much to Goleman, and the ones that hit Grumbleman only made him feel cold. Cumaman's power had weakened considerably due to Tommy being injured and using up most of his energy on taking out the other Goleman. You annoy me, Grumbleman exclaimed as he swung his hammer at Cumaman. Go away. Cumaman saw the incoming hammer strike and tried to make his body malleable to avoid the worst of the damage. While the tactic did work, the force of the attack was still enough to send Cumaman flying back into the wall as well, causing him to revert back to Tommy due to being weakened. Ow, Tommy groaned from where he was on the ground. At least that didn't hurt worse. Tommy, are you okay? Lopman called out. I'll live, Tommy responded back. Grumbleman grinned before he jumped at JP, seeing how he seemed to be worse off. Caseman flew at Grumbleman, kicking him back. Don't forget I'm still here too, Caseman shouted. You all annoy me, Grumbleman shouted. Goleman, get rid of this fairy. Goleman ran at Caseman. She quickly flew back to avoid a nast punch, but then Goleman faced in her direction and opened its mouth. Sulfur Plume. Caseman let out a scream of pain as she was engulfed in the hot gas. Beaman flew at Caseman as fast as she could, seeing Caseman's fractal code was starting to show on her body. She wasn't going to let Grumbleman take her spirit away. Beaman tackled Caseman out of the Sulfur Plume attack, though she got engulfed for a few seconds before both of them were out of the attack. Beaman hit the ground, her body injured from going into the attack. Caseman returned to being Zoe to protect the spirit. Grumblemans, too strong, too many enemies, Zoe groaned out as she looked over at Beaman and slowly pulled her up to her chest. Will we actually lose? We can't, give up, not yet, Beaman weakly said. Pataman and Lopman managed to help Kokuaman up to his feet. Despite his situation, he refused to give up either. Throw me, you two, Kokuaman requested. Are you sure? Pataman asked. You could die, Lopman pointed out. It's our best chance. If we don't do this, if we don't stall for enough time, all of this will be for nothing. You know that, right? Kokuaman replied. All right, fine, we'll do it, Pataman said softly. Try not to die, Lopman replied. Pataman and Lopman ran at Grumbleman and Goleman. Grumbleman had been planning to take out JP, but then suddenly, Pataman and Lopman threw Kokuaman at Grumbleman's face. Hey, what give, this not fair, Grumbleman exclaimed as Kokuaman hit his face. Where you come from? What gives you the right to talk about fair? Kokuaman hissed as he locked his claws together so Grumbleman couldn't get him off so easily. One good thing about having this heavy, rusty body, I can weigh you down. Kokuaman, JP called out, what are you doing? Labraman managed to squeeze herself out of the Goleman's grasp and ran forward. Lopman and Pataman ran forward as well. All three of them tackled the big Goleman back. You guys, you're going to get hurt, Tommy shouted, seeing how the small Digimon were fighting back against the big Goleman and Grumbleman on their own. We won't sit back and do nothing, Labraman shouted back. If we can help, we will find a way. You are all annoying, Grumbleman shouted as he struggled to get out of Kokuaman's grasp. Rock punch, Goleman slammed his fist into Labraman and Pataman. Lopman jumped out of the way, but that only delayed the inevitable. Sulfur Plume, Goleman shot out the gas at Lopman. Lopman wrapped himself with his ears in an attempt to block out as much damage as possible. He was sent back into a wall. Lopman tried to get back up, but he fell to his hands and knees. His body started to glitch out. His data form was starting to destabilize. Labraman and Pataman didn't look much better either. Pataman was on his hands and knees, while Labraman could barely stand up. Their bodies were starting to glitch up as well. What's happening to them? Why can't we see their fractal codes? Tommy asked, worried. No more distractions, Grumbleman said before he slammed Kokuaman into the ground. Kokuaman was too weak to hold onto Grumbleman anymore, allowing the warrior of Earth to go free. Kokuaman, JP called out in worry. Lopman, Pataman, Labraman, Biaman, they're all hurt. Seismic sledge, Grumbleman shouted as he charged at JP with his sledgehammer. Blasting spout, a new voice shouted. Grumbleman was taken by surprise as a blast of water shot him straight into a wall, hard enough to create a small crater. Whammon was floating in the air. I figured you guys could use some help. Whammon, oh thank goodness, Zoe smiled. You're okay. Tommy was with Lopman, trying to pick him up. Lopman's body stopped glitching out, but he still didn't look too good. Hayes, look, Lopman pointed up. Tommy looked up, wondering what got Lopman's attention. Is that? JP and Zoe looked up as well. A spirit, JP blinked. The glowing figurine floated down in front of JP. Whammon was looking at it curiously. Ooh, so that's what it was. That would explain why my body went numb after I swallowed it, Whammon noted. JP stared at the spirit in front of him. It looked like a dark blue and yellow metallic beetle combined with a tank, and it sat on a hexagonal base. JP felt a connection form between him and the beast spirit in front of him. Grumbleman pulled his face out from the wall, his nose having been scrunched up before returning to normal. He looked back in anger. No fair, that spirit mine. He pushed off the wall and lunged for the spirit. It's mine, 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 mine. JP pulled out his detector in response and aimed it at the beast spirit instead. Not today, it's my turn to play, he exclaimed. The beast spirit was sucked into the detector's scanner, leaving Grumbleman to fall flat on his face. Labraman looked over at JP. She managed to recover enough to get back on her feet and limped herself over to JP. JP, this is for you. Labraman shot out glowing liquid from her maw. JP blinked as he felt most of his wounds healing up. Go get him, Labraman grinned weakly as she laid back down. JP stood up, now back in fighting condition. He called forth a ball of fractal code around his hand as the green outline of his beast spirit was shown on the screen of his detector. The scanner lit up, and he slammed the scanner against the code, scanning it as he did so. Execute, beast spirit evolution, JP cried as the ball of code became a shimmering cocoon around him, and he felt a power surging through him. JP cried out as the power of the beast spirit flowed into his body. He felt himself becoming larger and more metallic, with blue and yellow armor plating forming on his body. His legs became tank treads, and he felt a pain as his head grew a horn that served as a cannon as well. The code cocoon dissipated, revealing the new beast warrior. Metal Kabutariman. Whoa, JP turned into him, Zoe said in shock at how big Metal Kabutariman was. Pataman smiled a little as he pulled out the book Bakuman gave him from his belly warmer. Metal Kabutariman, the beast warrior of thunder. He's a tank, literally. He can shoot out powerful electric attacks. Wait, he's using a beast spirit for the first time, Tommy realized. So doesn't that mean he, won't have much control? You might want to back up a bit, Lopman quickly said. Sure enough, Metal Kabutariman began to unleash his attacks in random directions. Bolo Thunder, twin electric energy balls were fired wherever he could aim. Whammon quickly ducked back down into the crater that used to have a body of water. He's going to bring this entire cave down on us, Zoe shouted. Where's Kokuaman? Biaman yelled. Metal Kabutariman continued to throw out Bolo Thunder after Bolo Thunder, causing the entire cave to start collapsing in rubble. He's completely out of control. Labaman shouted as he, Aguniman, and Arborman stopped fighting when Metal Kabutariman started shooting at everything. Aguniman, Labaman, help us, Pataman called out. Some of us can barely move. You got it, Aguniman exclaimed as he turned and began to run over to help. Labaman was right behind him. "We're coming," Labaman added, feeling his heart racing. Both legendary warriors tapped into their own beast spirits. Slide evolution. Fractal code surrounded them both before dissipating. Burning Greymon, the beast warrior of flame, was flying at Metal Kabutariman. Kendo Gararuman, the beast warrior of light, used his faster speed to crash into the beast warrior of thunder as quickly as he could. "Are we going to have to do this every time someone finds their beast spirit?" Kendo Gararuman grumbled. "You're one to talk," Burning Greymon huffed. Tommy was running while holding onto Lopman. Zoe was holding onto Biaman. Labraman and Pataman were struggling to move. They couldn't find Kokuaman. He was likely buried in the rubble, unable to move. Arborman was buried by the rubble as well, so that just left Golman and Grumbleman on their own. Metal Kabutaraman's body was still sparking with electricity as he struggled against Kendo Gararuman. "You need to snap out of it," Kendo Gararuman exclaimed to Metal Kabutaraman. "JP, settle down." Metal Kabutaraman shot balls of lightning at Kendo Gararuman, sending the wolf back several feet. Metal Kabutaraman began to take aim at Burning Greymon next. Burning Greymon was starting to see what it was like being on the other side of a rampaging legendary warrior beast. At least when he did it, they were in open space. But here, nobody could really get away, and Metal Kabutaraman was going to get everyone crushed if they didn't stop him soon. Burning Greymon growled to himself. "What can we do? JP's out of control, and we're in an enclosed space. We're in a bad situation no matter how we look at it." However, he had to do something. "JP, calm down. We're not going to hurt you, but you have to gain control. You're going to hurt everyone here." It didn't look like Metal Kabutaraman heard him. Burning Greymon quickly shoved Metal Kabutaraman down before he could fire another electric attack. The cave couldn't take any more abuse. Burning Greymon was strong, but Pataman hadn't been kidding when he said Metal Kabutaraman was a tank. Despite pushing Metal Kabutaraman barely flinched. Grumbleman, seeing how the situation was dangerous, was trying to burrow. But then he hit something hard and metallic. He pulled out whatever it was he hit and saw a rusted Kokuaman. "Guess I'm still alive," Kokuaman noted weakly. "Hey, trying to leave." "You pathetic, might as well finish you off," Grumbleman said. "One less annoyance to worry about." However, Metal Kabutaraman noticed movement behind the giant flaming beast before him. He saw Grumbleman squeezing onto a weakened, familiar Kokuaman, a friend who was in danger. Seeing Kokuaman in danger, Metal Kabutaraman felt his senses returning to him. The primal haze clouding his mind cleared. "You leave him alone?" Metal Kabutaraman exclaimed in anger. He aimed his arms, which also served as cannons, at Grumbleman. "Take it easy now, friend," Grumbleman exclaimed as he backed up, dropping Kokuaman to the ground. "You, calling me friend? You don't understand the meaning of the word." Metal Kabutaraman growled out as his eyes flashed dangerously. "Kokuaman isn't an annoyance, he's my friend." Burning Greymon, seeing how Metal Kabutaraman was now in control, decided to let him have this. "Burning Greymon, do me a favor," Metal Kabutaraman stated. "Get Kokuaman and take him away from there. I'll be going all out on this attack, I don't want him caught up in it." Burning Greymon gave a nod. "You got it," he said before he flared his wings and took off, flying right towards Kokuaman. He flew down low and picked up Kokuaman in his claws before flying away as quickly as he could. At the same time, Metal Kabutaraman hunched himself down, allowing his horn to point at Grumbleman like a cannon on a tank. He was taking aim. Kendo Gararuman, seeing what was going on, quickly grabbed onto Labraman with his teeth, careful not to hurt her. He used his head to scoop up Pataman as well, getting them away from the crossfire as much as he could. Metal Kabutaraman powered up his next attack. Electron Cannon! The blast fired at Grumbleman and his Golman. The Golman was eliminated easily as the blast enveloped Grumbleman as well. Grumbleman let out a cry of pain as his fractal code began to show itself around his body, as well as his spirit. Seeing this, Metal Kabutaraman knew what he had to do, but he needed to be in his human spirit form to do it. Somehow, despite never doing it before, Metal Kabutaraman just knew how to switch his current form for the other one. But then, that wasn't surprising, seeing how they always seem to know what to do when they get their spirit. Fractal code surrounded metal Kabutariman as he began to switch forms. Slide evolution, Beetleman. Now back as Beetleman, he stepped forward to the weakened Grumbleman. Back to the egg for you, pal, Beetleman declared as he took out his detector. The scanner lit up as the screen showed the symbol for thunder on it when he pressed the button on the side. Fractal code, digitize. The scanner scanned Grumbleman's fractal code, also taking the spirit of Earth as well. The symbol for Earth showed on the screen once the spirit entered JP's detector. Whoa, you actually did it, Tommy said, seeing how it was safe to come back. He was still holding onto Lopman. Why, yeah, he did, Lopman smiled. Good, I was getting worried there. Beetleman turned back into JP, and he sat down, exhausted and still a little injured. Labraman could only heal so much after all, especially when she was low on energy herself. Are you okay, JP? Zoe asked in concern as she approached him, still holding onto Beetleman herself. JP nodded. Yeah, I'll be fine, he replied, panting a bit before he remembered someone important. Kokuaman, he's under that rubble. No, he's not, Burning Grayman called out as he landed, still holding Kokuaman. He's right here. Burning Grayman carefully put Kokuaman down before reverting back to his human form. Kendo Gararuman joined the others, putting down Labraman and Pataman as well before he turned back into Koji. But that was a close one, Koji said. I thought we'd have another Burning Grayman on our hands. Hey, you didn't have full control over yourself either, Mr. Wolf, Takuya huffed. Koji grumbled. At least I wasn't out of control and on a real rampage like you. Can we save the argument for another time, please? Zoe spoke up. Our Digimon are in bad shape. She was right, Kokuaman was rusty and hurt. Lopman, Labraman, Pataman, and Beetleman could hardly move. Labraman didn't look like she had any energy left to heal them either. Do we have any food left? That might help, Tommy asked. I think most of our food was disintegrated or crushed during the fight. JP frowned. Speaking of, what will we do now? Zoe asked. We can't escape from here, and the cave has no exits. Oh, it has an exit, but too bad you guys can't use it. Arborman's voice spoke up, catching their attention. They saw Arborman standing by the entrance of the cave, the same one the trailman used to hop over the tracks. You killed my ally, that ain't right, so you guys can rot here for the rest of your lives. Roundhouse punt. Using his feet, Arborman shot his foot out at the entrance's ceiling, causing the rocks to fall onto the entrance, sealing it up. Arborman was on the other side, snickering as he left, going back into the tunnel. Aw, come on, Koji exclaimed angrily. He just had to bring down the ceiling on us. That's not all he did, Pataman frowned. What do you mean? Takuya asked. JP really did a number on the cave, Lopman said. Wait, do you think that little kick would have been enough to? Tommy began to pale as he slowly looked up at the ceiling. The rest of the group looked up as well, seeing the ceiling starting to turn into fractal code. They saw ocean water coming down on them as the ceiling now ceased to exist. The group could only scream as the cave was quickly filling up with water. Everything went dark for the group. Then everything went quiet. It was wet, which made sense, but it was still dark and quiet, and they were somehow breathing. Did we die? Tommy finally asked after a while of silence. I don't want to admit it, but maybe, Takuya gulped. Maybe we're in this ghost zone my aunt and uncle were talking about. That's where ghosts live. Somehow I doubt that, Pataman said. I don't want to die, Zoe exclaimed in fear. If we're dead, then why does the afterlife smell so bad? Koji grumbled, sounding like he was holding his nose. And why is it so dark? JP added. Pew, it really does stink in here, like rotting fish or something. I don't think we're dead. Otherwise I wouldn't feel so stiff and tired, Kokuaman spoke up. And we'd probably wouldn't be here in all honesty, Labraman added. Then, where are we? Tommy asked. They started to see cracks of light in front of them and the roof started to move upwards. They could see the sky. Not only that, they could see the sun too. They had been in the cave for so long that it blinded them a little. They could also see they were on the surface of the ocean somehow. But they were still sitting or standing on something soft and squishy now that they thought about it. Wait, why are we on something soft and squishy? Zoe asked as she finally registered what they were sitting on. And where are we? Those aren't stones, those are teeth, Lopman pointed out. Wait, is this someone's mouth? Byaman asked. Hey guys, are you all right? Whammon's voice asked. I grabbed you all into my mouth when the water started spilling into the cavern. I hope I didn't hurt any of you. Nah, I think we're all good, Takuya replied with a smile. Thanks for the save, big guy. Yeah, you really saved us back there, Zoe agreed. So we're not dead, thank goodness. Oh, I should be thanking you. Without your help, I might have been stuck in that cave until I starved to death, Whammon replied back. I'll be taking you guys to the nearest island. Hopefully you can rest and recover from there. That was a tough battle you guys fought. And it's not one we want to repeat, Koji grumbled. But at least we don't have to worry about Grumbleman anymore, Tommy pointed out with a grin. Heh, that is true, Lopman agreed tiredly. Hopefully, I can get this rust out once we get to the island, Kokuaman weakly said. And not only did we defeat Grumbleman, I managed to get my beast spirit too. JP smiled. Yeah, looks like that. Just leaves Zoe and Tommy, right? Byaman pointed out. So two left, Laberman frowned a little. Just two left, huh? Hey, that's a good thing though, Takuya said. We will need those spirits to be able to beat Cherubiman and his forces. What about Seraphimon's egg? We still don't know what happened to that, Koji frowned. Let's wait until we're all better, then we'll talk about it, Pataman sighed tiredly. Yeah, don't worry, little buddy, you and the rest of you guys should rest. You all fought hard today, Takuya said softly as he picked up Pataman. The Digimon definitely fought hard, almost to the point where they could have died in that battle. Takuya wondered if the Digimon would be able to keep helping them with how outmatched they had been. Since they were getting stronger, he and the other legendary warrior should be protecting them now, not the other way around. Looking down, Takuya became lost in his own thoughts. Why were the Digimon fighting to protect us? Shouldn't it be the other way around now? We're so much stronger than they are, and yet, they still risk it all to protect us when we should be doing the protecting. It doesn't seem fair to them to be doing that for us when we should be doing it for them. But we keep getting into situations where we need their help. That's why they had to keep fighting for us, and there's still that nagging feeling in the back of my head that says they know something we don't. Takuya looked at the others, seeing how they were taking care of the Digimon that had been by their side since they arrived in the digital world. JP was especially worried for Kokuaman due to how bad his body looked. Takuya hoped the Digimon would be able to recover from this. The first thing they should do is find some food for the Digimon once they reach the island. Titanic X, ZAFT, glad you like it. Pokémon Fan 1991, Dark Foxkit. Yeah, we did a lot of lore dump in this chapter. We've been hinting at it throughout the story, but this is where we pretty much dropped the ball. The whole multiverse is technically canon in Digimon, though I personally don't like using multiverse. It feels cheap, to be honest. All of this stuff happened in a completely different universe, so no worries, nothing bad happened to the universe you came from, just that one. All of that cool stuff that happened in the anime happened in a different universe. No connection to the universe you're watching now whatsoever, so don't think about it. It kinda bothers me a little that multiverse stuff became quite popular, because it's not something I myself really like. Chapter 21. Mercuryman was watching the battle between Grumbleman and the children through his mirror. He was actually surprised at how much the rookie Digimon were fighting back, despite being much weaker and injured. Lopman and Pataman had his interest, of course, but he wondered why they were fighting so hard to protect the children. Well, he could understand Pataman, but he didn't know why Lopman was. In the end, Grumbleman was destroyed, and his spirit was taken. T's sad, his mouth far outstripped his technique. Mercuryman grumbled, seeing Grumbleman's defeat. You said what was on my mind, Sugar. Ranneman snickered. But now that Grumbleman is gone, it's up to us now. Though I still don't understand why you were so interested in those small Digimon, the Pataman and Lopman, was it? The Lopman and Pataman both have celestial Digimon data within them. Mercuryman explained. That should be impossible, but it appears there is something about those two Digimon that has given them that data. Surely you jest, Ranneman said. You took Seraphimon's data, so I doubt he would have been able to give that little Pataman his data. And why would he entrust a Lopman with his data? Lopman does not hold Seraphimon's data, Mercuryman replied. You should know what data he holds by just looking at him. We feel that data every time we must report to Lord Cherubiman. Ranaman looked like she thought Mercuryman was joking. But that can't be. He wouldn't place his data into a random Lopman. Tease my belief that that is no ordinary Lopman, Mercuryman replied. I do not claim to understand, but Lopman may be Lord Cherubiman himself in his rookie child form. Now hold up there, that really doesn't make any sense. Why would Lord Cherubiman go through all this trouble just to attack his own legendary warriors to protect those kids? If anything, he would want us to take care of those annoying brats so he could use their legendary warriors for his own purposes. And going back to his rookie form, that's an insult to Lord Cherubiman. Ranaman frowned. Maybe that little Lopman thief stole some of Lord Cherubiman's lingering data. That makes more sense than that utter nonsense you just said. Truth you speak, Mercuryman agreed, but that cannot be the reason. Lord Cherubiman is far too careful with his own data for some Lopman to steal some of it. Tease a mystery of intrigue. Oh sugar, don't tell me you're going to pull a Sherlockman on me. Ranaman grumbled. We have more important things to worry about, and it's not some mere Lopman or Pataman. It would be wise to at least study them so we know for sure. They could be of use to us, Mercuryman said. Besides, with Grumbleman gone, our might has dropped considerably, especially since thou art just the warrior of puddles. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? Ranaman frowned. I only speak the truth, though I am still your loyal ally, Mercuryman said. Thou still suspects me since I have yet to give Lord Cherubiman Seraphimon's data. Maybe you should prove it then, Ranaman replied. Your fancy little mirror only showed Grumbleman's death, but Arborman is still out there. Maybe you should find and bring him back. I don't have time to look for that wooden head. Mercuryman just grinned. Methinks there is subterfuge, m'lady. Ranaman glared at Mercuryman. And what does that mean? Try speaking English, you metal head. Tease thine lack of a beast spirit, doubt plagues thy mind, Mercuryman said. What are you trying to say? Ranaman snapped. I'm saying you're scared, Mercuryman retorted. You're afraid you'll end up just like Grumbleman. Thou does not want to retrieve thy beast spirit lest thou suffer the same fate. That's ridiculous, Ranaman shouted as she got up in Mercuryman's face. I think you polished your face one too many times, sugar, of all the nerve. How dare you compare me to that incompetent rockhead? I dare because I know it to be true, Mercuryman boldly pointed out. You guys are so loud that it's impossible to get any sleep, Black Gatman grumbled as she walked in, rubbing her eyes. Did something happen? Only that rockhead getting what he deserved, Ranaman grumbled. And now this shiny twit is claiming I'm too scared to retrieve my beast spirit. Tease but the truth, Mercuryman sneered at Ranaman. Just you wait, those twerps will never defeat me. The little darlings will beg me to take their spirits once I'm done with them, Ranaman snapped. Wait, did you say Grumbleman died? Black Gatoman asked. When did this happen? Tease happened half an hour ago, Mercuryman answered. Oh, aren't you worried or sad that we lost a comrade? Black Gatoman questioned. There's nothing to be sad about, but we have lost our numbers and our might due to this, Mercuryman stated. He was a failure, so he got what he deserved. So that's how you see things, huh? Useful until they fail, Black Gatoman remarked. You're a horrible influence to Duskman. Tease the truth, might is what rules this world. Mercuryman replied with a smug grin. Does thou not agree? I have my own perspective on things, Black Gatoman shrugged, though I can see why you would think that way. After all, Cherubiman is powerful, and he's currently the one in charge. Excuse me, I'm going to head to my pool to relax, Ranaman grumbled. I got some thinking to do. Don't hurt yourself, Black Gatoman said. Do whatever you want, m'lady, Mercuryman grinned. Ranaman was relaxing in a pool of water. This was her element, this was where she wanted to be whenever she felt stressed. So, why am I here again? You know I'm not too fond of water, right? Black Gatoman grumbled as she was sitting on the edge of the pool. I need another girl to talk to, Ranaman answered as she was floating on the water on her back. And you're the only other girl here. Oh, I see. You need to share your thoughts with someone who isn't Mercury, or a bonehead, or a strong, silent kind of guy like Duskman, Black Gatomon noted. I gotcha. I used to share my thoughts with some girl friends of mine too back at school. Oh, you did you? Ranneman asked with a slight grin. It's always nice to have another girl to talk to vent, you know what I mean. Yeah, it is, Black Gatomon admitted. So, what do you need to talk about? Mercuryman is just so frustrating. He knows I always do what I wish, and I don't like the way he talks about me, Ranneman grumbled. Is it because of what he said about you lacking your beast spirit? Black Gatomon asked. Ranneman twitched and grumbled. Yes, as much as I hate to admit it, Mercuryman is right. I may as well be a lawn sprinkler with the amount of damage I can do without my beast spirit, and I can't find it. I've looked everywhere, but nothing is found. Have you been looking for it much? Black Gatomon asked. She didn't remember Ranneman leaving the base very much, unless she left whenever she and Duskman went out on their strolls. Well, not myself exactly, but I've got all of my fan clubs around the digital world looking for it. They've been searching high and low for my beast spirit, but nobody's found anything, Ranneman answered before she swam over to her waterproof computer that was on the edge of her pool. Curious, Black Gatomon went over to the computer herself to see Ranneman had a world map pulled up. There were highlights covering the continents and islands of the digital world. Before you joined, I also searched everywhere, Ranneman continued. There's been nothing. Rivers, streams, ponds, nothing. It's really quite embarrassing. Honestly, even 3 of those baby brats have their beast spirits. And I, the queen of the sea, the darling of the deep, the prettiest pearl in the ocean's oyster, have nothing. I see you also lack modesty, Black Gatomon sweat dropped. Have you tried searching there? Where? Ranneman asked. Black Gatomon used her tail to point at a small island that hadn't been highlighted. Considering you're the legendary warrior of water, your beast spirit is most likely gonna be under the ocean, maybe near an island potentially. Ranneman's eyes lit up. Girl, you saved my butt, she exclaimed happily. All I have to do is find the local devoted fan club, and hopefully they can find my beast spirit for me. Ranneman began typing away eagerly. Your fan club? Black Gatomon asked. Oh yes, I have many around the digital world, Ranneman answered. And these guys are the Tgthegood fan club. Those boys would trade all of their tail feathers for a simple wink. They'll definitely keep searching the area until they find my beast spirit. Oh, how I adore being adored. It's so much nicer than working Tilda. You know, the worst part is I can understand that feeling. Black Gatomon sighed. I was once popular, adored by many boys. Maybe not as much as her, but I was still pretty up there. And now I feel like I'm seeing that part of me in Ranneman right now, even if it is more exaggerated. Oh, I knew you'd understand. After all, you certainly have Duskman wrapped around your little kitty claws. Ranneman grinned. I do not, Black Gatomon huffed. He just sees me as a friend, that's all. Oh, sugar, I can see it. Heck, even Arborman can see it. Tilda Duskman adores you. He will do anything to ensure you're safe, Ranneman giggled. After all, you're a cat, and cats can get others to do what they wish, Tilda. I'm more surprised she knows what a cat is. Black Gatomon sweat dropped, but it's not like that. Sugar, please. Before you arrived, Duskman wouldn't ever look at anyone, let alone speak to anyone. He would always just look up at the moons in the night sky. Then he just kinda disappears for a while, doing who knows what, Ranneman pointed out. You have no idea how deep you got your claws in him, do you? Black Gatomon frowned. This could be a problem then, especially considering my role here. Oh, that place you're looking at, where is it from here? Oh, thinking about taking a beach vacation, Ranneman asked. There is a nice beach house there run by the Tgthegood. It wouldn't hurt. It's been a while since I was at the beach myself, Black Gatomon replied. And if I'm right, that's where the others will be soon. I think it's about time I reunited with them for the time being and talk about our plans, especially if Ranneman's right and 3 of them found their beast spirit. Then why don't you think of this as a girl's day out? Ranneman grinned. You and me enjoying the sunshine, surrounded by adoring fans, and I will get my beast spirit. Oh, and the food there is simply divine Tilda fresh from the ocean Tilda. That definitely sounds tasty. I'm a pretty big fan of seafood after all, Black Gatomon admitted. A girl's day out with Ranneman? That's unexpected, but not completely unwelcomed. This could also be a good thing. Ranneman isn't just pure evil. She's got her own personality. When do we leave then? I'd say we leave tomorrow morning, Ranneman answered. That way the toucanmen can have time to look for my beast spirit. Oh, but you should let Duskman know this is a girl's day out, so he can't come. I wouldn't want him to come anyway. It'd be bad if he saw Koji too early after all. Black Gatoman's sweat dropped. At least, I think it would be. I'm not sure what would happen if he did. But Tapperman and the mastermind wouldn't be happy, that's for sure. I'll talk to him then. You're going to a beach without me? Duskman questioned. Why? Like I said, it's supposed to be a girl's day out, Black Gatoman replied. You're not a girl, so it'd be awkward to bring you with us. And it's a vacation, so it's not a mission you have to complete. So, it shouldn't bother you, right? But, Duskman looked unsure. Are you sure you'll be okay with Ranneman? Why wouldn't I be? Black Gatoman asked. She's one of our allies, isn't she? Duskman seemed hesitant to answer. Are you worried about me, Duskman? Black Gatoman asked. Duskman looked down, giving a somber nod. I am, he admitted, his voice quiet and soft. Well, that's sweet, but I'll be all right. I think you're also worried about being alone, Black Gatoman noted. Maybe I have been by your side a little too much. It might do you some good to spend a day without me. Because I won't be able to stay by your side forever. Duskman nodded. If you say so, if this will do each of us some good, then I suppose it's not a bad idea. Maybe you can try bonding with the guys, Black Gatoman suggested before remembering how much of a bad influence Mercuryman was. Maybe not Mercuryman, but Arborman might be a good, conversationalist. No offense to him, but he seems to be more eccentric than the others, Duskman grumbled. Maybe you'll find something you two could talk about. If not, just try to survive until I come back, Black Gatoman chuckled sheepishly. I'll do my best, I guess, Duskman pouted. Black Gatoman never knew she would live to see the day that someone as stoic as Duskman pouting. I wish I had a camera. My friends would totally never believe me. Meanwhile, Whammon just dropped off the children and their Digimon on the island. The kids were waving to Whammon. Goodbye, buddy, Takuya called. Bye-bye, thanks for everything, Tommy called. Ciao, Whammon, Zoe called. Enjoy your life in the ocean, JP waved. You were a big help, Koji complimented. Whammon responded by spouting water from his blowhole in the distance. Then he dived underwater, leaving the children and their Digimon to their own devices. Well, there he goes, Koji said as the group stopped waving. Way to point out the obvious, Takuya grumbled as he huffed. Oh, don't be such spoilsports, Zoe exclaimed. We're on an island, the tropical breeze is just nice. And let's not forget who got his beast spirit too, JP smiled proudly. Yeah, so glad you guys are so enthusiastic, Byaman grumpily said. Though Byaman was more grumpy at the fact that JP reminded them that their time was ticking down. Don't be such a grump, Byaman, Zoe giggled. We're on a tropical island, we should enjoy it for a bit. Though I can't blame her, she and the other Digimon are still tired and hurt, Tommy frowned. Kinda hard to enjoy the tropical island when you're not feeling too good, Koji agreed. That's okay, we can fix them right up once we find some food. Takuya smiled, wanting to be positive. A lot of bad things had happened, but a lot of good things happened as well. They were able to finally defeat Grumbleman once and for all, and JP found his beast spirit, not to mention they were able to help Whammon and escaped from that underground cavern. That's true, Zoe agreed. Let's start moving. Maybe we can find a place to rest for a while. Too heavy for you, JP? Kokuaman asked. His body was still rusty from all that ocean water. Nah, you're good, don't worry about it, JP replied. The group continued walking along the path, not really sure where they were going. They wanted to find a place to settle down and rest, but they also didn't want to be out in the open in case they got attacked. Lopman lifted up one of his ears to his face. The sun was shining brightly, and it was getting hot. It didn't mix well with his dark colors. Are you okay, Lopman? Tommy asked in concern. I'm fine, I'm just hot, Lopman answered. Come to think of it, it definitely feels like summer here, JP noted. Well, it is a tropical island, Koji replied. Of course it's gonna feel like summer here. It feels like when I would be on summer vacation when I lived in the US. Takuya grinned. You know what that means. This could be more than just our time to rest, this could also be our summer vacation. Tommy grinned. Admittedly, that would be nice, JP agreed. We've been fighting and focused on going to the forest terminal for so long that we definitely deserve a bit of a vacation. A vacation? Laberman blinked, before realizing what that meant, more time to spend with the kids. Yes, that's a good idea. A vacation sounds really good. Why, yeah, we need to take it easy, so. We should take our time with this, Pataman agreed, likely thinking the same thing as Laberman. Biaman smiled. Then what do you guys say? A vacation is in order. Definitely, Kokuaman agreed, also thinking the same thing as the other Digimon, more time with the kids. I have to get rid of all this rust too, that could take a while. Wait a minute guys, we're on a mission here. We'd be stupid to let our guard down, Koji spoke up. We still need to talk about what happened to Seraphimon's egg and what to do from there. Relax, Koji, Laberman said. It's not good to be on guard all the time. Remember what Sorcerman said? It's not good to be on alert at all times, only when necessary. And you know we all definitely could use a break, so don't be a spoilsport and lighten up. Takuya grinned as he was tickling Koji's side. Yeah, the rest of us are also tired. We should have a little fun. JP agreed as he joined in on the tickling. Koji started laughing, unable to get away from the other two boys. Stop it, he cried out. If you don't relax, Koji, you might make Tommy cry, and we wouldn't want that. Now would we, Tilda Lopman oh so innocently said from Tommy's arms. Hey, you're suddenly feeling better, aren't you? Koji yelled. Aw, are we really not gonna even try to have some fun? Tommy frowned, giving his puppy dog eyes to Koji. Besides, don't you think we and our Digimon friends earned a break? Zoe added. Oh, okay, WLT take a break, Koji conceded, and now since stop tickling me. JP and Takuya finally gave Koji some mercy and stopped tickling him when he conceded. Koji wasn't completely against the idea of relaxing, he just wasn't sure if it was wise. A lot had happened, and they had a lot to discuss. But then again, maybe that was why everyone wanted a break, to get away from all that stress and pressure of being legendary warriors being hunted down by other legendary warriors. As the group walked down the path they were looking for any buildings that could be seen. Are there any places we could rest? Tommy asked, starting to feel even more tired than he already was. Hey, look ahead, Pataman exclaimed from Takuya's arms. I see some kind of building ahead of us. Everyone looked up and saw what looked like a decently sized shack. They hurried closer to it and saw the name of the shack was apparently called Toucan Paradise. Is that a beach house? Biaman asked. I think it is, Koji noted. Maybe we can rest there for a while, although it seems a little too convenient if you ask me. Any place to rest would be ideal, JP grumbled. And it is a beach house, and we're on a beach, it makes sense. Koji grumbled, knowing JP had a point. I still don't like it. You're always such a spoilsport, Takuya huffed. You need to lighten up. Besides, look at how poor Laberman is doing, she can barely stand up right now. Koji frowned as he looked down at Laberman. He had been carrying her because she was too injured and tired to walk on her own. It would be nice to find a place to stay. What about money? Surely we can't stay there for free, right? Do we have enough from when we worked with Sepikman to stay for a while? Koji asked. Welcome to our beach house. Several voices suddenly greeted them. The group looked up, seeing about 4 bird-like Digimon coming out of the beach house to greet them. The bird-like Digimon had black feathers on their heads and blue beaks, with yellow stripes going down the blue part and a yellow tip. They had a purple crest emerging from their heads. The Digimon had a red and yellow lower body, almost as if wearing an eggshell's remains, and matching shoes. Their wings were black as well. Whoa, who are they? Zoe asked. Toucanmen, Biaman answered. They're bird-like Digimon like me, though they're not usually flyers due to their extra weight with the armor eggshells. Honored guests, we welcome you to Toucan Paradise, the front Toucanman greeted before he gave a bow. Thank you, Mr. Toucanman, Tommy answered back. But we don't have a lot of money, so we're not sure how long we can stay here. Oh, don't worry about the payment. You're our first guests for our first anniversary of opening. Consider your stay on the house. The front Toucanman replied with a big smile. Really, are you sure? Takuya asked. Really, 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 the Toucanman happily said at the same time. It looks like some of you are pretty hurt too, one of the toucanmen noted. How about you all step inside? We'll prepare a big meal for you all. Awesome, the group, save for Koji, exclaimed as one. Yeah, sure, Koji grumbled, only for his own stomach to growl in agreement with the others. It may be a trap, but the group decided to take the toucanmen upon their offer. They needed to rest, and they needed food badly. They all went into the shack and sat down at a large table that looked to be prepared for a large group. In a matter of minutes, the toucanmen brought out a large assortment of different foods. The kids and Digimon all looked at the buffet with eager looks in their eyes. Strangely, most of the food appeared to be Japanese cuisine. There was a bowl of ramen, some curry, omurice, and the like. Oh wow, everything looks so good, JP exclaimed eagerly. Let's chow down already. Oh wow, look at this stuff, Laberman said, surprised. I've never seen food like this before, Kokyuman said. I have, it's a lot of really good stuff, Byaman smiled. But, some of us can't use chopsticks or utensils, how do we eat? Oh, don't worry, we have stuff prepared for you guys as well. Another of the toucanmen grinned as more food was placed down in front of the Digimon, on plates easy for Digimon to use. They're now bowls of delicious-looking food, like standard fresh fruits, vegetables, and cut-up chunks of meat. The Digimon didn't hesitate to dig in, shoving their faces into their food. Wow, it felt like it's been a lifetime since we had such a meal like this, Lopman cheered. I agree, I'm feeling a lot better already. Kokyuman agreed as some of the rust was starting to disintegrate from his body, leaving behind new-looking metal. Wow, this food tastes just like food from back home, Takuya exclaimed as he enjoyed the ramen in his bowl. And it even smells like it too. Well, of course, it's real food, not rabbit food that tastes like meat, JP grinned. It's been a while since I've had real food like this. But you liked those rabbit food that tastes like meat, don't pretend you didn't, Byaman huffed. True, but it's still nice to eat food we used to eat back home, Tommy chuckled. Yeah, there's a nostalgic feeling to it, Zoe smiled. It's definitely not the best tasting food, but it's the most normal, Koji admitted. And it still heals after being eaten, so that's good too. Our Digimon friends are starting to look a lot better. Not only do we look better, but we feel better too, Pataman agreed. Kokyuman is looking so much better, you probably wouldn't even know he was rusty beforehand. Don't remind me of that, Kokyuman grumbled. Water and metal are a bad combination. It's like he's shedding all that rust, Laberman noted. That's kinda cool. Good thing you're a Digimon then. If you were actually made of metal, you wouldn't be getting rid of that rust so easily. Yeah, I know, Kokyuman sighed. Thank my lucky stars Digimon heals much faster than normal objects then. It seemed like everyone was enjoying their meal, and nobody was complaining. They were at a beach house, eating food, feeling better, and just chatting about random stuff. It was really nice, and it made the group feel normal for a time. Once everyone was finished eating, they all felt nice and full. The Digimon definitely felt a lot better, and most, if not all, their wounds were finally gone. Kokyuman looked as good as new. Man, you never know how much you miss moving your arms around until you lose the ability to, Kokyuman remarked as he was swinging his arms around with ease again. Yeah, but you look like new. I mean, your metal is so shiny now, Tommy exclaimed. It's like you just evolved or something. But that's good, it means you've recovered, Pataman added with a smile. I think shedding all that rust gave me the equivalent to new skin. Like how humans shed their old skin after being sunburnt, Kokyuman explained. That sounds about right, Lopman nodded. Boy, that was a good meal, Takuya sighed as he patted his full belly. I am stuffed. Tell me about it, JP agreed with a pleased look. We got to eat more than enough. Not only that, but the Digimon are all looking better too, Tommy smiled. It's amazing how much food could do for Digimon, Zoe noted, glad to see any wounds Byaman had earlier seemed to be gone. The Digimon definitely looked a lot better, and their tummies looked full too. It feels like it's been too long since we had a full meal like this. Lopman smiled, leaning against the chair. We better cherish this moment. It's most likely gonna be a while again before we get to eat like this, Pataman stated, who was also leaning against the chair. Of course, only the best for our guests. One of the toucanmen spoke up as the other toucanmen were cleaning up the empty plates and bowls. But now what? Koji remarked. We're stuck on this island with no way off. I'm sure there's a way we can get off the island, Labberman said. How about building a raft? Would a raft be able to carry us to where we need to go? Koji questioned. Well, it's better than nothing, Labberman answered. And if need be, JP and I could try carrying you guys across the ocean, Zoe suggested. But have you guys flown for that long? Tommy asked. And carrying all of us while flying over the ocean? That's why a raft would work here, Lopman stated. We only need to get to land with it, right? Yeah, building a raft might be a good idea, Takuya agreed. There should be plenty of wood to work with. Before that, we should also discuss on what we'll be doing next, Koji spoke up. Now that everyone's been able to recover, we shouldn't waste too much time. Yeah, that's true, Zoe agreed. We still need to find Tommy's beast spirit as well as mine, then all 5 of us will have our beast spirits. But then what? What do we do after we all have our beast spirits? Koji asked. We need to figure that part out as well. Hey guys, have you noticed the mood changed a bit? JP asked. What do you mean? Koji questioned. The group noticed the Digimon were all looking down, and practically had rained clouds over their heads. Yeah, they certainly seemed down all of a sudden. Zoe's sweat dropped. Hey Lopman, are you okay? Is your stomach hurting? Tommy asked in concern. Nah, just tired from everything, that's all, Lopman said with a tired-looking smile. I'm also a bit troubled since we lost the, Pataman looked at the toucanman for a moment. Important egg and it's my fault. That's right, JP remembered. What did happen to that egg anyway? From what we saw, it looked like the egg disappeared while Pataman was holding it, and we saw that. Important symbol on Pataman's belly for a few seconds before that disappeared too, Zoe stated. What does that mean? Pataman absorbed the egg somehow, Tommy frowned. I think so, Takuya admitted. I mean, that's the only explanation I can think of that works to explain what happened. I just don't know if that is normal for Digimon or not. It's not. Digimon don't just absorb eggs when they hold it. Otherwise, nobody would get reborn, Byaman sighed. It's why what happened to Pataman is a shock to all of us, Kokuaman added. But if I had to hazard a guess, Lopman started. If he really did absorb the egg, then that means the Digimon that was in the egg likely granted Pataman his data and power. That would make sense, Koji remarked, but why would the Digimon do that? Was there a reason? We might have some theories, Pataman frowned, though we're still kinda processing it ourselves. It makes me wonder what else about them we didn't know about, Lopman grumbled. They, who's they? Tommy asked. Oh, just some friends of ours, Lopman said. You, probably don't know them. Really? You must have some very special friends then, Zoe remarked. There's still a lot about Digimon we don't know ourselves, so maybe some Digimon have different abilities from others. Good point, Koji agreed before he scowled. And then there are those strange enemies we have fought before. But who and what are they? They certainly don't act or look like any Digimon we've seen before. We haven't seen them in a while either. Maybe they've just given up, JP asked. Let's hope so for all of our sake, Kokuman replied. It might be best to at least stay on our toes just in case they plan to strike again, Labberman warned. Things are never easy as we've learned. As for the important egg, let's just say it's with Pataman for the time being, Lopman suggested. It's better than thinking the egg is gone forever now. Surely, if it's possible, we might be able to extract the egg from Pataman's data at some point if we truly need his help again. Pataman looked at Lopman, wondering what he was thinking. Because they knew the truth, it was likely not possible to bring the Seraphimon of this world back anymore. At least, not unless the loop returns them back to the beginning. Lopman likely made that up to keep the kids from losing hope that Seraphimon was gone for good. Yeah, that's true. Digimon are made of data after all, Kokuaman agreed, even though he was fairly certain it wasn't possible at all. He wasn't about to crush the hopes of the children either. These words seemed to make the kids feel relieved, which was good since they didn't need to worry about if Seraphimon was gone for good right at that moment anyway. For the time being, it might be best to just focus on finding the last 2 beast spirits for you guys. And after that, I'm sure there'll be a path leading you to your destiny, Byaman stated. Because if we stray from this path too much, the mastermind might take us out and erase any chance we have of saving you guys. Yeah, I still can't believe it's just two left, Pataman said softly. Labraman and Kokuaman nodded, seeing how they and Pataman already went through this drama with Koji, Takuya, and JP. Byaman and Lopman looked at them for a moment, before turning to the humans they were sitting next to. Byaman looked at Zoe, and Lopman looked at Tommy. Those two were the only reasons they had left for why they were still here with them. It seemed odd that soon their time with the legendary warriors would be ending. It seemed like it was just yesterday they had met up with the children, and now they were so close to having to leave the kids. It made the Digimon feel down again, but they hid it as best they could. You guys seemed worried about something, Tommy noted with concern, picking up on their down feeling. Hey, no need to look so down. Zoe smiled as she rubbed Byaman's head. We're at a beach. We've already worked hard and survived up to this point. We might as well take a break and have some fun, right? But Koji started to say before Zoe glared at him. Right, Koji. Zoe smiled sweetly at Koji, but Koji could tell it was a warning smile. Koji gulped but agreed. Why, yeah, sure, he exclaimed. It's never good to be on guard all the time. Zoe gave Koji a real smile after that. Great, I'm glad you agree. Who knew Zoe could be scary like that? Koji thought with a sweat drop running down the side of his head. She's just as scary as you are, Kokuaman whispered to Byaman. You bet she is, Byaman proudly stated. Oh, but we're at a beach and I don't have a swimsuit, Zoe realized and frowned. Hey, no need to worry about that, Toucanman spoke up. If it's the beach you want to have fun in, then we've got you covered. Another Toucanman grinned. Yeah, you can take advantage of our super summer special, a third Toucanman stated with a smile. Today only, we'll lend you everything you need for beach fun for free. Huh? The kids and Digimon all watched as the Toucanman went over to a curtain. The Toucanman pulled on a string with its wing, and the curtains folded back, showing swimsuits and swim trunks, floaties, a blow-up boat, some paddles, sun hats, flippers, and more. Everyone got excited as they hurried over to the selections, checking things out. Wow, I'm impressed. They really have everything here, Labraman noted. Haven't seen a selection this big since the country club I went to for summer vacation. You went to a country club? Lopman asked, surprised. Yeah, but this selection seems bigger than what I saw when I was there, Labraman replied. Boy, am I jealous, and I can't swim or I'd rust again, Kokuaman whined. You could always have fun in the sand, Pataman suggested. Kokuaman pouted, but he did admit Pataman had a point. Not everyone went to a beach to swim only. I guess building a sandcastle wouldn't be a bad idea. With these, I won't have to worry about not knowing how to swim. Tommy smiled as he picked up a few floaties and water wings. Maybe you could even use this opportunity to learn how to swim. I can teach you how, Takuya offered. Really? Tommy smiled. I'd like that. No problem, buddy, Takuya grinned. It'd be fun. We have changing rooms for boys and girls as well, the fourth Toucanman informed. So feel free to use those to put your belongings in while you go out and have a good time. Lopman and Pataman looked back at the Toucanman for a moment before giving small chuckles to each other. They both looked at each other. You know why this is all too good to be true, right? Pataman said quietly to Lopman. Yeah, Lopman nodded. I'm sure Byaman, Kokuaman, and Labraman know too. So, what do you want to do? Do you want to try to stop it? Pataman asked. It might. Slow them down from finding the next beast spirit. We could, but this is the path the mastermind wants for them. If we don't let it happen, they won't find the last beast spirit, Lopman said. And while I would prefer that, I also don't want to risk getting kicked out of this world. True, Pataman admitted. We'd be back at square one again if we did interfere. But we can't just let them continue to go down this path either. This is what will corrupt them. That is why, Lopman started before sighing. Actually, maybe we'll talk about this later. I don't want to risk them overhearing us. Okay, then let's try to relax while we're here, yeah. Really enjoy these precious moments we have with them while we can, Pataman suggested. Yeah, I'd like that, Lopman agreed. The boys had all changed into their swimming trunks rather quickly. They were all excited to get into the water. Lopman, Pataman and Labraman joined the boys into the ocean. Kokuaman began building a sandcastle meticulously. JP was lying on the inflated boat, enjoying himself as the ocean moved him slowly and gently. Koji was swimming around. Takuya was helping Tommy get used to swimming with his water wings first. "That's it, Tommy. You just keep moving like that while keeping your head above water," Takuya encouraged, staying in front of Tommy and in the shallows. Lopman and Pataman were swimming nearby, just in case they would need to help them. Labraman was doing the doggy paddle as she swam over to Koji, splashing him. "Ha ha ha, gotcha tilde," Labraman laughed. Koji turned to Labraman. "Be glad I'm in a good mood or I'd splash you back," he grinned. "Are you saying you won't fight back?" Labraman grinned mischievously. The two of them ended up in a splashing contest. "Man, I can't remember the last time we went to a beach like this," Lopman smiled. "Our family was always too busy with their big project to drive us to the beach." "Yeah, but it also means going to the beach becomes more special when we are able to go," Pataman said. "That's true, and it feels even better with friends after all the crap we had to put up with to get here," Lopman chuckled. "I think when this is over, we should try to plan a beach vacation for our upcoming summer vacation with just our family," Pataman suggested. "It would be fun to get away from all the, well, ghostly going-ons." "Among other things," Lopman added before he looked over at the beach, seeing Kokuaman building his sand castle. "I wonder how long Zoe and Byaman are going to take, though it's not like we as Digimon need to change." "Do you want to go and check on Zoe, who is a girl?" Pataman asked, raising an eyebrow. "That's just asking for trouble." "Don't put words in my mouth, bro. I have no interest in causing that kind of trouble," Lopman grumbled. "I'm just wondering when crap is going to hit the fan." "You've always been uninterested in girls in that way. Kinda makes me wonder if you're just weird," Pataman chuckled. Meanwhile, in the girls' dressing room, since Zoe was the only female human among her group, she had the dressing room all to herself. Well, Byaman was with her, but Byaman made it clear she was a feminine Digimon, so Zoe was fine with her being there. Zoe wondered if it was awkward for Labraman to be in the boys' dressing room. Then again, these were Digimon, who were just naturally naked, so perhaps it was just not the same for them to see a naked human, no matter the gender. Zoe was going through a few swimsuits. The first one she had in her hands was a nice white and red striped suit. "Ooh, with this one, I'd look like a racing queen," she giggled. "The colors match one of the race cars back in Italy." "I don't know," Byaman remarked. "The red stripes are nice, but white is just too bright, and it also looks kinda dull, to be honest. I don't think it would be a good fit for you." Zoe sighed. "True, now that I look at it, it does seem kind of dull." Zoe then held up a nice black swimsuit. "How about this one? I would look like a super athlete." "It's nice, but that looks like it would be for more of a swim meet kind of suit," Byaman replied. "Yeah, it wouldn't be much of a fun in the sun kind of suit," Zoe admitted before she held up a red bikini. "How about? Remember how you look when you spirit evolve and what your Digimon form is wearing," Byaman pointed out. "Do you really want to wear that?" Zoe blushed. "Okay, next one," she exclaimed as she put the red bikini back. Zoe then picked up a pink one-piece swimsuit. "How about this? It's my favorite color and it's pink like you too. This has gotta be perfect." "I'm not really a huge fan of pink," Byaman stated. "I prefer black and dark purple, but I think pink works better on you." "Huh, I never knew that about you," Zoe said, surprised. "Yeah, just because I'm a certain color doesn't mean I like that color," Byaman chuckled sheepishly. "But even I can appreciate pink when it works." Zoe snickered. "I guess that's true. I'm more of a light lavender girl myself, but pink also works with me. I guess I just like brighter colors." "Ironically, we seem to get along well even if we have opposite interests," Byaman noted. "They say opposites attract," Zoe remarked. "All right, I'm going to change now." "Okay, once you're done, let's join the others," Byaman said. Zoe began to take off her clothes, humming while she was doing so. However, as she caught sight of a shadow moving, and it wasn't Byaman. Slowly, Zoe turned around, only to let out a scream as she saw someone was peeking in on her. Outside, the boys could hear Zoe's scream all the way to the water. "Was that Zoe?" Takuya exclaimed in worry. "Come on, we have to go help her," JP declared determinedly. Kokuaman looked over at the dressing room. He was the closest one there since he wasn't in the water. But he knew better than to run into the dressing room, especially with Byaman there. Takuya and JP ran past Kokuaman. "W8 guys," Kokuaman called. Koji and Tommy were behind. Labraman, Lopman, and Pataman were behind them as well. "Zoe, what happened?" Takuya asked as he and JP opened the door to the dressing room. Both of them stopped short when they saw Zoe just in her underwear, and she had her shirt in front of her. Byaman was quick to react and flew up in front of Zoe to block her. You guys should get out. We'll inform you of what happened when Zoe gets her clothes on." Both boys immediately moved out of the dressing room to avoid getting hit by stuff that could be thrown at them. Okay, that was awkward," Takuya muttered, trying to hide his blush. JP was grinning like an idiot though, having seen Zoe in that state. "Zoe cute." "Dude, get that look off your face, you look like a perv," Takuya groaned. So is Zoe at least okay? And Byaman?" Koji asked, feeling awkward. "Yeah, what was that scream all about?" Tommy added. "We don't know yet, we're just waiting for Zoe to get dressed so she could tell us," Takuya replied. "Then let's wait here for her," Lopman suggested after catching up to the boys. After a few minutes, Zoe and Byaman came out of the dressing room. Zoe was back in her normal outfit, blushing. "I'm sorry about screaming earlier. Byaman really saved me by covering for me." "So why did you scream?" Koji asked. "Someone was a peeping Tom," Zoe grumbled. "I was just trying to put on my swimsuit and I saw someone peeking inside." That got all the boys on alert. "What?" Takuya exclaimed in anger. "Let me at that creep," JP shouted. That was when Koji, Tommy, and Takuya all began to stare at JP with suspicious eyes. JP took notice and frowned. "Hey, why are you all looking at me for?" "You have to admit, you are the most likely culprit," Koji pointed out. "And you did have that look on your face earlier," Takuya added. "That also makes it suspicious." "Hey, I didn't do it, okay?" JP snapped. "Of course he didn't, he was swimming with us earlier, remember?" Lopman pointed out. "Besides, I was at the shore the whole time, all of you were together when this happened," Kokuaman confirmed. Byaman was the only one who was with Zoe. "So then we all have the same alibi," Koji noted with some suspicion. "That can't be right." "And just so we're clear, Lopman and I were watching Kokuaman build his sandcastle, so he couldn't have been the peeping Tom either," Pataman added. "I doubt Kokuaman would have been interested anyway, since he's a, well, robot," Zoe said. "You'd be surprised," Byaman muttered. "But if none of us did it, then who did?" Tommy asked. "The toucanmen, they're the only ones we haven't seen since we started playing on the beach." At Tommy's words, the other kids remembered the toucanmen. "Let's see if we can find them," Takuya suggested. "Maybe they saw who peeped in on Zoe." The gang went into the beach house they were in earlier, but when they arrived, it was empty. There wasn't a single toucanman to be found. "Now this is suspicious. Where are they?" Takuya frowned. "Are they relaxing on the beach too?" JP asked. "I doubt it," Pataman said as he was looking around. "We would have seen them if they were." Labraman was sniffing around. They mixed a lot of salt in the air, it's hard to distinguish their smell." Koji then had a jolt of realization rush through him. "Oh no," he exclaimed as he turned and ran back to the dressing room. "What's wrong, Koji?" Tommy asked. "Quick, follow him, he must have figured something out," Lopman quickly suggested. Everyone hurried after Koji, seeing him going into the boys' dress room. "Those bird brains tricked us, they took our detectors." The boys were scrambling around their clothes, trying to find the precious detectors they kept with them since they arrived in the digital world. At least they didn't take their clothes too. How awkward would that have been? Kokuaman remarked to the other Digimon. "Yeah, but this is still a problem," Labraman frowned. "Aw man, this is awful," Takuya exclaimed in his anger as he saw he was also missing his detector. "My detector is gone too," JP groaned. "We've lost our spirits," Tommy pouted. "I can't believe they tricked all of us so easily," Koji growled. "I still have my spirit," Zoe noted, feeling her detector in her pocket. "That must have been the peeping Tom we saw earlier. It must have been the toucanmen trying to take your detector," Byaman noted. "I guess they didn't realize we were still in the dressing room." At least that's some good news, but the rest of us are pretty much defenseless now, Koji grumbled. We have to get our detectors back. Tommy frowned. I can't believe I lost Cumin again. Don't worry, we'll get them back, Takuya promised. Okay, let's all calm down, Lopman spoke up. You guys get changed, the rest of us will start looking for the toucanmen. You can join us when you're ready. Right. The boys agreed before Koji, Takuya, and JP all slightly blushed, as did Zoe upon realizing Zoe was in the dressing room with them. I'll leave you to get dressed then, Zoe exclaimed before darting outside the dressing room to wait. As Zoe and the Digimon were outside, Labramon was trying to sniff out the toucanmen. I can't believe this is happening. It feels like everywhere we go, we just get into some kind of trouble, Zoe sighed. I guess that's just the life you guys live, Kokuman remarked. I'm sure we'll find those toucanmen. They're not very great flyers, so they couldn't have gone too far, Byaman reassured. Zoe sighed. I guess that's some reassurance at least, but it still means I'm the only one who can fight back. Well, out of us kids anyway. With how strong the enemy has gotten, though, I'm afraid we're not much help either, Lopman sighed. We were nearly taken out in that last battle against Grumbleman and his Goleman army. We still got out of it alive, though. Try to show some confidence, bro, Padaman said, hoping to get Lopman out of his funk. Yeah, and we'll get those detectors back. Kokuaman agreed. It's not like we haven't done so before. We got Tommy his spirit back, so we can do the same again. Yeah, that's right. We've managed to get this far despite everything. We shouldn't give up so easily, Byaman nodded. That's true, there's still a chance. Zoe smiled. I think I might have gotten something, Labramon said. Those bird brains left some of their feathers behind as they were running. I can use that to pick up on their scent and which way they went. Not long after Labramon said that, Takuya, Koji, JP, and Tommy came out of the dressing room, back in their normal clothes. Good, you guys are done. Labramon picked up on the toucanman's scent, Zoe quickly informed. About time, Koji exclaimed. Let's go hunt down those bird brains already. Everyone followed Labramon as she was leading them down the beach. As they kept moving, they began seeing fresh footprints on the sand. The toucanmen started getting lazy, getting rid of evidence of where they were going, Koji noted. Makes it easier for us then, Takuya stated. Just be careful, it could also be a trap, Tommy warned. I agree. After all, they were smart enough to trick all of us earlier. They could be smart enough to set up a trap for us too, Lopman added. We'll be careful, JP reassured Lopman. The group continued to follow the footprints the toucanmen left. It was clear the bird-like Digimon were heading away from the beach house. Where could those bird brains be going? Koji asked as he narrowed his eyes. There's no way off this island. Listen, I can hear voices up ahead, Lopman spoke up. Sure enough, the group began hearing the toucanmen's voices. Then they began singing all together. Our Arianemoen is rather ravishing. Ranneman, Zoe said in shock. So they work for Ranneman, one of the evil legendary warriors, JP frowned. It certainly sounds like it, Kokuman said. Sounds more like they worship her than just work for her, Byaman grumbled. It doesn't matter, we have to get our detectors back, Koji exclaimed angrily. Yeah, those don't belong to them, and we need the detectors to protect ourselves anyway, Takuya agreed. He then shivered. I feel like a part of me is missing, now that I think about it. Less talking, more action. They'll get away at this point if we keep talking and gawking, Padaman spoke up. Right, Takuya ran ahead and shouted. All right, hold it right there, you thieves. The toucanmen stopped and looked back at them. Oh. Just what do you mean by Ranneman the Ravishing? Takuya questioned, feeling rather disgusted. Ranneman is the most beautiful Digimon to ever live, one of the toucanmen exclaimed, feeling insulted. Just give our detectors back to us right now, Koji snapped. No way, no how, the first toucanman replied. These little babies are our ticket to a date with Ranneman. Ha, trust me, I've tried to wow a girl with tech before, it never ends well, Kokuaman bitterly stated. And take it from me, you guys are delusional, JP added. Now give them back. I'm detecting a hint of bitterness from you too when it comes to girls, Zoe muttered. Besides, no girl is worth taking on a date if you had to steal from someone in order to get it, Tommy scolded. That's rich, coming from you, little boy. You don't even know what it's like to want to go on a date with girls. You probably think they just have cooties or something. One of the two Kenmen argued with Tommy. Hey, that has nothing to do with it, and I'm already past the whole cooties phase, Tommy snapped, his cheeks flushing red. Wait, so you actually thought girls had cooties? Lopman asked with a sweat drop. And no way, Tommy quickly said, flustered. Besides, you can't make us give these back, one of the two Kenmen huffed, so scram. And if we don't, Koji challenged, just because we don't have our detectors doesn't mean we can't fight. And our Digimon have fought with stronger Digimon than you four, Takuya warned. Patamon, Lopman, Kokuaman, Byaman, and Labramon all crouched down and growled or hissed at the Toucanmen. The Toucanmen actually looked afraid of the lower-level Digimon, which was unusual. Hey, let's calm down here, the second Toucanman pleaded. There's no need to fight, right? If you won't give us back our detectors, then we may need to take them back by force, Koji warned. And these little guys took on legendary warriors, champion, and ultimate-level Digimon, Takuya added. You sure you want to mess with them? You know what? One of the Toucanmen from behind the other Toucanmen began. I think we should be the ones to scram here. With that said, the Toucanmen darted off. Bye. Hey, get back here, Koji snapped. The group quickly ran after the Toucanmen. This is so dumb, Takuya groaned. Dang, these Toucanmen can run, Patamon frowned. At this rate, we'll never catch up to them, JP groaned. Hey, can you Digimon run and fly faster to catch them? Zoe asked. We could try. Will you guys be okay if we leave you behind? Byaman asked in worry. We'll be fine, JP replied. I can spirit evolve to protect the boys if I had to, Zoe added. After all, I still have my detector. Hurry, catch up to them before they get away, Tommy spoke up. All right, you guys be careful, Lopman agreed. With that said, Labramon and Lopman ran ahead, while Byaman, Patamon, and Kokuaman flew ahead. Byaman looked back at Zoe and the others for a moment, looking worried, before she flew on ahead. Do you think they'll be able to catch up to the Toucanmen? Koji asked. I'm sure they will. They've proven to be able to handle themselves when they need to, Takuya said. We'll catch up to them soon, Tommy reassured. However, before they could run any further, water suddenly shot out at them, stopping them in their tracks. I don't think we're alone here, Takuya exclaimed as he looked back at where the water was coming from. Something is in that water. I think we can tell, Takuya, JP grumbled. Suddenly, a figure came up from the water. Water geyser flew out from the ocean, and a familiar Digimon was riding on one of the geysers, standing on it like it was a stage. Hi, Yul, Ranneman greeted. This is quite a surprise. I just wanted to come here for a vacation with a friend of mine. Talk about luck that you brats would be out here too. You sure have lousy timing then, Koji hissed. Our Digimon already ran ahead, and most of us don't have our detectors. You know, I'd hoped to have my beast spirit to show you first, but I suppose everything happens for a reason, Tilda, Ranneman giggled. We can't have everything, so just be good little children and hand over your spirits. I'd love to stay and chat, but my friend and I really want to get to our vacation, Tilda. Who is this friend of yours, one of the other legendary warriors? Takuya frowned. Does that mean we'll have to face two legendary warriors without our spirits? Tommy paled at the thought. They barely won against Grumbleman, and they didn't stand a chance against all four of the evil legendary warriors when they had their spirits. It's not any of your business, children, Ranneman snapped. I'll handle her, Zoe spoke up. Unlike with Grumbleman, I don't have an elemental disadvantage against her, and I'm the only one who can fight back right now. Ranneman gave a sinister grin. Ooh, this sounds like it will be a treat then, Tilda. It was like she was ecstatic to fight Zoe. While I don't have my beast spirit yet, I know you don't either, so this should be fun. This is bad, Zoe, Tommy frowned. Since she's the warrior of water, I don't know if you'll be able to fight her alone, especially since she's in the ocean. She's got a lot of power at her disposal. If I had Cumaman, I could freeze a lot of that water. As if to show off and prove Tommy's worries valid, Ranneman summoned 2 waterspouts, and the wind around them turned into a typhoon. The kids had to crouch down to not get blown away or sucked into the waterspouts. Zoe, you can't take her on by yourself, JP yelled over the winds in concern. Look, I haven't been able to fight at my best with Grumbleman, so I need to make it up, Zoe shouted over the winds. Don't worry, while water is her element, wind is mine, I've got this. The magenta outline of her spirit appeared visible on the screen of her detector as she held it up. Fractal coding appeared on her left hand, and she slammed the detector against it as she brought the two together. Zoe then called out the familiar phrase she knew by heart. Execute, spirit evolution. Her body became data as her clothes ripped away. Coding surrounded her in a cocoon of sorts, and the power of her first spirit flowed into her. Her hair became longer, flowing past her waist and turning a purple color. Her body grew in height, increasing her strength and speed. A bikini-like outfit appeared on her body as gloves, and high boots formed on her arms and legs, with shoulder guards appearing as well as a visor that covered her eyes. Butterfly-like wings appeared on her back and she landed, letting out a cry as she unleashed a kick before she came to a stop and said her name. Kaisman. Now evolved, Kaisman was able to dispel the winds around her and was ready to fight Ranaman. Ranaman looked at Kaisman. Sugar, do you really think you can fight me alone? Ranaman questioned like it was the most preposterous thing in the world. Of course I do, Sugar, Kaisman retorted with a bit of a sassy grin. Don't you dare start mocking me, Ranaman hissed. Of course not, I'd rather fight, Kaisman snapped as she flew at Ranaman. Meanwhile, Lopman, Labraman, Pataman, Kokuaman, and Biaman stopped chasing after the toucanmen after they were out of sight from the children. Are you sure we shouldn't keep chasing them? Kokuaman asked. If we catch them, we'll greatly alter the events that are supposed to happen. And who knows what Tapperman and the Mastermind will do if we did that? Lopman frowned. So why aren't we going back to the others? Ranaman is there right now, Biaman pointed out. Biaman, try to use your brain a little more. We just get in the way, remember how well our fight with Grumbleman went? Lopman pointed out. Besides, even if we did try to help them fight, Labraman frowned. Ranaman will drag us into the water and the kids will put themselves into danger just to save us. Grumbleman was one thing, but Ranaman out in the ocean is suicide. I know it's not cool to run and hide from battle, but we also can't afford to die here. Wow, Labraman, I never knew you could sound so wise, Kokuaman remarked. Hush, while you guys may be used to running up to ghosts back home, I know when to get the heck out of there. Danger's danger, and while I try to act tough, I know my limits, Labraman grumbled. Everyone has their limits, I guess, Pataman chuckled. But Labraman is right. We can't afford to put ourselves at risk if we want things to play out the way they are supposed to. I really dislike the Mastermind and Tapperman right now, Biaman grumbled. We're basically here to guide the kids so they then get brainwashed. That's so stupid. We didn't have a choice, it was the only way to have the Mastermind allow us in here in the first place, Lopman said. And when our roles are done, when the children no longer need us, we're supposed to leave. But no way in heck that's happening. We're only following our roles so we don't get kicked out by force. But we're here to save them from the programming, and that's what we'll do. Biaman gave a grin that would be better suited on a larger predator Digimon. So, we play by the rules for now, then turn the tables on them tilde. Biaman, you're actually scaring me right now, Kokuaman sweat dropped. HMPH, you can blame the toucanmen for that. They're giving bird Digimon a bad name, Biaman grumbled. You're also getting antsy, because you know that Zoe's next to get her beast spirit, aren't you? Pataman frowned. Biaman sighed, you could say that, it won't be long. Hey, no need to sound so depressed about it. A familiar voice spoke up. Everyone perked up when they heard that voice. They turned to the source of the voice, seeing a familiar black cat Digimon approaching them. Hey, everyone, it's been a while, hasn't it? Black Gatomon chuckled. Hey, it's Lopman began to say when little white flakes came out of his mouth. I mean it's Black Gatomon. What are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be back at the bad guy's place? Labraman asked, surprised. I was, yes, but Ranaman insisted I come with her on a vacation to this place. Black Gatomon replied. I can't say it was a bad idea, since I got to meet up with you guys again. It's good to see you again, and that you're in one piece. Pataman smiled. I guess that means you were accepted then. Yeah, Black Gatomon nodded. Looks like you guys have been doing fairly well despite all the setbacks. We're doing well enough, Kokuaman said. While you're here, we might as well report what's been going on lately, Lopman suggested. Black Gatomon nodded. I'd like to know what you guys have been up to as well. So the Digimon began telling Black Gatomon what had been going on, and Black Gatomon told them about her little missions and strolls with Duskman. Wow, so Duskman actually has a bond with you even in his current state? Lopman asked in surprise. Yeah, it surprised me too, Black Gatomon admitted. I kind of thought while he was, Duskman, he couldn't really feel anything until he saw Koji. I only went on those strolls and missions with him because I was getting bored, and I figured it would be a good way to keep an eye on him. I didn't expect him to actually get attached to me. But it shows he's not beyond saving either, Patamon noted. Who knows what could happen now? For all we know, things may be changing for the better. I wouldn't count on it just yet. Other than the legendary warriors getting attached to us, nothing's really changed, Lopman sighed. What about Seraphimon's egg? That thing disappearing into Patamon is a big freaking change to me, Black Gatomon pointed out. Oh yeah, about that, Patamon frowned. We think maybe Patamon, not me but my partner, maybe, Seraphimon, outside of this world I mean. Wow, I didn't think you'd come to that conclusion. Black Gatomon whistled. But then again, with what happened to the egg, I can't say it's impossible either. It's practically the only conclusion that makes sense, Patamon grumbled. I haven't spoken to Patamon myself about it yet since, well, I can't really talk to him while I'm conscious, and we haven't had a chance to sleep since all of that happened. Yikes, you guys really need some rest then, Black Gatomon remarked with a slight wince. You're lucky you get to stay in one place for a while. We have to travel through the digital world, forage for food, and find places to sleep in shifts, Kokuamon grumbled. I think it's been fun, but it does wear us out quite a bit, Biyamon sheepishly said. Oh, Black Gatomon, you've been able to keep in contact with your partner when you sleep, right? Lopman asked. Have either of you figured out why you became Black Gatomon when we entered this world? Oh yeah, that is weird. The rest of us stayed as rookie level, but you're champion level and the darker kind, right? Labraman noted. Yeah, Black Gatomon frowned. Some things happened, and Salamon ended up dark digivolving into Black Gatomon. I haven't been able to get her to digivolve into her true champion form yet. But as for why I became Black Gatomon here, we're not really sure either. But we speculated that it's probably because of my role here, being a guide to Duskman. A Digimon that's been corrupted by darkness, and I'm also near Cherubimon, who's also filled with darkness. My guess is that I became Black Gatomon due to either the dark energy around me, or to protect myself from it. Kind of hide among the shadows as a shadow kind of thing. That would make sense, and it would explain why Cherubimon and the other evil legendary warriors don't sense anything off about you, Lopman remarked, looking at Black Gatomon with a suspicious yet intrigued look. Why are you looking at me like that? Black Gatomon asked, raising an eyebrow. In order to successfully get the kids out of here, we need the help of all 3 celestial Digimon, Lopman explained. We, sort of, have Seraphimon's power, but we also still need Ophanimon and Cherubimon's powers. If Ophanimon dies like she does in the original path, then we are screwed. Unless we already have a Digimon with Ophanimon's data. The same could be said for Cherubimon. So, you suspect Salamon may be connected to Ophanimon? Black Gatomon asked, curious and intrigued. Well, I can't say if she is or isn't, but considering Patamon is Seraphimon, or at least has his data within him. Well, I'm just saying the possibility is there, Lopman said. And trust me, I'm not feeling too great about the possibility my partner could be Cherubimon, because that would imply he was evil at some point, and I just can't see him being like that. And yet look at Duskman in his true form, Patamon pointed out. He's just too sweet a kid to have done stuff like what he is doing now, and yet he is. Anyone is capable of being good or evil, Black Gatomon said. Look at Labraman, she used to be quite the bully herself. Guilty as charged, Labraman admitted. But she's trying hard to change for the better. And I also let my own hate drive me to do evil things, and look at what it turned my partner into. Black Gatman sighed as she looked down at her gloved claws for a moment. I've learned, after meeting with the ghost kid and truly understanding, anyone, even ghosts, are capable of being good or evil. It's not just one or the other. Yeah, that's true, Lopman nodded. But I guess my question is why then? Why did Cherubimon turn out the way he did? And, Why would the celestial Digimon choose us as their partners? I have the same question, and it's why I want to talk to Patamon as soon as I'm able to, Patamon sighed. Although you two definitely had a rocky relationship at the start, Byaman pointed out. You don't need to remind me, Patamon huffed. They suddenly saw a big white squid thing flying in the air, spinning around with little to no control, disappearing into the horizon. What was that? Kokyuman asked. If I had to guess, that was probably Kamuraman, Black Gatomon sighed, the beast spirit of the warrior of water. I guess Ranaman finally found it, but she lacks control. Heh, so it's not just the kids that have trouble controlling their beast spirits for the first time, Labraman chuckled sheepishly. It must be hard trying to control the beast spirits, Byaman frowned. Don't you remember when Takuya tried to control Burning Greymon? Patamon asked, raising an eyebrow. Both here and out of this world. Byaman shivered. Don't remind me. That was an experience I don't want to repeat. But I'm just surprised that even the evil legendary warriors, who apparently don't have a human form at all, are not able to control their beast spirits. That must mean the battle with Ranaman is over for the time being, and the kids are probably looking for us and the Toucanmen, Kokyuman concluded. What should we do then? Should we go back and tell them the Toucanmen got away? Labraman asked. That's probably our best course of action, Lopman sighed. We don't want to suddenly go missing on them. Well, at least not yet. Yeah, we may as well. Patamon sighed as well. I just wish it wasn't so close to us having to leave the children yet. You guys have been pretty torn up about this, huh? Black Gatomon noted. We may have gotten attached to them, Kokyuman admitted. Even though I did try to suggest we kept our distance from them at the beginning, Lopman sighed, to avoid this problem, but things just didn't work out that way. Somehow, I ended up getting pulled into their problems directly, literally, and it kinda escalated from there. Well, I'd say it worked out for the better, since the kids seem to be stronger here. Black Gatomon chuckled. But that caused us to get attached to them, Kokyuman pointed out. Because we were helping them train and get stronger, we bonded more. And that makes it harder for us to leave them when it's time, Labraman added somberly. What about you? Aren't you worried about having to leave Duskman? Lopman asked. Black Gatomon frowned and sighed. I'll be honest, I also grew attached to the big guy. He took care of me when I wasn't feeling well, and he's surprisingly a good listener when I was feeling down or lonely. I'm also worried how he'll react when I do leave, since right now, he sees me as the only reason to care about anything. Patamon winced. That doesn't sound very healthy mentally, he noted with some concern. He needs to have a better mental state so he doesn't start freaking out when you do have to leave him. Such attachment will only hinder his mental growth as a legendary warrior when the time comes for him to join the others. Oh, what's this? Have you finally taken a page from our sister, bro? Lopman grinned teasingly. And you always complain when I do that. Patamon blushed. I have not. I'm just saying it may cause complications down the road. He tried to explain. Look, I'm not saying I disagree with you there, Lopman said, though none of us expected Duskman to get attached to Black Gatomon. I did try to get him to be nice and get along with Mercuryman and Arborman before I left. Though mostly Arborman, Mercuryman would just be a bad influence on him and likely manipulate him, Black Gatomon sighed. So it was either the clever megalomaniac or the simple guy who craves burgers every now and then. Yikes, neither of those sound like good choices of interacting with, Byaman grimaced. But if I had to choose, I'd go with the simple burger guy. Exactly, Black Gatomon agreed. Although, speaking with Ranaman, I also think it's not impossible for even the evil legendary warriors to be saved. Though that's not happening here, but... You're thinking there's a chance we could do that in our world? Lopman asked. Yeah, I do, Black Gatomon replied. It makes sense, and if we can save them in our world, then our numbers will be bolstered as well. That's true, that is if it's really possible to save them in our world. I think they're less evil in our world though, since they were made to hunt down players rather than cause trouble and absorb fractal code from the digital world itself, Patamon stated. They're a lot more evil here than they are out there. It doesn't help that they're corrupted from the evil cherubimen as well in this world. I guess the mastermind wanted to make them more evil here to raise up the legendary warriors more. Byaman sighed. That is how video games do it, at least RPGs, Kokuaman added. But that's later, we should focus on the here and now, Labraman pointed out. Yeah, let's get back to the kids, Pataman agreed. We have been gone long enough. But what will we tell them when they see we don't have the detectors? Byaman asked. Just tell them that we lost the toucanman, like we said, Lopman answered before lifting up his ears for a moment. I can hear them calling us. We should hurry. Black Gataman, what do you plan to do? I'll just hang around here for a bit. Ranaman will come back before long, Black Gataman said. And even if she doesn't, Duskman will likely find me and take me back. Okay, Pataman said before looking at Black Gataman again. Just be careful, Black Gataman. Who knows when we will meet back up again, so stay safe until then. Oh, don't worry about me. I can take care of myself, Black Gataman reassured. We'll meet up again before long. We'll see you then, Lopman said. Titanic X, ZAFT, glad you like that, XD. Pokémon fan 1991, Dark Foxkit. Yeah, Kokuaman having to deal with rusting was not fun for him. JP being close to Kokuaman definitely helped him snap out of his beast-like state. It's fine to talk about multiverses. I was just giving my personal opinion on the multiverse theory in general. Indeed, none of the Digimon are able to digivolve, as they are now. Chapter 22. Hey Pataman, Takuya called out. Byaman, Zoe called, where are you? Where are you, Labraman? Koji shouted out. There had been no sign of their Digimon friends since the battle with Ranaman ended, and it worried the kids greatly. Kokuaman, you'd better not have gotten wet again, JP called out. Lopman, where are you? Tommy called for Lopman. Where could they be? Zoe frowned worriedly. You don't think they got caught up in Ranaman's water attacks, do you? I don't think so. They were farther away from the fight than we were, Koji replied. How far did they chase the toucanman? Tommy questioned. Do you think, if they had to fight, they would be able to win without us? Let's not even consider that possibility. Takuya grimaced. I'd hate to think about that. I mean, sure, they are stronger than they look, but against certain Digimon? The way he trailed off indicated he didn't like the possibility in his mind. Hey, JP suddenly called out, I see them. That quickly got everyone's attention. Where? Takuya asked as he and the others ran over to JP. JP pointed ahead. The group saw Pataman, Byaman, and Kokuaman first, since they were flying. Not too far behind them were Labraman and Lopman. Hey, there you guys are, Pataman said. Looks like you were able to survive Ranaman, Byaman noted. Yeah, but barely, Zoe admitted. I was able to hold my own against her, but she then got her hands on her beast spirit. JP snickered. As terrifying as it was, she didn't have control over it, so that sent her spiraling away from us when she tried to attack us. But where were you guys? We've been looking for you, Koji asked. Sorry, we were trying to find the toucanman, Labraman apologized. They threw some sand at us, making it hard for us to see, and covered Labraman's nose, Lopman stated. We ended up losing track of them and tried to look for them, but they're annoyingly good at hiding. When we realized we couldn't find them, we figured we should get back to you guys before you worry about us too much, Kokuaman finished. Koji sighed. As annoying as it is that we can't find the toucanman, at least you guys are safe, and that's what counts. Those dumb birds can't get too far, though, Takuya pointed out. We're still on an island after all. Then we should continue looking for them, JP suggested. Without our detectors, we won't be able to save the digital world from Cherubiman. Are any of you hurt from that battle with Ranaman? Pataman asked. You said she got her beast spirit, right? Even with her lack of control, she still could have hurt you guys. We're fine, Tommy promised. She ended up twirling away into the horizon before she could do any real damage to us. You guys got lucky, Kokuaman remarked, but I wouldn't count on getting lucky like that again down the road. Takuya snickered. Ranaman resembled atop the way she spun off into the distance. But she sure was an ugly giant squad face, JP shivered. Well, she's gone for now. Let's try to find the toucanman before they can get far, Byaman suggested. So the group began looking around for the toucanman. JP was bending down enough for a small crab to pinch his behind. JP screamed in pain and yelled to get the crab off. Kokuaman used a small jolt of electricity on the crab to fry it, forcing it to let go of JP's behind. Guess we're having some crab meat for dinner later, Kokuman noted. JP grumbled, rubbing his behind. Thanks, Kokuman, I really don't like things attacking from behind like that. Hey, it's a crab, don't get all crabby about it, Takuya joked with a grin. I'm both proud and disappointed at you for that pun, Padaman said. I'm not even sure how that's possible. Takuya blushed sheepishly. I couldn't resist. Enough of the hot puns, Fireboy. Koji retorted with a smug grin, making Takuya grumble under his breath. Guys, we need to focus on the toucanmen, not stupid puns, Byaman said, getting the group back on track. Zoe opened up a barrel to see if the toucanmen were hiding in there, but she only saw clear water in the barrel, probably meant to serve to guests or to be made into other types of drinks later. She saw her reflection with how clear and clean the water was. She couldn't help but admire her reflection a little bit. Byaman hopped and landed on the edge of the barrel, using her talons to keep herself from falling. She looked down into the water herself, looking at her own reflection. I never really looked at my reflection since we woke up in this world. It's kind of strange to see this pink bird staring back at me instead of my usual face. Byaman thought to herself. You look really pretty, Byaman, Zoe complimented, catching Byaman off guard. You really think so? Byaman asked, blushing a little. Yep, Zoe grinned. The pink and blue really go well together on you. No need to be so embarrassed about it. Thanks, Byaman blushed a bit more. Meanwhile, Black Gataman was walking up a hill. She wasn't worried about Ranaman accidentally leaving her behind. She knew she'd be back before long. It was nice to get away from the hideout after all. However, her ears picked up what sounded like voices. How could we make such a mistake? Us, how could she turn into that? Our sweet little Ranaman. Sweet, cute little Ranaman. Yeah, we nabbed those detectors, and how do we get paid back? Hugs, kisses, invites to slumber parties? No, she pays us back by turning into that hideous thing. Black Gataman could hear the toucanmen sighing in disappointment. Sounds like Ranaman's beast spirit disgusted them quite a bit. This really isn't that much better than high school, where you're judged on how good you look. Black Gataman weighed her options, if she should get involved or not with the toucanmen. Then what should we do with these? One of the toucanmen asked as he looked at the detectors. Let 'em rot. Even if Ranaman would give us a date for them, who'd want to date that? The more angry toucanman grumbled. She's probably out there laughing at all of us. I hate these things, the toucanmen shouted as they all tossed the detectors toward the ocean. I hate Ranaman. And I hate everything. Black Gataman's eyes went wide. None of the toucanmen was trying to retrieve the detector for some reason. Seeing this, Black Gataman had to act fast, so she jumped out of her hiding spot and lashed out her tail to grab the 4 detectors before they could be lost forever. The 4 detectors were caught in her tail, thankfully. Black Gataman sighed in relief. She had managed to catch the detectors just in time. Wow, that was close. This wasn't supposed to happen. What the? Who are you? And what are you doing? Black Gataman looked at the toucanmen before she dropped the detectors back onto the ground. I'm Black Gataman. I was sent here by Ranaman to keep an eye on things, and I see you bumbling bird brains about to make the biggest mistake of your life. The toucanmen did freeze at Black Gataman's words. Why would that ugly witch care about what we were doing? One of the toucanmen grumbled. We supported her, and how did she repay us? By turning into that ugly squid. Yeah, that was her fault, not ours. What should we even do about that? We're no longer a part of her fan club. Black Gataman looked at the 4 toucanmen for a moment before speaking softly. So you only cared about Ranaman because she looked pretty and nothing else, huh? I guess you really aren't her fans after all. Black Gataman experienced this herself firsthand. The moment she lost her wealth, she was immediately turned on by her so-called friends and demonted as loser. While it may not be that bad with Ranaman, seeing how these toucanmen were reacting to her beast form, something Ranaman couldn't really control the looks of, brought back some bad memories. You're a part of her fan club too, aren't you? Isn't that the only reason why you're out here? The more aggressive toucanman asked. If you'd seen how horrible she looked, you'd agree with us. I have seen how she looked, Black Gataman stated. But so what? She's still Ranaman, the very same one you guys were singing about how ravishing she was not that long ago. The Toucanman glared at Black Gataman. You're not a true fan then? The first Toucanman exclaimed. If you were, you'd be agreeing with us on how ugly she looked. I'm not a true fan? I thought you guys quit being her fans the moment she looked ugly, Black Gataman pointed out. At least I'm still loyal. Well, not really, but you don't need to know that. Black Gataman then pointed at the detectors. And if I reported that you guys had these children's detectors, but threw them out at sea, Ranaman will be coming for your tail feathers. She might even use that beast form you all hate so much just to torment you more. The Toucanmen all squawked in horror. No. Anything but that. No way. It's too ugly. It was clear the Toucanmen didn't want to see Ranaman's beast form anymore. Then what should we do? Maybe you could give these to her then, the Toucanman begged. Since you're still loyal to her, you don't mind if she decides to go on a date with you, right? The other Toucanman asked. I guess Digimon doesn't care about gender here. A date's a date. Black Gataman noted. Now, where would the fun be if I just handed them all to her? Even I don't want to just hand everything over to Ranaman. I have a better idea of what you could do with these. What do you mean? One of the Toucanmen asked. How about you take them to a town on a continent and sell them? Black Gataman suggested. Ranaman has a lot of other fans, so if you sell them, you get to make some money and they'll be taken to Ranaman eventually. And you Toucanman, won't have to worry about going on a date with her. I honestly can't tell if they're all boys, so better safe than sorry. The Toucanmen all huddled together, whispering and murmuring to each other before they all seemed to agree on whatever they were talking about. The group split apart and faced Black Gataman. You know what? That's a good idea. The first Toucanman said, we could use that money to spruce up the beach house too. Just don't spend all that money on something you can't use, Black Gataman warned. We won't. Thanks for the idea, maybe you're not such a bad Digimon, the more aggressive Toucanman complimented. Just be sure not to tell Ranaman what I said if you see her again, Black Gataman requested, since that could get us all in trouble. We promise, the four Toucanmen said as one. Good luck then, Tilda, Black Gatman grinned. I think Lopman's been rubbing off on me. That was way too easy, or maybe Salamon's a lot more devious than I thought. Could also be the dark digivolution affecting our way of thinking. Great, now he's got me overthinking everything. The Toucanmen picked up the detectors and put them into their shells for safekeeping. We better prepare ourselves for takeoff, the Toucanmen said. Well, I've done what I had to get this back on track. The clock is still ticking down. Black Gataman sighed. Hopefully I won't regret this. After searching for the Toucanmen, to no avail under the blazing hot sun, the group had to take a break. They were currently lying under the roof of the now abandoned beach house. Takuya was lying on a bench on his back, with Tommy sitting next to him, putting his hat on his lap, looking rather tired. Pataman lay on Takuya's stomach, while Lopman was sitting on Tommy's hat and lap himself. Having dark-colored fur in the hot sunlight means I absorb a lot of heat, Lopman groaned. Too bad I'm not a fire Digimon. Takuya gave a flinch at Lopman's words. Way to remind me I'm feeling like I'm missing half of myself, he grumbled. It's like, I feel incomplete or something. Don't worry, I'm sure we'll find those guys and get your spirits back, Pataman assured. It sucks, though, that I have to go through this again after getting Cumaman back from Grumbleman, Tommy sighed. At least you have experience, right? Laberman said, hoping to lighten things up a little. Doesn't mean it's a good thing, Koji grumbled. And besides, at least last time, the rest of us were still able to spirit evolve. But now we only have one person who can spirit evolve while the rest of us are pretty much dead weight. Don't say it like that, Lopman frowned. You're lowering everyone's morale. We'll be sure to get your spirits back, just you wait. Yeah, we just have to be patient, Kokyuman added. I guess, JP sighed as he looked down, seeming to be deep in thought about something. What are you thinking about, JP? Kokyuman asked, noticing JP seemed to be thinking. JP gave another sigh. Zoe, seeing how troubled JP looked, walked over to him. Hey, don't worry about it. I'm sure we'll find your spirits soon. Yeah, we can't give up hope too easily, Byaman added. Huh, what was that? JP asked, blinking. Weren't you thinking about your detector? Zoe asked. JP blinked and he started to blush as he turned his head down. Well, actually, I was wondering if, you'd be like that. Huh, like what? Zoe frowned, wondering what JP was getting at. Like cameraman, JP clarified. I was wondering if you'd be scary like that when you get your beast spirit. Zoe gaped before she shook her head. I don't know. We can't say for sure what my beast spirit will look like since none of us have seen it yet. Besides, I'm nothing like her. Of course, Laberman said with doubt dripping in her voice. Hey, say that like you mean it, Zoe snapped. It doesn't matter how you'd look, Biaman grumbled. What matters is what you'll do with that power. Besides, you don't have to be good or evil to look nice or nasty. And considering the pattern, you'd likely not be able to control your beast spirit as soon as you get it, which could put the rest of us in danger. Especially without our spirits to defend ourselves, Tommy added worriedly. Hey, the rest of us can help you control your beast spirit. Kokuaman reassured Zoe. It will be difficult to do, but I think we can do it. I appreciate your encouragement, but I'll always be a calm, cool, collected Digimon, Zoe said with confidence. Just you watch and see. Yeah, Biaman said softly. Of course. But how are you so sure you'd be able to control yourself? Tommy questioned. I'll tell you how, Zoe smirked. Because I'm a girl, and girls know how to handle power when they need to. Isn't that a bit of a sexist mindset? Lopman frowned. A beast is a beast, doesn't matter if they're a boy or a girl. Zoe blushed a bit. I guess you have a point, Lopman, she admitted sheepishly. But what I'm saying is that having power doesn't make one scary. Maybe, but still. Takuya began before he saw 4 things in the sky trying to fly away. Hey, it's the Toucanmen. Where are they going? Tommy yelled when he and the others saw them. Biaman, Pataman, Kokuman, can't you 3 go after them? Zoe asked. Biaman, Pataman, and Kokuman looked at each other for a moment. And leave you kids alone while you're without your detectors. That'd be stupid, you'll be eaten alive, Pataman quickly said. Yeah, but we don't know where the Toucanmen are going, JP pointed out. If we don't know where they went, we can't get our detectors back. The others had to admit, JP had a point. JP's right, we at least need to know where those bird brains are headed, Koji agreed. Otherwise, we've lost our spirits and detectors for good. Then one of us should scout them, Pataman decided. I'll do it then, Biaman volunteered. Since I'm a bird Digimon too, they're less likely to notice me following them. Are you sure, Biaman? Zoe asked, worried about her Digimon friend going out there alone. I'll be fine. Besides, with how slow they're flying, I doubt the Toucanmen can fly for very long anyway, Biaman assured. Good luck and be safe, Pataman said. Biaman nodded before she flapped her wings and flew up into the sky, going after the Toucanmen. As Biaman closed in on the 4 Toucanmen, she could see they were already out of breath as they were flapping their wings as hard as they could to stay in the air. They were sweating up a storm as well. The Toucanman that was in the front of the group looked back at them. He didn't notice Biaman was following them. He was more focused on trying to stay in the air while looking cool. You weaklings, how can you be tired already? We just took off for Cherubiman's sake. We're not used to flying. Give us a break, the second Toucanman snapped back. We need to practice flying, the third Toucanman groaned out in exhaustion. Besides, don't be so quick. To burn feathers, you're breathing heavy too, the 4th Toucanman snapped. I'm just copying you guys, so you don't feel so bad, the 1st Toucanman replied. Wow, these guys really can't fly for very long. Biaman's sweat dropped. At least it's easy to keep up with them. I just have to make sure I keep my distance. The 4 Toucanmen fell for a moment before they flapped their wings harder to get back into the sky. Since you're tired, we'll land, the 1st Toucanman suggested before he looked down to see an island up ahead. Oh, thank heavens. I mean, why you guys are lucky it's close. The Toucanmen began to descend on the island. Biaman stopped following them when she saw them landing. She frowned as she looked at the area around the island. She saw the whirlpools. She knew what was under those whirlpools. No, if only we had more time. Biaman frowned, but it has to be done. Biaman shut her eyes for a moment, lamenting the situation, before she opened her eyes and flew back to the others. She felt a sinking feeling in her gut as she flew back, Why does this have to be happening? These stupid rules, the stupid mastermind, this is all so unfair. We can't do much of anything, and soon we have to leave the kids. Byaman thought in distress and anger. This isn't some game. These are people that are being messed with. Before long, Byaman landed on the beach where the others were waiting. Did you see where they went, Byaman? Takuya asked. Zoe frowned, seeing that something seemed to be bothering Byaman. Byaman nodded to Takuya before she pointed at the island not too far away. They landed on that island over there, Byaman answered. Right, then we should be able to swim there, Takuya decided. Tommy, you and JP should stay here, Will. Takuya suddenly fell into the shallow water. Takuya, Zoe asked in surprise. Looks like something got a hold of his foot, Pataman noted as he flew over the water Takuya fell into. A small white Digimon with green eyes and red hair on its head popped up. The Digimon had large black claws on its paws and purple markings around its eyes and on its head. What Digimon is this? Takuya asked in surprise. I'm Gamamon, the seal-like Digimon answered. Well, whatever you are, let go of my foot, Takuya grumbled as he pulled his foot away from the Digimon's claws. Sorry, but I had to stop you from swimming to that island, Gamamon explained. Why? Takuya asked. Before Gamamon could answer, more Gamamon began showing up as they popped out of the water. All of them were saying hi to the group. Pataman landed on the beach before pulling out his book. Gamamon, they're rookie-level Digimon, vaccine type. They're aquatic Digimon that like to live in the sea, and they have fish friends they use in their attacks. They're usually friendly and playful. Zoe's face lit up as she saw the Gamamon. Aw, how cute, she squealed, picking up the closest Gamamon and hugging the poor Digimon. Hee, at least she's directing that hug on other cute rookie-level Digimon now. Lopman chuckled. It's been a while since we ran into other rookie-level Digimon, Pataman noted. Meanwhile, back at the hideout, Calamariman was having another conversation with Mercuryman. Thou finally found these beasts, spirit, yet thou lacks control, Mercuryman noted. Yes, well, I am working on that, Calamariman huffed. Calamariman, Duskman spoke up as he walked over to them. You had Black Gatomon with you when you went to the island, didn't you? Where is Black Gatomon now? Commerman froze. Oh, shoot, I knew I was forgetting something. Duskman hissed, you forgot Black Gatomon. An intense aura shot out of Duskman when he shouted that. There were many things that went down, I didn't mean to forget. Commerman wailed as she wiggled her tentacles anxiously. Me getting my beast spirit, fighting those brats, the Toucanman fan club, it all happened so fast. I didn't mean to, I swear. Then I will go to that island and get her myself, Duskman hissed. You better hope she's okay, or you'll start losing those tentacles one by one. Despite not even having his own beast spirit, Duskman was clearly far stronger than Commerman. He could easily make good with his threat. I'm sure Black Gatomon is all right. She is a champion-level Digimon, and there aren't any big threats on that island, Commerman quickly said. I'll go back there now and pick her up, don't worry. And if I'm lucky, I can teach those brats a lesson while I'm at it. Duskman looked at Commerman. If you end up hurting her, there will be a new warrior of water to replace you. Commerman nodded. I promise I won't, she exclaimed. At least I hope I don't. Oh, all eyeballs is really scaring me right now. It would seem Duskman's grown quite the attachment to Black Gatomon, Mercuryman noted. If thou's not careful, that could becomes thou's weakness. Duskman looked at Mercuryman before he calmly responded back. It could be a weakness, but it could also be a strength. Mercuryman gave a smirk. Not a remark I expected from thou. Very clever comeback. I mean what I said, Duskman retorted as his blades gleamed dangerously. Fighting for oneself gives you strength, but fighting for another makes you grow stronger. Duskman looked back at Commerman. Don't forget Black Gatomon this time. I won't, okay? Commerman quickly said. Talk about intense. I better learn to control this beast form ASAP so I can bring back his precious kitten before he cuts me down. Back on the island, Gamamon were explaining why they stopped the kids from going out to the other island. We didn't want you guys going out there. The water may look inviting, but it's very dangerous, a Gamamon said to Takuya while the others were looking at the other Gamamon. Zoe was still hugging one. Byaman, Pataman, Labraman, Kokuaman and Lopman seemed to get along with the Gamaman, being fellow rookies and all. It was also nice to not worry about having to fight or defend against hostile Digimon for a change. What do you mean it's dangerous? Takuya asked. You see all that foam near the island you wanted to swim to? Gamaman asked. That foam is caused by a never-ending whirlpool. It's true, when I was by the island earlier, I saw whirlpools around the island, Byaman confirmed. I was about to warn you guys before the Gamaman stopped you. Wow, Takuya gulped. I guess we owe you Gamaman big time. We should know, since that island used to be our home, the first Gamaman explained, but we can't get back there now because of those whirlpools. Isn't there like a secret way to get on the island? JP asked. I wish there were, but the only other way on the island is by the air, Gamaman sighed. Sadly, we Gamaman are unable to fly. Zoe looked down, feeling sorry for the Gamaman. So you're cut off, huh? That's so sad. That's right, Gamaman sighed. You see, it happened a few weeks ago. We lived happily and peacefully on that island. Then one day, while we went out to play and get some food, there was a sudden earthquake. The whirlpools suddenly appeared. We tried to get back on the island, but the whirlpools were too strong. We haven't been able to get back home since then. If this happened a few weeks ago, then something must have triggered the earthquake. Koji mused. Earthquakes don't happen randomly. You think maybe Grumbleman might have caused it, Tommy suggested. He was the one responsible for a lot of the earthquakes that caused damage to the digital world and trapping Digimon in unexpected places, like with Whammon. Maybe, but why would Grumbleman be way out on an island doing that? He's not the warrior of water. He'd risk drowning himself, Lopman pointed out. Hey, hasn't it been at least a few weeks by now since you guys arrived in the digital world? Kokuaman asked. Oh yeah, I haven't been keeping track of the days, but it has been at least a little while, hasn't it? Labraman realized. I'd say that's about accurate, Takuya noted. It feels longer, but I'm pretty sure we have been here for a few weeks. But does that have to do anything with the whirlpools now? Zoe asked. I doubt it's related, it's probably just a coincidence, JP shrugged. Regardless, that means we're going to have a hard time catching up to the Toucanmen now, Koji grumbled. Maybe Byaman, Pataman, and Kokuaman could fly there and get the detectors back from the Toucanmen, Zoe suggested. Just the three of us, that's risky, Pataman frowned. If we get hurt, we wouldn't be able to get back to you guys for help. And I'd be in danger of falling into the ocean again, and we all know how well that went the first time, Kokuaman shivered. Everyone winced at the reminder of what happened to Kokuaman with Whammon's attack. Then what can we do? Tommy asked uncertainly. We can't just let those Toucanmen get away again. Maybe our best bet is to find a big flying Digimon who might be willing to carry us to the island, Takuya guessed. Yeah, that should work. After all, the whirlpool can't get you in the air, Gamaman agreed. Though we'll have to get lucky to find someone like that who's willing to help us before the Toucanmen fly away again. Koji frowned. It's better than nothing, right? JP asked. Zoe looked at the Gamaman, seeing them looking back at the island that was once their home. Byaman looked at them as well, then at Zoe. Zoe looked at Byaman. Byaman, already knowing what Zoe was thinking, gave her a nod. Zoe gave a smile at that. I'll see if I can help you guys out, Zoe said as she looked at the Gamaman. I'm sure there must be a reason why the whirlpool started up. Maybe I can see it from the air. You're not gonna see much from the air, Byaman said. But since we share a common goal, we should work together. The Gamaman want to get back home, and we need to get to that island. Are you sure? Gamaman asked. We don't want to be a burden, and we'll be fine out here if we swim on the edges of the whirlpool. Sometimes we can see our friends and family. Come on, Zoe spoke up, surprising the Gamaman. Are you trying to tell me you're not at least a little bit sad, watching all of your friends and family from afar, not being able to talk to them? Well, I don't buy it. There's no way you're okay with this. The Gamaman looked down. What you're saying is true, but we try to ignore that since we'd get all depressed if we don't, Gamaman sighed. Then that settles it, you're all going to come with us, Zoe spoke up. That's a nice sentiment and all, but how would we be able to help the Gamaman get back to their island? JP asked. I'm sure there must be a way, Zoe said. We can't even help ourselves, Koji grumbled. I mean, we don't even have our detectors anymore, What good are we? Koji, Labberman frowned. Zoe frowned as well. Byaman looked up at Zoe for a moment before she looked at the other guys. She honestly didn't want them going out there, for more reason than the obvious, but Zoe was determined to help the Gamamen as well as their friends. Byaman also understood where Zoe was coming from. It wouldn't be right to try to discourage her from this noble goal just because Byaman didn't want her finding her beast spirit. That's a great excuse if you want to give up, Byaman suddenly said, surprising the others. Byaman, Zoe blinked. Just remember, while you guys were spirit evolving and taking on big threats, the rest of us had been unable to go past our rookie stage. We might as well be as weak as your human forms. And yet we were able to help you get this far. No matter how badly beaten we got, no matter how outmatched or way over our heads we didn't give up on protecting you guys until you were able to finally defeat the powerful foe who had all of us down, Byaman stated. Even without your spirits, you kids are still getting stronger. You were able to fight back against Ranaman without our help. So stop talking so negatively. You're only humans right now, but you're resourceful, and you have friends who can and will help you. Koji blinked before he sighed. Yeah, you raise a good point. He conceded. I'm just so used to having the ability to spirit evolve, I guess I fell into the thought process of being human means helpless. He admitted. Boy, did I need a reminder I'm not helpless as a human. Nice speech, Byaman. Couldn't have said it better myself. Lopman smiled. Byaman blushed a little. To be honest, I got the idea from you in a way. Not that you know what I'm thinking. I agree with Byaman, Zoe said. Sure, it'll be tough, but I believe we'll be able to do what we need to if we put our minds to it. Zoe looked at the Gamamen. So come on, guys, let's get you back to your home, okay? After that speech, I don't think we can say no even if we wanted to, even though we're rookie Digimon ourselves. It's good to know we might be capable of more than we know, Gamamen admitted. I just hope this works, Zoe said softly. If it doesn't, we'll make it work, Byaman said firmly. We didn't come this far because we gave up when things got tough. Byaman and Zoe are right, we'll be able to do this if we work as a team. Takuya smiled. Even without our spirits, we have been able to accomplish a lot as humans and small Digimon, Koji admitted. Then it's decided then, we'll all work together to get to that island. Labberman smiled. Even the best football players can only do as well as they could if they work together. You know about football? JP asked. Even the digital world has sports, Labberman replied. Count me in too, Tommy spoke up. I'm still learning how to swim, but surely there's something I can do too. And besides, I have experience with being put in dangerous situations without my spirit. True, and if you can survive that, then so could we, JP agreed. All right then, we're in this together, Kokuman stated. The Gamamen all cheered. Then what do we need to do? Takuya asked. Well, we're going to need to be able to traverse across water, Zoe said. So we'll have to build a raft that's big enough for all of us, minus the Gamamen since they can swim easily. Will a raft be enough to get past the whirlpool? Tommy asked. My idea is to try to get as close to the whirlpool as possible to see what's causing it, Zoe answered. It's not natural for whirlpools to last so long, especially near an island, so there's gotta be something that's causing it. That's pretty dangerous, but if it's the best idea we have, I guess it's nothing new to us at this point, JP sighed. Then let's get to work, Byaman said. The children and Digimon were hard at work building the raft. Koji was using a cutting knife he found in the kitchen of the beach house, using it to cut down the palm trees for wood. Tommy, Lopman, Kokuman, and Labberman were carrying the cut-down palm trees to the pile. Takuya, Pataman, and the Gamamen were putting the raft together. JP was drawing a blueprint on how the raft should look. Admittedly, he had to change the design a few times, since a real sailboat would take them years to make, which is something they couldn't afford. Zoe and Byaman were finding cloth for the sail, something they wouldn't need for the raft. It's a good thing we learned how to make a sail raft from Tojman's school, Zoe noted. Yeah, too bad we couldn't keep that sailboat. It would have come in handy right now, Byaman agreed. Though we probably would have had to make it bigger to fit the rest of our group. True, Zoe conceded. I am glad Tojman's school taught us a useful skill though. If we ever see her again, we'll be sure to thank her. Yeah, perhaps Gabuman would have even grown more too, Byaman said. just like you guys. Like us, Zoe asked. You guys have definitely grown since we met. You've gotten stronger and more confident, Byaman answered. Pretty soon, you might find your beast spirit and become even stronger. You'll be able to take on the evil legendary warriors and cherubimon soon after. Zoe blinked before smiling. You think so? That would be great if it did happen. Absolutely. Byaman replied with a grin of her own, even if she was dreading that this meant they were closer to leaving the children once Tommy had his own beast spirit. You guys will be able to take care of yourselves. What do you mean by that? Zoe asked. I just mean you won't have to rely on us protecting you anymore, Byaman said. I guess that means you'll have to start protecting us from now on, huh? Zoe giggled. Oh, don't be so hard on yourselves. You've done well to help us when we need it, so you're not as helpless as you might seem. Yeah, I guess not, Byaman said. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to survive as long as we had. Zoe nodded. You know, speaking of Gabuman, I remembered how I was seen as a weirdo among my peers at school. Because I didn't agree with what the other girls were doing, I ended up being seen as a snob. My blonde hair didn't help either. Despite growing up in Japan, a lot of the other students saw me as a foreigner. I understand how you feel, Byaman said softly. When I was in, Digga school myself, I was considered an outcast, because I didn't want to be like the other girls in my class either. I wanted to be different. I wanted people to see I was an individual with my own thoughts and feelings, not just another hot face for people to ogle at. But of course, my peers didn't like that. I only had a few friends in school due to this, but at least I know they're true friends. Well, you're lucky then, Zoe sighed. I didn't have friends, I don't know if people even saw me as a friend. Maybe an acquaintance at best, but not a friend if you know what I mean. I did have a few people I hung out with, but I was never close to them, or rather, they kept me at a distance. I think it was because I was seen as a snob. I did have someone I could have considered a friend at one point. But, well, things just didn't work out between us. People can be so unfair, Byaman sighed. But, you have friends now, don't you? Byaman looked at the other children. Zoe smiled. Yeah, I do. I have friends who I can count on despite the issues that may come up. I didn't think I would find friends like them so soon, or so quickly either. And don't forget that you have them to lean on when things get tough, Byaman said. After all, I have my own friends to turn to when I need them as well. Zoe smiled with a nod. I won't. Everyone needs help every once in a while, even if it nearly took Koji falling off a mountain for him to learn that lesson. Byaman snickered. Yeah, but then again, his pride was getting the better of him, so you can't really fault him for that. I know someone who had some trouble with that too. Thankfully, he had someone who keeps him grounded. Oh really? Zoe asked. But he's a good guy. I know he would never do anything to get someone hurt on purpose, Byaman said softly. I think sometimes he feels like he has to shoulder all the responsibility himself when he really shouldn't. Well, whoever it is, they have a good friend in you, Zoe smiled. It sounds like he has a good support system from you and the others. Believe me, if it weren't for us, he'd be breaking down from all the responsibilities he feels he has to shoulder. Byaman agreed with a chuckle. Black Gatomon had been watching this whole thing from afar. She would like to join them, but this was not her role. Her role was back at the hideout with the evil legendary warriors. All she could do at the moment was wait, though it was pretty boring just waiting. Last time I take Ranaman up on her offer for a vacation trip, Black Gatomon grumbled. Before long, however, as the sun was starting to set, the kids were able to finish up their sail raft. The raft was big enough for the kids and their Digimon friends to sit on. Zoe and Byaman installed the sail for the raft so the wind could carry it. They brought a wooden barrel to the raft for Tommy to sit inside, as a sort of lifeboat for him if he should fall into the water. The kid had an idea on how to swim, thanks to Takuya's lessons, but the lesson had been cut short, so Tommy was in the most danger of drowning if he should fall in. Black Gatomon wanted to move out from her hiding spot, but again, her role was elsewhere. She sighed. It was difficult for her to remain solo like this for so long after having been a part of a team, even if for a short while. But Duskman needed her help at the moment. I hope Duskman isn't causing too much trouble while I've been gone, Black Gatomon thought to herself. A shiver raced down her spine. He can be very scary when it comes to his worry about my well-being, but who can blame him? I can be the same way with my dad. I hope my dad isn't too worried about me either. How much time has passed in our world? Those were things she and the others had been worried about when they came into this world. But there wasn't much they could do about it now. All right, let's get this raft on the water and set sail. Takuya smiled. Think you'll be okay in there? Lopman asked Tommy, who was in the barrel. Tommy didn't like being in the water, unless he was swimming in it. But he needed to do this. He wasn't just going to sit on the sidelines while everyone else tried to figure out what was going on with the whirlpools and get the Gamaman back home. I'll be fine, Tommy replied. It's kinda cool to ride in this barrel. It's like I'm a mini pirate or something. Koji was using a paddle to help move and steer the raft. JP was a little down they couldn't use most of his designs, but at least they were able to make a decent sail raft. Kokuaman was flying overhead, wanting to stay away from the ocean as much as possible. The Gamamen were swimming around them. The breezy winds began to pick. This feels great, Zoe smiled, feeling the breeze blowing against her hair. I never thought I'd get to ride on a raft I helped made on the ocean, Byaman smiled, feeling the wind against her feathers. It's nice, isn't it? Labraman smiled, having had an experience like this before. However, as they were getting closer to the island, they could see the whirlpools. The Gamamen hadn't been kidding, there really are whirlpools here. Koji frowned. They look way bigger up close. JP gulped nervously. Well, we're here now, so we should try to figure out what's causing this. It's likely something at the bottom of the ocean, Padaman remarked. But how do we do that? Koji asked. These whirlpools will suck down whoever goes to investigate. Well, we can't just sit here and speculate on what is causing these whirlpools either. Takuya pointed out grumpily. I'll try looking myself then, Zoe volunteered. I'm the only one who still has her spirit. But you're the legendary warrior of wind, not water. You could drown, JP pointed out. I'll be fine, JP. I might be able to make some kind of oxygen ball around my head to breathe or something, Zoe said. Is that possible? Tommy asked. I've never tried it, but there's a first time for every. Zoe began to say when she was interrupted by a huge tidal wave that was coming right for them. Tidal wave, everyone screamed. The tidal wave came crashing down on the group. The kids and Digimon were scattered in the water. Kokuaman frowned as he was watching from above. Gamaman, can you help my friends? Kokuaman called, being unable to touch the water himself. We'll try, the Gamaman called back as they dived underwater. The Gamaman managed to bring up the kids and the other Digimon from the water, hurriedly getting them back onto the raft. Lopman was trying to pull Tommy up to shore since he fell out of the barrel when the tidal wave crashed down on them, but thankfully, a couple of Gamamen spotted them and quickly swam down to them. The Gamamen helped Lopman bring Tommy up to the surface. Tommy coughed out some water, thankful for the air. Lopman and Gamamen swam Tommy over to the raft. There's Tommy, Takuya pointed out, relieved to see the youngest of the group was all right. Takuya reached out and helped Tommy up onto the raft. Are you okay? Tommy took a moment to breathe some more before answering. Why yeah, I'm all right. Geez, that was one tidal wave from nowhere, Koji grumbled as he wrung out his bandana. We're all soaked now. I think that's going to be the least of our worries, Koji. Labraman frowned. Lopman was still in the water with the Gamamen. Look out. Water geysers began spouting from the sea around them, and one geyser in particular lifted up a familiar figure. Ranaman was currently in her Hanam spirit form, and she grinned at the kids, looking confident. Ranaman, the kids all gaped as one. Yep, hello again, Kitty's Tilda, Ranaman giggled. If you'll have any last wishes, now would be the perfect time to make them Tilda. Zoe glared as she stood back up. This sea witch is getting on my nerves. Be careful, Zoe. She was strong last time, and now she has her beast spirit, Koji warned. She may have learned to control it by now. Don't worry, Zoe won't be fighting alone, Byaman spoke up. I'll be with her. Yeah, the rest of us will do what we can to help, Padaman agreed. Just like we always do, Labraman nodded. Zoe grinned. Yeah, let's do this, she said as she took out her detector from her pocket. Zoe held up her detector as the magenta outline of her spirit appeared visible on the screen of her detector. Fractal coating appeared on her left hand, and she slammed the detector against it as she brought the two together. Zoe then called out the familiar phrase she knew by heart. Execute, spirit evolution. Her body became data as her clothes ripped away. Coating surrounded her in a cocoon of sorts, and the power of her first spirit flowed into her. Her hair became longer, flowing past her waist and turning a purple color. Her body grew in height, increasing her strength and speed. A bikini-like outfit appeared on her body as gloves, and high boots formed on her arms and legs, with shoulder guards appearing as well as a visor that covered her eyes. Butterfly-like wings appeared on her back and she landed, letting out a cry as she unleashed a kick before she came to a stop and said her name. Caseman. Now evolved as Caseman, she was ready for round 2. Biaman flew up by her side. Kokuaman stayed in the air as well. Pataman flew up to join them. Labraman couldn't watch, but she was waiting for an opportunity to do something in the battle. Lopman had one of his ears hanging onto the raft, but he was still in the water. He was analyzing the situation. Let's start this off with a kick, Caseman shouted as she began kicking at Ranaman. Pathetic, Ranaman laughed as she created a wall of water, easily stopping Caseman's kicks. Power surge, Kokuaman shot out electricity from his head at the wall of water. This surprised Ranaman, and she was shocked by the attack. Too bad for you, water conducts electricity, Kokuaman stated. As soon as Ranaman let down her water wall, Biaman and Pataman didn't hesitate to attack. Spiral twister. Boom bubble. Ranaman hissed as the fiery little tornado and the air bubble slammed into her. They were annoying, but she was still much stronger than a couple of rookie-level Digimon. You little imps, Ranaman screeched. You are not supposed to be this strong. I am the warrior of water. This is my turf, you understand. Normally, Ranaman would not be this angry, but these rookie Digimon had been an annoyance for far too long. We've fought with Grumbleman before. We're not taking it easy on you. We know how strong you legendary warriors are, Biaman hissed. Fine then, I'll take all of you out at once. Ranaman snapped before a dark cloud appeared over their heads. Draining rain. The rain came down quickly. Kokuaman, Pataman, Biaman, and Caseman were hit. Caseman lost her energy quickly and began falling. Biaman and Pataman quickly grabbed onto Kokuaman to keep him from falling into the ocean as well. Oh no, Zoe, Tekuya called out. JP reached up and caught Kokuaman, as well as Pataman and Biaman. They were all pretty heavy, but they couldn't move after being hit by the draining rain. Caseman, unfortunately, was caught up in the whirlpool. She was no match for me, Tilda, Ranaman grinned smugly. Retriever bark. Labraman shot out a loud sound at Ranaman, distracting her for a moment. Why, you little pest, Ranaman growled. We're not out of the fight yet, Labraman growled. Ranaman was about to summon a dark cloud over the raft, hoping to drown them all at once, when a pink fish suddenly leaped up and tackled her for a second before it went back into the water. What was that? Ranaman blinked. Suddenly, hundreds of colorful fishes jumped out of the water and began tackling Ranaman all at once. Takuya and the others blinked, shocked. What's going on? Takuya asked. Look, the Gamaman, Koji pointed out. The Gamaman were currently making the fishes jump at Ranaman relentlessly, and in front of the group of Gamaman was Lopman, who was riding on one of the Gamaman. Lopman, Tommy blinked. Don't stop, keep going, don't let her get a chance to take a breath, Lopman called out. The fish kept leaping out of the water at Ranaman, while Labraman unleashed her retriever bark again and again at the warrior of water. This is just like last time when we were fighting against Grumbleman. Our Digimon were doing everything they could to keep fighting back, Tommy realized. Despite only being rookie-level Digimon, the Gamaman were doing their best to fight back. Ranaman growled as she lost her patience and began summoning more water around the Gamaman and Lopman. That's enough, Ranaman shouted. Several of the Gamaman were flung into the air, getting scattered a little. It was enough to stop their fish attacks. Lopman grabbed onto the Gamaman he had been riding on and poofed out his ears. We may be weak compared to you, but we are stubborn and relentless, Lopman stated to Ranaman. Oh, you are certainly relentless, you little pest, Ranaman hissed in anger. You've been a thorn in Lord Cherubiman's side for a while now take this, water whip. Ranaman summoned a whip of water from the ocean, and had it come at Lopman and Gamaman. Bubble deflector, Gamamon cried out as he created a watery bubble around himself and Lopman. The whip slammed into the bubble, quickly popping it and sending Gamamon and Lopman into the water. Ranaman summoned another whip of water again as Lopman came up to the surface. He gasped as the whip hit him in the head, causing him to, surprisingly, bleed a little. "Lopman," Tommy shouted in worry, "you leave him alone." "And why should I?" Ranaman grinned sinisterly. "I can eliminate one of the pests once and for all, right here, right now, and when I'm done, I'll be testing my beast spirit on all of you." Ranaman began to have her water whip come at Lopman again. Lopman looked back up at her and glared. Something about Lopman's glare made Ranaman stop. "You," Ranaman gasped, sensing a familiarity about that glare. It was one of power, one of wisdom, and one of resolve. It held a great promise of payback if something happened to any of these children. But how? It's just a little Lopman. Why would his little glare paralyze me so much? Mercuryman couldn't have been right about this tiny Digimon holding his data, could he? "Why did she stop?" Takuya asked, seeing what was going on. Byaman was trying to push herself back up. Zoe. Meanwhile, Kaisman was being pulled deeper into the ocean as the whirlpool had her in its clutches. She was severely weakened from the draining rain, and the rough ride of the whirlpool made it even harder for her. She lost her grip on her form and was forced to turn back into her human form. "No, I can't fail here. The others are counting me," Zoe thought as she was sinking further and further down. "Please, I have to keep going. I have to get back up there." Then, suddenly, the pressure and heavy feeling of being pulled underwater was lifted. There was light and bubbles that were gently flowing around Zoe. She opened her eyes, shocked, and she let out a gasp. She was able to breathe. Despite being underwater, there was air going into her lungs. "How is this possible?" Zoe wondered aloud to herself. "I can breathe despite being underwater." Glancing down, Zoe saw light below her. "It's so bright." As she descended lower and lower, Zoe caught sight of a shell that was pink in color before it opened to reveal a spirit. This spirit had blue feathery hair and wings coming from the sides of its head. It wore an outfit that was similar to Kaisman's, and it had eagle-like wings emerging from the back as well. This spirit also sat on a hexagonal base like the others. "No way," Zoe grinned. "It's my beast spirit." Zoe held out her detector towards the spirit, and it was sucked into the scanner of her detector. Her beast spirit acquired, Zoe began to ascend from the water, as if the air itself was pushing her to the surface. Ranaman had hesitated too long because Gamamon came back over to Lopman. Lopman stopped glaring as he smiled at Gamamon. "Thanks," Lopman said gratefully as he got onto Gamamon's back. "No problem, we're in this together after all," Gamamon said back. Ranaman hissed now that Lopman stopped glaring at her. "Come on now, pull yourself together, just finish these annoying brats off." However, before Ranaman could do anything, she noticed something odd. The whirlpools had suddenly stopped. "Hey, what happened to the whirlpools?" JP asked. "They're gone," Koji blinked. Then suddenly, another large water geyser shot out of the water. Only this time, Ranaman wasn't the one doing it. She was taken aback by surprise as the water dissipated, showing Zoe floating there. "It's Zoe, she's okay," JP smiled in relief. "Yeah, she did it," Byaman weakly smiled. "How is she flying like that in her human form?" Tommy asked in awe. "It's the wind," Pataman replied weakly. "It's supporting her." "The wind?" Koji asked, surprised. "Then, what does that mean?" "She found it, her beast spirit," Byaman explained. "No, how can that be?" Ranaman shouted. "Don't worry about that," Zoe said as she grinned at Ranaman. "Worry about what's about to happen to you." Zoe held out her detector as she activated her new beast spirit. The magenta outline of her beast spirit was shown on the detector's screen as Zoe held up her hand, fractal code forming a ball around it. She slammed the detector against the ball of code, scanning it. "Execute Beast Spirit Evolution," Zoe cried as the code surrounded her and the process began. Zoe cried out as the pure primal power of the beast spirit flowed into her body. She felt wings sprouting from her back and the sides of her head as her hands became clawed and she gained clawed feet as well. She landed, crying out her name. "Zephiaman." The fractal code dissipated, revealing the new beast warrior of wind. "Whoa, who is that?" Takuya asked in shock, though it wasn't an unwelcome shock. Pataman managed to recover enough to stand up, and pulling out his book, which remained nice and dry in that mysterious pocket dimension that was the belly warmer. That's Zephyamon, the legendary warrior of beasts beast form, Pataman stated. Although she seems humanoid, she is definitely categorized as a beast. She's a bird woman with strong features to birds of prey. Way to go, Zephyamon. Guess it's time for you to clean up, Lopman chuckled. That is if you have control over your beast's spirit. If not, it's time to get the heck out of here. Zephyamon did flare her wings to look intimidating to the warrior of water, but she seemed to be in control. This sea witch is going down. Everyone, except Ranaman, seemed to be relieved that Zephyamon wasn't going on a violent rampage like the others had. Oh good, we don't have to deal with tornadoes coming at us, Kokuaman said in relief. Ranaman, however, seemed to be quite angry, though not because Zoe found her beast spirit, but because of something completely different. You're pretty, your beast spirit made you pretty, Ranaman shouted in frustration. Zoe went from this little girl to this grown-looking beast woman that it just fired up Ranaman. It didn't help that Kameraman was more on the squid beast side than the beautiful woman's side. HMPH, there's no way you're prettier than me, that's not even possible. Ranaman began, trying to keep her cool, but it didn't take long for her to throw a tantrum and shout. But even if you are prettier than me, it doesn't mean anything. Do you have adoring fans all over the world who worship you? Zephyamon didn't say anything, she just kept looking at Ranaman. I didn't think so, Ranaman humphed. Who needs fans? Zephyamon countered in a gentle, calm voice. I have my friends to support me. That's enough for me. Besides, for a legendary warrior of water, you sure give off a lot of hot air. Ranaman began steaming at that comment. Oh, you're gonna pay, sugar, dark vapor. Ranaman threw out a black mist at Zephyamon. How's that? That mist will melt just about anything, so have your feathers started molting. Ranaman grinned until she noticed that Zephyamon didn't seem to be affected by the dark vapor. Huh, why is nothing happening? Zephyamon's control of wind was so precise that she was able to blow away the dark vapor subtly, keeping it from ever touching her. How precise is your control over water? Zephyamon chuckled. You sure like to spout a lot of bluster after all. What's that supposed to mean? Ranaman snapped. I think it's time you learned how to show some respect, Zephyamon responded as her hands and feet began to glow, creating red balls of energy. Plasma pause. Zephyamon flew forward and quickly. This surprised Ranaman, but she managed to have her water geyser push her up to avoid the attack directly. Zephyamon easily sliced through the geyser, causing it to shut off and making Ranaman fall into the ocean in a silly-like fashion, humiliating her. That's probably the worst thing she could do to someone as vain as Ranaman, Lopman noted as he watched the action from Gamaman's back. I guess that means we'll be in for a rough ride soon, Gamaman commented worriedly. Don't jinx us, Lopman grumbled. All right, Zoe, that was awesome, Takuya called out. And she seems to be able to control her beast spirit, Koji smiled. Yeah, Tommy agreed. Isn't she amazing, JP? JP. JP was staring at Zephyamon with his eyes wide and sparkling, and his mouth smiling while hanging open. Tommy looked at JP and sighed. Actually, it's not that surprising when you look at Zephyamon, Pataman said. She's got some human traits on her, so Zephyamon likely has less intense animalistic instincts for Zoe to worry about. And Zoe's got plenty of experience with how you guys lost control, so I'm sure she's trying hard to make sure she keeps her head. So that explains why Zoe isn't losing control like the rest of us did, Koji noted. That explains it better than I thought. It's also a relief that we don't have to worry about two legendary warriors coming after us while you guys can't do much to fight back, Laberman chuckled. Imagine if Takuya was the one to find his beast spirit here instead. Please, don't even joke about that. I don't even want to think about it, Takuya groaned. I swear, you guys like to bring up one of us losing control of our beast spirits, Koji grumbled. To be fair, you guys almost did us in when you lost control, Kokuaman stated. I'm sure you'll get to live it down someday, Tommy chuckled sheepishly. Hey, you might end up joining the club someday, Tommy, so don't start talking big, JP huffed. Guys, we're not out of the water yet, Pataman spoke up. Ranaman is still able to fight. As if on cue, Ranaman came up to the surface of the water and she growled. That's it, no more Ms. Nice Water Warrior. Fractal code surrounded Ranaman's body. Ranaman slide evolution, Kamaraman. The giant squid beast had finally made her reappearance. Wow, she's not just ugly, but she stinks too, Biaman groaned, putting a wing on her beak. Kamaraman glared at the group on the raft, having heard Biaman's words. What did you just say about me? Zephiaman saw where Kamaraman was looking and flew at her. Leave them alone, squid face. Zephiaman slashed at Kamaraman with her claws to get her attention off of the group on the raft. Ooh, you anger me so, Kamaraman hissed as she looked at Zephiaman. You won't be so pretty when I'm through with you, sweetheart. Kamaraman was huge, much bigger than Zephiaman. Though size didn't matter, it was still worrying to see how Zephiaman, the only one among the group who could fight back against someone like Kamaraman, was being towered over by the ugly she-squid. Zoe, be careful, JP called out. Don't worry, I'm sure she's got this, Biaman reassured. Acid ink, Kamaraman spat out black ink from her mouth at Zephiaman. Zephiaman flew up to avoid the acid ink attack. Flying behind Kamaraman, the other beast Digimon was about to attack, but Kamaraman spun around and let loose another acid ink, which Zephiaman avoided again. This time, the ink landed on a rock and began to eat away at it. Kamaraman snickered. That's what will happen to your friend's Tilda, she taunted before turning to the group on the raft. Enjoy, she spat out more acidic ink at the raft and its occupants. Zephiaman saw this and flew in as quickly as she could. She slashed at the acid ink, sending it away from the group, but a small bit landed on one of her wings, slowly eating away at her feathers. Seeing how Kamaraman had the advantage, since Zephiaman had to protect her friends, she began spitting out more acid ink in the direction of the raft. Zephiaman continued trying to swing the ink away. Though Kamaraman was a little confused as to why the other children hadn't tried to spirit evolve themselves, she was beginning to realize that something may have happened to their powers. That was just fine for her, it made her job a whole lot easier. Taking advantage of Zephiaman's distraction with the acid ink attacks, a tentacle crept up on Zephiaman from below and wrapped itself around her, catching her off guard. Oh, I'm just too good, Kamaraman laughed. Now I have you trapped like a rat. This isn't good. While Zoe was able to get her beast form, this is her first time using it, so she's inexperienced. Kamaraman had some time to get used to her beast form. Lopman noted as he was watching the fight. It's clear that Zephiaman won't be able to face Kamaraman by herself, especially since she also has to protect us at the same time. Lopman looked down at the Gamaman he was riding on and looked at the other Gamaman who were watching the battle as well, unsure of what to do. It's too early to give up. Kamaraman may have experience and power on her side, but Zephiaman has us. Gamaman, Lopman said, getting Gamaman's attention. Can you and the others still fight? Yeah, we can, but I don't know how much of a help we would be, Gamaman confirmed. Kamaraman is a legendary warrior after all. We don't have to win against her, Lopman stated before grinning. We just have to make sure she loses. Oh, I see what you mean. Gamaman grinned as well. All right, everyone, we're not going to let this giant squid bully us anymore. We're still Digimon after all. Yeah, that's right, the other Gamaman called out. The Gamaman began swimming toward Kamaraman, their eyes burning with determination. Hey, look at the Gamaman, Tommy pointed out. What's going on? Koji asked, surprised. We're not giving up yet, Lopman spoke up to them. There's still a chance. Marching fishes, the Gamaman shouted. Countless colorful fishes jumped out of the water and began battering at Kamaraman's massive body. That's right, we haven't lost yet, Labraman agreed as she stood at the edge of the raft. I'll do what I can to help too. Yeah, we will too, Pataman agreed. We may be weakened, but we can still fight, Kokyuman added. Biaman got up on her talons as well. We'll help Zoe in any way we can. Retriever bark. Boom bubble. Power surge. Spiral twister. All of their attacks hit Kamaraman as well. Attacks from one rookie were easy to ignore, but attacks from several of them were getting quite painful. You little imps, how dare you, Kamaraman shouted in anger. This is supposed to be my time. I have my beast spirit, and I am stronger than all of you. How come I am having so much trouble against all of you and these brats? It should be obvious why, Lopman said. You've caused trouble and problems for everyone. Even the smallest of Digimon will fight back if you corner them enough. Yeah, you tell that ugly piece of sushi off, JP cheered. What did you say? Commerman shouted angrily at JP. JP wanted to cower and hide away, but he stood his ground despite being scared out of his wits. You heard me. You're nothing but an ugly piece of sushi. That's right, you're just a big, stinky squid that spits out ugly ink that's so ugly that you melt everything, Tommy added. Koji, seeing how this was distracting Commerman, decided to join in on the name-calling. You're so ugly, not even a fish lover would want to kiss you, Koji shot back. Takuya couldn't resist joining in on it. Boy, do you smell? You stink like rotten fish on land for a few days. Shut it, you are also dead. Commerman screamed angrily, though instead of letting Zephyamon go, she squeezed her tighter. Zephyamon cried out in pain at the squeezing taking place. It's not working, guys, we're just making it worse, Koji shouted, seeing that Zephyamon was in more pain. What else can we do then? Takuya frowned. If only I still had Kumamon, I could freeze those tentacles and shatter them. Tommy regretfully frowned. Freeze the tentacles? Lopman repeated when he heard Tommy's lament. The tentacles are wet, so they may be susceptible to ice attacks. That might be our best chance. What do you plan to do? The Gamamon Lopman was riding on asked. Lopman thought for a moment before a risky idea hit him. Gamamon, I'm sorry to ask this of you, but could you get me closer to Commerman? Gamamon asked nervously. I need to get close to Zephyamon and see if I can freeze the tentacle that binds her, Lopman answered. But I can't get close to Commerman on my own. Gamamon looked uncertain, but considering the risk these humans and rookie Digimon were taking to help them, it only seemed like the right thing to do to help them. So, Gamamon nodded. Okay, I'll see what I can do. Just don't expect it to be so easy. I know, just try to get as close to Zephyamon as you can, Lopman instructed. Gamamon began swimming towards Commerman, hoping to use the chaos of the battle that was going on as cover. Commerman likely wouldn't notice one Gamamon swimming toward her, but it was still a risky plan. Even if Commerman didn't notice them, her movements would cause waves to push Gamamon back. But still, Gamamon and Lopman were determined to keep pushing through. Byaman noticed Gamamon with Lopman swimming closer to Commerman. Surely, there was still a way they could save Zephyamon. Despite being drained, Byaman stretched out her wings and flew up into the sky, heading toward Commerman. Byaman, what are you doing? The others called in concern. I'm not going to sit on the sidelines anymore, Byaman shouted. Wait, it's too dangerous, JP exclaimed. And you're still hurt from that attack on you. Byaman ignored him and continued flying. She may help distract Commerman so Lopman could do whatever crazy plan he had. Zephyamon was struggling in Commerman's hold, and she saw Byaman flying up to her. Byaman, Zephyamon rasped out, barely able to speak due to the tightness of the tentacle holding her. Don't worry, we'll save you, Byaman said before she began clawing and pecking at the tentacle. Get off of me, you little pest, Commerman shouted before she swung her tentacles at Byaman, slapping her away and into the water. Zephyamon could only watch as Byaman fell into the water. She felt so helpless, unable to do anything to help her friend. Luckily, Byaman was picked up by one of the Gamamon and was swimming her back to the raft. Now, to finish you all, Commerman began, when one of the Gamamon jumped as high as he could toward the tentacle that was holding Zephyamon. Lopman jumped from the Gamamon's back and used his ears to ride the wind to get as close to the tentacle as he could. Blazing ice. Lopman fired out an icy wind at the tentacle. He blew as hard as he could. His icy wind was nothing more than a cool breeze compared to Kumamon's attack, but it was still enough to cause frost to cover over part of the tentacle, making it go stiff. Seeing what was going on, Zephyamon realized Lopman was trying to free her. The tentacle wrapped around her was now frozen over. Taking advantage of her beast spirit strength, Zephyamon broke free of Commerman's tentacle and flew back a distance. Thanks, Lopman. What the? Commerman hadn't even noticed what Lopman had been doing. She just knew her tentacle got really cold all of a sudden. but it happened so fast that she hadn't had time to react until Kamraman broke free. "It's time to end this," Zephyamon shouted. Lopman fell back down into the water, but another Gamaman managed to help him back up. Zephyamon moved her arms in a circular motion. Hurricane Gale. Zephyamon created a tornado with pink wind blades that engulfed and slashed at Kamraman's body. Kamraman fell back into the water as the hurricane gale knocked her over, screaming as she fell. "That's for picking on my friends," Zephyamon said calmly as she hovered down. Everyone else was cheering at Zephyamon, turning the fight around. Kamraman was hurt but still far from out. She turned around, snapping, "You're gonna pay for this." The boys, however, screamed in horror when they saw Kamraman's face. It would appear some of her ink started running out of her eyes, almost like ruined eyeliner. Everyone else recoiled at seeing the ink running down from Kamraman's eyes. "That's the scariest thing I've seen yet," Tommy yelped in fright. "Be quiet, you brats are in for a heaping helping of pain," Kamraman shouted as she wiggled her tentacles. "Kamraman," a different feminine voice called, catching Kamraman's attention. "Huh, who was that?" JP asked. A small, makeshift raft began floating near them, and a small, black cat-like creature was using a thick looking stick to paddle. Kamraman's eyes went wide as she saw Black Gatomon. The very being she had to pick up, or Duskman, would be sure to make her death painful. "That's enough, Kamraman," Black Gatomon stated. "If you keep going like this, these guys will take your data and you will be returned to Primary Village. Is that what you want?" Kamraman grimaced. "And no, but these brats have been causing me so much trouble," yet her protest sounded lame to Kamraman herself. "Who's this cat?" JP asked. "I don't know, but it looks like she and Kamraman know each other," Koji said in a suspicious tone. The other Digimon watched in silence as Black Gatomon spoke to Kamraman. "You're already showing signs of weakness," Black Gatomon coolly pointed out. "I can already tell that if you're hit by one more attack by the beast spirit of wind, you'll end up just like Grumbleman. It would be in our best interest to retreat before that happens." Kamraman hated to admit it, but Black Gatomon raised a good point. It was getting harder to use her strength to fight back, and she was slowly weakening. "Fine," she grumbled before looking back at the group of interlopers before her. "You brats and your little Digimon pals got lucky this time, but next time you won't be so lucky again." Looking back at Black Gatomon, Kamraman held out a tentacle. "Come on, let's get out of here before all eyeballs decides to make me into fish food." "That bad, huh?" Black Gatomon chuckled as she took the tentacle. "Who are you?" Tommy asked Black Gatomon. "Nobody important, but you can call me Black Gatomon," Black Gatomon answered with a grin. "I look forward to seeing you all again." With Black Gatomon with her, Kamraman swam away from the kids, though she swam quickly, taking off like a rocket before any of them could do anything. "Looks like the fight's over," Zephyamon noted. "Let's get everyone on the island and take a break." All the Gamaman were cheering happily as they were able to finally reunite with their friends and family. Zephyamon reverted back to Zoe, needing a rest from all of that fighting. "Looks like we were able to do it," Byaman said as she stood next to Zoe, seeing the happy Gamaman reuniting with each other. "You've grown quite strong, Zoe. You were able to stand up to Ranaman when no one else could, and even found your beast spirit." "Thanks," Zoe said with a smile and a slight blush on her face, "but I couldn't have done it without you guys helping when I really needed it," she admitted. "I was sure Kamraman would snap me in half when she had me in that slimy tentacle of hers." She probably would have if Lopman hadn't come up with the idea of having one of the Gamaman jump him towards her tentacle, Byaman noted. "I only came up with the idea because of the comment Tommy made about freezing her tentacle," Lopman admitted sheepishly. "Well, it worked," Tommy flushed, "but I didn't think you'd try to freeze it yourself. I got scared that you would get really hurt from doing that." "I know it was risky, but something you have to take risks to save those you love," Lopman pointed out. Tommy blinked before he smiled. "I didn't think you cared that much about us," he snickered. "I guess we're just that lovable, huh?" "Oh, you definitely are," Kokuaman laughed. "Especially this big goofball here," he added, gesturing to JP. "What does that mean?" JP retorted, pouting. He blushed as he trailed off. "Am I really that lovable?" "Of course you are, you dork," Kokuaman replied. At least we were all able to make it here in one piece, Koji sighed. Heth, your happy things turned out as well as they did, admit it, Labraman chuckled, making Koji blush. Hey Zoe, Takuya spoke up. How were you able to control your beast spirit? Just luck, I guess, Zoe answered, not really sure herself. I didn't feel like I was going to lose control at any moment. Like I said earlier, it's most likely due to the fact your beast spirit has some human traits, Pataman explained. So its animalistic instincts aren't as powerful. Oh, that would explain it then, Zoe noted. I guess it actually really was luck then. Well, whatever the reason, I'm just glad things worked out in our favor. We didn't have to deal with an out-of-control beast spirit when most of us can't even spirit evolve, Koji remarked. So I guess we can take some relief in that. Yeah, but we need to find those toucanmen now, Takuya grumbled. Those bird brains still have our detectors. Maybe we can ask the Gamaman about them, Lopman suggested. Hey Gamaman. The Gamaman looked over at who called them. They walked over to the children, smiling. Oh, thank you guys so much. Because of you, we were able to reunite with our friends and family. The Gamaman smiled. Of course, though you should thank Zoe, she did most of the hard work, Takuya said. Give yourselves some credit. The Digimon also worked hard to help me against Kamaraman, Zoe chuckled. Of course, we all worked together to chase off that mean legendary warrior and get our island back. Gamaman grinned. Hopefully this means you'll be able to take care of yourselves if something like this happens again, Byaman said. But for now, has any of you seen 4 toucanmen around here lately? Lopman asked. Oh yeah, we did. One of the Gamamans spoke up, likely one that had been on this island. They were talking about going to the Autumn Leaf Fair to sell these gizmos they got. Where's that at? Koji frowned. Pataman took out his book from his belly warmer and opened it, turning its pages until he found what he was looking for. The Autumn Leaf Fair is a trader's market on the continent north from here. Aw man, if those toucanmen sell our detectors, we'll never get them back, JP groaned. We need to catch up to them like ASAP. We'll need to get back out onto the ocean to travel to the Autumn Leaf Fair though, Koji pointed out, and we had a hard time just getting here. Don't worry, we'll help you get as close to the continent as we can, Gamaman said. It's the least we could do after everything you've done for us. We'll make sure to provide you with provisions and any materials you need to make a better raft. Thanks, Gamaman, we really appreciate your help, Zoe smiled. As the humans and Gamaman started getting to work, the Digimon sat down next to each other, under the excuse that they were recovering from their bout with Ranaman. But in reality, they needed to talk while everyone else was distracted with preparing for their trip to the Autumn Leaf Fair. And then there was one, Lopman noted. Ironically, the youngest of the group is the last one, huh? Kokuaman sighed. It won't be much longer now, Byaman frowned. What are we going to do once Tommy gets his beast spirit? Labraman worriedly asked. Can we really make it out here on our own? Those saboteurs hadn't bothered us in a while, but I get the feeling once we leave the kids, we'll become open season. As unfortunate as it was, Labraman spoke the truth. Those saboteurs hadn't bothered them since the incident with the toy island due to the fact they couldn't allow the legendary warriors to see them. Being near the children kept them safe, but soon that protection will be gone. Hey, we can't just give up because things will get harder soon, Pataman spoke up. While it's true we won't have the kids to protect us anymore once we leave, we can still survive on our own. The evil legendary warriors and cherubimon won't be after us. The only ones we have to worry about are those saboteurs. That's true, Byaman noted. We just have to find a way to outsmart them. They may be a threat, but we have been in worse spots before. Those saboteurs don't seem that smart anyway. We still can't underestimate those guys though, Kokuaman pointed out. They're pretty strong themselves. We'll find a way to deal with them when we have to, Lopman said. Besides, they're not who I'm worried about the most. Lopman looked at the children. You're worried how they'll take it when we have to leave, Pataman asked. Yeah, they got attached to us, to the point they were willing to risk their own spirits just to save us, Lopman pointed out. I'm worried that us leaving will break them, and it could end badly for them and for us. If they were to die too early, the loop will start all over again, and all of this would have been for nothing. Yeah, we do have to consider that, Labraman grumbled. It's like it's a no-win situation for us. The moment the last of them gets his beast spirit, we leave and we can't help them. The kids will be on their own, and we have to watch them struggle. It's like the mastermind is being a bully to us. What a foreign concept, huh, Laberman? Kokuman smugly stated. Oh, be quiet, Laberman huffed. But Laberman's got a point. Allowing us to stay with the kids before forcing us to separate from them is what someone who wants to psychologically torment us would do, Lopman sighed. We watched them grow, we helped them, we interacted with them, we ate with them, we got to know them as the days went on. Of course it's going to be painful when we're no longer allowed to be around them. We would be like the Gamamen who were separated and cut off from their family and friends on this island. Only, there won't be a miracle to stop the whirlpool that keeps us separated. Does it really have to be this way? Pataman asked. If we don't, we'll be kicked out, and we won't be able to help them anymore, Biaman glumly stated. But could we keep Tommy away from his beast spirit? Laberman asked. We've been good little dogs since Tapperman set that nightmare trap for us, so now, almost all of them have their beast spirits. But surely there's a loophole somewhere we can exploit. I mean, it's not our fault if Tommy decided not to enter a certain shop with a certain Digimon. But then they'll never find their detectors, which is what they'll need to survive this, Kokuman pointed out. What if we just showed Tommy the detectors, but keep him from playing that game? Pataman suggested. Would it really work, with the beast spirit that close to Tommy? Would Tommy really not notice anything at all while he's there? Lopman questioned. It's a long shot, and it might work, but one of the main groups not getting their beast spirit when they're supposed to, wouldn't we be caught pretty quickly? We probably would be caught, Pataman admitted. We tried to change things before, and look what happened as a result. We got that warning from Tapperman. If we try to screw things up again, we will be kicked out. So, there really isn't anything we can do to stop this. Separation, Laberman whined. I wish there was, Biaman frowned as well. Guys, chin up. We can't let this get us down, Kokuman said. Sure, our time with our friends may be coming to a close soon, but we haven't reached that point yet. We should do what we can to make sure they're ready to stand on their own when the time comes. Kokuman is right, Lopman agreed. Moping isn't going to help us. If our separation is inevitable, then we should prepare for it rather than dreading it. Once we leave, we'll be free to seek out any possible way to free them from this programming instead of sticking to the rails the mastermind left for them. Pataman grinned. Yeah, we can stick it to the mastermind, so let's not look at leaving as a bad thing. Let's use it as a good chance to turn the tables on the mastermind and the fate laid out for the children. You seem pretty eager to stop the mastermind, Biaman noted with a grin of her own, and I'm in complete agreement with you. Don't leave me out of this either, Laberman grinned, showing her sharp teeth easily. I want some payback at the mastermind for being such a bully. Heck, that's just like you, Lopman, turning a bad situation into something good, Kokuman chuckled. Not necessarily, Almi. You were the one to bring up that we should look at it differently, Lopman pointed out. And we shouldn't let the kids see how sad we are about this. They're already getting worried about how we've been acting lately, Pataman added. This won't be goodbye. This will be a see you later as they graduate from needing us. Yeah, and we'll definitely be seeing them again, but in our world instead of here. Biaman grinned. Now that we've addressed this, there's another thing we should address, Lopman said. Chapter 23. I was hoping to not address it for a while, Pataman sighed. You know we can't keep holding this off forever, bro, Lopman pointed out. Are you talking about how the two of you hold Seraphiman and Cherubiman's data within you? Laberman asked. Oh yeah, what's up with that? We just learned this ourselves, and we hadn't really thought about it since, mostly because our lives were in constant danger since the incident at Seraphiman's castle, Lopman grumbled. So, what does this all mean? Biaman asked. Because Digi eggs aren't supposed to disappear into thin air like that. How do you think I felt when it disappeared while I was holding it? Pataman grumbled. Seraphiman said there can't be two of us before he disappeared. Lopman sighed. I didn't want to tell you this since Pataman himself wanted to tell you when he felt it was right. But considering the situation, I don't think we have that luxury now. Lopman made to say a name, but this caused little snowflakes to come out of his mouth. Padaman looked at Lopman, realizing he was addressing him as who he really was, not as Padaman. What is it? Padaman revealed something to me and Lopman during Walker's invasion. He told us that he is Seraphiman. It's not that you simply hold Seraphiman's data, you are Seraphiman, or well, you're in his body anyways, Lopman explained. Padaman stared at Lopman for a long moment and looked down. I don't know how to feel about that. I started suspecting it might be the case when we were talking to Seraphiman, but I just can't wrap my head around that. I mean, look at how majestic and powerful Seraphiman was, even when he wasn't at his best. It just didn't feel like someone like that would be my partner, you know. Well, it's not like it's a bad thing, Kokuaman pointed out. I mean, Seraphiman wouldn't have chosen you as his partner if he didn't think you could handle it. But can I? Padaman retorted. I barely have a good reputation as, you know, and I am not really seen as, well, a good person by most people I know. But it also makes sense, Byaman realized. If this world's Seraphiman's data can't exist here, then it would go to Padaman, who is Seraphiman. And besides, while others may see you as a menace, that doesn't mean that's who you are, Lopman added. You do things for the right reasons, despite what others may think. And you forgave me despite what I've done to you, your brother and friends since middle school, Labraman added. Who would be a better partner to someone like Seraphiman than you? Padaman was blushing now. Guys, please, I just don't know how to feel about this. It's so embarrassing you keep saying all these positive things about me and how it fits that Seraphiman is my partner. And besides, that also leaves the question about Lopman, Byaman pointed out, looking at Lopman. If Padaman is Seraphiman, then does that mean you're Cherubiman? Lopman frowned. I don't know. Lopman never seemed to really believe he was Cherubiman before, nor did he show any knowledge that he was. He just seemed like any other Digimon, not really remembering his past life, and was just happy to be with me. True, Byaman conceded. But if that's the case, then why did Ranaman freeze up when you, or rather Lopman, glared at her? I have no idea, and telling me this isn't going to change what I just said, Lopman sighed. I think the best way you're going to find out is to talk to your partners, Kokuaman pointed out. It's starting to get late anyway, and we did tell the others we were resting after our battle with Kamuraman. This would be the perfect time to do so. So we should just try to sleep, right here and right now, Padaman asked. May as well, Kokuaman replied with a sigh. We're tired from that fight, and we need some rest. Besides, we're not going to reach the continent north of here by crossing the ocean at night. It's too dangerous, Byaman added, so we still have time. Okay, Lopman said. Some sleep would do us some good. We've been going since the attack at Seraphiman's castle, and it would be nice to talk to Lopman again. Yeah, I agree, Padaman nodded. Heth, you've certainly become more mature since we got here, Padaman. I wonder if it's because of your partner, Kokuaman chuckled. What's that supposed to mean? Padaman grumbled. Aren't I always mature? Let's see, you argued with Padaman, you like to pull pranks, you play doomed up until at least midnight. Need I go on? Kokuaman snickered. Oh, shut up, Padaman huffed. But that doesn't mean you aren't mature when you need to be. Byaman smiled. Padaman blushed a little. Lopman laid down in the sand, listening to the waves of the ocean. Then, wake us if something happens. Padaman laid on his stomach next to Lopman. They had been sleeping next to their human partners lately, so it had been rare for them to sleep next to each other like this. Ent Lopman, Padaman said as he yawned before conking out next to the other Digimon. One of Lopman's ears wrapped around Padaman as they fell asleep. Byaman couldn't help but smile at the sight of the two small Digimon sleeping next to each other. Where's a camera when you need one? I'm thinking about making some kind of small camera for Kokuaman in the future. For things like this, Tilda, Kokuaman grinned. I just hope things turn out all right, Labraman said softly. A young boy by the age of 14 opened his sky-blue eyes. He found himself floating in what appeared to be a void. He was within an orange ball of light that had a strong fractal code ring around it. He knew of this place. This was the inside of his and Padaman's minds, their hearts, and perhaps even a Digicore. Danny's soul had been here since the transfer, and Padaman had been keeping him safe. Padaman. I know why you're here, Danny, Padaman's voice answered back. Then, is it true, Danny asked, Are you really, Seraphimon? Patamon's voice sighed before speaking again. Yes, it is, he admitted at last. This was not the way I was hoping you would find out. Truth be told, I wanted to tell you myself, but well, circumstances took a different turn. Why haven't you told me before? Danny questioned. I felt it wasn't necessary for you to know. And I didn't want you to feel like you were obligated to do things in the digital world because you're partnered up with a celestial Digimon, Patamon explained. But you are a celestial Digimon, Danny frowned. That holds a lot of responsibilities for the digital world for both of us, doesn't it? Perhaps, but the digital world must also learn to stand on its own. It existed long before I did, and before Lucemon. It will be able to exist without us, Patamon stated. And our job is to protect our worlds, not just one. Danny hesitated. But why me? I thought celestial Digimon couldn't really partner up with humans. That's not true. We're Digimon, like any other Digimon, Patamon replied. Though it is true that we're less likely to have partners, I wouldn't say I chose you exactly to be my partner. Remember, we didn't start off as close friends, but a bond had formed when circumstances led to us meeting and working together. A partnership links and forms naturally. It's not something that one could just choose for it to happen. Danny chuckled. No choice, huh? I'd say you had a choice to refuse, and yet you took the choice to help me and accept me as your partner. I suppose so. I chose to believe in you when I had evidence that points to you ruining 3 worlds. Because I know you wouldn't be the type to do that by your own free will, Patamon answered. Your brother also helped me see that, when we went to save you and Takuya from Freak Show and his hold on your mind. You and I aren't that different. We both want to help and save our own kind, our world, from the enemy of another world. We want justice, and we have the power to do so, and the responsibility to use such powers. Perhaps that is why we became partners, through such kinship and understanding. Danny groaned. What is it with people saying things that are cheesy but true? I swear, that's something my brother would have told both of us. Perhaps I've been influenced by both of you then, Patamon chuckled. We're here now in order to not just save our world, but to save the people you love from their fate. It was all of us that made it possible, but it was you and your brother who made it happen in the first place. Oh, and in case you were curious about the Seraphimon egg that was made in this world, its data was stored, or perhaps, returned to my data. Because of this world's nature, that Seraphimon was actually a data sample taken from me and being used as the Seraphimon in this dream world. Wait, the Seraphimon we spoke to came from you? Danny blinked, surprised. In a sense, it was like a reflection, or a clone of me, a clone that was returned to where it came from when you absorbed the egg, Patamon explained. Danny flinched, looking decidedly uncomfortable. That's kinda disturbing to think about, absorbing a copy of you into me. I don't want to think about the implications of how that could be taken. Then don't, you silly boy, Patamon replied. We didn't kill him if that's what you're worried about, he just simply returned to me. He's just me now. It'd be like if you split yourself up and you finally returned to being one being. I suppose it's difficult to explain since you never had such a thing happen to you before. But this is a good thing, because having Seraphimon return to me means we've unlocked something that the mastermind didn't intend. It gave us Seraphimon of this world's power, so we can use it to help break Takuya and the others out of this dream world. Though we do still need the power of Cherubimon and Ophanimon to do it safely. Danny blinked before he grinned. At least that's one good thing. He quipped before he looked down, his face somber. But getting Ophanimon's and Cherubimon's power won't be so easy. We can't assume it will be the same as Seraphimon. We don't know where Ophanimon is, and Cherubimon is strong. Well, we do know where Ophanimon is, it's just getting to her would be difficult, Patamon replied with a sigh. We've seen where she was when we were watching where the path was taking them. She's deep in Cherubimon's castle, and unless something changes, that's where she'll be until her death in this world. I have no doubt Ophanimon would be willing to lend us her power when she knows of the situation, like Seraphimon did. Cherubimon, on the other hand. That will be an issue in and of itself, and even if we could get his cooperation, he's supposed to be the big obstacle that the legendary warriors face. If something happens to him, the mastermind will catch us for sure. Yeah, we will need to be careful about how we go about getting Cherubimon's power. Danny agreed. We need to make sure we get it, but in a way that the mastermind doesn't know about or catch wind of. That'll be difficult, but you all made it this far. I have no doubt you'll find a way, Pataman said. Yes, though, is Lopman really? Cherubiman? Danny asked. I just can't imagine Lopman being anything like Cherubiman. Sometimes circumstances can bring the worst in all of us out, Pataman replied. I can say that Lopman was never truly as bad as this Cherubiman was. He seems to be a far more exaggerated evil here. But it's not impossible. If an angelic Digimon gets corrupted by darkness, they will fall hard and become devils themselves. And Lopman, as Cherubiman in a past life, truly resented humans when they invaded his kingdom and killed many Digimon. Danny grimaced. I can't say I blame him then, but at least he may have been more reasonable in his past life in our world. Yes, I agree. He acted rashly, but he had good reason to. This Cherubiman seemed to have become too power-hungry for his own good and became corrupted by it, Pataman sighed. Though, I can say with confidence, as long as Lopman has someone like your brother with him, he won't fall to darkness so easily, unless your brother were to give in to his own inner demons. Another boy, by the age of 14, opened his emerald green eyes. He found himself floating in a void, with a chocolate brown orb around him, and a strong ring of fractal code keeping him safe. Lopman, the boy called out. Hello, Andy, Lopman's voice replied. It's been a while since we last talked. It's only been a day, Andy stated. I know, but it feels like it's been a while, okay, Lopman's voice grumbled. I mean, it definitely felt like a lifetime considering everything that happened with Seraphimin and all. Yeah, I guess it had, Andy agreed. A lot happened, but, Lopman, are you really Cherubiman? Lopman hesitated before answering. I don't know, Andy. What do you mean you don't know? Andy asked. Or, do you not want to tell me? I really don't know. I don't remember any of my past lives if I really am a celestial Digimon, Lopman replied. And, I don't want to think I am Cherubiman. Are you worried about being evil? Andy questioned. Well, I mean, yeah. Being an evil tyrant like that big jerk face trying to kill us is definitely a big turn-off for me, Lopman huffed. But even if I'm not like this Cherubiman, I don't want to be like the Cherubiman we heard about either, the one who hated humans enough to send legendary warriors after them. Andy nodded. I can understand that. I also can't imagine you hating humans, because that'd mean you'd hate me too. Lopman pouted. Exactly, I don't want to hate you. You're my partner and friend. I don't want to be that evil meanie. All right, calm down, Lopman, Andy chuckled. Listen, while I agree that the Cherubiman in this world is evil, I don't think the Cherubiman in our world was. It's true that he didn't like humans, but I think he had a good reason. I mean, humans not only showed up to his kingdom uninvited, they also killed the Digimon in his care. Not only that, they killed Cherubiman himself and turned his castle into their stronghold. I can't say that I blame that version of Cherubiman for becoming angry at humans for that. Lopman huffed. That's true. It makes sense, and to be honest, even I feel kinda sorry for him. It's hard to blame him for his views on humans after something like that. But still. You're worried if you are Cherubiman and remember your past life, you'd start to hate me and the others, right? Andy finished, knowing what Lopman was thinking. I don't want to hate you or our friends, Lopman said softly. Well, I don't know for sure if you're Cherubiman either. Frankly, I have trouble wrapping my mind around the fact that Cherubiman of all Digimon became my partner. But, well, let's say you are Cherubiman. Do you think it would be a good idea to keep denying it? Andy asked. To keep purposefully turning away from what and who you are, and keeping your memories suppressed out of fear. Then that means Cherubiman can't come back, even when we need him. Lopman grumbled. Who says we'll need Cherubiman's power? For all we know, that may not happen. And maybe you aren't even Cherubiman in the first place. You could just be someone who gained some of his data at one point, Andy proposed. But I think it would be a good idea, for the sake of the others and for us, to keep an open mind about it. Lopman, even if you are Cherubiman and regain your memories, do you really think you'd hate me? I doubt you'd forget the bond we shared just because you remembered the past. If anything, it may help you. Or Cherubiman, see, not all humans are bad. Lopman was silent before speaking again. I could never hate you, Andy, and I wouldn't forget that bond so easily, but I still don't know if I would be hesitant to attack you or not. It's just, I'm scared. It's okay to be scared, Andy said softly, reaching out and rubbing against the chocolate-brown orb he was in. I'm scared too. I'm scared of a lot of things. You saw a lot of my biggest fears with the soul shredder incident, but you still stuck by me. But we can't ever grow as people if we keep turning our eyes away from the truth. Maybe that's why you haven't been able to remember. Because of my own fears and doubts. After all, we are linked. Lopman's voice chuckled. Yeah, we are linked, and that makes sense now that I think about it, I guess. To really remember my past, we both need to face up to our fears and doubts. And we know we're going to need Cherubimon's powers to break our friends out of this place safely, Andy added. That means we'll have to face with this evil Cherubimon and facing your dark reflection. Heh, like you did, Lopman chuckled. In a sense, just that this one will probably last a lot longer, Andy replied. Either way, we'll have to do something about Cherubimon once we leave the kids. Lopman gave a hum of agreement. We will. I guess I'd rather face my darker side sooner rather than later anyways. Better to get it out of the way instead of putting it off. Hess, glad to have you ready for it when the time comes, buddy, Andy chuckled. Maybe it is for the better that we discovered this when we did. It would be bad if we discovered it at an inopportune time. It would hinder our ability to battle because we get distracted. Heh, as pragmatic as ever, huh? Lopman chuckled back. Between the two of us, one of us has to be, Andy replied. For now, let's focus on preparing what we need to do to survive this digital world. Then we'll worry about getting your memories back. Lopman gave a smug hum. Yeah, let's kick this mastermind's butt and get our friends back. Couldn't agree with you more, Andy chuckled. Meanwhile, at the hideout of the evil legendary warriors, Ranneman held up Black Gatomon in front of Duskman. There, I brought back your precious little kitty. Are you happy now? Black Gatomon growled. Do you really have to treat me like this? She huffed, feeling very embarrassed at being held like a kitten in front of Duskman. Oh hush, Ranneman grumbled. Are you okay, Black Gatomon? Duskman asked. I'm fine. I actually spent some time relaxing on the beach while Ranneman was doing her own thing. They got some pretty good food at the beach house. There was nobody there, so I ransacked the place, Black Gatomon shrugged. Did you know that the Toucanman managed to steal the other kids' detectors? What's this about the detectors? Arborman asked as he walked over to the group. Wait, those bird brains actually did something smart, Ranneman questioned in shock as she put Black Gatomon down. You didn't know? Black Gatomon asked. Well, I was wondering why only one of the kids turned into their Digimon forms, Ranneman admitted. Though I didn't know it was because they were careless enough to let there. What was it again? Detectors, it's what they call the devices they use to spirit evolve, Black Gatomon explained. Yeah, to let those get taken by the Toucanman, Ranneman remarked. Maybe I should pay a visit to those boys and give them a reward. Don't bother, they quit your fan club when they saw your beast form, Black Gatomon informed. And, last time I checked, they were off to the Autumn Leaf Fair to sell the detectors. What, they quit? Ranneman screamed. Why the nerve of those bird brains, no reward for them, she huffed. Duskman rolled his eyes, his main ones on his face. Only you would be focused on your fan club. Ranneman just rolled her own eyes. Whatever, eyeballs, selling those detector things may not be a bad idea, and if we get there, maybe we could scoop those things up and claim the spirits those brats have. Considering you just got clobbered by one of those brats, I'd say it's time I took a chance, Arborman stated. They haven't bested me yet, though I am surprised they made it out of the underwater cavern after I pretty much trapped them in there as the fractal code for the roof collapsed. They had a whammon helping them. I guess you forgot to take that giant fish into account, Black Gatomon chuckled. I suppose I did. Grumbleman was making quite the spectacle, Arborman remarked. You honestly think you could do a better job than moi? Ranneman frowned. Yeah, I've been here most of the time, and I haven't fought those kitties that often, so my own skills are pretty much a mystery to them. Arborman chuckled. Why not make myself useful? I also need to burn off the energy from all the burgers I eat anyway. Ranneman huffed. You and your burgers. I swear, you eat so many of the darn things, I'm surprised you aren't a burgerman. If I was a burgerman, Arborman began before pausing. That may not be a bad life to have. But anyways, I'll head to the Autumn Leaf Fair. I want to see these magical devices for myself and see how they hold the spirits. Arborman wouldn't mind a life of making burgers. Black Gatomon wondered. He'd be a perfect example of not letting a failing CAT grade put you down then. Speaking of the CAT, that might be coming up soon. Well, I guess I'll worry about that after this whole thing is over. Fine, whatever, Ranneman huffed. I'm going to take a proper vacation now. Those rugrats really put a lot of stress on me. Black Gatomon looked at Duskman. I brought some food from the beach house. Want to try some? They taste better than dry jerky. Hope you like ramen. There were a lot of those. I guess we'll need to boil some water, though. Duskman gave a smile that was visible in his eyes. If it was as good as that restaurant you took me to, I'm willing to. Ranneman scoffed, and there's all eyeballs fawning over his kitty again. Oh, Ranneman, maybe you could help us boil some water, since you're the warrior of water. Black Gatomon grinned. I'm not using my powers for something as low as cooking when I have servants to do that for me, Ranneman huffed. Fine, then we'll just use your pool, Black Gatomon replied, since it's the only water source around here. Oh no, you are not, Ranneman retorted angrily. That is my space, not for cooking. Then how else will we get our ramen made? Black Gatomon said with a bit of a glint in her eyes. Ranneman stared at Black Gatomon. You're even more devious than I am. It was dawn of the next day. Takuya was the first one to wake up. He felt a cool breeze brush against his face and the sound of waves. He yawned as he looked at the raft they had finished rebuilding to get to their next destination. They were all finally able to get a well-deserved rest last night, and they enjoyed eating fruits and fish with the Gamaman for dinner, but now it was time to head on out if they wanted to catch up to the Taukaman. Takuya woke up the others. They were all groggy but ready to move on. Takuya, Patamon, Koji, Labraman, Zoe, Biaman, JP, Kokuaman, Tommy, and Lopman all got onto their new raft. The Gamaman gave them a basket of fruits for them to eat along the way. After thanking the Gamaman and saying their goodbyes, they released the sail on their raft and set sail to the north. Tommy sat in a barrel as his only form of a lifeboat, since he still wasn't a good swimmer. The Digimon stayed closer to their human friends. They decided to take this time to chat with each other, wanting to get as much time as they could with the human children before they reached their destination. Because before they knew it, they were reaching the continent they were looking for. The currents began to get faster, pushing the raft further. Due to the fact they were in the northern part of the digital world, the temperature began to drop. They started to see ice around them instead of rocks and islands. The group began to get cold since none of them were dressed for the cold. BRR, it's getting really cold, Zoe shivered. It was pretty warm back home, so none of us thought to wear anything warm before we ended up in the digital world. Koji frowned. If you're cold, we can try to warm you up with our feathers and fur, Biaman suggested. What about me? Kokuaman asked. I'm made of metal. You, don't lay on JP? Labraman answered in an unsure tone. I mean he's got some fat on him so he can last. Hey, that's not nice, JP pouted. I'm not fat, I'm just big-boned. Whatever you have to tell yourself, Kokuaman groaned. The Digimon, except Kokuaman, hugged their partners to try to keep them warm. Tommy was cuddling with Lopman inside the barrel. Lopman wrapped his ears around the boy, helping him keep warm. Despite Tommy being the warrior of ice, as a human, he was still not good with the cold. How much further until we reach land? Patamon asked as he was on Takuya's back. Not much further, at least I hope so anyway, Takuya admitted. I have no idea how far the continent is. I hope we get there soon. I don't want to be freezing out here for much longer, Zoe grumbled. I don't think you'll have to wait much longer, Biaman, having the keenest eyes of the group, pointed out. The water they were sailing on soon turned to ice and snow. The winds continued to carry them further and further. Why aren't we stopping? Koji yelled out. Because the winds are heavy here, Zoe called out. The sail keeps pulling us. At this rate, the raft is going to start breaking apart, Lopman shouted. Someone pull the sail down, JP yelled. Wait, not yet, Kokuaman spoke up. It's getting us through this quickly. Are you sure this is a good idea? Labraman frowned. Patamon, Takuya called. How much further until we get to this autumn leaf fair thing? Patamon quickly took out his book. It should be just up ahead. I see something up ahead, but it looks like a giant hole, Zoe screamed. Aw, come on, Takuya wailed. This is not our day. Hang on to something so we don't fall off the raft, Koji called. Everyone braced themselves as the raft flew off of the edge of the hole and began falling. The Digimon were trying their best to weigh their human partners down as the raft hit the snowy ground and slid down. The sail had been ripped off of the raft. But despite this, the vertical angle of the snow was still making them slide down faster and faster. The ride was also very bumpy. What is that? Tommy shouted as they saw a figure they were coming up on quickly. Is that a snowman? Byaman frowned. It's a pretty big snowman, and we're heading right for it, Lopman warned. Everyone, brace yourselves. Pataman exclaimed before the raft hit the large snowman, sending the raft to pieces and the group scattered all over the ground, just beyond the snow. That's what I was expecting. Takuya groaned as he lay on the ground. Who knew that snowman would break our speedy descent like that? Not to mention our raft, Pataman grumbled. Koji sat up with a grunt, only to put a hand on the grass below him. Hey, wait, this ground feels warm here, he noted with some confusion. There's grass here, weren't we just on snow? Zoe questioned, just as confused. Hey, look at this, Laberman said, being the first of the group to recover from the crash. She gave a smile. There's a giant heater in this place. I guess that explains the warmth, JP noted before he grinned, and it looks like we have arrived at the fair. Sure enough, there was a large area that looked like it was a fairground, with lots of stalls, shops, and even places to eat. Well, we've arrived, but now what? Koji asked. Yeah, even if those toucanmen are here, it will be like finding a needle in a haystack, Zoe noted. Takuya gave it some thought before making his suggestion. Maybe we should split up and look for them. We'll cover more ground that way. Pataman, what do you think? I think that's a good idea, but we should all have at least a buddy in case we get attacked, Pataman suggested. You never know who could be working for Cherubiman after all. Then we'll each have our own Digimon buddy, since at least you guys can still fight, JP suggested. So we'll just go with our usual, Kokyuman chuckled. Hey, whatever works, Lopman grinned. It shouldn't be too hard to find the toucanmen or the detectors if we split up. This place is big though, so we will have a harder time regardless, Koji pointed out. Let's just focus on looking for them and not worry about how hard it will be, Byaman said. Zoe and I can probably look around in the air. I can try to look for their scent, but with how many scents there are here, that's going to be nearly impossible. Laberman frowned. We can ask around the Digimon here, surely someone's bound to have seen them, Tommy suggested. And if they already sold our detectors, then someone must have them. Good idea, Tommy, we'll do that then, Takuya smiled. And so, the group split up with their respective Digimon friends. They each looked around at different places of the fair, asking every vendor they came across if they had seen any toucanmen or colorful devices. But so far, they haven't had any luck. The group looked high and low. Byaman and Zoe looked on top of the trees or building rooftops, but still couldn't find any hide nor hair of the toucanmen. Tommy and Lopman just asked an Automaman if he had seen the toucanmen or the colorful devices. I haven't seen any toucanmen or those strange devices, Automaman apologized. Sorry, wish I could be more helpful. It's all right, thanks, Tommy said before Automaman hopped off. Tommy sighed. Where could they be? Did they even come here at all? Lopman sighed as well. Either the toucanmen were smart enough to throw off our destination by giving misinformation to the Gamamen, or they're really good at hiding where they sold the detectors. They were smart enough to trick us back at the beach house. That's how they got most of our detectors in the first place, Tommy sighed. So, I wouldn't be surprised if they managed to keep where they sold the detectors hidden. They should know we'd be going after them. I'm sure we'll find them. We can't give up hope, Lopman said. Maybe we're just not looking in the right places. But where can we look? Tommy asked as he looked at Lopman. We've been searching everywhere else. Lopman gave a sigh. Well, we haven't searched everywhere. Surely there's a vendor we missed. This is a pretty big place. I guess, Tommy said as he started to take a step forward before his eyes caught something. It was a sign to another shop behind an alleyway. Hey, there's a trading post over there. I didn't see it at first, but maybe the toucanmen stopped there. Good eyes, Lopman complimented. Truth be told, he saw the trading post earlier, but a part of him wanted to keep quiet so they would have more time together, but the fabricated destiny wasn't on his side. Tommy and Lopman approached the door. Tommy, a little hesitantly, opened the door. Is there anyone here? Tommy opened the door a little wider, seeing all sorts of electronic devices inside, such as computers, electronic fans, phones, and other such things. Tommy and Lopman could hear what sounded like clicking and beeping noises. Tommy turned his head, seeing a strange machine-like Digimon playing on some kind of arcade. Hello, Tommy asked the Digimon before him. Yes, what? Can't you see I'm busy here? The Digimon retorted, focusing on his work. That's a Datamon, Lopman stated. Virus type and ultimate level. I hear these Digimon are really good with machines, though they don't usually interact with other people. Sounds almost like Kokuamon, but less social. Tommy made his way over, only to see what Datamon was playing. You're playing a game? That's being busy. The game showed Datamon playing as a Tojman, firing needles at a horde of Pagumon. The needles caused the Pagumon to pop into smoke, though when the Tojman got hit, it lost a life. Lopman looked at the game as well. It looked like an old type of game he would sometimes see in arcades. Yes, it is, Datamon answered as he was trying not to lose another life. A big ship came into the fray and spat some kind of laser fireballs at the Tojman, killing it and ending Datamon's game. Aw man, Datamon groaned. Now I have to start all over. Tommy looked excited. He had played a game like this before. It shouldn't be too hard to beat. Why don't you let me take a shot at it? But you're just a human child, which is actually surprising since, well, you're a human, Datamon noted. Yes, but video games are my specialty, Tommy grinned. Datamon hesitated before sighing. Well, I've got nothing to lose. Go ahead, kid, see how far you can go. Thanks, Tommy smiled as he took the joystick and the buttons. The game started up. Tommy had the Tojman fired at the enemy Pagumon like a pro, dodging all the attacks. Datamon was impressed as he watched this child dominate the game. While this was going on, Lopman gave a worried look. He could feel his heart beating in his chest. Even though he had that talk with his group yesterday, he still dreaded what was coming up. He could practically hear the clock ticking away in the shop, reminding him that time was quickly running out. Wow, you're really good. You're already past the original high score, Datamon complimented. Are all humans as good as you? Nope, just me, Tommy proudly stated. Oh look, it's the mothership. The ship came onto the screen, just like before. Though Tommy still had all of his lives. He had Tojman dodge and kill off the last of the Pagumon, making sure they weren't a threat, so he could focus on the mothership. Once the Pagumon were out of the way, Tommy managed to take down the mothership with little problem. I did it, Tommy cheered. Way to go, Tommy, you're quite the gamer. Lopman congratulated, hiding his dread. Datamon even clapped for Tommy. Then something came on screen that caught Tommy's attention. The game announced he won a prize and showed some kind of white ball that was glowing, making it difficult to make out. It looks like I won something, but what did I win? Tommy asked curiously. Oh, it's just nothing. Datamon replied as he looked at the item on the screen as well. Datamon then pressed a button on the side of the arcade, and out came a thick cartridge of sorts. So, what are you going to do with it? Tommy inquired. This was definitely not something he had seen an arcade have before. That's none of your business. Datamon replied as he leapt off his chair he had been standing on and made his way to the counter. Tommy looked at Lopman, wondering if Lopman might know what was that prize. Lopman looked back at Tommy and shrugged. Even if Lopman couldn't slow down destiny, he was certainly not going to speed up the process. However, Tommy's question was quickly thrown out the window when Datamon opened a safe, and he saw 4 very familiar-looking devices sitting inside. Tommy let out a gasp. Are detectors? Datamon looked back at Tommy. These things are called detectors? That's interesting. Please, those belong to my friends and I. Give them back, Tommy pleaded. You must have a cross transistor. These are mine, kid. Datamon replied simply. The toucanmen, Lopman spoke up, looking at Datamon. What about them? Datamon asked. Did any toucanmen come in and sold you those detectors? Lopman asked. I can't say, customer confidentiality, Datamon shrugged. But the bottom line is that these belong to me. But the toucanmen stole our detectors and sold them to you. It's the truth, Tommy explained. We really need those back. I'm sorry, but unless you have proof these are actually yours, I can't just give them to you, Digimon pointed out. Proof? Tommy frowned. Why don't you give me one and I can spirit evolve with it? Nice try, kid, but if I give you one, you'll just run out the door with it, Digimon stated. You remind me of me when I was younger. That says a lot, Lopman grumbled. But the toucanmen really stole them, Tommy frowned. Wait, maybe if I got Zoe. It might take us a while to find her, Lopman pointed out. By then, Digimon could sell the detectors to someone else. Tommy frowned in concern. Then, what do? It's not like we can search down the toucanmen and make them confess, is it? I mean, this is a trading post. Maybe we should try trading something for at least one of the detectors, Lopman suggested. Tommy frowned. He realized that he didn't bring any money with him, and he didn't exactly have a lot on him either. He only really had the clothes on him. Well, Tommy hesitated before he took his hat off. Maybe for this hat. Tommy, isn't that hat important to you? Lopman asked. It is, but not as important as getting back the detectors, Tommy replied. Lopman frowned. No sale, Digimon stated. Tommy frowned. The only other thing he could possibly give to Digimon, without taking off his shirt or pants, were his shoes. What about? Just forget it, Tommy. I don't think you have anything he wants, Lopman quickly said before Tommy could take off his shoes. Tommy groaned. Digimon took some wires and began to plug them onto Takuya's detector. He seemed to be checking for some kind of electric impulse. Hey, what are you doing to that one? Tommy yelped. As if in protest to being checked, Takuya's detector showed the symbol of flame on its screen, but that was all it could do. Digimon paused for a moment when he saw the symbol, as if pondering what to make of this. But then Digimon went back to business. Checking to see if it works. I have to make sure they're good for the next person who buys them. Digimon replied as he took Takuya's detector and put it back into the safe. He took out Tommy's detector next. When Digimon checked the electric impulse from Tommy's detector, he noticed it was at half power compared to Takuya's detector. Seeing this, Digimon placed Tommy's detector down as his hand produced a screwdriver. He began to nudge the outer shell of the device. It looks like this one needs fixing, Digimon noted. Tommy gasped at seeing this. He had never seen any detector being taken apart before, so he was worried what it would do to his spirit if such a thing were to happen. And no, stop, you're going to break it. Lopman, on the other hand, was more fascinated than horrified. He was always under the impression the detectors were indestructible, considering they had survived many crashes and encounters with dangerous Digimon just fine. Stop freaking out. I can do what I want with this thing, since it's mine, Digimon stubbornly said before he popped the outer shell out. Tommy yelped when he saw the detector glowing as the outer shell was being taken off. Please stop, you don't know what that will do. Don't blow a gasket on me, kid, you're disturbing my work. Digimon grumbled as he continued to work on the detector until he finally got the outer shell off completely. Tommy gasped while Lopman looked on. Neither of them had seen the inside of a detector before. It was something almost magical. There were complex machinery inside, but they glowed with a certain light that didn't seem all mechanical. It made Lopman wonder if the detectors were alive in their own way. Why you broke it, Tommy said in soft horror. No, I didn't, Digimon retorted, but there was a bit of hesitation. The glowing circuitry didn't look damaged, but then again, he himself had never seen anything so complex before either. I think I broke it, Digimon muttered to himself. Reaching for Takuya's detector, Digimon began to pry it open as well. Don't worry, I can fix this. I just need to open another one to see what it looks like inside as well. Wait, don't break another one, Tommy shouted. Please. Digimon managed to get the outer shell from Takuya's detector off, showing a similar glowing complex machinery inside. What's with all the waterworks? Digimon asked, having trouble focusing due to Tommy's shouts. Listen, those detectors are very important, Tommy began, trying to explain why he needed the detectors back. They hold something powerful that can only be brought out by my friends. They need that power to save the world. So please, you have to give me a chance to take the detectors back after you fix them. Lopman looked at Tommy before sighing. The kid's got a point. While he may not have any proof those detectors belong to him and his friends, there's also no proof that they aren't. He knew the name of those devices you held, and he told you about the Digimon that sold them to you. Why would he know any of that if the detectors didn't belong to him and weren't stolen by the toucanmen in the first place? Datamon hesitated. The Lopman with this kid raised a good point. This poked a few holes in the story that those toucanmen had told him, how they had found those devices on the sandy beach washed up with no owners. You raise a good argument, Datamon conceded. If that's true, then that means I have stolen property, and that doesn't sit well with me. So surely there's a compromise here, Lopman said. Datamon sighed as he looked at Tommy for a moment and decided on a compromise. Okay, well, I owe you for winning the game, so I'll give you an hour to look for something to trade for them. Does that sound fair? That sounds like a fair compromise. Tommy smiled in relief. We'll be back before then. Just don't bring back something worthless. I need to make a living after all. Datamon grumbled. And don't go telling anyone else about this. I can't have them thinking I've gone soft after all. But you only have an hour and not a minute more. Right, an hour, got it, Tommy said with determination. Well, actually it's more like 58 minutes now, Datamon pointed out. Then we better hurry, come on Lopman, Tommy quickly said. Tommy hurried out and Lopman ran after him. Though Lopman stopped at the doorway and looked back at Datamon, who was now looking at the two detectors, he opened up. Okay, now I just have to figure out what this one is missing, Datamon muttered. Lopman frowned a little, wondering if he had to leave before or after Tommy Beast's spirit evolved. Lopman gave a small sigh before he ran out the door. Lopman, hurry up, Tommy spoke up before he picked up Lopman. Come on, we don't have much time. Tommy ran across the town while holding Lopman. Where is everyone? This town is big. They're probably off in some building asking around for the detectors or the toucanmen, Lopman explained. Great, we may not have enough time to find them, Tommy frowned. But how are we going to find something worth trading the detectors for? Let's try looking outside of the town. There might be something out there we could find, Lopman suggested. Though it's going to get cold. Yeah, we can't stay out in the cold for too long, Tommy agreed. Aw man, why did mine and Takuya's detectors have to get stolen? Kumaman could handle the cold easily, while Aguniman would be able to use his fire to keep me warm. But at the same time, we don't have any money or anything to trade with, so staying here isn't going to help us, Lopman pointed out. Good point. Do you think there's something out there we could trade for our detectors? It's just a bunch of snow and ice, isn't it? Tommy asked. Who knows, you might find something you can use, Lopman answered. We might as well take a look. Right, Tommy agreed as he began hurrying to the edge of town. Byaman was in the tree. Can't believe Zoe decided to take that stupid eating contest. But then, I guess that's her predetermined destiny at this point in time. Then Byaman noticed Tommy running to the edge of town. Oh, it's Tommy. Has he already found the detectors? Byaman frowned at the thought. If he did, then, they had less time than they thought. Despite there not being any clocks nearby, Byaman could hear time ticking. I should go back to Zoe. Meanwhile, Takuya, Pataman, Koji and Labraman met up with each other at a crossroad. Any luck? Takuya asked Koji. No, Koji replied. I think those dumb bird brains traded away our detectors to someone. He added as he punched a fist into his other hand. We can't quit, Pataman said. I'm sure the detectors are somewhere. But we've looked everywhere we possibly could, Labraman noted worriedly. Maybe not everywhere. It's easy to miss the nooks and crannies in a town like this, Pataman pointed out. But where else can we look? Takuya asked. Suddenly, the group saw a crowd gathering at a restaurant. They heard JP's voice groaning. Another plate. Was that JP? Koji asked. I smell food, lots of food, Labraman drooled. We have to see what's going on and why JP isn't searching for the detectors, Koji grumbled. The two boys and their Digimon friends managed to squeeze through the crowd of Digimon gathered, only to see JP sitting in the middle of a stack of plates, looking quite stuffed. Off to the side of him, Kokuaman was shaking his head in disbelief. Even I can't believe you're able to eat this much. I wonder if your stomach had expanded after being exposed to Beetleman for so long, Kokuaman remarked. But despite this, JP was far behind. He groaned as he felt like his stomach was about to burst. Ugh, I'm finished. I can't eat anymore. JP leaned back against his chair and let out a burp. Koji and Takuya ran over to JP, while Labraman and Pataman went over to Kokuaman. Any update? Pataman asked. On the detectors, no, Kokuaman shook his head. So we may still have some time left, Labraman sighed in relief. JP, what are you doing? Koji questioned in annoyance that JP was making a pig of himself when they needed to be looking for their detectors. Well, I thought the toucanmen came in here, and it turns out they did, but then I saw that sign. JP admitted as he pointed at a sign nearby. Eat 30 plates and win an amazing prize, Takuya read before he looked back at JP. Oh, brother. Listen, buddy, you and Kokuaman were supposed to be looking for the detectors, not stuffing your face. Yeah, but finding stuff is hard work, and I had to keep my strength up. JP grinned sheepishly. Plus, I thought the toucanmen might have left the detectors as the prize. Or rather, Zoe thought that, and JP joined in to try and win the detectors. Kokuaman added. Zoe's here too, Takuya asked. As if on cue, Byaman came flying in, and they heard Zoe's voice shouting, "More food." They quickly turned their attention to the other table. Byaman landed next to Zoe as Zoe was stuffing herself with a plate full of food. She already had piles of plates stacked around her, and she wasn't slowing down. The Digimon that were watching her were in awe at her rapid eating skills. Zoe ate all of that, Takuya exclaimed in disbelief. Where does she put it all? Well, she is a growing girl, Koji admitted, looking just as disbelieving as Takuya. Zoe, your feet scare me, Byaman said as she began taking a plate of her own to eat. If we're going to be separated soon, I might as well fill up on food. Who knows when we'll get to eat after this? It could be that she still has her spirits, Pataman theorized. So she's able to have the appetite of two Digimon, her human and beast spirits. Does it work like that? Takuya questioned. I don't really know. It's the best theory I could come up with, Pataman shrugged. Hey JP, mind if we joined in? Oh come on, really Pataman, Takuya exclaimed. JP grinned. Sure, the more the merrier. I agree with them, Labraman said. Why? Koji asked. We don't know when we'll eat again, so it's best to fill up when we can, Labraman answered. Koji grumbled, not really seeing any other way to get out of it. All right, fine, but this had better not backfire on us. Meanwhile, Tommy and Lopman were climbing up the snow. I'm not sure if we'll find anything out here, Tommy frowned. Maybe we should try something else. What do you think, Lopman? Lopman didn't give an answer. Lopman, Tommy asked. Let's not give up yet, Lopman replied, sounding distracted. Tommy frowned as he slowed down. Is everything okay? You've been kind of distracted. I know the detectors are important, but I don't think that's what you're thinking about. Lopman looked down. I just have a lot on my mind. Do you want to talk about it? Tommy asked in concern. Lopman considered it for a moment. He didn't know when, but he knew it would be soon, that he would have to leave. For all he knew, this could be his last chance to really talk to Tommy alone. We've been through a lot since we've met, haven't we? Lopman said softly. I know things look pretty bad now, but when you get your detectors back, you're the only one left who doesn't have his beast spirit. Do you think you might be fine without it, though? Tommy looked down and thought. He never thought about it before. To be honest, I don't know, Tommy admitted. I get the feeling I would be, but at the same time, it feels like I would be the one holding the others back if I didn't have it. It's too late to stop the course anyways. Lopman sighed to himself. Dataman's probably already putting that beast spirit into Tommy's detector as we speak. Is that what's been bothering you? Are you worried about me not having my beast spirit? Tommy asked. No, Lopman said. I'm just, well, how do I put this? With you guys getting your beast spirits, learning to control them and getting stronger together. I think that we, the Digimon, will just be getting in your way. You guys don't really need us to help you anymore. Tommy furrowed his eyes in confusion. Lopman, you would never get in our way. If anything, you were the ones who saved us on multiple occasions. But it's about time you guys stood on your own, Lopman stated firmly as he looked at Tommy, the winds blowing his ears a little. What if one day we disappear? Would you be able to keep going and continue your way to Cherubiman's castle? Tommy frowned at the question. Why would? Please answer the question, Lopman said, stopping Tommy from asking. I don't know. You guys have been helping us this whole time. We wouldn't want to go through all of this without you, Tommy answered. There may be times where you'll have to make a tough choice, Tommy. This isn't a game after all, this is a real war here. You and the others are chosen by the legendary warriors, so you'll have to start making hard decisions if you want to win this war, Lopman pointed out. Even if it means leaving behind your friends in order to continue on. Tommy looked down, suddenly feeling uncomfortable with what he was being told. That's true, but I don't want to lose my friends either, which includes you guys. Lopman gave a sigh. I know you don't, and we don't want to lose you either, but the fact of the matter is, you guys are legendary warriors and we are not. There may come a time when we can't be with you anymore. Why not? Tommy frowned. Is it because you're not legendary warriors? That shouldn't mean anything. Just because you aren't doesn't mean you can't still come with us and help us fight Cherubiman. That's what you guys have been doing so far. Why should that change? There are some things that are out of our control, Lopman said softly before he looked up at Tommy. But I will say that even if that time comes, we won't stop helping you. We already made a promise to help you guys any way we can. But you also need to be able to stay strong yourselves and not lose yourselves to the darkness. Tommy didn't like the way Lopman was talking. That's true, but we've only gotten this far because of you guys helping us. What are you trying to say? That we will be separated soon? Lopman looked at Tommy for a moment before looking away. What I'm trying to say is that if we are separated, I want you to remain strong and to not fall into darkness. It may sound like cheesy, tired advice, but it's a lot harder to carry out than you think. I don't want you or the others to fall into despair or darkness if something were to happen to us. We won't, Lopman, Tommy said, hoping to ease Lopman's worries. We'll keep fighting like we always do, so don't worry so much about us, okay? You know, you and the other Digimon have been acting weird since we came out of TV Forest. It feels like you're all worried about something, and it's gotten a lot worse lately. What is it that you're not telling us? If I could tell you, I would have a long time ago, Lopman sighed. Don't worry about it, it'll be over soon. Tommy frowned and was about to ask Lopman what he meant when he and Lopman reached the top of the snowy crater. They came face to face with two familiar Tauknamen. One of them was holding some kind of wooden camera. The foursome blinked at one another before the Toucanmen freaked out and started to run away. Hey, wait up, Tommy shouted as he chased after the Toucanmen. Lopman was right behind Tommy, struggling to keep pace with the running human. No way, the Toucanmen shouted. Come back, I just wanted to know what you traded for our detectors, Tommy shouted. Come on guys, stop running, Lopman yelled. When I catch you, Tommy began when one of the Toucanmen laughed. You'll never catch us. Then suddenly, the ice cracked under the Toucanmen. They didn't realize they had been running over frozen water. The Toucanmen's weight was enough to break the ice, causing the two of them to fall into the ice-cold water. The Toucanman that had been holding the wooden camera dropped it on the snow as he and the other Toucanmen struggled in the water. Tommy and Lopman looked at the camera and ran over to it. Lopman noticed the camera was activated, and they were likely being recorded right now. What is that? Tommy asked, having never seen such an old-looking camera before. They didn't have it before, so they likely traded the detectors away for that, Lopman pointed out. Tommy bent down and picked up the wooden camera. Is that so? Well, in that case, this is perfect. We can use this to get our detectors back. W8, why, you can't just leave us here, one of the Toucanmen wailed. The two Toucanmen were struggling to stay afloat, but it wasn't going so well. Tommy frowned. You guys stole our stuff, so you're just getting what you deserve. Please forgive us, the other Toucanmen begged. I don't want to get reborn, the first Toucanman shouted. Lopman looked at Tommy, who was looking back at the Toucanmen. Do you want to help them? Tommy sighed. We can't just leave them like that. Come on, help me get them out. Tommy put the wooden camera down before he and Lopman hurried over to the toucanmen. One of you grab my hand. The other grabbed my ear, Lopman shouted as he and Tommy held out their ear and hand. One of the toucanmen managed to grab onto Tommy's hand, and he pulled him out. The other toucanmen managed to grab onto Lopman's ear. Despite being small, Lopman was strong enough to pull the toucanmen out of the water. We should get you guys somewhere warm before the water freezes on your body, Lopman warned. Thanks, the first toucanman rasped out, shivering badly. We better get the camera and skedaddle, the second toucanman quickly said as he grabbed the camera. W8, why, we just saved your lives, Tommy frowned. So what? The toucanman replied before they started running. Lopman sighed before he ran forward and jumped, using his ears to ride the air and glide to the toucanman. He then dropped down, tackling the toucanman that had the camera down. You know, if you keep running like that, you'll become frozen solid in no time at all. Is that what you want? And no, the toucanman that Lopman had tackled protested. Please, we won't run, we promise. Maybe this is just as well, the first toucanman sighed. We have done some pretty bad things, and for what? We already quit the Ranneman fan club. If you quit the Ranneman fan club, why didn't you just give back the detectors? Lopman asked. Because we worked hard to get those things, we couldn't just give them back. The second toucanman snapped. Despite knowing you'll be hunted down by the owners of those devices, Lopman frowned. Or did you not think that through? Did you even realize what kind of devices you guys stole? Of course we know. Those devices were important to you humans, so we took them. The second toucanman replied. We heard they contained some kind of beast spirit, and we knew Ranneman wanted a beast spirit. That's why you took them? Lopman asked. Well, yeah, we wanted to please Ranneman, the first toucanman answered. Well, not anymore though. So you just sold them? Tommy frowned as he caught up to them. Those detectors you stole. They held our spirits, the spirits of the legendary warriors. Without those, we can't defend ourselves or fight against cherubimen. The first toucanman seemed to have a terrified look come across his face, while the second toucanman looked decidedly uneasy. Oh, we didn't realize. The first toucanman whimpered. Yeah, we just thought those detector things held a beast spirit for Ranneman, the second toucanman added. They held beast spirits all right, just not for Ranneman, Lopman sighed. They really held legendary warrior spirits. The first toucanman frowned. Yeah, Tommy sighed. We've been using those spirits to fight against Cherubiman and his minions, trying to purify the corruption he left on the digital world and the Digimon themselves. I get the feeling the reason why Ranneman's beast spirit turned out so ugly is because she's also corrupted by Cherubiman, Lopman said. When a Digimon is corrupted, they can't digivolve properly, and instead, they become something much darker and in some cases ugly. She was ugly all right, the second toucanman grumbled. We're sorry, we wouldn't have taken those detectors of yours if we had known they were the only thing that could save our world. The first toucanman apologized. Tommy and Lopman looked at each other for a moment before nodding. It would seem the toucanmen weren't bad Digimon, they had just been misguided by Ranneman. If you help us get our detectors back, we'll let bygones be bygones. Does that sound fair? Tommy asked. Yes, and we won't pull any more stunts like we did to you, we promise, the two toucanmen said as one. That's good, Lopman smiled. Then let's get this camera back to Datamon together. You two might want to get back into town anyway, the water's starting to freeze. Gee, good idea, the toucanmen realized as the water on their fur was getting colder and stiffer. The toucanmen, Lopman, and Tommy began making their way back to the autumn leaf fair. So, out of curiosity, why did you trade our detectors for that camera? Tommy asked. This bird brain here thought it would be a fun novelty item, and it was unique. The first toucanman grumbled as he looked at his companion. Hey, I've never seen a wooden camera before, the second toucanman retorted. And who are you calling a bird brain? You're the same species as me. Aren't you also insulting yourself? I can call you a bird brain without insulting myself, because I'm actually smart, the first toucanman stated. All you ever think about is Ranneman and food. Not anymore, the second toucanman shouted. My mistake, now all you think about is food and junk, the first toucanman reiterated. That's not funny, the second toucanman pouted. That's downright mean. Hey, you started it with selling those things for that camera, the first toucanman retorted. Hey, let's not argue about this, Tommy spoke up. What's done is done, and we have about 15 minutes to get back. Why 15 minutes? The first toucanman asked. Dataman gave us a deadline to how long he'll hold the detectors for us, Lopman answered. That's why we needed you guys to bring the camera. Oh, so you can get the detectors back, the first toucanman realized. I see, so you want us to trade the camera back for them. Aw man, now I won't have my unique camera, the second toucanman groaned. It's better than those kids being left without those spirits of theirs. The first toucanman retorted, giving his friend a slight smack upside the head. We can find other unique cameras. Fine, I get it, the second toucanman grumbled. By the way, is one of your friends that caseman we saw fighting with Ranneman before? Yeah, she's Zoe, the one you weren't able to take the detector from, Tommy answered. Hey, how were we supposed to know she was still changing when we snuck into the locker room? The second toucanman exclaimed. Her scream scared us away. Lopman snorted as he covered his mouth. So you guys were the peeping Tom. Well, in a way, that saved her from having us steal her detector. The first toucanman noted, although I didn't think a human girl could scream so loud. Yeah, they could. Tommy sweat dropped. She's pretty cute though. Is her beast spirit ugly? The second toucanman asked. Pipe down, that's not something you just casually ask someone, the first toucanman snapped. She's really pretty, at least I thought so, Tommy answered. And she saved us from Ranneman when we were trying to get to you guys. She's both pretty, kind, and strong. Now that's a girl we would form a fan club for, the second toucanman said dreamily. But you don't really know her. Just like how you guys didn't really know Ranneman, Lopman pointed out. She only used you guys to get what she wanted, and that was it. The toucanmen both groaned at hearing that. But Zoe is kind, so she'd be a better person for your fan club than Ranneman. Tommy smiled. Yeah, and you know what? You're kind too, you saved us from that ice water, the first toucanman remarked. Tommy blushed a little. Lopman smiled, seeing how they were getting along. But good things couldn't last forever. A shadow towered over them suddenly. Tommy, Lopman, and the two toucanmen gasped when they saw someone standing over them. Well, what do we have here? I guess you brats really didn't sink with the fishes after all. Arborman, what? What are you doing here? Tommy gasped as he pushed the toucanman back a little. I merely came here to see if what Ranneman said was true, Arborman replied. And it seems she was right. You are defenseless without those detector things. You'd have evolved already if you still had them. So what are you going to do? Are you really going to kill a defenseless kid? Lopman hissed, getting in front of Tommy. No, that would be too easy, Arborman replied. He would be much more valuable to be used as a lure for the other children I want to trap. Like I'd let you. Tommy tried to sound more brave than he actually felt, though he was shaking a little. Oh, and how do you plan to stop me? Arborman chuckled sinisterly. You have only two toucanmen and a mere Lopman to help protect you. The two toucanmen were shaking in fear, though to their credit, they didn't try to run away. This wasn't supposed to happen. Lopman frowned. If things start falling apart now, we could be in deep trouble. I'll be sure to show you I'm more than just a Lopman, Lopman hissed. Lopman jumped and began spinning around. Tiny twister. Lopman swung himself at Arborman, slapping him in the face repeatedly with his ears. Arborman was caught off guard by the sudden assault from Lopman. Ow, hey, that hurts, ow. Lopman, be careful, Tommy cried in alarm, surprised at Lopman's sudden attack on Arborman. However, that also confused Tommy. Why did Lopman just start attacking Arborman? Lopman is normally more cautious and careful. Knock it off, Arborman shouted as he punched the little tornado away. Lopman stopped spinning and hit the ground. Lopman quickly got back on his feet, blazing ice. Lopman fired out an icy wind at Arborman, though Arborman was able to power through the attack. Roundhouse punt, Arborman detached his foot with a long string at Lopman. Lopman was hit, and Tommy ran up to catch him, though the force knocked Tommy to the ground as well. The two toucanmen watched in horror at this. Now, enough distractions. I need to get you on display for the others, Arborman stated. The two Kenmen suddenly ran in front of Tommy and Lopman. Wait a minute, the first two Kenmen shouted. Wouldn't you like something better than some powerless human children? Why yeah, like the detectors they use to power up, the second two Kenmen added. Arborman looked down at the two Kenmen. I'm listening. We traded the detectors for this camera. If you take it back to Dataman, I'm sure he'll give you those detectors, the second two Kenmen explained, holding out the camera. And you won't have to hurt the children. What are you doing? Tommy frowned. What do you think? The first two Kenmen hissed in a low whisper to Tommy. Saving your butts. I like this, Arborman said as he picked up the wooden camera. If you're not lying, then I can get all the legendary warriors to Cherubiman. Why yeah, go for it, the first two Kenmen quickly said. Not so fast. To make sure you two aren't lying, I'll be taking you with me, Arborman explained. Blockade seed. Arborman shot out a couple of seeds that landed on the two Kenmen. The seeds immediately sprouted into vines and bound the two Kenmen up. Hey, stop it, the first two Kenmen wailed. Is this really necessary? Can't take any chances, Arborman replied with a dark chuckle. Stop it, leave them alone, Tommy shouted. Don't take them away, Lopman weakly said. You two should be thanking me for being merciful, Arborman sneered. After all, if you're not a threat to Cherubiman's goals, then I have no reason to dirty my hands with your blood and data. Arborman dragged the two Kenmen while holding the wooden camera back towards the autumn leaf fair. Tommy stood up, holding Lopman, trying to go after him, but Tommy was a little hurt from when he caught Lopman earlier. Don't push yourself, Lopman said in concern. But we can't just let him go. We'll lose our detectors forever, and who knows what he'll do to the two Kenmen? Tommy frowned. Why am I so weak? Lopman looked up at Tommy. You're not weak. Come on, Tommy, get up. It's not over yet. We can still make it back. Tommy hissed a little as he pushed to stand back up, still carrying Lopman through the snow, and started trudging back to the autumn leaf fair. Meanwhile, Takuya and Koji were looking for Tommy and Lopman, using Labraman's nose. Where could they be? Takuya frowned in worry. Pataman had been flying around to scout the town. It smells like they were going up the snow, Labraman said as she looked up at the wall of snow. Then we should follow the trail, Koji suggested. They can't be too far out of town. I hope Tommy and Lopman are okay, though, Takuya added, worried about the younger boy. Why would they leave town, though, all by themselves no less? Koji frowned. Did they think someone had our detectors outside of town? Pataman suddenly flew down to them. I see them. Takuya and Koji's gazes snapped ahead of them. Sure enough, Tommy was making his way towards the autumn leaf fair with Lopman in his arms. The younger boy looked upset about something as well. Tommy, Lopman, Takuya called out. He was relieved to see they were safe, but neither of them looked okay. Takuya ran towards them. Tommy looked up, seeing Takuya coming to them. Without hesitation, Tommy ran toward Takuya. The boy tripped a little on his way to Takuya, but Takuya managed to catch him. Tommy hugged Takuya, careful not to crush Lopman. There were tears in the boy's eyes. Something must have happened. Hey, what's the matter? Takuya asked in concern. He wasn't used to seeing Tommy cry, as the younger boy had gotten better about handling things more maturely. It was clear Tommy was in no shape to explain what had happened at the moment, with the fact he was crying loudly now. Lopman looked up at Takuya. We need to get back to Autumn Leaf Fair. Huh, why? Takuya asked. It's pretty cold here. It should be obvious to why, Pataman grumbled. It's more dire than that, Lopman said. We found the detectors. Meanwhile, Dataman just finished transferring the data into the detector that had been missing half of its power. That's it. Beautiful. Dataman then put the outer shell back onto the detector, making it as good as new. There, now they're all equal. Dataman looked up at the wall clock. Kid's got about 10 more minutes. I actually hope he makes it. Suddenly, someone knocked down his door. Knock, knock. Hey, why'd you knock down my door? Dataman asked in annoyance. Dataman turned around, only to freeze when he saw who was in the doorway. Arborman. I said knock, knock, didn't I? Arborman retorted. Anyways, I'm here for business. Arborman had a bag with him, and he opened it to dump out two, tied up Tukinman along with the wooden camera. You got something these bird brains traded, at least according to them, and I want it, Arborman stated before he held out his hand. Digimon took another glance at the wall clock. The kid still had 8 minutes left. Hey, I'm talking to you, Arborman shouted, getting Digimon's attention back to him. Take this thing back and give me the other things, or were these bird brains lying about trading with you? The toucanmen looked quite terrified. Digimon looked at them before he looked at Arborman. Maybe they did, but first I need to check out the goods. Yeah, well, you better be quick about it, Arborman grumbled as Digimon picked up the wooden camera. Digimon checked the camera before he noticed something the camera had recorded. He saw Tommy and Lopman helping the toucanmen out of an icy cold water when they could have easily left them behind to give the camera to Digimon. Then he saw them talking to the toucanmen, and they seemed to be getting along, until Arborman showed up and roughed them all up. Seeing this, Digimon realized Tommy and Lopman were actually good people and seemed to have been honest. If they just wanted the detectors, they would have just taken the camera back to him without helping the toucanmen or even befriending them. And he did promise Tommy an hour, which still wasn't up yet. Well, sorry, but those things are being held for someone else, Digimon replied. He didn't like to fight and wanted to avoid it, but if this big guy wouldn't take no for an answer, he would fight if he had to. What do you mean? Arborman frowned. I have another customer wanting those things, Digimon answered. Hand them over or you'll never have another customer, Arborman threatened as fractal code surrounded him. Arborman Slide Evolution, Petaldramin. As Takuya, Koji, Tommy, and their Digimon were coming back to the Autumn Leaf Fair, trying to figure out what they were going to do, they heard a loud noise that sounded like a building being torn apart. Seeing that something was happening, the group quickly rushed to the noise. The foursomes saw what looked like a destroyed shop, and in the center of it all was a familiar legendary warrior they had fought before. Oh great, it's Arborman, Takuya growled out. But what's he doing in his beast form, and in that shop no less? I don't know, but we need to check it out, Koji said seriously. There must be a reason he is at that shop. Tommy's eyes went wide as he recognized where the shop was. Oh no, that's Digimon's shop. Without further explanation, Tommy and Lopman rushed ahead. Takuya, Koji, Patamon, and Labramon hurried after them. The group arrived in time to see Digimon getting knocked back by a leaf cyclone attack from Petaldramin. Stop it, Petaldramin, Patamon shouted. Petaldramin turned around, looking at the group. Koji and Takuya picked up a broken pipe and a broken wooden staff. They didn't have their detectors, but that didn't mean they weren't going to find some way to fight back. Petaldramin grinned when he saw the children. Oh, this is going to be good, Tilda, Petaldramin grinned. Labramon and Patamon growled as they readied themselves for a battle. Tommy and Lopman hurried over to the toucanmen and Digimon. Lopman bit down on the vines that bound the two toucanmen, releasing them. Are you okay? Lopman asked. Thanks, we're all right, the first toucanman answered. But wow, Arborman sure is a jerk, tearing down an entire shop because he didn't get what he wanted. The second toucanman grumbled. I thought we were gonna die. At least you're okay, Tommy sighed in relief. And thanks for saving me and Lopman back there. You saved us, so it was only fair we return the favor, the first toucanman said. Though, we do apologize for taking those detectors of yours in the first place. We really had no idea how important they were. We were blinded by love for Ranneman, the second toucanman admitted. We didn't know how evil she and the other Digimon she was working with were until now. It's you too, Digimon groaned when he woke up from being attacked. Hey, you're okay, Tommy noted in relief before sighing. I'm sorry about what happened to your shop and we couldn't find anything to trade. Looking at Tommy, Digimon chuckled. You did just fine, kid. Let me ask you, have you ever heard the expression that truth is the greatest treasure? No, at least not in that way, Tommy admitted, surprised. Petaldramin leaned down at Takuya and Koji, but Patamon and Labramon jumped at Petaldramin's head, both of them biting down as hard as they could. Petaldramin hissed as Takuya and Koji ran at the big plant monster and slammed their weapons down on him. Labramon jumped down at Koji's side. Hey, Koji, no matter what happens, I promise I'll keep helping you, you know that right? Koji gave a smirk. Yeah, I know, and I appreciate it. You and the others helped me change, Labraman said. I wasn't proud of myself before, and I always felt angry, so I lashed out at others. But ever since I started making friends with those I thought were weak and losers, I actually feel happy and proud of myself. I take it you feel the same way. Labraman and Koji jumped back, avoiding the tails from Petaldraman. Koji didn't know why Labraman was choosing now to say these things, but it was encouraging him at least. Yeah, I do, he replied. It's just odd you choose now of all times to say these things. Labraman gave a small smile. Maybe I'm just feeling a little sentimental right now. Pataman flew up at Petaldraman's eye and expanded himself. Boom bubble. Pataman spat out a large air bubble at Petaldraman's eye, making him hiss in pain and flail around. Pataman flew down at Takuya's side. You're quite stubborn and a hothead, you know that, right? Pataman said. Oh gee thanks, Takuya grumbled. But that's why the others look to you as a leader, Pataman said. Your fiery determination and your kind heart keeps them from losing hope, even when things look bleak. I understand now why I can be like that at times, always making joking one-liners during battle and such. You're a tough guy and hard to take down. I hope you remember that about yourself, Takuya. Wow, sentimental much, Takuya joked. This is quite the time to be reminiscing, huh? What are you talking about? Any time is good to reminisce when you're feeling nostalgic. Pataman chuckled as he and Takuya dodged Petaldraman's claws as he flailed around. I mean, when was the last time I got to fight alongside you when you're just a human? True, Takuya conceded. That was so long ago, I barely remember it, and that was, I think, before I got Agunaman's spirit. Back when we were on the run from Cerberuman, Pataman said before he took out the book. When Bakuman gave me this book, he intended it to be used as a guide for you. It might be best for you to start reading it yourself. Pataman tossed the book to Takuya, surprising him. Just don't use it as a shield, Pataman chuckled. Okay, Takuya blinked as he caught the book. But why give this to me now? Pataman gave Takuya a small smile before turning his attention back to Petaldraman. Petaldraman roared angrily. Takuya didn't have time to wait for an answer. He put the book under his jacket and focused on surviving for now. He could always ask Pataman later. Elsewhere in the fair, JP, Kokuaman, Zoe, and Biaman walked out of the restaurant. JP felt bloated, but Zoe looked quite proud as she was holding onto the prize from the eating contest. I can't believe how many plates you were able to down and not gain a single weight, JP groaned. How do you do that? Never ask a girl her secrets, Tilda, Zoe grinned. Kokuaman and Biaman looked up, seeing Petaldraman. Both of them looked at each other before they nodded. Hey JP, Kokuaman said. I know I joined the group pretty late, but it's been a good ride, hasn't it? JP blinked as he looked at Kokuaman in surprise. Yeah, but why are you saying this so suddenly? Just think about how far we've come since we met, Kokuaman said. You were upset about being the only one in the group to not have your spirit at the time, yet look at you now. I'm glad I got to watch you grow, as well as help release the other Kokuaman from slavery. Who knows, maybe someday I can be as strong as you one day. JP blinked before smiling. I'm sure you will. After all of this, you guys have to be close to digivolving like Tsunamen was. You think so? Kokuaman asked. Yeah, of course. I doubt you'll stay small forever, and even then, you've been a big help to us, JP assured. You even talked to me when I was feeling down too. You protected me when Grumbleman tried to kill us back at that cavern. I couldn't ask for a better friend. Hey, well, that's what friends do, Kokuaman chuckled. Biaman looked at Zoe. When I saw you guys, I didn't want to get close at first. I was content with just watching you from afar. And, well, I'm glad I was able to get to know you. We had a lot of fun together, even when we were in danger a lot. You've proven to be a capable warrior despite being the only girl in the group. Well, yeah, but you're talking like you're going away, Zoe noted with a frown on her face. Is something wrong? Biaman gave a smile at Zoe. Am I? I'm sorry if what I said worried you. I just felt like looking back at how much you've all grown since we met. You're no longer those scared kids we had to help protect and guide. Pretty soon, you'll be ready to face with Cherubiman. And of course, we'll be helping you to the best of our abilities. Yeah, that's true, Zoe admitted, but something about how Biaman was speaking made her feel uncomfortable anyway. I guess this has just made things more real for you, huh? Yeah, Byaman admitted. I didn't like the color pink, you know? I didn't like a lot of bright colors, actually. But maybe bright colors aren't such a bad thing after all. Hey, JP spoke up. Is that Petaldraman over there? Zoe's eyes went wide, not having noticed the Petaldraman earlier. I think it is. We gotta help the others. Come on, guys, JP quickly said. JP and Zoe hurried towards Petaldraman, but Kokuaman and Byaman didn't follow them. Back at the battlefield, Lopman's eyes looked at the detector in Dataman's hands as he held it out to Tommy. Go on, take it. Tommy blinked, surprised. Huh. You know, at first I thought you were just making up stories because you wanted these things so badly. But the two Kenmen just confirmed to me these things really do belong to you. And even if they didn't, I think you truly deserve them, Dataman explained. So here, take it. I have a feeling the being inside is happy to see you again. Tommy blinked before he nodded, taking his detector. Thanks, Dataman. But don't tell anyone I've gone soft, Dataman quickly said. Tommy then noticed something was different with his detector. He couldn't quite put his finger on it, and he was a little worried that it was still broken or something was loose. Tommy shook the detector a little to try to hear anything wrong. Dataman chuckled. It's not broken, but I did add something. Like what? Tommy asked. I didn't think it was possible to add something to these things. What you won in the game, it's really yours after all, Dataman explained. Huh? Tommy blinked, not understanding what it was before he looked at the screen on his detector. Tommy saw the symbol of ice flashing before it showed him an unfamiliar figurine inside. It wasn't Cumaman, but Tommy recognized what it was. My beast spirit, you are awesome, Dataman. Tommy knew what he had to do. He was about to activate his detector when Lopman's ear suddenly touched his hand, stopping him. Tommy blinked before he looked down. Lopman. Lopman looked up at Tommy as he dropped his ear. Tommy, before you go out there, I just need a moment. I have to hurry, Takuya and Koji need help, Tommy quickly said. I know, I'll try to make it quick, Lopman promised. You've grown a lot during these past few weeks that we've been traveling together, you all have. I wanted to stay away from you guys at first, but even now, I think it was for the best that we managed to stay together for this long. We got to know each other, got to bond, and help each other out in ways I didn't think was possible. I was glad to be a part of this whole adventure. I can see now why you guys were chosen to be the legendary warriors. Tommy frowned a little. Yeah, I guess we have grown a lot together. You guys have been a great help. But, Lopman, you know we couldn't have done this without you guys, right? Lopman looked at Tommy. Maybe. Lopman gave a small smile. I just wish we had more time. Huh, Tommy blinked. We'll be there, helping you guys as you keep getting stronger. And you guys keep doing what you're doing, and don't forget yourselves, Lopman said before he took a few steps back. Now go on, use your beast spirit and show Petaldraman who's boss. Tommy nodded. Something about Lopman's words sounded so final, but he couldn't dwell on that at the moment. He had to fight back against Petaldraman first, then he could ask Lopman what was going on. Tommy held up his hand as a ball of fractal code formed around it. His beast spirit was shown on the screen in its light green outline. Tommy slammed the scanner of his detector against the ball of fractal code, scanning it as he did so. Execute Beast Spirit Evolution, Tommy cried out as the primal power of the spirit flowed into his body. His body grew in size and strength with white fur covering his body. His hair became long and braided as he also grew horns from his head. He landed, grabbing twin axes and swinging them around as he cried out his name. Korikakuman. Tommy had officially evolved into his beast spirit. Time was now up. Chapter 24. Takuya and Koji were clawed at, losing their weapons in the process. Pataman and Labraman managed to catch them to keep their falls from being too bad. Petaldraman leaned toward them, seemingly about to eat them, when suddenly, Korikakuman grabbed Petaldraman's tails from behind and started pulling him away. The Toucanman and Dataman were surprised when they saw this. Look at that, isn't that the legendary warrior of ice? One of the Toucanmen asked in surprise. So it really is true, they really are using the power of the legendary warriors to fight against the evil ones. The other Toucanman noted. This is amazing, Dataman said in awe. Lopman began walking away. "Hey, where are you going?" Digimon asked. "Away," Lopman said. "I've got my own place to go, don't wait up." "What about Tommy? Didn't you promise to stay by his side or something?" Tgthegood asked. "I promised to help him. That doesn't mean I have to stay by his side," Lopman replied. "Goodbye." Lopman didn't give any more answers as he ran away. Tgthegood growled as he turned to face Tgthegood. "Is that Tommy?" Koji yelled in surprise. I think so. Wow, he's big," Takuya shouted in surprise as well. Patamon and Labramon looked at each other before they turned around and hurried away, while Takuya and Koji were distracted. Tgthegood punched Tgthegood in the face, causing the big wooden gecko to fall on his back. Tgthegood then turned around, getting down on one knee and folding his hands together before closing his eyes, looking as if he was praying. What's going on? Takuya wondered. This isn't the time to be reflecting. "Look out," Digimon yelled, seeing Tgthegood was lunging at Tgthegood. Tgthegood managed to knock Tgthegood to the ground, but the beast warrior of ice managed to wrap his braided hair around Tgthegood and lift him up before tossing the other beast warrior away from him. Tgthegood summoned 2 large axes. He took a moment to close his eyes and focus before opening his eyes again. He grabbed onto the 2 large axes and jumped high before coming down at Tgthegood, surprisingly not calling out the name of his attack. He swung the axes at Tgthegood with enough force to send the other beast back several feet. Tgthegood then began laughing as he stomped around. "Wow, I guess Tommy is having some trouble controlling his beast spirit," Takuya chuckled. "Boy, does he look silly right now." "Not as silly as you when you started going on a rampage," Koji reminded. "Hey, I could have hurt someone when I went on rampage," Takuya retorted. "Let's just hope the same thing doesn't happen to Tommy then, especially since none of us have our spirits right now," Koji grumbled. Tgthegood stood on his forelegs, lifting up his bottom half body into the air. "You're going to pay for that." Tgthegood stuck his 2 tails into the ground. Thorn jab. Dozens of sharp vines came out of the ground, stabbing through Tgthegud's hide. Tgthegood screamed out in pain. "He needs help," Tgthegood shouted. Digimon didn't hesitate to grab the other detectors. He saw symbols appearing on the screens. "I see, so you belong with." Digimon looked at Takuya. "Hey, take this. This one's yours, isn't it? Help out your friend." Digimon tossed the black and red detector at Takuya. Digimon then took the white and blue detector. "And you, this one's yours." Digimon tossed the other detector at Koji. Both Takuya and Koji caught their respective detectors. "Thanks, Digimon," Takuya called before looking at Koji. "Ready." "Yeah," Koji agreed. Both boys knew what to do. Takuya held up his detector, and the blue digital form of his first spirit appeared visible on the screen of his detector as he formed a ring of fractal coating on his left hand. He swiped the detector over the coating, calling out the familiar phrase he would come to know by heart. "Execute, spirit evolution." His clothes ripped away as his body became digital, and the process began. Coating surrounded him as the power of the spirit flowed into his body. Red armor formed and latched onto his body as his hair changed to blonde and became long and wild. His height increased, as did his strength and agility. His eyes snapped open, now a brilliant blue instead of brown, and his canine teeth were sharper than a human's as well. He landed, crying out his name. "Agunimon." Koji held up his detector, and the white digital form of his first spirit appeared visible on the screen as he formed the familiar fractal coating on his left hand. He swiped the detector over the coating, calling out the familiar phrase he would come to know by heart. "Execute, spirit evolution." His clothes ripped away as his body became digital, and the process began. Coating surrounded him as the energy of the spirit entered his body. His eyes became red as his hair shortened and turned almost platinum in color. A white helmet covered his head as white and blue armor covered his body. He grasped the beam sabers and swung them a few times before clasping them around his waist and firing off his arm laser. Labramon. Now evolved, both the warriors of flame and light were eager to get some payback. "Let's see if Tgthegud's vines can handle the heat," Agunimon exclaimed as he slammed his fists together and caused fire to coat his fists. "Pyro punch." Labaman drew out both his light swords and ignited the blades before unleashing his own ranged attack. Howling shockwave. The fire and light shockwaves hit the vines, trapping Korakakuman, freeing him. As soon as Korakakuman was free, he let out a roar before he charged at Petaldraman and pushed him hard. Petaldraman struggled against Korakakuman's hold, but Korakakuman was too strong. Korakakuman kept pushing Petaldraman up the snowy hill, pushing him all the way out of town before tossing him a few feet into the snow. "Time to finish this," Korakakuman shouted. "Frozen arrowhead." Korakakuman's braided hair with spears at the end moved to the front, seemingly on their own, and the spears glowed a bright icy blue color. Petaldraman looked up as the spears jabbed into his bark-like skin, nearly puncturing through his body, and ice started to seep in. Korakakuman hit him with such force that Petaldraman's body slipped onto the ice and began to slip away into the horizon. He was too far for Korakakuman to even try to retrieve the fractal code from him. Seeing this, Korakakuman got down on one knee and began praying again. While it looked silly, in reality, Korakakuman was doing that in order to keep his mind focused and clear. He was trying to keep the beast from taking over his mind. Eventually, Korakakuman gained enough clarity to release his beast spirit, turning him back into Tommy. Takuya, Koji, JP, and Zoe all met up, and they saw Korakakuman shoving Petaldraman outside of the Autumn Leaf Fair. So they hurried up the snowy hill to see what was happening, only to see Tommy there. "Hey, Tommy," Takuya called out as the group ran up to the younger boy. "Are you okay?" "Yeah, I'm fine," Tommy assured. "I didn't hurt anyone, did I?" "Other than maybe Petaldraman, I don't think so," Koji answered. Tommy gave a sigh of relief. "I'm glad. I was afraid I'd attack you guys when I got my beast spirit." "Hey, it happens. Our beast spirits are beasts, they can't be easy to control," Takuya admitted sheepishly. "Says the one who turned into a raging flaming dragon," Koji retorted. "Why is everyone bringing that up?" Takuya groaned. "Maybe because it's true," JP grinned. "But Koji here was also on a rampage with his beast spirit, so you're not the only one who went out of control." "You almost brought the entire cavern on us," Zoe pointed out. JP groaned. "Are we really going to keep pointing fingers at something we had little control over?" "Oh, JP," Takuya said before he took out a blue and yellow detector from his pocket. "Digimon told me to give this to the last one who needed it." JP smiled as he took his detector. "Awesome, we got our detectors back." The two Kenmen began walking by them. "Hey, sorry about stealing your detectors before," the first two Kenmen apologized as he and the second one bowed to them. "We won't do that again. We learned our lesson. We're no longer in Ranaman's fan club either," the second two Kenmen stated. "Well, as long as you guys learned, I guess no harm done," Zoe said. "And you guys did, unintentionally, let us to Tommy's beast spirit, so it wasn't all bad," Koji grumbled. "Where are you guys going to go?" Tommy asked. "We're going back home to the beach house. Our friends are waiting there," the first two Kenmen answered. "We might start a new fan club when we get back," the second two Kenmen chuckled. "Digimon let us keep the camera after all, and we got to record that whole fight you had." "Wow, really?" Tommy asked, surprised. "Are you going to start that Zoe fan club?" What? Zoe blushed. "I wouldn't blame them, Tilda," JP grinned. "Nah, our fan club is going to be the Tommy fan club." The first two Kenmen smiled. "That way we're not always smitten by a pretty face." "And you did save us, 3 times, you deserve it, kid," the second two Kenmen chuckled. Tommy blushed. Oh, you don't have to. "It's a fan club, we don't do it because we have to, we do it because we want to," the first two Kenmen laughed. "Good luck, Tommy, and the rest of you, we'll be cheering you on," the second two Kenmen said. "And if you're ever back on our island, feel free to stay at our beach house again, no tricks this time," the first two Kenmen promised. "We'll think about it," Zoe said. The two Kenmen gave them another bow before they headed off. "They turned out to not be so bad after all," Zoe noted. Tommy smiled. "Yeah." "Digidstein," a familiar female voice spoke up from the kids' detectors. Takuya took out his detector, as did the others. "Offenimen." Zoe spoke up next. "Seraphimen turned into a Diggy egg." She told Offenimen. "The evil legendary warriors were behind it." "I know," Offenimen said sadly. So what are we supposed to do about it? Koji asked. Before I tell you, you must know this is a crucial point. You can stop now or face a dangerous road ahead. Will you accept the risk? Afeniman asked. The kids all knew what they had to do, all of them nodding as one. You'd better believe we will, Takuya said determinedly. You must be certain, all of you, Afeniman pressed. I've never been more certain in my life, Zoe agreed. Me either, Koji added. Yeah, Tommy agreed. Same here, JP finished. So what do we do now, Afeniman? Koji asked. Head for the Rose Morning Star, Afeniman instructed, but something was trying to cut her out. The screen on their detectors began to fizzle in and out. And then, Afeniman's voice was completely cut out, and nothing but static was left. What did you say, Afeniman? Koji called, but to no avail. I don't think she can speak to us, Zoe frowned. The group looked up at each other. What is a Rose Morning Star? JP asked. Maybe we can ask Pataman, Takuya suggested. He tossed his book to me earlier, but he knows this stuff more than I do. Good idea, Koji agreed. Hey Pata, Takuya began to say as he turned around, only to notice there was no Pataman. Pataman, where is he? The others began to look around, noticing a lack of Digimon around them. I can't find Byaman, Zoe frowned. Kokyuman is gone too, JP noticed worriedly. Labraman isn't here either, Koji furrowed his eyebrows. Lapman, where are you? Tommy called out. Where are they? Did they get lost during that fight? Koji asked. Why would they? They had a better chance of getting lost back at the underground cavern, JP pointed out. They were acting pretty weird earlier, Tommy noted. Lopman made it sound like he was saying goodbye. Wait, why would Lopman sound like he was saying goodbye? Koji asked as Zoe remembered how Byaman had been acting. Now that you mentioned it, Byaman sounded similar when she spoke to me, also like she was saying goodbye, Zoe realized. Kokyuman did say he was reminiscing earlier, but I thought he was just feeling nostalgic. JP frowned. That must be why Pataman tossed his book at me, Takuya realized before he took the book out from under his jacket. I thought it was weird that he would do that, but he wanted us to use it as a guide. But why, Koji asked. Why would they leave us? Why now? Tommy thought back to all those times their Digimon seemed down and worried about something. Lopman had been especially distracted all day since they arrived at the fair. It seemed like the Digimon knew they would be leaving them, but Tommy didn't know why they had to. Lopman and the others had been hiding something from them, something big, but they refused to talk about it. Maybe Tommy should have tried harder to get the information out of them, because now it was too late. I don't know, but we need to find them, JP said worriedly. Maybe we can do that as we make our way to the Rose Morning Star, wherever that is. Takuya, let me look at that book, Tommy requested. Takuya blinked, seeing Tommy's eyes were full of determination. Tommy wanted to find their Digimon friends as much as everyone else. Takuya nodded. If their friends were out there alone, then they needed to find them. Takuya handed Tommy the book. Tommy may be the youngest of them, but he had shown he was very smart for his age. Tommy opened the book, looking through the table of contents before flipping the pages to the page he was looking for. The Rose Morning Star. Tommy looked up and around for a moment before he pointed at a dark-looking sky that had blue and purple mist surrounding it. Over there. There's a star up there, but there's a castle under it. That's apparently where Cherubimon resides. That looks pretty far, JP frowned. Are we really going to be walking all that way? It's possible that our Digimon friends are going there too, Zoe suggested, so we should get going as well. Yeah, but 3 of them could fly, JP groaned. They could easily carry Labraman and Lopman, so they could be halfway to that Rose Morning Star by now. Yeah, but they're rookie-level Digimon. That means they can't travel as far or as fast as other, stronger Digimon. Takuya pointed out, but I do agree that they do have an advantage, so we need to start moving as soon as possible. But walking that entire way will take weeks, JP grumbled. That doesn't matter. I want to find our friends as soon as possible, even if it means walking. Koji glared, making JP flinch a little. How do we even know they're going to the Rose Morning Star? Zoe asked. Lopman said that he and the others are still going to help us no matter what, Tommy spoke up. I doubt they would just leave and go somewhere else. If they want to keep helping us, even after leaving, then they'll likely go to the same place we're going. Zoe nodded before she smiled. Then in that case, maybe we can catch them there. What do you mean catch them there? JP asked. Zoe then grinned. With these, we can ride the trailman to the Rose Morning Star, she said as she held out 5 passes. These are trailman tickets. Remember that eating contest? Well, these were the grand prize for scarfing 30 plates of that food in an hour. 30 plates? How is that even possible? Tommy asked, shocked since this was his first time hearing about that eating competition. Don't ask, JP groaned. The point is that we can use a trailman to get there, and we should be able to find them when they arrive at the Rose Morning Star themselves. Zoe smiled. All right, then let's head for that star and find our friends. Takuya grinned. Everyone cheered on in agreement. From afar, Lopman, Pataman, Kokuaman, Biaman, and Labraman watched the children making plans. Do you think we did the right thing? Labraman asked. We had no choice. If we stayed any longer, we would be booted out of this world, Lopman sighed, and we'd leave them to their fates. But this doesn't seem right. It's like we're abandoning them, Kokuaman frowned. We're just helping them from afar, Biaman said. From now on, we must consider ourselves fugitives from the legendary warriors. If they see us, if they so much as touch us at this point, we will be executed, Pataman warned. The mastermind made it clear from the beginning, our role with them is finished from the moment Tommy turned into Korakakuman. Our role may be finished, but our mission is still ongoing, Lopman said. We may not be allowed to be by their side anymore, but that doesn't mean we've given up on trying to save them. And we will save them. Yeah, we just have to make sure we get Offeniman and Cherubiman's power so we can help save them, Kokuaman replied. Biaman nodded. That's right, we're not backing down now. But we still have those saboteurs who will be after us now, Labraman pointed out. We'll have to be extra careful from here on out. Then our main priority right now is survival and getting to the Rose Morning Star ourselves, Lopman said. Ironic that the children are going there too, thinking that's where we're going, Biaman chuckled. Yeah, but it is the only place where Offeniman and Cherubiman are, Pataman sighed. But how will we get there? Kokuaman asked. We can't exactly fly for long periods of time. And since we're unable to digivolve, we won't be able to carry you two all the way across a continent, Biaman pointed out. We'll find a way, Lopman said. Trailman, airmail, hijacking someone even if we must. This is about survival now. We'll have to do what we must if we want to stay alive in this world and get to our destination. Yeah, but it's not going to be easy, Pataman agreed. It just feels like we're doing something we shouldn't be doing. He couldn't explain it in more detail due to Labraman not knowing his secret, but it was like something was aching, protesting their next actions. Come on, Lopman spoke up. Let's get going. Everyone gave a solemn look at the kids one more time before they began heading out. I wonder how Black Gataman's doing, Labraman asked. I wonder when she'll have to leave as well. Meanwhile, back at the hideout, Black Gataman was looking out the window. She could see storm clouds coming in. What a nuisance, Mercuriman grumbled. All the children hath foundeth their beast spirits. Things will become that much harder for us. Black Gataman looked back at Mercuriman. Is that true? All the human children got their beast spirits now. Thou is correct, Mercuriman answered, which means they will be coming here soon. Black Gataman frowned. She had a lot to think about. She jumped out of the window and landed on the ground. She walked up a small path, feeling the winds blowing. So they've all gotten their beast spirits. Oh guys, am I supposed to go too? No, if I was, Tapperman or the mastermind would have tried to have me executed by now. My role isn't with the other kids, it's with Duskman, but how much longer will that last? Black Gataman knew this was going to be a troubled time for her friends. They're all alone now. Can they make it on their own in the digital world? Black Gataman, what are you doing out here? Black Gataman turned to see Duskman behind her. I was just thinking to myself. When a storm is about to hit, Duskman asked, that's reckless. I know, Black Gataman grumbled. I just had a lot on my mind. I'm worried about some friends of mine. Is that so? Duskman questioned. You must really be worried about them if you came out here to think before a storm hits. I guess I was just so caught up in my thoughts, I didn't realize a storm was coming. Black Gatomon admitted sheepishly. You should come inside, Duskman said as lightning flashed in the clouds and the winds picked up. Yeah, Black Gatomon agreed before she followed Duskman inside. What's been on your mind that has you so troubled? Duskman asked. Mercuryman just announced the human children all have their beast spirits, Black Gatomon answered. So that means they'll be coming here soon. If that's the case, then I can see why you'd be worried. Duskman admitted before he gave her a reassuring glance. Don't worry, we can handle them. I have yet to enter the battlefield myself. If it comes to that, it will be in my domain, darkness. Those children won't know what hit them when that happens. You are strong, I have no doubt about that, Black Gatomon acknowledged. Still, it would be in our best interest to not underestimate them. They took on Grumbleman, they took on Ranaman, they even took on Arborman. Ranaman and Arborman are still alive and well, but they did take quite the beating. Those children seem to have a lot of determination, and they seem to be getting stronger. I will acknowledge that, Duskman admitted. And Grumbleman lost his beast spirit to them as well, so I can't be too reckless or get overconfident. I agree we need to be smart about how and where we fight them when it comes to that. If we're lucky, they'll come in at night where you're at your strongest, Black Gatomon said. But for now, maybe we should spend this time talking about what we'll do tomorrow. Duskman looked curious. Why, do you want to do something tomorrow? Of course, we never know when we may have to face a battle, so it's good to relax and have fun every once in a while, Black Gatomon replied. A friend of mine told me that when I used to be quite the uptight person. Then I would like to meet this friend one day. Duskman chuckled. I don't see why we can't have some fun. At least I won't have to worry about Ranaman or one of the others leaving you behind again like last time. Hess, I hear you miss me quite a bit, Black Gatomon chuckled. Maybe just a little, Duskman admitted. Lopman, Pataman, Labraman, Biaman, and Kokuaman were walking on the snow, making slow progress. We've been in this world for a while. How much time do you think has passed in the real world? Labraman asked worriedly. It's hard to say, but I doubt too much time has passed. The dream world's time is very different from our world, Lopman stated. For Takuya and the others, almost a year had passed for them in the digital world from the constant loop, yet it has only been a few hours at most for us. It was like watching a series on TV that takes about 20 minutes each, without commercial breaks, to watch. That sounds like some kind of anime. Kokuaman chuckled before he became serious. But we need to remember, those were their memories we were watching, even if it looked like and felt like watching an anime. But that's the problem, isn't it? Pataman frowned. The fact their lives here are like an anime. That's the path the mastermind wants for them, Biaman said. The path he believes they should take to be true legendary warriors. So what's wrong with it? Labraman asked. They're still helping Digimon out, and this world, even if it is just a dream, right? Why do we want to stop it? Why don't we just find a way to end the loop but let the dream continue until the end? The problem is that it's a form of brainwashing, Lopman answered. This isn't what happened to them, we know this. But if they successfully get out of the loop and reach the ending the mastermind wants, then that's what they'll remember. They'll become the legendary warriors the mastermind wants, and they won't remember everything they went through with us outside of this dream. They'll think we're just in the way and won't let us help them. The Digitstein guild we wanted to build will become non-existent. And Takuya won't be as close to us anymore either. He'll likely keep his distance to protect us. Not to mention its brainwashing, that itself is already a bad thing, Biaman added. Labraman may not have totally understood what was being said to her, but she got the message all the same. So you mean to tell me all that we have been through with the legendary warriors will be forgotten by them, and they won't see us as allies anymore? That may not be exactly what Lopman is saying, but that's the gist of it, yes, Pataman replied. I think I found something I feel more uncomfortable with than bullying, Labraman grumbled. I'm more uncomfortable about the fact it's that easy to brainwash people, Biaman frowned. It's not just Ghost or Digimon that have to worry about that, but humans too. Still, I suppose the complete brainwashing would have been better than what we had to deal with before when something went terribly wrong with the process. Lopman frowned. Setting past location, Amity Park. Who can focus on school with our cousin and friends missing? Danny groaned next to Andy during class. Mom and Dad are already handling the missing posters for Takuya here, Andy replied. If he and the others were taken together, chances are if we find him, we'll find the others too. But until then, we don't know where to look. So stop freaking out before you accidentally make your eyes glow in class. Danny grumbled, I know, but it's just hard to focus. Who knows where they could have ended up, or who took them either. Mr. Fenton, is there a problem? Their teacher, Mr. Lancer, asked when he heard Danny's comments. Danny hesitated. Andy gave a sigh before he spoke up. Actually, yes, Mr. Lancer. My brother's not feeling well today. Maybe he should go to the nurse's office. Danny realized what Andy was doing and nodded. Why, yeah, I think I have a stomachache from some bad food I ate this morning. Danny started coughing violently. Yeah, it's pretty bad, Andy added. Mr. Lancer frowned. He knew about the accident that nearly took Danny's life a few months ago. It was possible his health wasn't in the best of conditions either. Very well, head to the nurse's office to make sure it's nothing serious. Mr. Lancer relented as he wrote up a hall pass for Danny to use. Thank you, Mr. Lancer, Danny said as he took the hall pass. Seeing his ticket to get out of school and search for Takuya, Danny made a beeline out of the classroom to find a place to transform into Danny Phantom, his ghost form, so he could fly out of school. Andy looked down at his notes as Danny rushed out of class. Instead of notes, he drew a picture of Takuya as Aguniman. It was crude, but he could tell it was Aguniman. Darn it, Takuya, where are you? Hours passed, school was out for the day. Andy met up with Tucker, Sam, and Jazz. We should get back to my house to discuss how we're going to look for Takuya and the others, Andy suggested. Yeah, but where's Danny? Jazz asked. He left earlier. He couldn't wait any longer to start searching, Andy answered. I told Mr. Lancer Danny wasn't feeling well, and I think the accident he had a few months ago helped give credibility to that. He'll likely come back to Fenton Works when he's exhausted every place he could search in. Can't blame him, though, Tucker admitted. This is your cousin he is looking for. I know I would be in a similar state of panic if someone in my family went missing. Tucker was a friend of Andy and Danny's since they were little kids. He was an African-American boy. He wore glasses and a red beret on his head. He wore a long-sleeve yellow shirt, green cargo pants with a black belt, brown boots, and a navy blue backpack. It didn't help that freak show nearly took him away not that long ago either. Sam frowned. Sam was also a friend of Andy and Danny's, though she met with them later than Tucker. Like the others, she was a teenager and a Caucasian girl. She had light violet eyes, thick brows, and chin-length, straight black hair with a small ponytail at the top back of her head, held by a green hair tie along with M-shaped bangs. She also has a deep violet lipstick on her lips. She wore a black choker around her neck, a black cropped tank top with a light violet oval printed on the center, thick black bracelets on both her wrists, purple tights under a black skirt with a green crosshatch design, and large black biker boots with metal-like soles. Don't bring that up, Jazz grumbled. I've never been so worried in my life like that time. Jazz was Danny and Andy's older sister, though she was only older by 2 years. Jazz was a teenager with a similar facial structure and slender figure like her mother. Jazz did have her father's aqua blue eyes and her mother's auburn hair, albeit with an orange tint that reached down to her hips. She wore dark pink lipstick as well. Jazz's outfit was an aqua headband, a black long-sleeved V-neck shirt, aqua pants, and simple black flats for her shoes. I don't think any of us want to remember that, Sam grumbled. That would have been a disaster if Freak Show had gotten away with his prizes. We're not here to talk about Freak Show, we're here to talk about how to find Takuya, Andy grumbled. Now come on, we don't want to waste time chatting about the past. I just hope Pataman makes sure Danny doesn't push himself. Jazz frowned in worry. Andy, Jazz, Sam, and Tucker hurried to a large building that had neon signs that read Fenton Works and a big arrow pointing to it. There was also a large contraption sticking out of the building's roof. Mom, Dad, Jazz called out. Jazz, you guys are back from school quite fast, Maddie Fenton noted as she peered out of the kitchen. Maddie Fenton was a woman with a slender figure, although more filled out than Jazz due to being an adult. She had auburn-colored hair that went down to her neck and purple eyes. She also wore dark pink lipstick as well. Maddie wore a teal-blue hazmat suit with black gloves and boots, as well as a black belt. Normally, she would wear her hazmat suit's hood, which was blue with red goggles, but she had not been wearing it as of late. Maddie Fenton was also Andy and Jazz's mother. "School finished, and we came straight home," Andy answered. "Now isn't the time to be hanging out at the mall or the Nasty Burger. We brought Tucker and Sam with us. They could help us since they have their Digimon partners with them." "And they can fly," Sam added. "The perks of having the ability of flight," Byaman chuckled as she was able to hop out of Sam's backpack. "You can let go of my back now," Tucker said. Kokuaman dropped from Tucker's back. "I hope I didn't hurt your back, Tucker, though it is a great place to hide since your backpack covers me." Tucker rubbed his back as he stretched out. "It's fine, I needed to work out anyway." "Hey Andiru and Jazzapins, good to see you're home." A loud voice bolstered before a large man ran up to them, grabbing the group into a bear hug. This big man was none other than Jack Fenton, Andy, Danny, and Jazz's father. Jack was a large man who towered over his kids and wife. He had the same color eyes as Jazz, and the same black hair as Andy and Danny, but his hair was graying on the sides. Jack Fenton wore a bright orange hazmat suit with black gloves and boots. "Dad, you're crushing our lungs," Andy groaned. Jack finally let them go. "Hess, sorry about that." Lopman fell out of Andy's backpack. "Oog, I shouldn't be in your backpack for one of those hugs." "Dad, have you and Mom heard anything about Takuya?" Jez asked. Jack shook his head. "Sadly no, we haven't," he admitted, "but there has been a promising lead that we are going to look into." "What lead is that?" Andy asked. "Well, Sorcerman noted that all the legendary warriors, the human ones anyway, going missing at the same time is out of the ordinary." Jack began. "And before that, there was a form spotted following them before they disappeared. I think it was mentioned to be a smaller Digimon, but that's all that we've heard so far." "A smaller Digimon?" Tucker blinked. "Are you saying a small Digimon is what took Takuya and the other legendary warriors?" "We didn't find any ectoplasmic residues in Takuya's room, so it's not likely a ghost took Takuya away," Maddie explained. "The only explanation is that the kidnapper is either human or a Digimon." "And considering the small size of the figure, it's likely a Digimon," Jack added. "But how could a small Digimon take the legendary warriors away?" Tucker asked. "Well, you have to remember, these legendary warriors aren't always in their strong Digimon forms," Kokuaman pointed out. "If they were taken in the middle of the night, then they would likely be in their human forms, asleep, and unaware. And because it happened at home, they had no reason to be on guard." Andy frowned. "But that does bring up the question, how did the kidnapper take them away?" Jack questioned as he folded his arms in thought. "Breaking into Fenton Works to kidnap someone is almost impossible, given the defensive systems here. Even if the kidnapper is not a ghost, the alarms should have still gone off." "There are all sorts of Digimon, though," Lopman said. "It's possible this Digimon is able to slip into a house undetected with some kind of illusion power. From what I understand, your house was mainly built with a ghost and human security system, but you don't know enough about Digimon to build a security system for them, at least the smaller ones." Maddie grimaced. "Yeah, and we need to rectify that as soon as possible." "But back on topic, where could the kidnapper take the legendary warriors? Are they in the human world or the digital world?" Tucker asked. "We don't have enough information to get a lock on their location." "That's what we're trying to figure out, Tucker," Sam grumbled. "If we just knew where to start looking, that'll make things a little easier." "Problem is we don't know when they were taken, or where," Byaman added. "We just know it happened sometime in the middle of the night." "I'm going to have to start installing security cameras in all of our rooms," Maddie grumbled. "I'd rather you didn't. That's a violation of privacy," Jazz sighed. "Besides, doing that now won't help us find out who took Takuya last night." The front door opened. Danny stood there with Pataman on his shoulder. "Any luck?" Andy asked. "No," Danny sighed. "I haven't seen any signs of Takuya anywhere, and I've even checked all the buildings. I suppose if someone wanted to kidnap Takuya, they wouldn't make him easy to find." Pataman frowned. "But even so, it's odd how we couldn't find him." Andy looked at Danny and Pataman. They couldn't say too much due to Danny's ghost half. Jack and Maddie were ghost hunters, and they weren't exactly a fan of ghosts. They had no idea that one of their sons was half ghost, and Danny would rather keep it that way. "Come on, Danny, Patamon, you've been searching for them for hours. Let's get you two upstairs to rest for a bit," Andy suggested. "But we need to focus on looking for Takuya," Danny frowned. "Danny, you and Patamon need to rest," Andy stated as he looked at Danny in the eyes. "I will not have my brother overexert himself and make himself sick." There was a strange, underlined threat in Andy's tone that sent shivers down Danny's spine. "Dang, bro," Danny gulped, "you can sure be insistent." "Well, he is your brother," Patamon chuckled. "It's also for the best," Maddie said. "If you've been out there for a while, it's best you take a break. I don't want you getting sick or overexerted trying to find Takuya. Don't worry, we're all working hard to find him, Danny." "Yeah, and after you've taken a break, I can bring you some fudge. The chocolatey, sugary treats will keep you going for hours." Jack smiled. Danny grinned. He loved fudge, especially when Jack made it. "Thanks, Dad, you're the best." "Just don't eat too much of it," Patamon warned. "I don't want you running around for hours like you're flying." Danny grumbled. "Come on, Lopman, I want you to come too," Andy said. "All right," Lopman replied as he followed Andy, Danny, and Patamon upstairs. As soon as they were in their room, Andy closed the door before looking at Danny and Patamon. "Okay, we're out of Mom and Dad's earshot. Can you explain to me how you looked for Takuya? You looked through all the buildings, all the hidden basements, closets, whatever you could think of." "Yeah, good thing intangibility and invisibility are standard ghost powers," Danny said with a sigh. "There was no sign anywhere. I even looked in the old funeral home's basement morgue. Takuya just isn't here." "That's why I said it was odd that we couldn't find him anywhere," Patamon said. "If someone took him somewhere in Amity Park, there should have been a sign of him or the other legendary warriors there." "So, does that mean Takuya's taken further away from Amity Park or in the digital world?" Danny questioned. "We should also consider the ghost zone as a possibility," Patamon brought up. "Though it's not likely, it's still a possibility. We recently heard from Sorcerman that there was a small Digimon scene following with the human legendary warriors," Lopman informed. "A small Digimon," Patamon frowned. "Is there no other description?" "Sadly no," Lopman replied. "Apparently it was too hard to catch a glimpse of it completely." "Well, that doesn't really help us," Danny grumbled. "There are many Digimon that are small." "Was the Digimon on the ground or in the air?" Andy asked. "Oh, that's a good question, I'll go ask," Lopman said. "Wait," Andy said. "Is there any way for us to talk to Sorcerman directly with a computer?" "You could try," Patamon pointed out. "It might be quicker if we could." "We might as well," Andy stated. "Right," Danny said before he went over to his computer and turned it on. After a minute or two, Andy held out his D-Arc. "Sorcerman, Sorcerman, are you there?" Andy hoped that by using his D-Arc to send out a message to a Digimon instead of opening up a Digaport, he might actually be able to communicate with the Digimon. "Sorcerman of the Forest Terminal, assistant to Seraphimon, are you there?" Patamon called out, hoping to specify the Digimon. "What? Yes, I hear you." Sorcerman's voice came over the computer before the screen flickered to show Sorcerman's image. "I will admit, I wasn't expecting to be suddenly contacted out of nowhere, or to have a screen show up in front of me." "Looks like it worked," Danny smiled. "Yeah, but the signal is weak," Andy noted. "The screen is fuzzy and Sorcerman's voice is hard to hear. We might not be able to talk to him for long." "Then we better make this count," Patamon said. "Sorcerman, we have a few important questions regarding the Digimon scene following the legendary warriors." "Okay, I will. Do my best to answer those questions," Sorcerman's voice stated, though the static made it difficult to hear him. "Was the Digimon seen on the ground or in the air?" Andy asked. "It was seen, flying, mostly in the shadows," Sorcerman answered. "So it's a Digimon that can fly or float at the very least," Andy noted. "Is that important though?" Lopman asked. "There's still a lot of Digimon that can fly." "Could anyone see the figure flapping any kind of wings?" Andy questioned. "Even in the shadow, the motion alone should still be seeable." "No, I don't believe there were any reports of flapping movements," Sorcerman answered. "The shadow was very still, quiet." "Well, that at least narrows it down then," Danny noted. A flying Digimon that has no movement for flight. I don't think I can think of many Digimon with that ability. Was the Digimon ghostly in any way? Patamon asked. Whenever I'm in that ghostly form, I'm capable of floating without flapping my wings. Not that I can tell, Sorcererman replied. As far as I know, the reports never mentioned a ghostly Digimon. Bakeman never leaves their main location. So it's a Digimon that can levitate without wings and isn't a ghostly Digimon, Andy remarked. Thanks, Sorcererman. The fuzziness was getting worse, so they knew they were going to lose signal soon. ANETT time, Sorcererman's voice said, though it was getting cut out before the screen went blank. Looks like that's all we're getting from Sorcererman, Lopman noted. So, how much does this narrow down? Danny asked. Andy frowned. When we saw Takuya's bedroom, there weren't any signs of a struggle. It was as if Takuya just simply got up and walked away on his own. But why would that be? That's a good question, Lopman agreed. If the Digimon was small, I doubt they would have been able to just pick up Takuya without some kind of struggle, even with telekinesis. Takuya is pretty strong. I doubt he'd be held by any kind of power without a struggle of some kind. Right. That's the million-dollar question, Patamon said. What kind of Digimon is capable of taking the legendary warriors away without a struggle? Well, we narrowed things down, but the biggest question we still don't know the answer to, Danny grumbled. It's like he got up in his sleep and walked away. What, you think Takuya just sleepwalked away? Andy asked. I mean, I wasn't being serious, but Danny smiled sheepishly. Andy began thinking, we shouldn't completely ignore that possibility. After all, Digimon have all sorts of strange powers. I should at least tell the others about this. Maybe they might have seen a Digimon that fits the description. Yeah, any help we can get will be appreciated, Danny admitted. I mean, we have so few clues, but we do have a better idea of what to look for now. But that doesn't help us know which Digimon we are looking for, Patamon pointed out. We can't give up so easily, Andy said. If there's a trail, no matter how faint, we'll find it. Danny looked at Andy. I'm surprised at how confident you sound about this, bro. Not really confident, just, Andy looked back at Danny for a moment. This isn't my first time looking for someone I care about going missing. Danny blinked before realizing what Andy meant. Danny didn't say anything as Andy walked out of the room with Lopman following him. Are you all right, Danny? Patamon asked. I'm fine, it's just, Danny sighed. How many times had Andy needed to save me? How many times did he get worried for me because something happened? Despite being the one with superpowers, it feels like I get saved by Andy a lot and worry him. Patamon furrowed his eyes in concern. It's not your fault, Danny. You're still a young teenager who is learning about his own abilities. Even you will have times when you need to get saved by someone else. But that's the thing, Andy's always seeming to save me when I should be the one saving him, Danny groaned. And when I do go to save Andy, he's already found a way out of danger. You shouldn't be too hard on yourself, Patamon said. You've saved Andy plenty of times when he was in danger. When ghosts first started attacking, I'm sure you had to save him plenty of times before he got his footing in ghost hunting and got Lopman. Not to mention, you did save him from Vlad when he tried to use him as a hostage. And let's not forget the Halloween incident, where it took you and Takuya to help Andy come out of his nightmare. Danny blushed a bit. Yeah, I guess I did, he admitted, but it just feels like those times don't count when I think about it. There isn't some scoreboard keeping track of who saves whom and how. The point is, you two have been helping each other this entire time, Patamon pointed out. You and Andy have been going through some tough times, but that doesn't mean neither of you have been slacking off in helping each other or the town you live in. You both have different strengths and weaknesses, remember that. Danny chuckled in an embarrassed manner. Yeah, I should remember that, he agreed. Thanks, Patamon. Andy just finished telling the others of the Digimon he managed to get a description of. So does anyone know what this Digimon could be? Andy asked. I can't really think of one, Sam sighed. Then again, there are a lot of Digimon I don't know about. Even I'm having trouble trying to think of such a Digimon, Byaman admitted. Surely there's a Digimon like that in my PDA, Tucker frowned, but I don't know if I've seen a Digimon like that. It's hard to narrow down a Digimon like that, Kokuaman sighed. So none of you know? Andy asked before he looked over at Jazz, who had been pretty quiet. Jazz, what about you? Jazz frowned. Well, I'm not sure. Jazz, if you know something, you need to tell us, Andy said firmly. Takuya's life could be in danger here. I know, Jazz hesitated. I need some time to think. I want to be absolutely sure before I share anything that could lead us into trouble. Andy looked at Jazz for a moment before sighing. Fine, but you need to tell us something by tomorrow morning. It would be dangerous to keep quiet if you have even an inkling of the Digimon we're trying to figure out for too long. Jazz nodded. Don't worry, I'll be sure to let you know, she promised, but her face showed she was considering a possibility she didn't like. Later that night, Jazz quietly walked downstairs. She was trying to be as quiet as possible. This had been bothering her since Andy gave them the description of the small Digimon that had been seen following the human legendary warriors. She could only think of one Digimon that fit that description, and she was the only one in their group to have seen it. But she needed to be sure she knew her brothers. Danny would want to go to this person as soon as possible to confront them, while Andy would try to gather as much information as possible. But he could also make things difficult for this person if he had an inkling that they may be responsible for taking Takuya away. Jazz opened the front door and walked outside. She needed to hurry. She made a beeline to this person's house. She knew their address because she had visited them a few times. When Jazz made it to the house she was looking for, she walked up to the front door and rang the doorbell. The door opened a few minutes later, revealing Dr. Maxwell Carbon. Ah, Jasmine, Dr. Carbon greeted with a warm smile. What brings you to my house this late? We need to talk, Jazz said. It's pretty serious. Dr. Carbon frowned a little. I see. Why don't you come on in then? Jazz hesitated a little. If Dr. Carbon was the one responsible, she was walking into his house, with no Digimon or superpowered brother to protect her if things went south. But at the same time, she may not get any more information if she was acting suspicious of him from the start. Okay, Jazz decided, hoping she wasn't making a mistake. Jazz followed Dr. Carbon into his house. She sat down on a couch in his living room. So, what brings you here? Dr. Carbon asked again. You said it was serious. Normally you wouldn't come to my house so late, so I assume it has to do with someone in your family. Yes, Jazz admitted. My cousin, Takuya, has gone missing. He was found missing early this morning, and nobody had seen him since. We thought he may have gone into the digital world, but it's unlikely given that his monitor was cold. Then we recently learned that a small Digimon was seen following Takuya. So you think this Digimon kidnapped your cousin? Dr. Carbon asked. I'm not sure, but I think that Digimon either may be responsible or they, at least, know something, Jazz answered. Then why come to me? Dr. Carbon questioned. I wouldn't know more about this than any more than you. Jazz hesitated a little before she answered. I recently got more of a description. The Digimon in question is able to levitate without any wings, and it isn't a ghostly Digimon. I don't know too many Digimon like that, except for Tapperman, your partner. Dr. Carbon frowned a little. Yes, that does sound like Tapperman, but there could be a number of Tappermen who have human partners or are acting alone with their activities. We can't assume my partner has anything to do with what happened. That may be so, if this happened in the digital world, Jazz said. But nobody can bring their partners into the real world, except for a few. And I've seen Tapperman in your house a few times when I visited. I never said anything because I thought it was all right to keep Tapperman here since you two were keeping quiet about it. I don't know a lot of people who have their Digimon partners with them in the real world. So either you had something to do with this, or someone else with a Digimon similar to Tapperman kidnapped my cousin. Dr. Carbon felt a scowl trying to cross his face, but he managed to hide it. I see. Well, I can assure you, my partner Tapperman had nothing to do with your cousin's disappearance. Jazz frowned. Then who else could have taken him? And why? Tapperman would have been able to sneak into Fenton Works with his power over dreams and illusions, and he could easily use his dream powers to make Takuya sleep walk out of bed to follow him anywhere. Dr. Carbon looked at Jazz for a long moment. You are a smart girl, Jazz. You've always come to me to tell me how you're always so worried about your brothers and cousin, and feeling like they're taking on more responsibilities than they should. Even if I or Tapperman were responsible for taking your cousin away, why would I admit that to you? And if I wasn't, Why would I say I was? You would need more evidence than going off on a hunch from a vague description you heard. Besides, your cousin is a legendary warrior. I'm sure he can take care of himself if he needed to. It is his destiny after all. Jazz furrowed her eyes in thought. That's true, but Takuya just disappearing like that is not like him. He wouldn't just up and leave for no reason, or without telling us. You'll have to look elsewhere for him. I'm afraid I can't be of much help, Dr. Carbon stated. You should get some sleep. It's not good for a girl your age to stay awake for too long. Jazz looked at Dr. Carbon and frowned. Dr. Carbon was right. She didn't have any evidence to pin this on him or Tapperman, but she wanted to talk to him to see how he would react or answer. She got what she wanted, though, and it wouldn't be wise to stick around any longer. Jazz stood up. Thank you for your hospitality. Jazz walked out of Dr. Carbon's house, looking back for a moment to see Tapperman floating behind Dr. Carbon as the door closed. The next morning, Jazz called for a family meeting. She had trouble sleeping last night after her talk with Dr. Carbon. A lot was going through her mind. Danny, Andy, Pataman, Lopman, Jack, Maddie, and Jazz sat in the living room. What's the emergency, Jazz? Danny asked. I may have a suspect on who could have taken Takuya and maybe the other legendary warriors away, Jazz said after some hesitance. Really, who? Lopman asked. And are you sure about it? Pataman added. Jazz sighed. I don't know, but it's suspicious. I spoke with Dr. Carbon last night. Doctor who? Danny blinked. I believe he's the school's new teen therapist after Spectra left, Andy explained. Oh, they hired a new one, Danny asked, surprised. Focus, Danny, Pataman spoke up. Dr. Carbon was someone I had been talking to since Tommy and I got separated in the digital world, Jazz explained. He has a Digimon partner called Tapperman. It's a taper-like Digimon with clouds for legs, so he floats without wings. He specializes in dreams and illusions. Wow, so this guy's been to the digital world then. That's awesome, Jack smiled. Wait, Maddie spoke up. That sounds like the Digimon that fits the description we've been hearing, the one following the legendary warriors. Yeah, that's why I was suspicious of Dr. Carbon, Jazz admitted. You mean you went to see the man alone? That's reckless, Jazz, Jack scolded. Yeah, I agree, that was reckless. What if he decided to kidnap you to silence you? Danny frowned. I know it was risky, but I've visited him before, Jazz spoke up. If he wanted to kidnap me, he would have already. I just needed to know how he'd react if I asked him about it. Even if his partner fits the description, would he really have been responsible for this? Andy asked. After all, he shouldn't have been able to use Tapperman outside of the digital world. Jazz looked down, which Andy quickly noticed. Unless he's somehow able to bring Tapperman into the real world, like Freakshow did with Digimon, Andy stated. You'd be right, Jazz admitted. I've seen Tapperman in Dr. Carbon's house a few times before, so that's why I'm considering him a suspect, as much as I don't want to. He reacted coldly and logically when I mentioned he and Tapperman could have been behind it because of Tapperman's abilities to control dreams. That's already a sign that he's likely the one who did it, but trying to use cold logic to say he didn't. Wait, you said Tapperman can control dreams, right? Andy asked. Yeah, Jazz asked. Andy frowned. Then that's all the more reason to suspect him, especially since he has Tapperman in the real world. There was no struggle in Takuya's bedroom. The fact he could have sleepwalked away. A Digimon who can control dreams would be able to do that easily. So should we storm into Dr. Carbon's house? Jack asked. I can get the Fenton assault vehicle. No, Dad, we're not going to bust into a man's house without solid proof. The cops would have us arrested before we could find anything. Jez quickly spoke up. This is why I didn't want to say anything until I was more sure that Dr. Carbon was behind this. Jack growled, but he did back down, knowing Jazz was right. He, nor Maddie, would be of any help in rescuing Takuya if they got themselves arrested. So, you're certain Dr. Carbon is behind this? Danny asked. I mean, the fact you told us this. That must mean something. I'm not 100% certain, Danny. Just that he's the most likely suspect, Jazz sighed. I didn't see Takuya or any of the legendary warriors with him. Then perhaps we should do our own sleuthing to be sure, Andy said. If Dr. Carbon has them, he has to be keeping them hidden nearby. Danny sighed. What is it with these teen therapists and being crazy themselves? We're going to need a plan, Maddie spoke up. This isn't like trying to hunt down a ghost and capturing it. This is a real human being who may have kidnapped actual children from their homes for reasons we don't know. We could try calling the police, but since a Digimon is involved, it's not likely there'll be much help. Especially if the Digimon can control dreams, he may be able to make them forget why they're there in the first place, Lopman remarked. It might be more convenient if we had a ghost ally ourselves to look into this. Because intangibility and invisibility are awesome for gathering information, don't you think? Andy stated slyly. Maddie blinked, as did Jack. They both knew what Andy was talking about. There was only one ghost Andy would be bringing up at a time like this. You want to ask the ghost boy for help? Jack asked, wanting to be sure Andy knew what he was saying. Danny and Patamon looked over at Andy. He's the only ghost ally we, realistically, have right now, Andy answered. He's worked with Agunimon a few times, so I'm sure he'd be willing to help us find him. I don't know about this, Maddie frowned. Mom, you promised to be more open-minded with ghosts, Andy reminded. And we do need his help to find Takuya. Do you really want to not accept his help because of your mindset that all ghosts are evil and manipulative, when he could be the key to finding Takuya and the other legendary warriors? Maddie let out a sigh. She didn't trust the ghost boy very much, but at the same time, Andy had a point. They were going to need all the help they could get to find Takuya, as well as the other children who were kidnapped. She couldn't let her ghost prejudice ruin the best chance they had of finding them. However, before Maddie could speak up, there was a sudden loud explosion outside that caused the earth to shake a little. Everyone yelped as they were taken by surprise. What was that? Jazz questioned. Trouble, Danny frowned. Danny and Patamon didn't hesitate to run outside to see what was going on. Danny, don't go too far. Jack called out in worry as he, Maddie, Andy, Lopman, and Jazz hurried outside as well. To everyone's shock and horror, they saw one of the larger buildings in Amity Park set ablaze with a large fire. Chapter 25. What the heck is going on here? Danny exclaimed in shock. I don't think the fire department will have an easy time with that size of a blaze. Jazz gulped. Who could have done that? Jack questioned. Something's very wrong here, Patamon frowned. I can feel it. Well duh, there's a huge building on fire, Danny pointed out. Not that, Patamon said. The legendary warriors. I can sense their fractal codes nearby. You can? Maddie asked, surprised. Yeah, the legendary warriors have a strong fractal code. It's easy to sense when they're being used, Patamon explained. But something's wrong with the fractal code. I feel it too, Lopman frowned. It's like, there's this weird, malicious energy mixed in with the fractal codes. It feels similar to Digimon's fractal code, but a lot stronger. Then, the legendary warriors are here and responsible for the burning building in front of us. Jazz asked in horror. We don't know, we need to check this out, Danny frowned. Everyone, get in the assault vehicle. It's meant for combat, and it's a literal tank, Jack pointed out. I'll see if I can get us closer to the burning building. That sounds like I'm a bad, insane parent when I say it out loud. Just think of it as a ghost hunting activity for us, Jazz sighed. It's about the same on the danger level. Jack chuckled sheepishly. Good thinking, Jazzapants. There was another explosion, and another building set on fire. Enough talking, let's hurry, Andy spoke up. Everyone quickly got into the Fenton assault vehicle. They all buckled up as Jack started up the RV. Jack sped into the city. Normally, his reckless driving would make the family sick or worried for their safety. But in this case, they were more than happy for Jack to break every speed limit in the country. When they arrived at the burning building, they could see fire trucks and cop cars everywhere, trying to evacuate people. Ambulances were also in the area, taking in the injured. The building that was on fire was a work building, so a lot of people got caught up in it. Oh no, Maddie frowned in horror, seeing the damage that was done. There were still people inside the building, screaming out for help from the windows. Andy looked back at Danny. They needed someone with the ability to fly and go intangible to save those people, and they needed him now. Andy quickly nodded his head at the bathroom in the RV to Danny. Danny got the message. He held onto Padaman before clutching onto his stomach with a groan. Ugh, I think the shock of all this is making me sick. I'll be in the bathroom. Without waiting for a response, Danny rushed into the bathroom with Padaman, and shut there was a brief flash of light that was shown from under the door. But that was all that Andy needed to see to know his brother and Padaman were off to help. What caused this? Who is behind this? Jack asked as he gripped the steering wheel so hard, his hand ached. We can't get any closer, the police will stop us. Jazz frowned. We'll have to look around here then. The one who caused this probably isn't too far, Maddie deduced. Jack, drive us around the area. Jack nodded. That sounded like a good plan. Okay. But Dad, don't drive fast please. We're looking for the one behind this, not trying to scare them off. Jazz warned. Jack chuckled sheepishly. You got it, Jazzapants. We'll keep an eye out, Andy said. Mom and Dad have the front covered. Lopman and I will look to the right. Jazz, you look at the left. Right, Jazz agreed. As they drove around, Danny Phantom and his ghostly Digimon partner were hard at work saving the civilians who were trapped in the building. Due to the burning building, the heat was making Danny tired a lot quicker. The people he was rescuing were all thanking him, though they were surprised to be saved by a ghost, especially one who had been seen as the public enemy #1 recently. Padaman found some unfortunate souls who didn't make it, and either died from the explosion or burned alive by the fire. Padaman, what's Danny asked when he noticed his partner standing somewhere. Padaman covered Danny's view of the bodies with his wings. Don't look, head back, more people need help, but you can't save everyone. Danny had the feeling Padaman was not kidding around. The tone of his voice was serious and somber, which was unusual to hear from the little Digimon. But Danny trusted Padaman's words and nodded. Oh, okay, I'll go see who else needs help. Danny flew off, Padaman following him. Danny wanted to ask what Padaman had seen, but that would have to come after they finished rescuing people. The building was starting to collapse. For a ghost, that wasn't an issue because of intangibility. But for living humans, that was a major problem. Is there anyone else still in here? Danny called out, looking around frantically. Padaman was looking around as well, and they heard a very soft, faint voice, as well as coughing. This way, Padaman quickly shouted, flying in the direction they heard the coughing. Padaman came into a small room. He saw the door was closed, and there was no window for the smoke to go out. The walls and roof were falling apart, and he listened to try to locate the faint voice. He heard it again under the bed. The bed itself looked like it was being crushed by the weight of the ceiling, though it wasn't all the way to the ground. It was enough to start squishing anything that was under it. Danny quickly flew into the room. Due to the heavy smoke, he couldn't speak or he would breathe it in. Something he discovered recently, though mostly thanks to Andy observing him, he and Padaman didn't actually need to breathe, at least not in ghost form. He wasn't willing to test that while in human form. He looked at Padaman, and Padaman pointed at the slightly crushed bed. Danny's eyes went wide in horror that someone was actually under there. He quickly turned intangible to look, and saw what looked like a little girl who was 4 or 5 years old. She was choking on the smoke, and her body was being slowly crushed by the bed. Danny didn't hesitate to grab onto the girl, turning her intangible and flying her out of the room as quickly as he could. Padaman followed after him. Not long after they got out, the room they were in completely collapsed. Danny landed in front of an ambulance, spooking the paramedics. Hey, you need to help this little girl. She breathed in a lot of smoke, and her body was being crushed by the time I found her. Danny quickly explained the situation. Oh, of course. One of the paramedics replied. Jay, just let us get back and we can get things set up for her. She felt awkward talking to what was supposed to be the public enemy #1 ghost, but she knew beggars couldn't be choosers when it came to someone trying to help. The 2 paramedics immediately got to work, getting the back of the ambulance set up for the girl. Just set her down here and we can take over, the male paramedic instructed. Danny did as he was instructed. Thanks. No problem, we'll take it from here. The first paramedic replied as Danny nodded as he backed away. Is that Mandy? A male's voice shouted. Mandy, how did you find her? Is she all right? It was presumably the girl's father. He looked very frantic. We're working on keeping her alive, sir. We need to take her to the hospital. She breathed in a lot of smoke, and some of her bones are broken. We need to make sure her organs aren't crushed. one of the paramedics explained. "Oh, Mandy, I shouldn't have taken you to work with me," the father said somberly. Danny frowned before he and Pataman flew off. "Don't blame yourself for this, Danny. This wasn't your fault," Pataman said, sensing the guilt Danny was exuding. Danny sighed. "I know, but I feel like I could have done more," he admitted. I didn't expect things to be that bad with the building's damage and the fire." "Fire spreads quickly and consumes anything in its path," Pataman said. "Especially from an explosion. There's only so much you can do. You managed to save a lot of those people. You were able to get to where they were much quicker than the firefighters could, and save that little girl from being crushed." "I don't know, it sounds like she may not survive," Danny frowned. "She might, and that's what counts," Pataman said. "And even if she doesn't, at least you were able to reunite her with her family before she leaves." Danny grimaced. "Yeah, that's true, but I don't want to think about that possibility." Death wasn't something Danny was used to, despite being half ghost and fighting with ghosts on a daily basis. When he transformed, it was more like a cool superpower rather than him literally dying whenever he took this ghost form. When he fought against other ghosts, it was like fighting against monsters from another dimension, but if he ever stopped to think about it, some of the ghosts he had faced really had been alive at one point, like Poindexter, Ember, the lunch lady, and the list went on. "If she doesn't make it, I wonder if she'll end up in the ghost zone," Danny quietly muttered. "It's best to not think about that, or you'll spiral into a depressive state. You need to be on guard, because the one who committed this is nearby," Pataman warned. Danny tensed up, realizing Pataman was right. "Yeah, good point," he admitted, "but where is the culprit? I can't see anyone, but I can sense them nearby." It wasn't a ghost. Danny could already tell that much. His ghost sense didn't go off. But still, Danny could sense some kind of powerful entity was nearby. Suddenly, a massive blast of fire shot at Danny and Pataman. Danny let out a gasp as he instinctually created a green barrier around himself and Pataman. The flames hit the barrier and shot Danny and Pataman down into the streets. The traffic had to stop or spin around out of control. The barrier dissipated immediately. "Something's here," Lopman shouted in the RV. Where?" Jack asked. A large figure landed in front of them, forcing Jack to come to an immediate stop. It was a tall form that was black, with oozing green lava from its oddly long right arm and large hand, as well as the large cape-like limb on its left side. The legs were gangly and long with no feet, just nubs, and its head didn't even look humanoid. It was just black with green fire coming from the head and green openings for eyes and a mouth. "What the heck is that?" Jack exclaimed in shock. "Is that a ghost?" Maddie asked. "No, it's a Digimon," Lopman quickly corrected. "Get back," Andy shouted, already knowing this thing wasn't friendly. The green fiery Digimon looked at them as flames started coming out of its body. Jack quickly put the RV in reverse to back it up just before the Digimon could unleash a twister of green fire around its body. "That move," Jazz murmured, having seen it used a few times. "That looks like Agunimon's Pyro Tornado." "Well, whatever move that was, it almost burned the RV," Jack growled out. "I didn't think we'd encounter a hostile Digimon in the real world." "But why is this Digimon in our world?" Maddie asked, confused. "I thought only you kids and the legendary warriors had the ability to enter and leave the digital world with those devices of yours." "I don't know, but we have to get away. That Digimon is strong and will burn us alive," Andy shouted. "Shouldn't we fight back?" Jazz asked. "You have Lopman." "Not while it's trying to barbecue us all alive," Andy replied back. Jack continued moving the RV in reverse as the Digimon began to chase them down, laughing a maniacal laugh. "That's right, run. Keep running. That makes it all the more fun for me, Tilda," the Digimon grinned. Andy was looking at the Digimon that was chasing them, blinking. "That Digimon seems familiar somehow." "I know, Andy, it seems familiar to me too," Lopman agreed. "But why?" "Think we can outrun him?" Maddie asked. "We should be able to. If not, I can probably slow him down with some Tgthegood," Jack said. Suddenly, the Fenton RV was covered in ice. "What now?" Jack growled as he tried to get the RV moving, but the tracks were frozen. What could have frozen the RV like this? Suddenly, another form landed in front of the RV. It was a humanoid being that was pale in color and looked like a skeleton covered in flesh. The eyes were red, and it looked like it was wearing a bear pelt on its body and head. The left shoulder had a pad on it that had the symbol of ice, or what looked like it, on it. The being also had its right hand covered in ice. That thing looks creepy. Jazz gulped as the being grinned at them with a sinister look. It's got us trapped in ice, Jack called out. I can't move the RV. Don't you have some kind of insane heating system, in case you get attacked by ice ghosts or something? Andy yelled. Don't be silly, ice ghosts don't like coming into our climate, Jack replied. Then we're doomed, Lopman grumbled. Not helping, Andy hissed. If it's a fight they want, then it's a fight they'll get, Maddie said as she pulled her hood and goggles over her head and picking up a bazooka. This baby may be designed to hurt ghosts, but it should still pack a wallop against Digimon. At least we have some form of defense, Jazz grumbled. Well, if it gets us away from these Digimon, then let's use our weapons. Jack reached back and hefted a heavy bazooka himself. The more help we have, the better. Lopman, let's go, Andy said. Yes, Lopman nodded. The Fentons all left the assault vehicle to face the two mysterious Digimon. Maddie and Jack were looking at the fiery Digimon, while Jazz, Andy, and Lopman were facing the creepy ice Digimon. Andy blinked as he noticed something on the ice Digimon he didn't really pay attention to earlier, the symbol of ice on the shoulder pad. No way, it can't be, Andy frowned. There's no way. What's wrong? Jazz asked. The creepy skeletal ice Digimon took a deep breath and blew out icy wind at them. Lopman jumped in front to protect them, using his ears as a shield to block the worst of the attack. Lopman, we can't fight them as a rookie, it's time to digivolve, Andy quickly said. Yeah, Lopman agreed. Andy's D-arc glowed as the word, Digivution, was shown on the screen. Fractal code surrounded Lopman as he felt power surging through him. Lopman, digivolve too. Fractal code surrounded Lopman. Inside the code cocoon, Lopman began to lose his own skin on his face, and then his legs lost their skin as well. His ears also lost their skin before his skin began to come back, but on his legs and feet first. Lopman's legs gained shoes and yellow pants with a belt and yellow top that matched. 2 blades appeared as his hands regained their skin and red gloves, grasping the blades in both hands. The skin on Lopman's head and face came back, just as a blue bandana appeared around his neck as well. Tearful. Now as Tearful, the champion-level Digimon faced the creepy ice Digimon before him. I don't know what's going on, but you're going to pay for attacking us, Tearful said with a growl. Tearful jumped forward at the ice Digimon. Gauntlet Claw. Tearful punched the ice Digimon a few feet away. Andy, can't Lopman digivolve into his ultimate form? You could end this battle right now by having him digivolve again, can't you? Jazz asked. Oh sure, just let me snap my fingers and have Tearful immediately digivolve again, Andy huffed. I've been trying to figure out how to digivolve him into Antilemon again, but no matter how hard we try, I can't seem to get him to do it again. Jazz furrowed her eyes at Andy's words, but there was obviously a reason why it was harder to reach ultimate form. I guess we'll have to make do with just Tearful then. Jazz, do we still have the Fenton peeler in the RV? Andy asked. I think so. Why? Jazz asked. That only works on ghosts, not Digimon. Maybe, but it provides its wearer armor, and it can still shoot out ectoblasts, which Digimon are weak to, Andy explained. Go get it and use it. I don't want you getting hurt. Jazz blinked, realizing Andy had a point. She nodded. Okay, just be careful. I'll be right back. Jack and Maddie were firing their Fenton bazooka at the fiery Digimon. He was fast and able to dodge most of the blasts. Tearful was fast as well, and was moving to dodge the ice Digimon's icy attacks. Danny, where are you in Patamon? Andy frowned. Meanwhile, Danny was slowly opening his eyes. He had been knocked out after being hit by that fire move earlier and hitting the road. Patamon was nudging him to wake up. Come on, Danny, rise and shine. We've got work to do, Patamon frantically said. Danny groaned as he sat up. Ow, okay, that really hurt. He grumbled, feeling his body aching. Who knew that fire move would actually knock me out like that? That barrier you made absorbed most of the attack, but it looks like you can't take the fire attack too well, Patamon noted. That's a problem. but we have a bigger problem. The two Digimon are attacking right now. Tearful is fighting one of them, which means... Danny's eyes went wide in horror. Which means my family is in danger. Jack and Maddie gasped when the fiery Digimon shot out what looked like green pyro darts at the assault vehicle. Jack, we have to keep the assault vehicle safe. Danny and Patamon are still in there, Maddie urgently said. I know, Jack exclaimed as he aimed his bazooka at the fiery Digimon. Hey, eat ectolaser, he fired at the Digimon, hitting square in the back. The fiery Digimon turned its attention back to the Fenton parents. You dare attack me? Well, this should be fun. The fiery Digimon ran at Maddie and Jack, pulling back its fist, coating it with a heated green flame. Pyro poo. The Digimon was interrupted by another ecto-blast. Danny Phantom was on the scene. Don't you dare hurt those people. Who dares interrupt my fun? The Digimon hissed as it eyed Danny Phantom. Jack gaped before he found himself grinning. About time, Phantom, he exclaimed, feeling relief. I never thought I'd say this, but I am glad you showed up. Well, I was in the area and saw what was going on. Danny, as Phantom, replied, I may be a ghost, but this was my home and I still have loved ones here, so I can't just sit back, now can I? Patamon flew next to Danny as he looked at the Digimon. Wait, that Digimon. Danny frowned. I only saw a Digimon that looked like that once. What do you mean? Maddie asked. Andy looked back at Danny, holding his Fenton rod. You recognize it? Yeah, Agunimon, Danny questioned in an unsure tone. What? Maddie and Jack shouted as their jaws dropped. There's no way that Digimon is Agunimon, Jack pointed out. Well, it is, Danny explained. The moves were the exact same ones that Agunimon knows. Jack felt his face growing pale. But, if that is Agunimon, what the heck happened to him? That, Andy paled as he looked at Agunimon. Oh, my gosh. Andy, Maddie asked, can you confirm what Phantom is saying is true? I remember. That's right, I have seen that form before. I thought it was a nightmare, though, Andy answered. Agunimon, what happened to you? Danny asked. Why are you attacking people in buildings? The Digimon, now identified as Agunimon, gave a maniacal laugh. It's fun, this is my true power. Now I can unleash it and not be held back. What a fool I was trying to be a goody-two-shoes. And you could join me, Phantom. What? Danny frowned at the sudden offer. I've seen you when Freak Show was foolishly trying to play as our master. You knew how to have fun, how to take charge, how to put fear into others to obey and follow our commands. After all, Freak Show never said you had to lead his little band of ghost thieves on those raids. You just took over because you felt like that, and they followed you. I know you enjoyed it, so why not join me and this time be free of any foolish, weak masters? Agunimon grinned. We only serve one master, the one who truly deserves our loyalty. We are to cleanse this world under his name. Danny furrowed his eyebrows, horrified at what Agunimon was saying. I was being mind-controlled, Agunimon, and you know it. I would never want to act that way, nor do I have such a desire to be like that, to be like what you are now. Why not? Agunimon sneered. It's way better than just wasting time trying to save others, when you can be so much more Tilda after all, as a ghost. Don't you desire to make others scared of you? Danny's eyes flared green in anger at that. No way, I will never go down that route. Not all ghosts are like that, and you know it. Danny was worried about what Agunimon said, however, even if he was being mind-controlled. Did he really enjoy being evil like Agunimon said? Danny didn't remember much when he was being mind-controlled, and he didn't want to remember. However, Danny looked at Patamon, who was floating beside him. He remembered what Patamon digivolved into that solidified their bond. Patamon was a literal angel, so that had to count for something. Agunimon, you said you served under someone, Patamon spoke up, not taking any of Agunimon's crap about joining him because being evil is fun. Who are you serving? The master, of course, Agunimon replied with a sinister grin. Why would his name matter? If you can't remember the name of your master, you must think pretty poorly of him, Patamon replied back. Agunimon laughed maniacally again. Oh, far from it. He just prefers us to call him Master. Makes it more fun, making you figure out who the master is will be more fun than just telling you. Tearful yelped as Icicle was shot at him by the Ice Digimon. Andy frowned as he looked at the Ice Digimon that his partner was fighting against. If that's Agunimen then, you must be. Finally figured it out, huh? The ice Digimon grinned. Cumaman, Andy questioned, still unsure if that was the case. You look different. New forms, new powers, Tilda. The newly revealed Cumaman grinned sinisterly. But why, Andy asked. Why are you two like this? Agunimen, do you know how many people got hurt or even died because of what you did to that building? Pataman snapped. What's gotten into you? Our powers have been unleashed to their full potential. Who cares about some stupid humans who just so happen to get caught in the crossfire? Agunimen cackled maniacally. To hear, this just makes what I did even more fun, Tilda. Danny was outright horrified at what he was hearing. Agunimen was supposed to be a dedicated, kind-hearted legendary warrior who protected others, not this crazy Digimon who reveled in the destruction around him. That can't be. You can't be Takuya. Jack shouted as he fired the Fenton bazooka at who was once Agunimen. Takuya would never be like you. The crazy Digimon grinned sinisterly as he put up a sickly-looking green barrier around himself. The Fenton bazooka's blast hit the shield. While it didn't break the barrier, the blast did crack the shield quite badly. Ah, too bad, Tilda, your little toy didn't break my shield. The sickly-looking Digimon sneered sinisterly. Maddie didn't say anything, but she continuously fired her Fenton bazooka at the shield until it broke, and she didn't stop firing. Andy looked back for a moment, only to almost get stabbed by an icicle spear, which Teruiman managed to break with his gauntlet claw. Remember, Andy, don't take your eyes off of the enemy, Cumaman stated, or the Digimon that was once Cumaman. Although Agunimen's answer is actually quite boring, but then, I don't expect much from a hothead muscle-bound moron to give any other answer besides, power feels good. Teruiman pushed Cumaman back. Then what's your answer, Cumaman? Andy questioned. What happened to you? Why are you doing this? It's our duty, Cumaman answered. We were handpicked by our master to cleanse this world of sinners. Your duty? Teruiman asked, confused. I thought the legendary warriors were supposed to protect the human and digital worlds, not whatever you are doing now. The worlds have already been tainted by evil thoughts and desires. Why continue to protect such a world? Cumaman replied. It's much better to cleanse it and start anew. Cumaman then shot out a frosty wind of ice, freezing Teruiman's body in place. Then who's your master? Andy demanded. Wouldn't you like to know? Cumaman grinned sinisterly. Too bad you won't live long enough to find out. Cumaman jumped into the air and transformed himself into a giant sharp icicle spear. Jazz ran out of the RV, pushing Andy away, jumping away herself as Cumaman's body pierced through the road. Jazz landed and looked at Andy. Are you okay? She asked. Jazz was now wearing the Fenton Peeler's armor, which would give her greater protection from attack. I'm fine, Andy replied, but nothing about this situation is okay. Agunimen continued laughing like a crazed maniac as he dodged the Fenton bazookas and Danny's ghost rays. He began shooting out green darts of fire at all of them. Yes, that's it, keep dodging, it makes this so much more fun. I like a challenge from anyone who has the guts to stand up to me. Agunimen grinned crazily. Let's see how long you can last against me. Danny wasn't sure what to do. He didn't want to hurt his cousin, but he knew if he didn't try to stop him, then Agunimen would keep hurting more people. He knew he couldn't overshadow Agunimen, the spirit would burn him alive. This is a big problem, Pataman said grimly. I can see that, Pataman, Danny grumbled. I don't mean Agunimen and Cumaman, Pataman warned as he looked at Danny, his face looking pale. If these two are here like this, does that mean the other legendary warriors are here and like this too? Danny's own face grew pale. Oh no, that can't be. As if on cue, they heard another explosion not too far away. There was a bright light that shot up to the sky. What was that? Jazz frowned. They love to show off, Cumaman chuckled. Tucker was riding on top of a Guardraman, who was chasing after something flying through the sky. Sam was going after another figure in the sky while riding on Birdraman. Come on, Guardraman, we can't miss again, Tucker called out. What are Tucker and Sam chasing? Jazz asked as she tried to spot the opponents of the two humans and their Digimon partners. As if to answer Jazz's question, the figure Sam and Birdraman were chasing came into view. It was a black armored, winged humanoid Digimon that was female in appearance. She wore a black bodysuit and had torn up butterfly wings on her back. Her armor was a dark gray, almost black color, and on her shoulder armor was the symbol of wind. Her face was completely covered by a black helmet as well, save for her mouth. The figure that Tucker and Gardrumman were chasing was also spotted. It was a humanoid beetle-like Digimon, but one that had a giant claw for its left arm and hand. The armor was a dark blue, almost midnight color, and it had yellow and pale white accents on the armor as well. Its right hand was more human-like, but the Digimon lacked wings, even though it was flying through the air. "Ah, there they are," Kumamon grinned evilly. "Grenade destroyer," Gardrumman shouted as he fired off missiles at the bug-like Digimon. The bug-like Digimon swung the giant claw that was sparkling in blue electricity, hitting the missiles. The missiles exploded, which did cause some damage to the Digimon though, causing it to land. "Meteor wing," Birdramon yelled as she fired off flames from her wings at the dark pixie-like Digimon. The pixie-like Digimon was agile and fast. It turned around, blowing at the meteor wing attack, though some of the flames managed to graze against its wing. "It can't be," Beetlemon and Kazemon too. Patamon frowned in horror. What about Labamon and Loamon?" Andy asked. "Oh, look who you brought to the party," the one who was once Kazemon giggled. "And here I thought this would be boring." "Yeah, and to think they thought they could help us," the one who was once Beetlemon sneered back. "Leave it to Agumon and Kumamon to find them first." "Guys," Tucker called out, seeing the Fentons. "Look out, the legendary warriors turned all evil and crazy." "Gee, you think. Thanks, Tucker. Whatever will we do without your brilliant deduction?" Andy sarcastically grumbled. "I try," Tucker smiled. "Now really isn't the time for this," Gardrumman grumbled. No, keep going. I enjoy hearing funny jokes." Beetlemon laughed. "Like this one, for calling us evil, I will smite you with Thunder Fist." Beetlemon's giant claw was cloaked in electricity. Everyone's eyes lit up in horror. Andy ran over to the frozen Teruamon and tried to break him out of the ice with the Fenton rod. Danny flew over at Tucker and Beetlemon before firing out a powerful ghost ray at Beetlemon. The ghost ray hit Beetlemon's side, causing him to fall, and his claw hit the road instead, leaving a frighteningly large crater with lightning booming into the ground. "Why, you little ghostly snake," Beetlemon snarled angrily. "How dare you interrupt me?" "I try," Danny quipped with a cheeky grin before he became serious. "But no one messes with innocence while I'm around." "You think you can take us all on?" Beetlemon chuckled darkly. "That's quite the boast for a ghostly kid." "Let's see if I can't blow this annoying little candle out," Kazemon giggled before a black wind began to form on her fingers. "Hurricane wave." Danny quickly sucked into the black tornado, unable to resist it. "Hey, you leave him alone," Sam shouted. "Birdramon, save him." "I'll try, Sam. Hang on," Birdramon warned before she flew into the tornado to push Danny out. Meanwhile, Patamon was dealing with Agumon, along with Maddie and Jack. "Ecto ball?" Patamon shot out a large ball made of ecto energy, and it exploded in Agumon's face, which caused him to be pushed back into a nearby building. "We need to knock him out," Maddie shouted. "We might be able to analyze him and see what happened to him." "Easier said than done," Patamon shot back. "But I agree with you. We need to figure this out before something else happens." Jack didn't hesitate to aim at Agumon again with the Fenton bazooka. "I think I can get a direct hit and knock him out if I fire the bazooka at full power." "Just don't overload the bazooka," Maddie warned. "A charged shot held at full power for too long will cause the bazooka to overload and self-destruct." Birdramon managed to get Danny out of the vortex, though Danny was weakened from the attack. "Are you okay?" Sam called out. I'm fine," Danny groaned. "This is bad," Birdramon stated. "Ghosts are weak to Digimon attacks." Suddenly, Birdramon, Sam, and Danny were hit by an unexpected electric attack. They all cried out in pain before Birdramon fell to the ground. "Sam, Phantom, Birdramon," Andy, Jazz, and Tucker called out in concern. Birdramon managed to stand back up, trying to cover for Sam. Sam was still alive, but she wasn't moving. Her body felt stiff and numb. Danny was crawling on the road, not feeling too good. Andy stopped banging against the ice his partner was trapped in and hurried over to Danny. "We need to get you out of here." But Danny began to protest. Jazz stood in front of them. "It's okay, I can help too." Despite the armor meant for ghosts, Jazz held up her arm as it formed into a cannon and fired a blast of green energy at Kaisman. Kaisman let out a scream as she felt like two of her souls were being slowly torn apart, though no completely. It was enough to distract her. Andy put Danny's arm around his shoulder, trying not to shiver at how cold he was, and quickly dragged Danny to the nearest alleyway. "Thanks, Andy," Danny said gratefully, "but I really don't think you should have taken me away from the battle. Mom, Dad, Sam, Jazz, Gardraman, Berdraman, Tucker, Pataman, and Tiruaman, they need my help." "If you keep going as you are, you'll die for good this time," Andy pointed out. "You've gotten strong with your ghost powers over these last few months, Danny, I won't deny that. But you're still inexperienced, and you aren't exactly strong against Digimon attacks. These are legendary warriors that have been corrupted or brainwashed or something. You taking them on like this is going to be the end of you, and you know it." "Then what do you expect me to do? I can't just sit here and do nothing while people are fighting for their lives and getting hurt," Danny argued. "I'm not saying you can't do anything, bro," Andy sighed. Gah! A black and white ball fell through the walls while intangible, before becoming solid as it landed on Danny's stomach. "Pataman," Danny blinked. Pataman shook his head. "Agunaman packs a mean fire punch." Andy frowned for a moment before he gave Danny another Fenton rod. Danny blinked before he looked at Andy. "I'm saying you fight like a human," Andy finished. "Pataman can't seem to digivolve while he's in ghost form, so you need to be human for this." Danny blinked before he sighed. "I guess I have no choice," he conceded. "If we want to stand a chance, I need to fight not as a ghost, but alongside my brother as Danny Fenton." Danny's white rings appeared around his waist before splitting to reveal Danny in his human form. Danny took the Fenton rod from Andy. "Let's go, Andy. Mom and the others will need our help." At the same time, Pataman turned back to his normal orange and cream-colored self. Agunaman threw another pyro punch at the RV this time, causing it to heat up, turning red. "Not the Fenton assault vehicle. Do you know how long it took to build that?" Jack groaned. "Jack, where's Danny?" Maddie shouted, realizing Danny and Pataman never came out of the RV. Jack paled as well. If Danny was still in the assault vehicle, that amount of heat would have caused third-degree burn or worse. Before the parents could start panicking, however, they heard a familiar voice. "I'm here, Mom, Dad. Don't worry, I'm fine." Both parents whirled around to see Danny and Pataman behind them. "Danny, Pataman," both Jack and Maddie exclaimed in relief and pure joy. "Sorry I took so long, but Pataman and I are ready to fight," Danny stated as he took out his D-Arc. "Let's do this, Pataman. Let's free Takuya and the others from this evil influence." "You got it, Danny," Pataman said. The D-Arc screen glowed. "Digivolutiawan." "Pataman, digivolve too?" Pataman felt his skin and fur peeling away from him. His body became more humanoid, with his wings shifting to fit on his back before 4 more wings sprouted from his back and grew white feathers on them. A white bodysuit formed on his body as blue ribbons appeared on one of his arms and legs as well. His hair grew out to become long as a helmet appeared on his head, covering his eyes but leaving his lower face exposed. A gold staff formed and he twirled it before snapping it to a stop. Anjaman. Now evolved, Anjaman was ready to fight. "Legendary warriors, the time to free you has come," Anjaman declared as he held his staff at the ready. Jazz was pushed back from Cumaman's blizzard blasters. The icicles were making it tough for her to use her Fenton peeler. She turned to Tiruaman, who was still frozen. "Maybe this can help you," Jazz said, not sure if it would work, but she had to try. They needed all the help they could get. Jazz fired the Fenton peeler at Tiruaman. Tiruaman's body turned into fractal code all of a sudden, and the ice turned into fractal code as well. Jazz blinked, not sure why they happened, but she quickly turned off the Fenton peeler. When she did, the fractal code reverted back to what they normally were, but Tiruaman was out of the ice now. "Whoa, what just happened?" Tiruaman asked. "You were frozen by Cumaman's attack," Jazz explained. "I had to unfreeze you using the Fenton peeler's energy beam. I think it separated your fractal code from your body or something, or it just turned you into data and separated you from the data you were in. Tearful blinked. Never mind, just go help Andy, Jazz quickly said. Right, Tearful saw Andy standing with Danny and Anjamin. He hopped over to them. Hey Anjamin, been a while since I saw you, Tearful remarked. I just wish it was under better circumstances, my friend, Anjamin replied. I'm glad you're all right, Tearful, Andy said. Agunimin launched at them. Angel rod, Anjamin smacked Agunimin away with the rod he always held. Danny, you and Anjamin keep fighting Agunimin. I'll face Cumimin. We need at least one of each Digimon to face against one of the legendary warriors. They're too much for a human to handle alone, Andy suggested. Right, leave Agunimin to us, Danny said. Mom, Dad, Andy called out. You two need to get into contact with your Digimon partners. Let Sorcererman know the situation. After that, can you talk to the mayor to evacuate this area of Amity Park? If this keeps on, a lot more people are going to get hurt from all the collateral damage. Jack and Maddie looked back at Andy, surprised. As much as they wanted to help, though, this was indeed something only their kids and their Digimon partners could handle. The Fenton parents didn't like that their own children and their friends had to fight. Don't worry, we'll bring Takuya back, and we'll free him and the others from whatever's going on with them, Andy promised. Jack gave his youngest son a smile. We'll hold you to that then, Andrew. He then glanced at Maddie. Come on, we'd best leave this to the kids for now. Maddie frowned, but Jack. No, Andy's right, Jack said, cutting Maddie off. They can handle this better than we can at the moment. Crowd safety is first and foremost. Maddie looked at her children and their friends. She hated leaving them alone in such a big fight, but as of right now, she knew they would just get in the way. They didn't have the equipment to fight Digimon, and their Digimon partners were in the digital world. All right, but once the evacuation is done and you're still fighting, we will come back to help, Maddie stated firmly. I wouldn't have it any other way, Andy replied. I promise I'll keep Andy safe, Tearful promised. And I will keep Danny safe, Anjamin promised as well. Jazz hurried over to her parents. I'll come too. I don't have Floraman with me either, and I think I've done the most I could already to help. I want to keep the innocent people safe. Then let's go, Jack said. We have a city to help save. Since the Fenton assault vehicle was out of commission right now, Jack, Maddie, and Jazz had to run. The legendary warriors didn't bother to follow after them. They were more entertained with fighting against other Digimon. Sam and Berdraman were still able to fight, so they were facing against Caseman. Tucker and Gardraman were looking at Beetleman, not wanting him to use his electric attacks on Berdraman and Sam again. Andy and Tearful were looking at Cumimin, while Danny and Anjamin were facing Agunimin. It didn't have to come to this, Andy said. We were looking for you. Well, you found us, but you don't stand a chance against us, Cumimin said as if that was a fact. We're not going to let you win so easily, Tucker replied. You haven't defeated us yet, Gardraman agreed. Then we'll let you have a little dirt nap, Beetleman sneered. Thunder Fist. Beetleman ran at Gardraman with his giant claw that summoned electricity. Warning laser. Gardraman fired out a bright blue laser from his torso as the incoming Beetleman, pushing him back. Berdraman and Caseman flew up into the air. Ready for another sky battle, you ugly phoenix, Caseman taunted. Berdraman is not an ugly phoenix, Sam snapped back. She's a very majestic creature, one I am proud to call my partner. Ah, did I hurt the little baby raven's feelings? Caseman teased. That's it, Berdraman, take her down, Sam shouted angrily. Meteor wing. Berdraman fired off fire blasts from her wings at Caseman. Caseman was able to dodge most of the fire blasts, but the last few hit her, knocking her back. You are strong, but not as strong as us, Caseman teased before black winds appeared at her fingertips. Hurricane wave. Berdraman saw the incoming black twister and gave a warning to Sam. Hold on. Sam gripped Berdraman's back feathers tightly as the majestic orange bird flew up and around the black twisters as quickly and safely as she could. She managed to avoid all the twisters, emerging from the other side unharmed. Sam was glad she practiced Berdraman's flight and agility when she had been preparing to save Danny and Agunimin from Freak Show. It was definitely paying off now more than ever. Crystal Breeze, Cumaman fired out a strong blast of ice from his mouth. Tearful grabbed onto Andy and jumped away from the icy attack. Tearful got in close to Cumaman and tried to punch him. Cumaman jumped back, but didn't expect Tearful to toss Andy behind him. Andy smacked Cumaman's back as hard as he could with the Fenton rod. The Fenton rod may be used to combat ghosts, but it was still a metal rod that could hurt if one got bashed by it. "Ow, that hurts," Cumaman yelped. "Don't underestimate a human," Tearful grinned cheekily, "or their Digimon partner." He ran at Cumaman with a fist drawn back. Gauntlet Claw. The Gauntlet Claw hit Cumaman right in the face, as Cumaman had not been expecting the rush attack from Tearful. Cumaman was trying to use an ice attack on Tearful, but Andy ran from behind and bashed the Fenton rod against his back and side this time. Anjaman and Danny were dealing with Aguniman. Danny ran at Aguniman with the Fenton rod. He wasn't quite used to just fighting as a human like Andy was, so he didn't usually get all that creative when it came to just fighting like a human. "A head-on attack? You really are stupid," Aguniman laughed. "Is he now?" Anjaman called from behind Aguniman. "Hand of Fate." Anjaman's holy beam attack engulfed Aguniman's body, causing him to hit a nearby wall. Sneaky move for an angel. Aren't you supposed to be all holy and above such things?" Aguniman growled as he got back to his feet. "One cannot afford to be all face-to-face in combat at all times." Anjaman countered in a serious tone before a smirk played at his lips. "Like now." Aguniman was confused until he felt the metal of the Fenton rod hit the back of his head, sending stars into his vision briefly. Danny had come up from behind him and struck him on the back of his head. "All right, way to go, Anjaman," Danny smiled. Aguniman hissed as he grinned. "Don't celebrate just yet. We haven't even begun to use our real power." "Surely you do not mean your beast forms," Anjaman said. "You will not be able to control it as you are now. You'll not only destroy the world, but yourselves too." Aguniman actually hesitated at Anjaman's words. He didn't know why he was hesitating. All he had to do was tap into its power, and yet he couldn't. "Well, that doesn't matter. You still can't stand up to us in our current forms either, because unlike you, we're not going to hold anything back." Aguniman grinned sinisterly. Another bright light went up into the air. Somewhere in Amity Park, Dash was riding on Doberman while they were running from someone who was chasing them. "We got him away from my family, but man is he relentless," Dash yelled. "He's still chasing us." The being chasing Dash and Doberman was a Digimon, but it was built more like a frontline warrior. The armor was white, but the body was heavily built, showing this Digimon was not suited to quick attacks. It had a shield in its right hand and a lance in its left hand. The face was completely blocked by thick armor that protected its neck, and the helmet was barely visible from the top. The armor had a bony look to it as well. "Who is that Digimon anyway?" Doberman wondered as she ducked around some parked cars. The Digimon pursuing them, while not as fast or agile as Doberman, was still quick enough to keep pace with her at least. "I don't know, I've never seen that Digimon before. I don't even know how it got out of the digital world." Dash frowned. "But we have to get it away from town or it'll hurt more people." Doberman looked up. "I sense more Digimon. Some of them are familiar like Tearful, but I sense others that are like our friend behind us." "Maybe we should lead this guy to them," Dash suggested. "I mean, if the others have their Digimon partners with them, wouldn't it be better if we all were in one area? We could use the backup." "A sound idea, but it also has its drawbacks. We could be being led into a trap, or other humans could be in that area and be in danger," Doberman pointed out. "Well, we don't have many other options," Dash countered. "Let's go." "All right." Doberman headed in the direction she sensed the other Digimon in. Then the Digimon that was chasing behind them called out a familiar attack, Howling Laser. A bright beam of light shot out at them. "Look out," Dash screamed. Doberman ducked behind some cars and weaved between other vehicles she saw. The light beam hit a pickup truck, causing it to go up in flames. Thankfully, Doberman's speed and agility allowed her to keep Dash safe, but it was still a close call. Luckily, there hadn't been anyone inside that truck, though Dash felt bad for whoever owned that truck. "That attack," Doberman frowned. "Why did that Digimon use it? Wasn't that Labaman's attack?" "I don't know," Dash frowned as well. Dash hadn't spent as much time with the legendary warriors as the others had, but he had the gist of what they could do. He thought the Warrior of Light was the coolest, though. He was like a lone wolf hero, given the wolf helmet he wore in his human spirit form, and how he was a straight-up wolf in his beast form. Dash always had a soft spot for canines. But this Digimon didn't look like Labaman at all, so he was very confused as to why it used a move that was supposed to be a signature move for Labaman. Something must have happened to Labaman, Doberman concluded. We'll need to figure this out once we group up with the others. The two of them kept up their run, only to finally reach the battlefield where the others were busy battling other, unusual Digimon. "We've made it," Dash exclaimed, only to frown when he saw what was going on. But who are those Digimon? They look so unusual, but they also feel familiar. Doberman jumped away from an incoming fiery tornado. Then she had to move again to avoid some icicle spears that hit the ground. "Dash, Doberman," Andy called out. "Good you're here, we need all the help we can get." "What's going on?" Dash asked. "The legendary warriors have been brainwashed and are using these weird, creepy forms," Tucker explained as Gawdraman fired missiles at what used to be Beetleman. "Wait, these are the legendary warriors?" Dash exclaimed, shocked. He glanced back, only to see the tanky, armored Digimon coming up behind him and Doberman. Then, that is Labaman. He looks so different. "What?" Sam frowned. "You brought Labaman too," Danny shouted. "He was chasing us," Dash shouted back. "He was going to attack my family if Doberman hadn't digivolved and led him away from them." As if on cue, Labaman jumped into the battlefield. "You haven't even finished off these pests yet. You're so pathetic," Labaman grumbled to the others. "Hey, they're much tougher than we first thought," Agunaman protested. "Especially because their Digimon partners can digivolve to champion form. It's made the fight more even for them anyway." "You'll definitely need my help then," Labaman scoffed. "Don't talk such a big game, wolf boy. You couldn't even finish off a boy and his dog," Kaisman teased. "The brat was smart to have his dog digivolve," Labaman countered. "That mud is faster than I am." "Great, we have another one to deal with," Sam grumbled. "Where's Valerie? We could use her and Salamon's help." "No offense to Salomon, but would she be much help since she can't reach the champion form herself yet?" Bergerman asked. "I wouldn't worry about that," Andy said. "Any help is good help. Besides, I have a feeling Valerie's grown since the last time we saw her." Speaking of Valerie, she was currently in her red huntress outfit, riding on her hoverboard. She had Salomon riding on the front as usual. "This is crazy. I never thought I would have to fight Digimon in our world like this," Valerie shouted as she fired a bazooka at an incoming attack. The attack was countered as an explosion happened to occur. The smoke cleared, revealing a Digimon in pitch-black armor, the armor looking bony in appearance. The eyes were visible and a red color, while the hair that was visible was long and went down its back. There were other eyes on the armor on the chest, shoulders, knees, and feet. These eyes also were red in appearance. Twin red blades were visible where the hands would be as well. "That Digimon really gives off a disturbing feeling," Valerie shivered. "I didn't think a Digimon could look so creepy." Salomon looked back at the Digimon. "It's worse than that. I think I recognize that Digimon." "Then what is it?" Valerie asked as the creepy eyeball Digimon followed after them in the sky. "It's Loemon," Salomon answered grimly. "But that's his corrupted form, which was labeled as Duskman." "Hold on, that's the noble warrior of darkness?" Valerie gasped. "I knew he was a Digimon using darkness as his element, but I didn't think he would look like that if he got corrupted." "Even the legendary warrior spirits can get corrupted if in the wrong hands," Salomon explained. "Remember how I was when I dark digivolved into Black Gatomon? I wasn't exactly myself." Valerie winced. She definitely remembered that all too well, but she wasn't going to let that bring her down. "That's behind us now, we've learned from it, and if we need to fight to protect Amity Park, we will." "It seems we're not the only ones fighting," Salomon said. As if on cue, Valerie saw a large fiery tornado nearby. There were sounds of explosions, sirens, electricity going everywhere, and harsh winds blowing more fire attacks. Loemon, or rather, Duskman's eyes lowered themselves to see the battle that was going on nearby. It would seem my comrades and brethren are having a little trouble. It looks like yours are having trouble as well. You won't get away with whatever your plans are, Valerie exclaimed as she glanced back over her shoulder at Duskman. Focus, Valerie, Salomon exclaimed. We need to get to the battlefield. Maybe the others can give us some help with Duskman. Valerie had to agree. As strong as she and Salomon had gotten, they were clearly no match for this corrupted legendary warrior. She quickly had her hoverboard move down towards the battlefield. As Valerie and Salomon got close, they saw Sam riding on Bergerman and Anjaman flying around. Valerie, it's about time you showed up, Sam called out. Valerie saw the other Digimon the others had been fighting against. They all looked so evil, sinister, wrong. Don't tell me, they're all legendary warriors, Valerie frowned. And let me guess, that big guy with the eyeballs behind you is also a legendary warrior, Sam pointed out. He's Loeman's corrupted form called Duskman, Valerie replied. What's with this corruption of our friends, the legendary warriors? Sam groaned. How should I know? All I know is that Duskman showed up at our apartment and nearly stabbed my dad, Valerie snapped. Duskman looked over at Labaman. Taking your time, are you, brother? Oh hush, you're not doing any better, Labaman retorted. Considering your target can't even reach champion level yet, it seems like you're the one who is taking his time. I thought you'd be done by now. My mission wasn't to kill the girl, just the adults in the building. But she decided to make it my business when she fired her weapons at me, Duskman responded, sounding more annoyed than angry though. Why does everyone assume I can't digivolve? Salomon asked. I think you'll find you're sorely mistaken. Right, get in there, Salomon, Valerie shouted. Salomon boldly jumped from the hoverboard and began falling toward Aguniman. Fractal code began to surround her as Valerie's Diarch let out a sound. Digivolution. Salomon, digivolve too? Salomon felt her skin and fur peeling away from her body, ears, and limbs. Her skin began to reform on her body, becoming covered in white fur with purple accents on her ears and tail. Her holy ring appeared on her tail as green gloves formed on her paws. She landed, crying out her name. Gataman. The fractal code dissipated, revealing the newly evolved Salomon. Lightning Paw. Gataman drew her paw back and punched Aguniman right in the face. The force of the attack sent Aguniman stumbling back, as Gataman landed on her feet. Whoa, Valerie, when did Salomon digivolve? Danny asked, impressed and shocked. Like I said, Valerie's grown since we last saw her, Andy chuckled. Did you know about this? Tearful asked. No, I just suspected it would have happened sooner or later, Andy replied. Valerie came a long way letting go of her hatred for ghosts, or at least for Danny Phantom. That hatred was what made Salomon turn into Black Gataman in the first place. When she let go of that, it only made sense for Salomon to finally gain access to her true digivolution. Salomon and I managed to figure out how to digivolve her properly about a week or so ago, Valerie explained. I just wanted to keep it a surprise until we needed her to digivolve, like now. And this is as good time as any, Dash said, though isn't her champion form a little small? Doesn't mean she's any less of a champion level than the rest of us, Doberman replied. Trust me, Gataman can handle herself. Okay, there's 6 of us and 6 of them. We should focus on one at a time. Andy called out as Gataman jumped back from Aguniman, who was recovering from being punched in the face. Are you sure that's a good idea? If we fight them alone, it could be dangerous. These legendary warriors aren't holding back, and they seem to be stronger than before, Gataman warned. I realize that, Andy replied, keeping his eyes on Kumaman. But if we leave even one of them alone, they can gang up on someone or cause havoc to the rest of the city. A lot of people had already gotten hurt. As much as I hate to admit it, Andy has a point. Dash agreed. We have to keep them engaged while we figure out what to do about them and come up with a plan on how to stop them. Then let's stop standing and talking already, Danny exclaimed. We have to stop them before anyone else gets hurt or worse. You guys are fun to play with, Kumaman snickered. We could have easily attacked and ended you while you were gathering your bearings, but we chose not to because we wanted to see if your Digimon can really stand up to us. Well, thank you for that, Andy replied. We'll save you guys and figure out what's going on." The battle went on for a while. Cops had started gathering around the area, blocking it off from civilians, though they couldn't do much to get the children that were already involved in the battle out. Anjaman was also doing what he could to keep the humans from getting hurt, while also fighting against Aguniman. Tucker and Gardraman were doing what they could to keep the electricity from Beetleman at bay, since he could do some serious damage with that kind of power. Sam and Berdraman were working with Valerie and Gadaman since they could fly in the sky together. They were focusing on Caseman and Duskman. Duskman seemed to do better at close-range combat, but he was still pretty dangerous with range attacks as well. They tried to keep their fights in the sky as much as possible to avoid too much collateral damage. Valerie had to get in close so Gadaman could hit Duskman with her melee attacks. Doberman was fast, and she had to keep moving to not get hit by Labaman's attacks, though with his Lobo Kendo, he was able to graze her a few times. Doberman let out a howl that made it harder for Labaman to use his lightsabers, however, and she came in to bite his armor, cracking them. Because she didn't want to kill him, she had to hold back her more devastating attack, which was Black Beam. It was an attack designed to pierce through even the toughest of armor right into the Digicor itself. Andy and Tiruaman were fighting against Cumaman, who was enjoying freezing the ground and making them slip. Tiruaman started using the ice to try to move toward Cumaman, while Andy slammed the Fenton rod onto the ice, causing vibrations to make it harder for Cumaman to ski on himself. It was strategy and power, but the legendary warriors had an advantage. They weren't holding much, while the Digimon partners were. They didn't want to kill the legendary warriors, only knock them out, but this ended up becoming their undoing. Duskman launched at Valerie and Gadaman with some kind of blade, slicing through the hoverboard. Duskman then fired a black beam from his hand, intending to end Valerie. But Gadaman jumped in front of Valerie, shielding her from the attack, but getting engulfed by it herself. Berdraman's wings were hit by several of Caseman's kicks, making it difficult for her to keep flying. Then Caseman giggled before trapping them in a twister, cutting Berdraman's body all the while. Sam was only protected by Berdraman's fiery feathers. Doberman was strong and doing her best, but while she was fast, she lacked armor, which Labaman took advantage of. He unleashed a flurry of swipes and stabs with his giant lance and the edges of his shield. Doberman had to turn her body in just the right way to take the brunt of the attack, protecting Dash from being harmed. She fell to the ground, causing Dash to get knocked off of her back. Gardraman was tanking Beetleman's attacks with ease, but that didn't deter Beetleman. He just sneered before unleashing an electrical attack at Gardraman and Tucker. Gardraman was forced to shield Tucker by moving in front of the attack, but being a mechanical Digimon, the electrical attack did some major damage. Electricity coursed through Gardraman's body, causing him to scream in pain before he fell to the ground as well. Danny and Anjaman were trying to push back Aguniman with their respective rods. Even though Danny was currently in human form, he still had some of his enhanced strength as a ghost, so he and Anjaman were pushing Aguniman back. However, there was a wicked grin on Aguniman's face. "Did you forget? If you touch fire, you get burned," Aguniman stated. "Uh-oh," Danny gulped. Fire began to erupt from Aguniman's body. Danny felt the heat creeping up on him and gasped. It was like he was getting burned, and he hadn't even been touched by the flames yet. He felt lightheaded and a bit dizzy too, like his body couldn't take the heat. Seeing Danny in distress, Anjaman moved in front of Danny. "Get back." As soon as Anjaman had moved in front of Danny and pushed him back, fire surrounded Anjaman. It wasn't the usual orange fire either, but a sinister green blaze. Anjaman cried out as the flames burned his wings and body. Danny could only watch as his Digimon partner was being burned, helpless to stop the blaze. The fire dissipated, causing Anjaman to fall down as well, his wings singed a dark gray color. "Anjaman," Danny cried out. Andy saw how everyone was basically down. All the Digimon partners that had been taken down had reverted back to their rookie forms, unable to maintain their champion forms, except for Gadaman. Despite being hit directly by Duskman's attack, she was still able to stay in her champion form. There was a slight glow on the golden ring that was on her tail. But Andy didn't have time to dwell on that. Cumaman was coming in for another attack. "Tiruaman, watch out," Andy shouted. Tiruaman jumped back from getting skewered by Cumaman's frozen tundra. You can keep fighting all you want, Andy, but sooner or later, you'll end up just like your friends, Kumamon pointed out. You're the last one left standing. Even though Tucker, Sam, Valerie, Dash, and Danny didn't get hit directly, they were still hurt enough that they were on the ground with their partners. Danny didn't feel so good from being so close to Agunamon's flames, especially since the flames were full of malice. Andy gritted his teeth. This battle isn't over yet, my friends. They're stronger than you think. But they're not able to help you now, Kumamon sneered. Why don't you make this easier on yourself and just give up now? If not, I don't mind burning you, Agunamon said from behind. Andy quickly turned around and blocked an incoming pyro punch with his Fenton rod. But the power was so strong that it shoved Andy several feet away. Tearful quickly caught his partner before he could hit a building. But as soon as Tearful caught Andy, Kazman kicked Tearful from behind. Then Tearful and Andy were picked up by Beetleman, who tossed them into the air. Tearful gasped as he saw Beetleman intended to zap them while they were in the air. As quickly as he could, Tearful directed his and Andy's body in a different direction, tilting them just enough to avoid the lightning bolt that barely missed them. Tearful then landed on the ground with his feet, still carrying Andy. Kumamon, if you don't mind, I want to take this stubborn one, Agunamon spoke up. Tearful put Andy down as Andy gripped onto the Fenton rod. You want to take us on? Tearful asked. We won't hold back just because you're someone close to us. Agunamon grinned sinisterly. I don't expect you to. Then again, can you even defeat me? The others all lost Tilda. Agunamon ran in at them. He knew Tearful would be too busy trying to keep Andy safe to really be able to go all out on him. That was their weakness. These Digimon had been too polluted by these humans to really be able to reach their own true potential. He would be sure these humans will never be able to infect any Digimon again with their humanity. He aimed for Andy with his next attack. Try blocking this again, Pyro Punch. Agunamon launched his fist forward. But to Agunamon's shock, Andy dodged the attack. No human should have been able to dodge the point-blank punch like that. What was even weirder was that without even speaking, both Andy and Tearful ran at Agunamon while he was off balance. Andy slammed his Fenton rod into Agunamon's back while Tearful used his gauntlet claw attack at the same time, sending Agunamon into the road, making a small crater. Agunamon got back to his feet, shaking his head as he did so. So you're stronger than I thought. I guess I'll have to not target just the human then. He ignited fire from his fists once more, this time aiming at both Andy and Tearful. I'll take you both out, he exclaimed as he ran at them directly. Pyro Punch. Tearful and Andy, instead of dodging or running away, began running toward Agunamon. Both of them ran at the same speed, looking ready to take his Pyro Punch head-on. Howling Laser. The bright beam attack hit Tearful, who then slammed into Andy. Agunamon frowned. Labamon, what was that? You were taking too long. Labamon countered with a scoff. You wanted to indulge in your own little game, but we have a mission, and we can't indulge in our wants. Andy groaned and hissed. He and Tearful were hurt, the others were down. But he couldn't give up now. His friends and his cousin needed them. He made a promise that if someone tried to take them away again, he would save them, and he would keep saving them no matter what. Andy pushed himself up. At the same time, Tearful could feel his partner's determination. He wasn't going to give up so easily either. Andy looked over at Danny. I'm sorry I let this happen. I won't let them hurt themselves or anyone else. Danny blinked. Andy, he hadn't expected Andy's sudden words to him. Agunamon grinned. Still won't stay down, huh? All the more fun than Tilda. Agunamon began firing off little darts of fire. Pyro darts. Andy hissed as his clothes were getting singed. Tearful stood up and quickly got in front of Andy to take the hits himself. That's enough, Tearful shouted. I promise we will save you, Andy said as he held up his D-arc, even if we have to go all out. Andy hadn't been sure if it would work again. Honestly, it had been a miracle when it happened the first time when they were fighting with Vlad. But he felt it, the same feeling when he and Tearful had been in sync when they were fighting against Vlad. It was now or never. They needed this to work. Much to Andy's relief, he heard the computer voice from his D-arc. Matrix Digivolution. Fractal code surrounded Tearful. Tearful, Digivolve 2. Tearful felt his skin peeling away. His skin began to reform on his arms and then his legs. What looked like clothes formed on his body, as well as the rest of his skin on his head and ears reformed as well. Tearful. The fractal code dissipated, revealing Tearful in his full glory. "No way, that little rabbit just digivolved again," Beetleman shouted in shock. "You never told us that he was capable of reaching ultimate level." Kazman snapped at Aguniman. "I didn't think much of it," Aguniman protested in his defense. "It wasn't like I was there when it happened the first time." "Whatever, he shouldn't be that much harder. We outnumber him 6-1, Labaman shouted. "Don't underestimate an ultimate-level Digimon," Kumaman warned. The other legendary warriors charged at Tearful. Andy was on top of Tearful's head. Andy gritted his teeth as he raised up his arms. Tearful did the same, transforming his hands into giant axes before jumping high up into the sky. The legendary warriors that could fly went up after Tearful. "You can't escape us in the air," Kazman shouted. Andy gave a shout as he brought his arms down. Tearful gave a shout as well as he came back down at a fast rate before swinging his arms down into the legendary warriors, taking Kazman and Beetleman with him in midair, slamming them down into the ground. This was enough to cause a small earthquake in the area. Danny pushed himself up, realizing how dangerous the battle was getting. That look Andy gave him earlier, it was the look of trust. Andy trusted Danny to get the others to safety while he fought with the legendary warriors with Tearful. Looking back at the others, Danny spoke up. We have to get to safety. We can't stay here anymore. With our Digimon partners hurt, we're out of options. Andy is the only one who can hold off the legendary warriors while we escape." "I don't think they're all conscious, Danny," Valerie spoke up. Danny frowned, seeing that only he and Valerie were conscious among the others. Sam, Tucker, and Dash were lying unconscious with their partners. "I guess I got lucky with my suit absorbing most of the damage when Gatoman protected me," Valerie said. "But the others, not so much. I'm not even sure how you're still conscious." I just got lucky," Danny said, trying to make sure he didn't sound like he was asking a question. That was one of his telltale signs he was lying. "But how can we get the others to safety if they're all knocked out?" "We're going to have to try to carry as many as we can. I might be able to carry Sam and Tucker, but Dash is a different story," Valerie said. Danny was surprised that Valerie was able to carry at least 2 people. "I might be able to carry him," Danny said. "I'm stronger than I look." "Okay, the problem is trying to carry all the Digimon too," Valerie said. "I'd like to say we can come back for them, but there's no way we'll be able to come back here, not with the big blockade just outside of this battlefield." "I can help," Gatoman said, revealing she was still conscious. "Gatoman, how are you still conscious?" Valerie asked. "My holy ring managed to absorb most of that dark energy," Gatoman revealed, "and it was slowly helping me recover. I may be small, but I should be able to carry some of the Digimon to safety." "Okay," Pataman spoke up, lifting up his head. "I'll also help too." "P. Pataman," Danny asked in shock. "H, how are you still awake?" Pataman slowly pushed himself to his feet. "Like you, I'm a lot harder to take down than most Digimon. Now let's get to work." Danny realized that Pataman being half-ghost himself may have allowed him to cling onto consciousness. Which was good, they were going to need all the help they could get. Valerie grabbed onto Tucker and Sam, while Danny picked up Dash. Gatoman had Kokuaman on her back, since he was the heaviest and biggest of the rookies, and she lifted up Labraman. Pataman picked up Beaman. Although Beaman was bigger than he was strong enough to lift her up. Danny looked up at Tearful, who was in the middle of fighting the corrupted legendary warriors with Andy on his head. "Good luck, bro. I'll see if I can help once we get the others to safety." The battle between the corrupted legendary warriors and Tearful was a rough one. While Tearful was stronger, faster, and was working in perfect sync with his partner, they were still outnumbered 6-1 by powerful Digimon. Despite this, Andy gave a smile. "Heth, I don't like these odds. But then again, when have we ever had good odds in our favor?" "I can't believe this. We're actually struggling against this boy and his Digimon partner," Labaman growled out. This ended up costing Labaman. Andy and Tearful weren't pulling any punches. As soon as Labaman complained, he was immediately hit by Antelaman's bunny blades, swinging him right into a building. Any damages the corrupted legendary warriors did, Antelaman would use meditation cure to heal the damages. Then he would turn his body into his own armor by hardening his hide to the point of chrome digizoid steel with arm bomber, making it even harder to damage him. Try to aim for the boy on his head, Cumaman shouted. Aguniman wasn't going to hold back. I know what to do, he exclaimed as he jumped up and had fire coating one of his fists, the large right fist. Pyro punch. Aguniman launched the punch at Andy directly. However, Andy, and by extension, Antelaman, saw and heard Aguniman coming by a mile. Antelaman held up a hand, easily blocking Aguniman's punch, snuffing out the flames with their hardened hide. Aguniman only had time to look surprised before Antelaman roughly moved Aguniman up and slammed him right into Beetleman, who had been charging up a Thunder Fist. The Thunder Fist ended up on Aguniman's back when Antelaman slammed him down. Aguniman screamed as he was electrocuted. The Thunder Fist attack was stopped, but the damage had been done. Aguniman groaned as he fell to the ground, small bits of electricity coursing over his body as he twitched every now and then. That was a dirty move. Beetleman grumbled, but he didn't make an attempt to launch another attack, just in case Antelaman tried something like that again. Duskman flew up from behind Antelaman, creating a sword of energy. Labaman jumped from the front with his own energy swords. Lobo Kendo. Brute Strike. The two brothers came in from the front and back. Antelaman jumped and landed on the side of one of the buildings. Andy had no idea how he and Antelaman were doing this. This felt like Spider-Man level of absurdity, but he had no time to think. This was purely on instinct. He and Antelaman shared a desire of leading the legendary warriors away from the city, and keeping them engaged in battle was the best way to do this. You're weak, Andy stated. No wonder you feel like you had to gang up on us. You're cowardly and weak on your own, Antelaman brutally stated. You think we're weak, Caseman exclaimed angrily. We're far stronger than you. Then why did you gang up on me and Andy? Antelaman questioned. Because you're an easy target, Cumaman replied. Caseman, Beetleman, and Duskman flew at Antelaman. Using his arms, Antelaman quickly moved through the buildings as they began attacking him and Andy. Antelaman was big, but he was very quick. He jumped off of the building, using one of his long arms to grab onto Caseman's head, backflipping in the air, causing Duskman and Beetleman to ram into each other. At the same time, Antelaman threw Caseman at Aguniman and Labaman. While the legendary warriors were recovering, Antelaman jumped over the blockade, leading the legendary warriors towards the outskirts of the city. That's it, they shouldn't cause too much harm to people out here, Andy hoped. Valerie and Danny saw this going on from the ground. Your brother's crazy, you know that, right? Valerie said to Danny. Yeah, I know, but that's how he is, Danny chuckled. Andy has these crazy plans, and yet they somehow work. No kidding, when did his Lopman turn into that, by the way? Valerie asked. That's Antelaman, Gataman explained. That's Lopman's ultimate form. To think Andy was able to help his partner achieve such a form already. It isn't easy, that's for sure, Pataman said. Andy and Lopman weren't able to just go into that form whenever. It took nearly all of us wiping out before they were able to get into sync again to jumpstart the evolution. Wow, I didn't think the requirements for reaching such an evolution were so high or dire, Valerie admitted. But the fact he reached that level, Andy must have been desperate. He definitely was, our lives were in danger, and it was just him and Teruaman for the most part, Danny confirmed. But even with Antelaman, I don't think they'll be able to take on all 6 legendary warriors alone. But we're badly beaten. Gataman may still be in her champion form, but she's already weakened from being blasted by Duskman. And Pataman doesn't look much better, Valerie pointed out. And the others are still out cold. I know, Danny sighed, but I can't let my brother face this alone, not when there's still something I can do. What are you going to do? My hoverboard's fried, so we wouldn't be able to keep up with them, Valerie pointed out. I'll find a way, Danny said. You and Gataman rest and stay with the others in case they wake up. Pataman and I will see if we can catch up to Andy and Antelaman. Valerie frowned but relented. Okay, just be careful. None of us want to lose you or Andy or even Pataman and Lopman. We'll see if we can look for you guys once we've rested enough and the hoverboard rebuilds itself, Gataman stated. Okay, but let's hope it won't have to come to that, Danny said. Let's go, Pataman. Pataman nodded before he went after Danny. Danny just needed to get out of Valerie's sight before he could transform into his ghost form and quickly catch up to where Andy and Antiliman went. He just hoped that he and Pataman wouldn't be too late. Meanwhile, Antiliman and Andy landed on the outskirts of the city, being closer to trees than buildings now. Antiliman stood there, waiting for the legendary warriors to catch up, but also on guard, just in case. Duskman suddenly teleported in front of Andy, ready to stab the boy. Andy quickly jumped back as Duskman's blade slashed down onto Antiliman's head. Luckily, Antiliman already reinforced his head with Chrome Digizoid. He reacted quickly, however, reaching up and grabbing Duskman. "How dare you attack my partner?" Antiliman hissed. "Your partner is the source of your power, so he needs to be removed from the equation, or at the very least, removed from the battle so he can't support you." Duskman hissed back. "Well, I won't let you do that," Antiliman growled back. Antiliman threw Duskman as the other legendary warriors came in to attack. Thunder Fist, Crystal Breeze, Pyro Darts. Antiliman blocked all three of the attacks with his bomber arm, reinforcing his arm with Chrome Digizoid before running in to punch the legendary warriors that attacked, though the other three were coming from different sides. One from the right, the other from the left, and the last one behind. Andy could see Labaman coming from the right and Kaisman from the left, which meant Duskman was likely behind them. Without needing to say a word, Antiliman knew exactly what Andy was thinking. He quickly turned his hands into axes, bunny blades. Antiliman quickly spun around like a tornado, slamming the blades into all the legendary warriors that were rushing him. Every one of the legendary warriors were knocked away by the spinning attack. Beetleman was thrown into a tree, Cumaman was tossed into a rock, and Aguniman slammed into the dirt, creating a crater from the impact. Aguniman was limp, indicating he was either dazed or knocked out, but the groans from him indicated he was still conscious, if not stunned. Cumaman used his crystal breeze against Antiliman's feet, freezing them. Antiliman's red eyes went wide when he couldn't move, which was bad since speed had been his greatest weapon here. Due to this gave the legendary warriors the opportunity to attack at once. Antliaman raised his arms over his head, protecting Andy as best as he could. "This isn't looking too good, Andy," Antiliman grunted out, trying to protect his partner. "We're slowly being outmatched." "You're going down, Tilda," Cumaman grinned sinisterly. "We're not going to be beaten so easily," Andy said as he groaned, feeling Antiliman's pain through their link. "I promised I would save you, and I intend to make good on that promise. My fears, my nightmares. I won't let them come true. Takuya, Tommy, JP, Zoe, Koji, Koichi, you hear me? I'm coming to get you." With a sudden burst of energy, Antiliman shoved the legendary warriors back with an incredible force of power. The 6 legendary warriors fell back several feet, a few of them hitting the trees along the way. Breaking out of the ice, Antiliman jumped high over the legendary warriors, Andy and Antiliman raising their arms again. Antiliman turned his hands into axes. Andy remembered those nightmares and Freak Show when he took his brother and cousin away, and Vlad when he tried to forcefully hurt Danny to trap him and take him away. He put all of those feelings into this one big attack. With a loud battle cry, Andy and Antiliman brought down their arms as they landed, slamming into the ground so hard that it caused a mini earthquake. The ground came up like a wave, rocks and dirt covered and buried the legendary warriors while they felt the strong force keeping them down. Fractal code surrounded the legendary warriors as they fell unconscious to the attack, returning them back to their human states. Exhausted, and seeing how the battle appeared to be over, the adrenaline left Andy and Antiliman. Antiliman quickly picked up Andy and put him down just as Fractal code surrounded Antiliman, changing him back into Lopman, who fell to the ground. Andy's legs felt like jelly, and he couldn't even stay standing for long before he fell to the ground as well. "Darn it," Andy hissed, finding it difficult to push himself up. There was a van that pulled up on the dirt road. Andy's eyes went wide as he looked over, seeing someone coming out. It wasn't one of his friends, nor was it his sister or parents. He saw a tapperman floating out and a familiar doctor. "What are you doing here?" Andy hissed. "I saw the fighting going on," Dr. Carbon said before he frowned. "You poor boy, you shouldn't have gotten involved with this. Now look at you." "They're my friends. Of course I was going to get involved," Andy replied. Dr. Carbon kept calm. "You do tend to do that with those you care about, don't you?" Andy frowned. "And how would you know that? Did my sister tell you?" It was easy to conclude. You're a bright boy and one who cares deeply about others. Dr. Carbon replied with a slight smile. "Although your sister has a right to be worried about you, while you have a noble reason for doing what you do, you also put yourself in danger. You can't keep doing this. You are only a child." "So what?" Andy replied. "It's no different than a firefighter risking his own life to save people. You're not a trained firefighter, nor are you meant to be a legendary warrior. Their job is to protect the digital world, not yours, and yet you get yourself involved in all of that," Dr. Carbon responded. "I had hoped the legendary warriors would realize this, but something went horribly wrong." The words made Andy realize something. You did this to them. Why?" "It was not my intention for them to turn out this way, young man," Dr. Carbon answered. "But I suppose there's no point in hiding it any longer. Tapperman's dream abilities allowed me to bring the legendary warriors to a secret underground hideout in order to help the legendary warriors reach their fullest potential. I won't go into too much detail, especially since you won't have to worry about it yourself. But by utilizing Tapperman's abilities and enhancing it with technology and ancient magical artifacts, I would be able to have those chosen by the legendary warriors to become the true legendary warriors they were meant to be, and to keep kids like you out of such dangerous situations that they were chosen and trained to deal with. Do you realize how messed up that is? You're brainwashing them straight up," Andy pointed out. "And look at where that got you. They may be chosen by legendary warriors, but they're also kids like us. How does that make them any more different? Regardless of if they are still children, they have a great destiny, and they cannot be intermingling with those who are not chosen." Dr. Carbon replied. "It will only hold them back, and they will be hindered by having to protect you, your friends, and all of your Digimon partners." Andy furrowed his eyebrows. While he understood that line of thinking, especially since he and his friends had thought about that before, they all had proven themselves to have been just as capable as the legendary warriors. They had promised to work together when they created the Tgthegood to help the Digimon, and create a coexistence between humans and Digimon in the digital world. Even so, you can't just brainwash them. The spirits chose them because of who they are. You're changing the very fundamentals of their being," Andy argued. "I'm not changing them. Don't worry, your cousin will still be your cousin after all," Dr. Carbon replied. "I'm simply giving them the training and memories they need to reach their full potential, and to realize that regular humans like you and me aren't supposed to be heroes and protectors of an entire world of digital monsters. I'm helping them be who they are meant to be, that's all." "Then what was all of that?" Andy snapped. "Why were they corrupted? Why were they attacking the city?" Dr. Carbon frowned. "That was the result of an unfortunate virus. I don't know how it happened, but rest assured, I will make sure it won't happen again. Tapperman will make sure the city won't remember the Digimon attacks or you kids being involved, so you won't have to worry about appearing on the news. The damages to the city will be the result of a terrorist attack from an unknown group, that is all." "You can't keep doing this. You're still brainwashing them. This isn't what they wanted," Andy pointed out. "They won't be brainwashed. It's helping them reach their full potential," Dr. Carbon reassured Andy. "Now, I'd best get them back so I can figure out what went wrong, lest this happen again. I won't leave you out here. I'll call an ambulance to pick you up." "Don't bother," Andy hissed. "My friends will pick me up soon, and I won't let you take them away again." Andy struggled to get up, but his legs refused to cooperate. As soon as Andy tried to push himself up, he immediately fell down again. "Your body is suffering from the consequences of that digivolution you had with your partner, and all the damage both of you took," Dr. Carbon remarked. "It will take some time for you to recover from that. Are you sure you don't want to be taken to the hospital?" Andy hissed as his fingers curled into a fist, dragging some dirt and grass into it. "Stop! Don't take them away again." I have to, unless they go on a rampage again, Dr. Carbon said seriously. And then you won't be able to stop them at all. You're in no shape to fight them again. Dr. Carbon walked over to the unconscious legendary warriors, who were humans right now. Dr. Carbon picked them up one at a time and took them into his van. Andy was helpless to stop him. The boy tried, oh boy did he try. He kept trying to get up. He managed to stay on his feet at one point and stumbled toward Dr. Carbon. Tapperman just blew on his face, making him fall back down. Just stay down, kid, unless you want me to force you into a world of dreams until you wake up in a hospital, Tapperman warned. You're a Digimon. Don't you think what your partner is doing is a bad thing? Andy asked. Look at what his experiment did to the legendary warriors. I believe in my partner and I support him, Tapperman replied. And look at what happened to you when you got involved. If I didn't, who would have stopped them? Andy asked back. We would have eventually, once we fixed the enhancer, Tapperman said. By then, a lot of people would have gotten hurt or killed, Andy shot back. Dr. Carbon put Takuya into the van last. Well, let's be glad it didn't come to that then. I'll send an ambulance your way, Andy. And don't worry, I'll make sure your cousin and friends won't turn out like this again. You have my word. Andy growled as Dr. Carbon and Tapperman got into the van, and the van drove off. Damn it, I can't believe this is happening, Andy cursed. After about a minute or two, Danny and Pataman, both in their ghost forms, were flying by. They had been trying to find Andy and Lopman, but since the battle was over, they had trouble finding them. Look, the land has been disturbed here, Pataman pointed out. Danny flew down. Yeah, but I don't see any sign of Andy or Lopman, let alone the legendary warriors, he admitted. It's like this ground is concealing them or something. Bro, took you long enough. Danny heard Andy's voice and immediately turned to where he heard it. There, lying in a rather large dirt-filled crater, was Andy and Lopman, though Lopman appeared to be unconscious, and Andy wasn't getting up. Hey Andy, oh geez, I was worried, Danny exclaimed as he flew over to where Andy and Lopman were. What happened? Where are the legendary warriors? Danny then frowned a bit. And, why aren't you getting up and why is Lopman unconscious? He added. Danny, I think that Andy and Lopman are exhausted. That digivolution takes a lot out of them, not to mention they're very much in sync, meaning if one of them feels pain, the other feels it too, Pataman pointed out, hoping to save Andy from having to explain everything while he was exhausted. The legendary warriors were taken away, Andy frowned. Lopman and I managed to defeat them, knock them all out to the point they returned to their human forms. But then, Dr. Carbon and Tapperman showed up in a van. He's behind it all, Danny. He's using some kind of dream machine with Tapperman's abilities to brainwash them. And something went wrong that made them turn out that way, but he took them back to try to correct it. To keep brainwashing them until he gets the results he wants. I couldn't move. I tried my best to stop him, but my body couldn't get up. I'm so weak. I hate it. Danny was sure his face was pale as a ghost's, which, considering he was a ghost at the moment, was quite ironic. Dr. Carbon, the school's counselor? B, but why? Andy, you're not weak, Pataman said. You and Lopman were the only ones who were able to take on all 6 of the legendary warriors when the rest of us fell. But I couldn't stop Dr. Carbon from taking them away, Andy frowned, feeling tears well up. After I tried so hard to save them too. Andy shook his head. Dr. Carbon believes that we should stay out of the digital world's affairs and let those chosen by the legendary warriors to handle it. He's trying to bring them to their fullest potential, or whatever. Danny carefully picked up Andy from the ground, knowing they needed to get out of here, and let his brother and Lopman rest while they tried to figure out what to do. The others needed to be taken back home too. You can tell me more along the way. We have a lot of work to do, Danny said calmly. For once, Andy didn't mind how cold his brother's hands were. It was helping him stay awake. Pataman picked up Lopman. The 2 Halfas flew slowly in the sky, carrying their weakened brothers. Chapter 26. Tucker, Sam, Dash, and Valerie had to head home with their Digimon partners. Valerie made sure they woke up and were all right. Other than some scratches and bruises, the humans were okay for the most part. Their Digimon partners managed to protect them from any direct attacks the legendary warriors did. Valerie told Andy to let them know when they came up with a plan. But for now, they had to head home. With the city recovering from the battle, their parents would be worried about them. Back at Fenton Works, after Danny turned back to human, he, Andy, and their Digimon were resting in the living room. Maddie, Jack, and Jazz were with them. Maddie cooked dinner for them to eat, since eating usually helped the Digimon feel better quicker. Andy told them what happened, leaving out his brother's transformation of course, just that Danny and Patamon found him in Lopman when they couldn't move. Jack turned on the TV to see what the damages were. They saw the news showing cops putting up tapes around what was the battlefield. As you can see, the unknown group caused a large bombing in the area. The weatherman who was reporting live on TV stated, showing the camera the destruction of the place. There's also a destroyed tank with unknown contents. Too bad we couldn't save the Fenton RV, Danny remarked. Well, we can always rebuild it, Jack said confidently. It did save our lives too, but we will have to reinforce the Fenton Ghost assault vehicle to withstand Digimon attacks too in the next version. And it looks like Dr. Carbon really made good on his promise about having Tapperman making everyone else believe the destruction was caused by a terrorist attack, Jazz noted. It seems an ambulance was called to the outskirts of town, only to see a large crater that seemed to have been made unnaturally and trees buried under soil, the weatherman continued. But there didn't appear to be anyone out there. It's possible there were more to this unknown terrorist group that blew up the outskirts for unknown reasons. Are you sure you don't need to go to a hospital, Andy? Maddie asked in worry. You said you could barely move when Danny and Patamon found you. Andy was currently laying on the couch with Lopman laying next to him. Lopman was munching on some cookies. I'm sure, I'm not hurt, at least not much. It's more exhaustion than anything, Andy explained. I just need some time to rest, and Lopman and I will be fine. It's very tiring using Antilamin, Lopman agreed. I'm surprised we were able to pull off the Digivolution again. Well, even if you did, I'm still not exactly happy you were forced to use such a draining evolution, Maddie stated in concern. This will be something we have to examine later on, but for now, I would rather you hold off on using that evolution unless there is no choice, especially since it drains you both so much. I mean, there being no choice seems to be what sets off the evolution, Andy pointed out. I wasn't able to do it unless the situation is really dire, like when we were fighting with Plasmius, or when everyone was getting beaten down by the legendary warriors. The evolution may only continue to be draining until we can figure out how to train it, Patamon said. But that'll be something to figure out later. For now, we should think about what we're going to do now that we know where Takuya and the others are. Or rather who has them, Jazz frowned. Maybe we could call the police and have them investigate Dr. Carbon's house, Jack suggested. Well, that's a logical plan, Jack. I'm afraid this is something the police wouldn't be able to help with much, Maddie sighed. The police are still trying to catch ghosts, but without proper training and equipment, at most, they're just distracting the ghosts or mildly annoying them. They're not going to be able to handle Digimon-related problems or children that can become Digimon. And I'm sure someone as clever as Dr. Carbon would be sure to keep the cops far away from where he's actually keeping the children. Jack scowled. What he is doing is sick. He's clever, all right, but sick for doing what he is doing to those children. Being the big softy he was, it didn't take much to piss off Jack Fenton when it came to children or his family. Dad, calm down, Danny said, trying to keep Jack calm so he didn't do something rash. I know it's bothering you, and it's bothering me too. It's bothering all of us, but we can't just rush in, especially since we don't know where Dr. Carbon is keeping the legendary warriors. Do you want to risk getting arrested for breaking and entering or something else? Then we wouldn't be able to do anything to save them. Jack gave a sigh. I won't do anything rash, son. It's just, I can't stand by knowing Takuya and those other children are being brainwashed as we speak. It's bad enough that Freak Show was mind controlling him and we didn't know about it. Besides, I rather you and Andy didn't call your friends and risked your lives trying to save them by yourselves like you did last time. Don't worry, Dad, it's not like last time, Andy reassured. You and Mom know what's going on now, and we know you'll do what you can to help us and keep us safe. Jack smiled. You bet we will, he exclaimed. But that doesn't help us if we don't know where Takuya and the other children are being kept, Maddie noted somberly. We need to find out where they are before we can do anything. But how will we do that? Jazz asked. I don't know yet. It would help if we had some kind of spy drone that could sneak into Dr. Carbon's house and look for this place he's keeping them hidden, but we don't have that kind of technology, Maddie sighed. You don't? You can make a submarine out of the table and counter in the kitchen, but not a spy drone? Jazz questioned in disbelief. That's horribly exaggerated, Jazz, Maddie huffed. Besides, even if we could make a spy drone, the problem is that it could still get spotted by Dr. Carbon or his Digimon partner, and we wouldn't be able to get it past any walls or doors. Dr. Carbon would likely keep this place sealed off from any spy gear we make. Too bad we can't make them go invisible or intangible like ghosts. That would make it easier, Jack grumbled. The comment gave Andy an idea. What if we did have a spy that is a ghost? Jack blinked before he remembered that ghost boy. You mean Phantom? He wasn't exactly sure about trusting Phantom, but since Takuya trusted the ghost boy, and remembering the recent revelations he and Maddie had experienced about ghosts, Jack decided that if there was ever a chance to give Phantom a bit of trust, this was it. Are you sure he would be willing to help us? Is it even wise? Maddie asked. She was less trusting of Phantom than Jack was. She never worked with the ghost boy. She only heard about how he helped Jack and the others secondhand. We should at least try, Andy replied. Phantom worked with Aguneman a few times, so I'm sure he'd want to find out what happened to him. And Andy's got a point. Phantom being a ghost means he could freely travel through Dr. Carbon's house without issue. He can fly, he can go invisible and intangible. Dr. Carbon may know a thing or two about Digimon, but he may not know much about how to deal with ghosts, or that we may have a ghost who's willing to help us out, Jazz added. Danny gave a nod of agreement. And Phantom doesn't take kindly to anyone, human or not, hurting others he cares about. He won't hesitate to help. Ironic, since I'm talking about myself here. Pataman nearly choked on the cookie he was eating. It sounded like he was trying not to laugh. Maddie frowned. I understand that asking Phantom for help may be our best choice. It's just. You have a hard time trusting him, Lopman finished. Then trust me, Danny spoke up. I know Phantom will help, even if you don't think he will. Maddie sighed but relented. If he's the best choice, I won't object. It's hard to let go of previous thoughts and facts, though. Jack put a hand on Maddie's shoulder. Well, think of this as a new learning experience for you then. You can see how a ghost like Phantom acts through a new lens. Perhaps he will even prove he is indeed trustworthy. Andy gave a small smile, seeing that they were slowly reaching a breakthrough with their parents. It was a slow progress, but progress was progress. Before, his parents would have vehemently denied the idea of asking Phantom for help at all, and they would have had to have Danny do this behind their backs. But now they were relenting, even if reluctantly, to ask the ghost boy for help in order to save Takuya as well as the others. Great, then we'll see if we can ask Phantom for help, Andy said as he tried to get up from the couch, only to grunt. You don't move until you've recovered from the battle, mister, Maddie scolded. It's okay, I can fly, so I can see if I can find Phantom. He's usually flying around the city somewhere, though he's probably tired after helping people when Aguneman set the building on fire, so he's likely resting somewhere, Pataman suggested. Okay, just be careful, Pataman, Jack said. Don't stay out too long. Danny couldn't help but bite his lower lip to keep from laughing. I'm sure I'll find him before too long, Pataman said confidently. Pataman looked back at Danny and whispered something to him. Danny just gave a slight nod before Pataman jumped down from Danny's lap and headed to the front door. After Pataman opened the door and went out, Danny stood up. Well, until we get Phantom's help, we should try to get some rest and prepare for what we'll do once we find out where the good doctor's keeping everyone, Danny said as he stretched out. So I'll help Andy get to our room where he can get some sleep. Maddie nodded. Good idea, especially since he needs it. Lopman snickered. Don't think that doesn't include you, Lopman, Maddie added, making Lopman squeak as he stopped snickering. Okay, let's get you to our room, Andy, Danny said as he helped Andy to stand up. Thanks, bro, Andy said as he leaned on Danny. Lopman followed Andy and Danny upstairs, while Jazz stayed downstairs to make sure her parents didn't walk in on her brothers, while they were likely setting up for how Phantom will agree to help them. As soon as Danny, Andy, and Lopman entered their room, Andy and Lopman flopped down on Andy's bed while Danny closed the door. I hate feeling like my legs are made of lead, Andy groaned. I'd hate to experience that myself, Danny admitted with a grimace. But in my case, I think it would be my ghostly tail feeling like lead instead. How would that work? Lopman asked, curiously tilting his head to the side. Yeah, aren't you weightless as a ghost? Andy chuckled. Where did you even get that idea? Danny huffed. It's just a common theory that ghosts are weightless due to being able to float so effortlessly, Andy explained. Well, I'm not weightless even as a ghost, Danny grumbled. I mean, I can float, but it's not like I weigh as much as air or a gas. I still have mass. That may be true, but it could be due to the fact you're half human, Andy pointed out. Then doesn't that just prove I'm not weightless? Danny asked. Touché, Lopman remarked. We're getting distracted, Andy said. You better open the window to let Pataman in. Danny grumbled but sighed. Fair enough, he said before turning and heading to the window to open it. Sure enough, Pataman was outside. Danny opened the window, smiling at his partner Digimon. Come on in, Pataman. Pataman flew on, landing on top of Danny's head. I found the ghost boy. Ha ha, Danny grumbled. So how do we want to do this? Pataman asked. We keep things simple, Andy said. We have Danny came in as his ghost form, saying how he was told about what happened, and he's willing to help investigate Dr. Carbon's house. That seems like a good idea, but how will we explain Pataman's disappearance? Danny asked. Can't you transform without Pataman transforming as well? Lopman asked. It doesn't look like it, Pataman said. I only transform when Danny does, and I don't seem to have control over that. Dang, that stinks, Lopman grumbled. It would make things so much easier, at least in terms of keeping your identities a secret for the time being. It's still doable, we just have to make sure we're smart about it, Andy said. Pataman can come back before Phantom does and let everyone know he found Phantom and that he's on his way here before heading upstairs to check on Danny. Then Phantom and Spectreman can show up. Danny grinned. Only you would think of something like that, bro. You're smarter than you give yourself credit for. I agree with Danny, Pataman praised. That is a very workable plan. Andy raised an eyebrow. Are you guys patronizing me at this point? I feel like you could have easily come up with that. And besides, even if you do find out where that crazy dream doctor is keeping Takuya and the others, what will we do then? Lopman asked. Andy and I are gonna be out for a while, and so are the rest of our friends with Digimon since they took quite the beating earlier. Right now, all that matters is gaining information. We can figure out what to do then, Andy said. Since Mom and Dad agreed to work with Danny in his ghost form, our options are much more open to us now. And Pataman and I can do that easily, Danny replied. What I think we should do is at least observe and then report back what we find. Based on what we find out, we should be able to plan what to do next around that. What do you mean? Lopman asked. I mean, it's likely Dr. Carbon has the legendary warriors in a dream state through some means besides just his Digimon partner. Danny explained. Maybe we can find out what else he is using alongside his Digimon partner to keep them in that dream state, and then figure out how to work around that. But watching and reporting back would take too long, Andy said. I have a better idea. What is it? Pataman asked. After your introductions, maybe suggest to Mom and Dad to put a camera on you, Andy suggested. That way they can also watch and hear everything that's going on right away. Danny smiled sheepishly. Heh, I guess I should have considered that. Either way, we still get information, so I can't object. Pataman agreed with Andy. So Danny and Pataman put their plan into motion. Pataman flew out the window and went around the house before knocking on the front door, prompting Maddie to open the door. Oh, Pataman, you're back, Maddie noted. Were you able to find Phantom? Yeah, Pataman answered. And Spectreman, they'll be arriving soon. Where's Danny? He went upstairs in his room so he, Andy, and Lopman could rest for now, Maddie answered. Great, I'll go check up on them. Good luck with talking to Phantom and Spectreman, Pataman said before he hurried inside the house and up the stairs. What's the big hurry? Jack asked. He was probably anxious about leaving Danny for too long, Jazz covered. Well, at least he found Phantom and his Digimon partner, Jack said, trying to lighten the mood. That's a good start. He said Phantom will be coming soon, Maddie said. How soon did he mean? Is now okay, a familiar echoed voice spoke up. Maddie turned back to the door, seeing the ghost boy himself standing there with his partner Digimon next to him. Oh, I didn't expect you to show up so soon, Jack grinned. Good to see you again, Phantom. Jack's face then became somber. I just wish it wasn't under these circumstances. Phantom blinked. Really? What happened? Danny knew that. As Phantom, he couldn't reveal he knew what was going on regarding Dr. Carbon and the legendary warriors. He had to play dumb, or at least out of the loop, for the time being. Didn't Pataman tell you? Maddie asked, sounding more professional and detached. No, he just said that the Fentons needed to speak with me, and how urgent it was, Phantom replied. So what's so urgent about it that we had to go visit a couple of ghost hunters? Specterman asked. You know our cousin, Takuya, don't you? Jazz asked, having walked over herself to try to make things easier for Danny. I think I've spoken to him a few times, Phantom answered. And you know that he's Aguniman, Jazz added. Oh yeah, it surprised me to see a human child turning into a Digimon, Phantom admitted. But it's been nice having his help to take care of ghosts when they start getting out of hand. I remember Aguniman. Takuya explaining that you helped him learn what he could do, Jack noted. I guess I owe you a thank you for that. Phantom blushed a slight green color. I was just, trying to help. I was a new ghost, so having someone in a similar situation was helpful and I didn't feel so alone. Specterman was trying to keep from laughing, if his holding his little paws in front of his mouth was any indication. But getting down to business, Phantom quickly said. What happened to him? I haven't seen Aguniman around lately, and there was that big battle going on. But I had to save the people who were in that burning building, so I couldn't help. Aguniman was kidnapped, Jazz explained. He and the other legendary warriors, not counting the rogue warriors, were taken by a human named Maxwell Carbon. He's a psychologist in the local school, Castor High, and we just recently found out he has his Digimon partner out here in the real world. His Digimon can use dream abilities to influence people, and he used that to bring Takuya and the others to him. From what we understand, Maxwell brainwashed Takuya and his friends to try to be the legendary warriors they were meant to be. But something went horribly wrong in the process, and they turned into these dark, corrupted version of themselves, and wanting to purge humanity for a master they were serving, Maddie summed up. Phantom's eyes took on a menacing glow as he clenched his fists. That is messed up. Mind control is bad enough when it happens to anyone, but as a victim of it myself, I feel like I should help, because it only makes someone another person's puppet. Don't get too riled up now, Phantom, Specterman spoke up. Brainwashing is probably worse. With mind control, at least you can eventually be snapped out of it. But brainwashing means your thoughts, your core personality. Everything you were just gets changed, Jazz frowned. Specterman looked at Jazz. Please tell us more before we do anything. You said the brainwashing went wrong and it corrupted these poor children's minds. But what happened after that? They don't seem to be on a rampage right now. They were defeated by Andy and Lopman, Jazz replied. But after that, Dr. Carbon took them away again, presumably to fix whatever went wrong. Phantom sighed. Sorry about getting riled up, I just feel strongly about others suffering something similar, if not worse, to what I suffered. Phantom then realized something. Hold on, you said that this Dr. Carbon took them away to fix them. Does that mean there's a chance the brainwashing can be reversed then? I guess I don't know how he's doing it, Jazz admitted. But, Jack spoke up. If he's able to fix them, that means he is able to undo whatever he did to them in the first place. Then that means we have a chance to save them, Phantom realized. But we will need to act fast, or at least find where he is hiding them first. Yes, Maddie agreed. That means we'll need a ghost's help to do so. I doubt Maxwell will have the technology to keep a ghost out. Then again, a ghost probably normally wouldn't care what a random citizen is doing unless they have a vendetta against him. There's no vendetta involved, Phantom said resolutely. I genuinely want to help because Takuya is a friend of mine. I think she means Maxwell likely wouldn't have a reason to have the equipment to keep his house safe from ghosts, since ghosts usually leave him alone unless they have something against him, Specterman explained. Which I doubt most of them do. Phantom gave a slight blush again as he rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Right, that too. Lowering his hand from his head, Phantom then spoke up. If this is going to work, I think I have a suggestion. Since Takuya is family to you, you will want to see what is going on, first and foremost, right? Jack and Maddie both nodded, wondering where Phantom was going with this. Well, I suggest, so you can see what is going on while I am spying on Dr. Carbon, that I have a camera strapped to me. Phantom continued. At least this way you can see what is being done to the legendary warriors, as well as any equipment he may be using. That's, Maddie paused for a moment, actually not such a bad idea. I'm surprised we never thought of doing that before. Could you imagine how much we could learn if we managed to strap a camera to a ghost? Especially the ghost zone, we'd learn so much from that without having to worry about going in there ourselves. Jack smiled. Hey, can you two focus please? Jazz spoke up. We're not doing this to study ghosts, we're doing this to save Takuya and the other children. Although, Phantom thought it was a good idea for future reference. Heck, it may even help his parents open up more to the idea that ghosts had their own society and civilization in the ghost zone. But that would have to wait until after Danny knew a few more. Non-violent ghosts, or just ghosts that didn't want to hurt him. Jack and Maddie both gave sheepish smiles. Right, Takuya and the other children come first, Jack agreed. We can talk about that idea later, Maddie added before looking back at Phantom. Since you're here, if you're willing, I'd like to see how strapping a camera to a ghost would work, at least for your spying on Dr. Carbon. I want to make sure the camera doesn't get noticed, as well as that it works while attached to you. Not to mention the camera should be able to go intangible and invisible with you, Jack added. That's usually not a problem. I can turn any object invisible and intangible as long as they're in contact with me, Phantom explained. We're going to need to make one that's small and easy enough for you to fly around with, but also allowing us to see and hear what's going on, Maddie added. It might take a few hours, if you are willing to wait. Well, it might be wise for us to wait elsewhere until you are done, Specterman said. We are not that comfortable staying in your house for too long, considering all the ghost hunting technology you have here, especially the unseen weapons. Jack actually gave a grimace. Yeah, that's a good point. Would you mind waiting close by at least? I'm sure we could find a place to meet with you so you don't have to come in here if you're uncomfortable. It's fine, Phantom hesitated, about to reveal he had a cell phone, but he wasn't sure if his parents were ready for the knowledge that a teen ghost still carried around a cell phone. I have my ways of knowing when you need me. You can just yell out the window for us. If that will work, Jack sighed. Okay, Maddie and I will get started on that camera, and we will let you know when it's done so we can test it. Phantom gave a small smile. He wanted to make a quip about this invention being harmless to him, but he decided it was better to refrain from that for the time being. Making such a quip was probably not the best idea anyway. Thanks, I'll be back when you finish. Jack and Maddie working on the camera gave Andy and Lopman time to rest for a while. Danny and Pataman decided to stay in the room as themselves while they waited. Danny was on the computer, having a video call on a website with everyone involved. Tucker, Sam, Valerie, and even Dash were on the chat. Is everyone doing okay? Danny asked. I know we all got pretty banged up when we were fighting with the legendary warriors. No kidding, those legendary warriors were no joke, Dash said. I thought I was going to die. Tell me about it, Valerie grumbled. Duskman was no pushover, he was not holding back. None of the legendary warriors were, Tucker admitted. They are definitely stronger this time, but they also seem to be more reckless too, attacking without considering who is in the crossfire. I can't believe Dr. Carbon is behind this though, Sam admitted. I thought mind-controlling Phantom was bad enough, but brainwashing the legendary warriors? That's outright cruel right there. No need to go all activist on us right now, Sam, Tucker grumbled. But you do have a point, one that I agree with. At least Gadhaman is doing better. She wants to remain in her champion form for the time being in case we get attacked again, Valerie said. Since she's still small in her champion form, it doesn't cause any inconvenience to stay in that form. Biamon's doing better too, Sam remarked. Kokuaman has a bit of a headache, but he seems to be doing okay, Tucker said. Labraman is doing fine too. At least none of our Digimon were severely injured, Dash said in relief. How are Andy and Lopman doing? Valerie asked. They weren't looking too good when I saw the ghost boy taking them back home. We're doing better, Val, Andy called from the bed. Just recovering from the fight. That's good to hear, Valerie said in relief. You really had a nasty fight, didn't you? Don't remind us, Lopman called back. I feel like one big bruise still. But how were Andy and Lopman able to fight the legendary warriors off? Dash asked. They were able to get Lopman to digivolve into Antilemon, Lopman's ultimate form, Danny explained. What? If they could do that, why didn't they do that sooner? Dash questioned. It's, well, really draining for one, Danny said. And Andy says he can't just digivolve Lopman into the ultimate stage whenever he wants. He did try doing that after the first time it happened, but, well, they couldn't get it to work. It only worked this time because we were all down, and Andy and Lopman were able to work in sync enough to trigger the evolution again. One other thing. It seems that the higher the digivolution, the stronger the link is. Because Andy told me, he felt every hit Antliaman felt during the battle. That's part of the reason why he feels so tired. Wow, sounds like that can be a double-edged sword, Sam whistled. It grants great power, but at a great cost. That's how it seems to be in cases like this, Tucker chuckled. But it also seems to be one that's hard to access, Valerie noted. We're just lucky it's not hard to control, unlike a beast spirit. It's also, I'm not sure how to explain it, but when Lopman becomes Antliaman, it also feels like I'm a part of him. I felt the attacks myself, like I was doing them alongside Antilemon, Andy said. What, are you becoming your Digimon or something? Dash jokingly said. How cool would it be if we could become Digimon like Takuya and the others? Tucker smiled. Speaking of Takuya, you sure Phantom will be able to find them? Valerie asked worriedly. You worried Phantom won't cooperate or something? Sam frowned. No, I know Phantom will do anything to help. It's just, I'm not sure if Dr. Carbon, knowing that we know, would just keep them somewhere obvious like his house, Valerie pointed out. Heck, I'm surprised he hasn't used Tapperman to make us forget about the legendary warriors attacking the city. It wouldn't be easy to erase such vivid memories like that, Pataman said. We were in the middle of that battle, while everyone else was kept afar, and the authorities may not even believe it was Digimon who was attacking. They rather believe it was ghosts, or better yet, terrorist attacks from other humans. At least they could handle that than something supernatural. Not to mention, since you all have a Digimon partner, Tapperman wouldn't be able to use his powers on you so easily. Although, what Valerie said may have some merits, Andy noted. Dr. Carbon likely wouldn't just keep the legendary warriors in his house, he must have a separate place for them. That's what worries me, Valerie agreed. We won't be able to find the legendary warriors so easily if we don't know where they are. That's why Phantom is helping. As a ghost, he can get in and out of places easily using his invisibility and intangibility. Danny pointed out. If anyone can find them, it's Phantom. Then Phantom's best bet is to follow Dr. Carbon around until he goes to where the legendary warriors are. He'd have to go there eventually, right? Tucker suggested. Nice suggestion there, Sam said. It's what most stealth quests do in video games, Tucker shrugged. Danny chuckled. And it's applicable here. I think this can be pulled off if Phantom does this just right. It's funny talking about my ghost half like this, since I am going to be doing this stuff anyway, but it's kinda fun too. Phantom has agreed to have a camera strapped to him to give real-time video to Maddie and Jack as well. Pataman explained. That camera will be very helpful in Phantom's mission, to say the least. Don't worry, I'm sure everything will work out, Andy reassured. We just have to be ready when we're needed. The winds were starting to pick up later that night. All the people of Amity Park were advised to stay home due to the terrorist attack and the storm that was brewing. Danny, however, couldn't afford to stay indoors tonight. He had a mission, and no storm was going to keep him away from it. He heard his dad's loud voice calling out to Phantom. Guess that's my cue, Danny said before he transformed into his ghost form. Will you be all right flying out in the storm? Andy asked in concern. I can handle a little storm, Danny chuckled. All I have to do is be intangible, and wind and rain go right through me. I'll make sure Danny doesn't stay out too late in the storm, Pataman promised. Hey, I'm not that bad with staying out in the weather, Danny pouted. Still, it wouldn't be good to get caught out there. Just stay close to Dr. Carbon and be careful around Tapperman. He's a Digimon, so he may sense you if you're too close, Lopman warned. That's the plan, Danny nodded. Danny and Pataman, as Phantom and Spectreman, flew down into the living room. I heard you yelling, Jack. You have quite the lungs, Danny noted. Jack smiled. Well then, I'm glad that you were able to hear me. We finished the Fenton recorder. Maddie held out a tiny silver device in the palm of her hand. We don't need to strap the camera onto you. Just put it somewhere on your body. It'll stick to your clothes like a magnet until you pull it out with some force. Just make sure you stick it where the camera can see most of what you see. Danny took the little device, careful not to accidentally crush it with his fingers. It looked so frail. Will this survive in a storm? It's a lot tougher than it looks. It's meant to survive ghost attacks and some Digimon attacks, Jack reassured. We wouldn't have you going in with a fragile, low-quality camera after all. Pataman looked at the camera. I'd say stick it either on your forehead or your chest. Danny held up the small camera before he plopped it on his chest, on the right side. The small camera was stuck fast, which was a good sign. Well, it's not coming off so easily, so that's a good first step. He chuckled before looking at Maddie and Jack again. So, how does this thing work? I just push a button and it turns on. Once the camera sets onto an object, or a ghost in this case, it will automatically turn itself on, Jack explained. We figured that would be easier than trying to put an on and off button on it since it's so, well, tiny. And this way, if you bump into something, it won't accidentally turn the camera off and you wouldn't know about it, Maddie added. You may be a speedy little ghost, but you are also a teenager, and most teen boys I know can get a bit clumsy. Maddie was starting to lighten up a bit around Phantom, which he saw as progress. Danny smiled. That's a smart move, thanks. He then blinked before pouting. I'm not that clumsy, he whined, folding his arms like a little kid. I have good reflexes and balance. Don't act like a child, Phantom. Pataman scolded from his spot beside Danny. Maddie is right, so don't act so childish. Jack gave a laugh, while Maddie didn't seem to know how to react. Listen to your partner, he knows what he's talking about. Jack grinned. Danny grumbled. All right, fine, whatever. Now that I have the camera, we should get going. Where does this Maxwell Carbon live? Maddie gave Danny a piece of paper. His address is written here. Once you find it, get rid of the paper. We don't want him bringing evidence to point at us if he knows we're working together. Danny nodded. Don't worry, I will definitely destroy it. I think an ecto-ray will be enough to do that. We'd better get going then, Phantom. Pataman called, ready to get going. Right, I'll be there, Spectreman, Danny called back. He looked back at Jack and Maddie again. Thanks for the camera. I'll be sure to do my best in tracking Maxwell Carbon. Just make sure you don't get caught too. I don't know what he'll do to you, but we don't want a repeat of what happened with Ferricshow, Jack said. Danny nodded as well. He most certainly didn't want a repeat of that either. It started to rain by the time Danny and Pataman reached Maxwell's house. Danny used a small bit of his ghost, Ray, to destroy the paper with the address on it. Let's go, Spectreman, Danny said, having to use Pataman's ghost name knowing his parents were listening to everything on the camera. From here on out, we can't talk until we leave, Pataman warned. Be as silent as possible, lest we get caught. Right, Danny nodded. The two of them turned invisible and intangible before flying through the walls of the house. Danny was glad they were going to be spying on the man in his house rather than outside, especially with the rain coming in. For a while, Maxwell and Tapperman didn't seem to be doing anything out of the ordinary. Maxwell seemed to be doing bills while Tapperman was snacking on something in the kitchen. Danny and Pataman didn't know how long they would have to wait until Maxwell did something suspicious. But they remained patient. They knew they couldn't do anything until Maxwell made his move. They hoped the storm outside hadn't discouraged him from checking on the legendary warriors. Danny and Pataman also made sure to stay far away from Tapperman, hoping the Digimon wouldn't sense them. The clock ticked, an hour had passed. Maxwell looked up from the papers he was writing on and looked at the clock. He took off his glasses and rubbed his eyes. Tapperman. The man's partner flew over to him. Yes. I think we gave them enough time. The dreamer should have erased everything that caused them to turn out evil and corrupted by now, Maxwell remarked. We should get to work on them now. If we wait too long, they'll wake up before we can begin the process again. I understand, but it'll be difficult getting to them under these weather conditions, Tapperman warned. I know, but we have to make sure they turn out as they are intended to be, Maxwell replied. It's a shame we couldn't keep them here, but it's for the best that they are elsewhere. Come on, we can't wait too long. I'd rather we get to them in this storm than wait for it to clear, which could take hours. Tapperman nodded. Then pack your umbrella and let's go. Danny felt his core buzzing inside. It took a while, but Maxwell was finally going to lead him where Takuya and the others were. Pataman kept him from moving too hastily. If they moved toward them now, Tapperman would sense them. Maxwell took his time putting on a raincoat and bringing an umbrella with him. It's going to get really bad tonight. Thankfully, we have our own generator to keep the dreamer going even if we have a power outage. All right, Tapperman, stay close to me so you don't get too wet. Tapperman flew next to Maxwell as the man opened the front door. The storm has gotten really bad now. The winds were blowing hard and the rain was pouring. Lightning was flashing and thunder was booming. Danny wasn't sure if he would be able to fly in a storm this bad, but he knew he had to, for Takuya's sake. Danny held onto Pataman to make sure the smaller of the two didn't get blown away by the winds. Tapperman clung onto Maxwell's shoulder to make sure he didn't get blown away. Danny really hoped that Maxwell wasn't going too far, especially under these conditions. But Maxwell kept walking through the city, making Danny consider asking his parents to make some kind of weather simulator in the lab for weather training in the future. Though Andy would likely become a drill sergeant again. Danny continued to struggle against the winds. Being intangible didn't quite protect him from the winds, just the rain. The winds were blowing with pure force rather than being a solid object. Danny had to stop flying before he got blown away and walked behind Maxwell, keeping his invisibility and intangibility up. Though Danny made sure to lose some of the intangibility on his feet so he wouldn't fall under the surface he was walking on. After a good minute, Maxwell walked up a hill, and it was only when Danny got closer to the building Maxwell was walking to did he see what that building was. Axion Labs? He's holding the legendary warriors in there. Danny felt uncomfortable being back at Axion Labs because of what had happened with the ghost dog, who he had not nicknamed Kyujo, thank you very much. But he knew he and Pataman had to go inside to see if Takuya and the others were there. Okay. This is a different situation, no ghost dog this time. I can do this. Maxwell used some kind of ID card to slide on a control panel in front of the door. The door slid open, allowing the doctor and Tapperman in before the door closed behind them. Danny, still carrying Pataman, phased through the door with little issue. Now that they were inside, they no longer had to worry about being blown away by the winds. Maxwell closed his umbrella, putting it to the side. Tapperman continued to follow his partner as they walked down the hallway. The place seemed to be empty. Danny wondered if anyone worked here around this time, besides the night shift workers and Valerie's dad. Maxwell stopped walking when a couple of night guards spotted him. What are you doing here? The Axion Labs are closed right now, the guard stated. I'm here on some important business, Maxwell stated. You'll have to come back in the morning then, the guard grumbled. There was this terrorist attack and this storm hit, and you're not supposed to be here anyway. Tapperman, Maxwell said calmly. Nightmare syndrome, Tapperman shot out a mist of darkness at the guards. The guards stumbled back a bit. Danny expected the guards to fall down and be fast asleep, but instead of that, they just shook their heads and remained awake. Oh, Dr. Carbon, you're here. Are the legendary warriors still here? Maxwell asked. Of course, sir, safe, sound, and still asleep. Danny frowned. Did he turn them into sleeper agents? Kind of literally. Good, I came to check up on them. The fact they are still asleep is a good sign, Maxwell replied. Now, if you'll just let me pass, I have some work to do with them. Of course, Dr. Carbon, sir. The two guards stepped to the side, allowing Maxwell and Tapperman to pass. Danny and Pataman continued to follow. The guards weren't going to keep two invisible and intangible ghosts from following them, nor were they aware of their presence. They kept following Maxwell until he went into a large looking room. The room itself had 6 beds. The beds were hooked up to some kind of giant machine in the center of the room. Pataman put his paw on Danny's mouth to keep him from gasping. In the 6 beds were 6 familiar children, including a certain cousin, lying asleep and dead to the world. Maxwell took off his raincoat, hanging it on a coat rack, and he put on a white lab coat. "Ah, good, they are still sleeping like babies," Maxwell noted with a soft smile. "Now we can begin our work on them. Tapperman, show me what state the dreamer's in." Tapperman flew over to the big machine and put his right paw on it. On his right arm was a golden ring that looked similar to Gadamon's holy ring that was on her tail. Danny watched with curiosity as the ring on Tapperman's arm began to glow. After a minute or two, Tapperman flew over to Maxwell before taking a deep breath and letting out some kind of pink mist. A picture appeared in the mist, likely some kind of daydream Tapperman was showing Maxwell. The picture showed where each of the children were, likely in the dream. JP was doing magic tricks at a Japanese school. Zoe was at some kind of toy shop with some other girls her age, who were looking at her with annoyance. Koji was doing kendo practice presumably in his backyard. Koichi was getting grocery at some kind of store. Tommy was sitting at home with his parents, and his older brother looking at him in annoyance. And finally, Takuya was doing soccer practice with his fellow students. Danny frowned as he saw the images in the mist screen. This is different. What is going on? Is this? Are those the legendary warrior's memories, or are those the memories to be implanted? Maxwell seemed pleased at what he was seeing. Ah, good, good. It seems things have settled into how they should be for the children. The new memories are showing up crisp and clear. Maxwell then walked over to a shelf. He took out some kind of headband, though the headband had some wires and lights on them. He secured the headband on Takuya's head. Tapperman brought more similar headbands, giving them to Maxwell, who put the headbands on each of the children's heads. The beginning of their destiny. Tapperman, make sure the dreamer brings them back to this point if the virus were to sabotage the dream we have laid out for them again, Maxwell ordered. We don't want a repeat of what happened last time. Understood, Maxwell. Tapperman replied before dutifully setting about to make the dreamer do just that. It took a few minutes for Tapperman to adjust the dream, but it was soon done. From what Danny could gather, the dreamer appeared to be the machine. The machine seemed to be some kind of simulation thing run by a supercomputer that only the Axion Labs could produce. Maxwell likely has it running with Tapperman's dream abilities, hence the name Dreamer. Apparently Maxwell has set some kind of dream journey for the legendary warriors to take, but some kind of virus messed it up. So Maxwell just had Tapperman, save stated, that point of the dream so they could go back to that in case something went wrong again. Realizing that if Danny tried to get Takuya and the others away now, they could permanently be brainwashed or their minds could be damaged. Their memories of what happened since they met in the digital world, or in Takuya's case, since he came back to Amity Park as an exchange student, would still be gone. The situation was a lot more complicated than he would have liked for it to be. He knew he wasn't going to be able to solve this on his own, but that was okay, he wasn't alone. He wasn't here to dive in and rescue them, he was here to gather information. Pataman flew over to the shelf that had the headbands. He grabbed one of the headbands, turning it invisible and intangible before flying back to Danny. Danny flew to a large screen on the machine that was called the Dreamer. Maxwell appeared to be using that to watch the dream journey he set up for the children. He saw Takuya sitting at home, apparently waiting for his dad to come home for his little brother's birthday party, and he was bored. Danny wasn't sure why Maxwell was focusing on Takuya here, but this gave him an idea. Since he had the Fenton recorder on him, he decided to stay near the screen so the camera would record everything the dream was showing them. So he, and everyone else involved, would see just what went wrong, assuming it would go wrong. Pataman tapped on Danny's shoulder. Danny turned his head at Pataman but kept his chest forward at the screen. Since they couldn't say anything, Pataman pointed at the headband. Despite being invisible, they were able to see each other. Pataman then pointed at himself, then at the door. Danny realized what Pataman was trying to do. He wanted to let Danny know he was going to take the headband back to Fenton Works while Danny recorded what was on screen. Danny gave a slight nod to Pataman. Danny returned his attention to the screen while Pataman turned intangible and flew out of Axion Labs back to Fenton Works. He had to make sure he saw all he could. Maddie and Jack were sitting in some wheeled office chairs as they were looking at some monitors on some counters. Maddie looked out the window, seeing the rain hadn't let up since the storm started a few hours ago. Instead of doing this in the lab in their basement, they were doing this in the op center that was on the roof of their house. Thankfully, the op center had a built-in lightning rod, so they didn't need to fear the lightning or the storm in general. While the Fentons could have easily watched what was on the Fenton recorder in the lab, the op center was better for observing and analyzing. They also had windows, so it allowed them to see what was going on outside too, whereas the lab didn't have any windows at all. This also made it easier for their ghostly allies, something Maddie and Jack still couldn't believe was real, to find them if they needed to come back and report something. The op center also had less ghostly weapons lying around. Wow, so this is the dream world Maxwell created, Jack noted as he watched the monitor that was showing them the live footage Phantom was seeing. It's almost like watching one of those cartoons Andy likes to watch. I believe he calls them anime, dear, Maddie informed. Ah, so that's what they are. Jack chuckled sheepishly. He then looked back at the monitor again. I wonder if Maxwell created this dream world based on one of those because he is a fan as well or something. Either that, or it seemed perfect considering all the legendary warriors, the human ones, are from Japan. Maddie mused in thought. Maybe Maxwell is a writer on top of being a psychologist, Jack wondered. Pataman flew through the storm, trying to fight back against the winds. The headband he was carrying weighed him down enough to not be completely blown away by the winds, but it was still quite the struggle for him to make it all the way back to Fenton Works. When he got close, he saw Maddie and Jack in that giant contraption on top of the house they were living in. That made it a little easier. He thought he would have to go down into the lab to find them, a place that he wasn't very comfortable in. Seeing how there was no ghost shield around their house, Pataman turned himself and the headband intangible and flew into the window, landing on the floor, dropping the headband. He let the water fall off of him while he was intangible before regaining his solid form. Specterman, Jack asked, surprised to see him. Phantom and I saw Dr. Carbon putting these headbands on the children, Pataman explained as he pointed at the headband. He had extras he wasn't using, so I figured I would bring one back here. Since you two are scientists, I thought maybe you could analyze and study it so we can figure out what it does and maybe how to shut it down safely. Maddie hummed. She saw those headbands too through the camera. But she was surprised that Phantom's partner brought one back alone in the storm, while Phantom himself was still at the Axion Labs. Either way, thanks, Jack said gratefully. Now we have a head start on how Maxwell is doing this. Yes, but why is Phantom still there? Is there something he is hoping to accomplish or see? Maddie wondered. I'm just surprised Specterman came back here on his own. Phantom wants to be as thorough as possible, Pataman explained. He didn't say it out loud, but I'm sure he wants to make sure the camera records everything the Dream Takuya and the others are going through. Maybe to see what went wrong, because Dr. Carbon mentioned a virus sabotaging everything. I do remember hearing him say that too, Jack noted. And how he got his Digimon to make it so they can go back to the beginning in case it happens again. But that's clever. If we can see what happened in the dream, we can potentially use it to see what happened and how to reverse it later, Maddie noted. As for the headband, you're right, that could be useful. Jack got up from the chair and picked up the headband. The technology in this baby looks complex. Maddie got up as well. Jack, you keep watching the monitor, I'll analyze the headband myself. Just then, they heard the elevator being used. The elevator door opened, seeing Jazz, Andy, and Lopman walking inside. Andy was still sore and tired, but he had recovered enough to be able to walk on his own. Kids, what are you doing up here? Maddie asked. It's been a few hours and we haven't heard anything new, Lopman said. We're just a little restless right now, Andy admitted. You guys don't mind if we were filled in on what's going on, do you? Jazz asked. There's no way we'll be able to sleep peacefully like this. Not to mention the thunder is really loud, Lopman grumbled before he noticed Pataman. Oh, hi Pa Specterman, is Phantom back? No, he isn't, Pataman replied. I only came back to drop off something important. He added, gesturing at the headband Jack was holding. Phantom is staying behind to see what goes on for now. He will be back once he has recorded enough for us. What could Phantom be recording that is so important? Jazz asked. Well, it has to do with this headband, kids. Jack replied, holding up the headband for Jazz, Lopman, and Andy to see. That headband gives me the creeps. Andy frowned. It's a highly advanced technology, likely made in the Axion Labs, Maddie explained. The Axion Labs, Andy replied in surprise. That's where Maxwell is keeping Takuya and the other legendary warriors, Maddie clarified. He used Tapperman to turn some guards into his sleeper agents. They probably keep the room hidden and locked up tight until Maxwell comes by. From what we saw, Maxwell put these headbands on the children before starting the process. So I'm going to analyze and study this one to see if there's anything I can do to disable it or turn it off safely. Andy and Jazz nodded. I'll take this to the lab. I have more equipment there than up here for studying something like this, Maddie stated. Let me know if something happens. With those words said, Maddie walked over to the elevator and used it to take her down. I'd go back to Phantom, but it would be crazy to fly out in this weather without something weighing me down. The winds are too heavy for me to fly in, Specterman sighed. Then stay here for now, Jazz said. I'm sure Phantom would rather you stay safe than try risking going out in this weather. Andy walked over to the monitor to see what was going on himself. He was surprised and confused to see Takuya, looking younger and wearing a different outfit, riding on some kind of train through a tunnel. He saw him talking to a younger-looking JP and Zoe, and he saw Tommy. Though Tommy didn't look too different, he did look a little shorter than usual. Though he didn't see Koji or Koichi. What's going on here? Andy asked. Did Takuya and a few others escape? But why do they look younger? No, I'm afraid not, Jack sighed. What you're seeing is the dream world Maxwell made for them. Phantom is recording it. This computer-like machine Maxwell is using, the dreamer he called it, is showing Maxwell what's going on in the dream. Maxwell himself is influencing the dream from what we could tell, using the machine and Tapperman's nightmare syndrome and whatever else he has in that machine. I see, Andy frowned. But why do they look younger? Jazz asked. The man reset their memories up until a certain point, Jack explained. I'm not sure why, but he had them go back to when they were 4 years younger. Andy blinked. He remembered Takuya telling him the other legendary warriors had been doing this longer than he had, and he said they've had their spirits for 4 years now. Why 4 years? Is it because? That's when the others got their spirits. Is Dr. Carbon trying to make it so Takuya and Tommy were there when the other 4 got their spirits? He did say he's trying to make it so they would be more like legendary warriors, whatever that means. I guess one way to do it is to make sure they all got their spirits and work together at the same time. Some time had passed as they were watching the dream world unfold. Andy was attentive for a while since, even though it had his cousin and people he knew in it, it almost felt like he was watching anime. In all intents and purposes, his life already felt like an anime itself. If he thought about it, his cousin and his friends were able to transform into superpowered monsters. They fought with other superpowered monsters. They traveled from place to reach a destination, and to fight the big grand evil bad guy of the story, which was apparently an evil cherubiman. Lopman grumbled. Okay, I get cherubiman can be a jerk, especially since he kinda sent the rogue warriors on us, but did they really have to make him the big evil one here? Well, cherubiman in our digital world did bring forth the rogue warriors, Jazz pointed out. It makes sense, at least in context, although I can't say it's that simple with the cherubiman in our digital world, since his reasons were more complex than just being the evil guy for the sake of it. That's true, it's like Maxwell wants the children to believe cherubiman is genuinely evil, Jack noted, feeling a bit disturbed. The kids each had their moment to shine and grow when they found their human spirits. Andy never thought about how Zoe, JP, Koji and Koichi reacted when they found their spirits. Though Andy had yet to see Koichi in the dream world, and Koji often went off on his own. But it was kind of cool how they found their spirits. It definitely fit the anime trope of epicness, and giving their main characters a time to shine. There were 2 Digimon that were following the group. They were called Bakaman and Neiman. This intrigued Andy since he remembered seeing those Digimon back at the Flame Terminal, but he hadn't thought too much about them since. He wondered if they actually traveled with Zoe, JP, Koji, and Koichi 4 years ago in the digital world. It would seem Bakuman was a walking encyclopedia, bringing out a book from his belly warmer, which also acted as a pocket dimension, to give information to the kids about whatever Digimon they encountered and about the legendary warriors. And Neiman was apparently just the resident comic relief. At least it seems Maxwell is giving them some form of guidance in the form of this Bakuman, Jazz noted. Although, I'm not sure about Neiman. Jack furrowed his eyes in thought. Maybe Neiman is there to relieve the stress. I don't know why else this Neiman would be included in their travels. I think he's funny. I like Neiman, Lopman smiled. He also drives Bakuman up the wall, which is also pretty funny. Bakuman is such a know-it-all, so I think it's kinda warranted. As the dream went on, Takuya and the others got a message from a woman's voice in their detectors, telling them to go to the forest terminal. But the voice remained cryptic to why. Pataman twitched his wings a little when he heard the voice. He recognized the voice, but he kept silent about that. Are they ever going to get to the forest terminal? Jazz asked. It takes several episodes to get to where they need to be, Jazz. Haven't you ever seen anime before? Andy remarked. In case you forgot, Andy, they're not anime characters, Jazz argued. No, but the dream world apparently thinks they are, Andy responded back. Jack scowled. Well, when we have them rescued, I think we will need to have some words with Maxwell about that. Just calm down, Dad. We understand you're upset about this, and we are as well, Jazz said calmly. But for now, we have to remain focused on what is going on next in this dream world. At one point, when the group got separated because of Gigasman, something Andy could relate to since it actually happened to them in real life, they got back together and went into TV Forest. What got Andy's interest was the fact Tapperman himself was in the dream world and used a nightmare syndrome attack on the youngest of the legendary warriors, causing him to attack the others until they defeated Tapperman. Or rather, Tapperman allowed them to defeat that version of himself. Why would Dr. Carbon have his partner test them there? Lopman questioned. I think this actually happened, Jazz stated. I didn't see it happen myself, but Maxwell told me how Tapperman accidentally caused Tommy to attack the others in TV Forest when they were looking for me. I guess he thought he should include it in the dream world. It started getting late, but they saw Takuya getting his beast spirit and went on to attack his friends. Lopman couldn't help but wince as he saw Takuya going out of control. That's never a good sight to see, and to think it took Takuya quite a while to control his beast spirit in real life too. I still get shivers when I think about the first time he got it. Andy frowned as he watched Burning Grayman beating the living crap out of Kendo Gararuman and Beetleman, while Zoe and Tommy, who were missing their spirits at the time thanks to a certain gnome, were trying to run to safety with Bakuman and Neiman. Yeah, that seems about right, Andy groaned. Wait, you actually fought with Takuya while he was like that? Jack asked, looking rather horrified seeing the destruction Burning Grayman was causing. Andy hesitated. It's a lot better than it looks. Andy gave a sheepish grin, though he knew that was a lie. Burning Grayman was very strong, destructive, and could have easily killed him and the others if it weren't for their Digimon digivolving. Andrew Fenton, Jack said, folding his arms as he gave Andy a very stern paternal glare. What? It's not my fault it happened, Dad. Andy quickly said, deciding not to go into detail exactly what happened, especially since it involved him being injured and unable to move to get away from Burning Grayman when it happened the first time. And if Lopman hadn't digivolved when he did, or Valerie didn't come in when she did, Andy would likely be a full ghost by now. And he also didn't want to mention the fact he had to fight Burning Grayman more than once. Jack sighed. When this is all over, I want to know exactly what happened when you fought Takuya in his beast spirit form. Andy groaned. Jazz looked at him since she hadn't been there when it happened herself. She mouthed, "Was it that bad?" to him. Andy just gave a subtle nod. Although the way Takuya gained control over his beast spirit was surprising. It was Tommy of all people who managed to bring Takuya back from his feral rampage. Andy frowned. Takuya had shown he gained control of his beast spirit, but now that he thought about it, Takuya never said how he did. Did Tommy actually do that? Jazz asked, horrified of what almost happened to the youngest child of the group. I don't know, Andy admitted, but I'm definitely going to ask them when this is all over. Kid's crazier than I am. Either that kid is crazy, or he is braver than anyone else I've seen, Jack admitted, whistling a bit to show his approval of Tommy's actions. Andy looked at Jack. You'd definitely be angry if it was one of us, though. The dream continued, each of the children gaining their beast spirit, taking out Grumbleman in the process. If only we could take down the real Grumbleman, Lopman sighed wistfully. It's kind of amazing, but also scary, to see them turn into their beast forms. I mean, the evolution scene they use for this looks really painful, Andy noted. Takuya even mentioned it was painful when we asked him about it. I can imagine. They're going from human to a beast form, that's gotta be painful, Jazz agreed. I'm more interested in the fact they met with Seraphiman, but then got turned into an egg, and Sorcerman got killed. Ambiguously, Pataman grumbled. Why would they kill off Sorcerman? He would be a much better asset going with the children. And now this. Bakaman is going to become Seraphiman's new mommy Digimon. Pataman sounded quite indignant about the whole thing. Not that Lopman and Andy could blame him, knowing what they knew about Pataman. Sounds like you seem offended for some reason, Jack noted. Then again, given how important Seraphiman is, I can't blame you, since he is one of the Celestials. Well, of course, Seraphiman is very respected, so it makes sense that someone close to him should be the one to raise him. Bakaman isn't close to Seraphiman at all, Jazz exclaimed. Why do you sound offended? Andy asked Jazz. And look, this is just a dream, it's not real. Jazz blushed. I'm just surprised Maxwell has someone who isn't close to the Celestials raising Seraphiman's egg. Well, he did kill off Sorcerman, so he didn't have a lot of options, Lopman noted. It's not like he could just poof Danny in there and have him raise Seraphiman. Why would Danny be the one to raise Seraphiman? Jack asked. I'm just using an example, being random like I usually do, Lopman quickly said. Smooth, Andy grumbled. Jazz went to get some food for the family since a lot of time had passed. The storm was starting to let up at least, and they got to a point where the legendary warriors were making burgers to save a burgerman, and that got everyone hungry. Andy was surprised at how patient Danny was. Danny hadn't left that spot for almost 6 hours now. Then again, maybe this anime dream had his brother captivated. The dream went on, and eventually, they got to a point where they defeated all the bad legendary warriors, including Mercuryman, who had proven to be the most dangerous out of the bunch. We haven't had much exposure to Mercuryman, but is he really going to be that bad? Jazz nervously asked. I think Lopman and I may have encountered him, though we didn't see him exactly, Andy frowned. But he sent us in another dimension fighting against dark versions of ourselves. It was not fun. No, it was not, Lopman shivered. Jack frowned. Something tells me a lot has happened with you kids, and some of it you're not telling your mother and I. It's not like I wrote it down. I'm not going to remember everything that happened, Jazz huffed. Andy nervously shifted in his chair. Jazz may not have written everything down, but he had been keeping a journal since the accident, and he had been writing down everything that had happened since. Mom was there when it happened, Andy stated. It was when she met Worman. Well, that seems to explain some stuff, but I do want to hear more about these adventures you kids have been on later, Jack replied. I do think it will give us a better idea of what to expect with the digital world. I mean, the dream version is pretty accurate. In fact, a lot of it seems to be based off of what actually happened to us, Andy noted. How does Dr. Carbon know most of it? He could have seen it through Takuya's memories, Jazz shrugged, and I might have told him a few things. As the dream continued, they were surprised to see Duskman was Koichi all along. It caught them off guard because Andy had seen Koichi's spirits before, and none of them looked like Duskman. Well, Andy did see Duskman very recently, and had defeated him very recently with Antilemon's help. But he hadn't really looked at Duskman during the fight. A lot of the battle was a blur. Andy frowned, wondering if Maxwell made Koichi into Duskman based off the corrupted form he used earlier. However, Koji, Takuya, and the others managed to work together to bring down Duskman, and finally have him return to his human form, bringing back his memories. Though Koichi, for some reason, in the dream was living separate from Koji. Andy couldn't fathom why Dr. Carbon made it so their parents had split up, because they were living together in reality. It just seemed strange to try to change their history altogether. but the real battle was against the evil cherubimin. It was Andy's first time seeing cherubimin actually. He had only ever heard about cherubimin before. He was disturbed, to say the least, at what he saw. Lopman looked just as disturbed. I think Dr. Carbon has a thing against rabbit Digimon, Lopman huffed. Does cherubimin actually look like that, or is that a corrupted Digivolution? Andy questioned. Pataman looked at the cherubimin on screen. That's definitely a corrupted version. That's cherubimin vice, or as some would call it to be more blatant, cherubimin evil. What he's supposed to look like is very different, the form being called cherubimin virtue, or in some cases, cherubimin good. Didn't realize cherubimin had different forms, Andy remarked. Though this cherubimin vice looks kinda cool, like something you'd see out of Circus Gothica, Lopman noted. Please tell me you're joking, Pataman deadpanned at Lopman. What? I like spooky evil things, or at least that looks evil but aren't actually evil, Lopman huffed. Andy, you've corrupted him, Pataman blamed. He was always like that, Andy pointed out. I swear you two are meant to be partners, and not just by choice. You two are made for each other, Pataman grumbled. Why else would Lopman like spooky stuff? Hey, Lopman pouted. Jack couldn't help but laugh at the banter between Pataman and Lopman. You two remind me of Andy and Danny when they get into arguments. I know this is amusing, but we need to finish the dream first, Jazz grumbled, bringing everyone back on topic. They watched as the legendary warriors had to pool all of their strength and power together, including the evil legendary warriors they had sucked up the data for in their detectors to defeat cherubimin. Though cherubimin tried to get stronger himself by absorbing a large chunk of the digital world's fractal code. A Digimon can do that, just eat the world, Jack frowned. I guess we saw Grumbleman doing that to the mountain and part of the beach earlier, Andy pointed out. Well, the dream version, I don't recall the real one doing that. That's kind of gross but also fascinating, Lopman said. Please don't go getting ideas, Pataman begged. You make it sound like I would digivolve into cherubimin one day. Just relax, Specterman geez, Lopman rolled his eyes. Oog, Pataman groaned. But despite the power-up, Takuya and the others managed to defeat cherubimin. And when they did, for a second, they saw the real cherubimin, the virtue form Pataman mentioned. He was a lot brighter in color, he had 2 holy rings around the base of his ears, and he looked far cuter. He gave a sad smile before he turned into a Digiegg. Not only that, but Offenimin had sacrificed her life too. So wait, all the celestial Digimon just died, Jazz frowned. It seems so, Jack admitted, not liking what he was seeing. It's like Maxwell wants the children to be the ones who protect the digital world and guide it. I think that's his intention, Andy frowned. HMPH? Considering how childish they made Seraphimin after he hatched into a Pataman, I'd say so, Pataman grumbled, not liking how his dream self had been portrayed. They gave him part of Bakuman's data, that's how he has a belly warmer, like he needed to just be the cute, childish one. Jack had to agree with Specterman. I agree, that's an insult to someone who is supposed to be a great angel Digimon. But they're just kids, Jazz exclaimed. Maxwell can't really be planning to make them the rulers of the digital world. Calm down, Andy spoke up. I'm sure Maxwell is aware that the celestial Digimon always keep their memories, even if they don't remember them right away due to a traumatic experience. I mean, Pataman in the dream definitely had a traumatizing death, so it's understandable he doesn't remember being Seraphimin. I think he just wants them to be able to protect the celestial Digimon once they're able to run the digital world again. How are you sure? I mean, it ended with Offenimin sacrificing herself and cherubimin being defeated, Lopman pointed out. Because the dream isn't over yet, Andy pointed at the screen. Indeed, the dream kept going. They heard Maxwell's voice, however. Why is it still going? Maxwell muttered. No, not again. Why do Dynasman and Crusaderman keep showing up here? Should I cut off the dream? Tapperman asked. No, if you do that, they'll just wake up and who knows what that'll do to their psyche before the process is complete, Maxwell frowned. Let's see what happens. If it happens again, we'll immediately cut back to the beginning again. It's not ideal, but it's the best we can do to stop them from waking up and going on a rampage again. So this must be where it goes wrong then, Andy noted, hearing the panic and frustration in Maxwell and Tapperman's tones. Let's see what happens, Jack said with interest in his voice. Maybe we can learn something. Dynasmen and Crusadermen were shown attacking the legendary warriors in the dream, easily beating them despite the children's best efforts. During these battles, Dynasmen and Crusadermen even sent the legendary warriors to the moons, where Koji found out he wasn't really there in the digital world, only existing as a spirit himself. Takuya and the others did get stronger each time they fought the two new Digimon though, eventually even defeating them. As the legendary warriors emerged victorious, the fractal code absorbed by the two Digimon was sucked into the very core of the digital world, releasing a Digimon that had only been mentioned in stories before. So, in this dream, that Koichi kid is a spirit? Jack asked, surprised. I didn't think it was possible for a human spirit to enter the digital world. We did see that he tripped and fell on the stairs in the subway trying to get to Koji, Andy noted. At least when Takuya was sent back in time and turned into a Digimon for some reason. I still don't get what was going on there. But why make Koichi a spirit and not physically there? Jazz asked. Who knows what this guy is thinking? Lopman grumbled. Look, Padaman pointed at the screen. Something's happening. This Digimon that came out of the core of the digital world looked like a child version of Angemon, without the helmet covering his eyes. There was something disturbing and sinister about this angelic Digimon. Lusamon, Padaman grimly stated. That's Lusamon, but he doesn't look all that threatening, Jack frowned. Appearances are very deceiving, Padaman warned. There's a reason why this Digimon was feared back in ancient times. They watched as Lusamon turned into his chaos mode, which showed him as a more adult, but half his wings were more bat-like, resembling a half-angel and half-demon-looking Digimon. In this mode, no matter what Takuya and the others did, no matter what Maxwell or Tapperman did from the outside, they weren't able to stop this Lusamon. Lusamon laughed as he tormented each of the legendary warriors, until only one was left standing, that being Agunimon. Agunimon was hurt, he could barely stand. Lusamon sneered as he looked at Agunimon. Soon, you'll all be my worshippers and do my bidding, Tilda. No wonder Lusamon was so feared, Jack whispered, almost in pure terror. Even if it was just a dream, Lusamon's power was not something to dismiss lightly. He just defeated the legendary warriors. After witnessing what the legendary warriors were capable of, that was saying something. There was no last-minute plot armor or anime power that would save them at the last minute. Lusamon just blasted Agunimon in the face, finishing off the last hope they had. Maxwell let out a sigh. This virus is making this impossible. Set it back to the beginning, Tapperman. We can't have them waking up in this state. We need to figure out how to get rid of this virus. And just like that, the dream looped back at the beginning. Takuya was waking up at his home in Japan, like nothing happened. Seeing this, Phantom finally decided to get out. I think we've seen all we're going to see, Andy noted. I'm just surprised Phantom stayed there that whole time, not getting anything to eat or even move at all, Jazz muttered. Andy nodded. Maybe I better make some snacks for, Danny and Padaman. I'm sure they'll be hungry when they wake up. Jazz nodded in agreement. Good idea. Although I wonder if Danny doesn't need to eat while in his ghost form. That would be an interesting thing to observe. Speaking of which, it's really late now. You kids should get to bed, Jack said. I'll go help your mother with that headband and tell her what we just saw. We'll head to bed soon, Dad, Andy promised. We're going to need it for when we try to save them from this endless loop they're trapped in. When Phantom came back, the storm had calmed down to just a light rain, making it a lot easier than when he had to follow Maxwell to Axion Labs earlier. He handed the Fenton recorder back to Jack before Specterman, and he flew away to get some rest. Though in reality, they just flew up to their window in their bedroom. Danny and Padaman changed back to their human and regular Digimon selves before they hit the bed. So tired, Danny groaned. I'm surprised you're not stiff, having stayed in one spot for like 8 or so hours, Andy said as he brought up a plate of 2 peanut butter and jelly sandwiches and a bag of chips. Trust me, I'm feeling stiff. Even hovering didn't do much to lessen that, Danny grumbled. I need to move around, but I'm so tired, I just want to get something to eat and then sleep. I think we both need some food and sleep, Pataman agreed. I think that's also the longest time you were in your ghost form, Lopman noted. Congratulations. No wonder I feel so dead, Danny huffed. Was that meant to be a dead joke? Andy asked before handing Danny the plate of peanut butter and jelly sandwiches and the bag of chips. I'd give you more, but with how sore and tired I still am, this was the best I could manage. I'll take it anyway, Danny said gratefully as he began to chow down in the peanut butter and jelly sandwich once he had picked it up. Being in my ghost form for so long has left me starving. Dang, I've never seen you eat so ravenously before, Lopman noted. Like you're one to talk, Andy huffed. Though I do wonder if ghosts need to eat or if it's just because you're half human that you still require food. I don't know, it's never crossed my mind, Danny admitted, and I don't want to even consider why I didn't need to eat in my ghost form. Well, either way, you did a good job out there, Danny, Pataman praised. Yeah, I'm impressed you held out for that long, Andy agreed. I was determined to stick around until I saw everything, Danny sighed. I wanted to make sure we had all the information we needed to save Takuya and the others. Takuya is family, but the others are also our friends and allies. We need them if we want to save the digital world and the Digimon Guild sticks together. I knew that name would catch on, Lopman smiled proudly. Andy patted Lopman's head, careful of the 3 horns. Don't worry, we will save them. You did well out there. Now we just leave the rest up to our parents. Mom and Dad are analyzing the headband Pataman brought back as we speak. I hope they find something out so we can get to saving them soon, Danny grumbled. It was hard to just float there, watching the dream world play out in front of me. I felt something telling me to act, to just rip those headbands off, but I knew I shouldn't do that. I'm glad you didn't. With how delicate this is, you could have caused brain damage if not worse, Andy said. For now, we should get some sleep. We won't be able to help anyone if we're too tired, Pataman stated. Yeah, Lopman agreed. I'm surprised we stayed awake for as long as we did. At least we won't have school tomorrow, Andy said. The news said that a lot of the schools in Amity Park will be shut down until further notice due to the terrorist attack. That's some good news, Danny joked. It means we can just recover from these incidents. Chapter 27. The next day, Andy sent the footage they had on the Fenton recorder to the others who had their Digimon partners. Tucker, Sam, Valerie, and even Dash got to watch what was happening in the dream world that was likely playing on loop right now. Everyone had time to memorize what the dream was about and discuss their speculations on the whole thing. They even muttered how a lot of it was based on what actually happened too. I still can't believe this is all happening at Axion Labs, the same place my dad works, Valerie grumbled. It was practically happening under his nose, but he and everyone else didn't notice. Well, it seems Dr. Carbon is covering his tracks, Dash noted. I may not be as smart as one of the nerds, but even I can tell if this was found out, it would be bad news. Valerie, of course no one would notice, not if Tapperman is using that nightmare syndrome on the guards, Tucker pointed out. But what can we do? We can't just sit back and do nothing, Sam grumbled. And what do you expect to do? Rush in there and get caught yourself? Andy frowned at Sam's impatience. The best thing for us to do right now is wait. Our parents are the scientists in this house. If anyone can figure out how Dr. Carbon's dream machine works, it's them. I'm surprised that you're willing to wait, considering what you did to get Takuya and Phantom back from Freak Show, Sam pointed out. We didn't really have a choice. Our parents didn't know how dire the situation was, and Freak Show was going to leave with them that night, Andy pointed out. Dr. Carbon isn't going to just disappear with Takuya and the others now that he's found a safe place to do his brainwashing project on them, and it looks like it's not going well anyways. I think I'm missing some context here. Freak Show almost took Takuya and Who away, and Freak Show, as in that Circus Gothica ringmaster who got arrested, Dash asked. A lot of things happened before you, kinda joined us, Danny replied. And Phantom is the ghost boy, you probably know him as Spectral, Andy clarified. Dash chuckled. Phantom sounds a lot better than Spectarcial, more spooky, but dang, Freak Show sounds messed up in the head. You have no idea, Tucker shivered. Definitely don't want to go through that again. I thought he was cool until he tried to take away my friends, Sam grumbled. I still can't believe Phantom was able to record that entire dream anime, Valerie commented. Even for a ghost, that's gotta be quite the feat. Yeah, I'm sure it was, Danny agreed, still feeling slightly stiff. For now, we wait, Andy said. We'll update you guys as soon as our parents find something out. But until then, and I need to stress that this is very important, nobody goes to try to face Dr. Carbon until we have a plan. If you do that, then you'll likely have to be someone we have to rescue as well, or you'll be used against us, or whatever else Dr. Carbon may try to do. We don't need someone trying to be a hero, we need to be patient. Have I made myself clear? Everyone gave a word of acknowledgement, or a nod to confirm to Andy he had made himself clear. We won't do anything crazy, Tucker promised, at least as far I can promise you. Count me on, Dash agreed. I don't like it, but you have a point, Andy, Sam added. We'll keep our distance and be patient, Valerie finished. All right then, Andy said. Danny closed out the website and looked at Andy. When did you become the leader? The leader of what? Andy asked. I just wanted to make sure nobody did something stupid and make things harder than they already are. Yeah, but you basically got everyone to agree to your suggestion, Danny pointed out. That's not something someone who isn't a leader does. Maybe it's because Andy could put everyone into one of his training sessions, Lopman joked. And Andy is kinda scary, Pataman added. I am not scary, Andy huffed. I'm just trying to look out for everyone. Yeah, but you are a bit scary, Danny admitted. I'm the one with ghost powers, and yet you tend to be the one who scares me. How do I scare you? Andy asked. Lopman grinned. I'd say it's a compliment, Tilda. After about 2 days, 2 days of Andy, Danny, and everyone else involved feeling anxious about how to save Takuya and the others, Maddie called everyone to the lab. Eager to see what the adult Fentons had discovered, Danny, Andy, Pataman, Lopman, and Jazz rushed down into the lab, nearly tripping on each other. What did you find? They asked. This headband, Maddie began. Surprisingly, it's not just technology. There's some shards of something embedded in the headband. They're small, but they seem to be releasing some kind of ghostly energy, but also something else. Shards, Jazz frowned. Shards from what? We don't know exactly, Jazz, Jack said, but it's likely it's from some kind of artifact. What color are the shards? Danny asked, getting an uneasy feeling. Oh man, why am I feeling nervous? It's just shards, right? There, a crimson-red color, I believe, Maddie answered. Danny's face went pale. Oh crap, that sounds like the jewel freak show used to mind control Phantom and Aguniman. That's definitely sounding like Freak Show's crystal ball. You think so? Jack asked, surprised. Well, it's possible, but you don't really know if that is the same thing, is it? Pataman frowned. Didn't why Phantom drop it into a ravine? Well, that might explain the shards, Jazz noted. If the crystal ball was broken into pieces, it would leave shards behind. I wouldn't put it past Dr. Carbon to have someone go and pick up all the pieces. But would it even work anymore when it's in pieces? Andy questioned. How did Freak Show's crystal ball work? Well, we know it affects the mind of non-partner Digimon and ghosts, Lopman remarked. So, using that could have also amplified the whole dream thing we got going on right now. It makes sense, even if we don't know how it really works, Jazz admitted. But that aside, if this is what is being used in the headbands, then we have a problem. It means Dr. Carbon is attempting to use these headbands to, I don't know, reprogram the memories of the legendary warriors somehow. How many of these headbands did he make? Andy wondered. From what I counted, there were 10, 6 of them were being used, Pataman answered. He may have made 10 in preparation for all 10 legendary warriors, but he probably realized later there were only 6 being used by humans. How many shards are in each headband? Danny asked. Maybe we can get a total number of shards if we have the number in each headband. Unfortunately, unless Phantom can go back and take the other 3 unused headbands and get the other 6 headbands back to us, we don't know how many shards are in each headband. We can only tell you how many shards are in this particular headband, Maddie answered. And there are about 12 pieces in this one. Then we should account for at least 120 shards, or 12 per headband, Jazz noted. That's a rough number, assuming the same number is in each headband. but it would be foolish to assume all 10 headbands have the exact same number of shards. The crystal ball, assuming it's the same one phantom dropped into the ravine, would have shattered in many pieces. There could be a random number of pieces in each headband, and I don't even know if Dr. Carbon has all the pieces, just the bigger ones that he, or whoever he sent to collect them, were able to find, Andy pointed out. We can at least say that they have shards of this artifact at least, Lopman said. And we might be able to extract some of the pieces as well, Jack spoke up. Maddie and I may be able to reverse engineer this headband, though the shards are unique, so we'd have to put some pieces into the headband to see if it would work just as well with 12 pieces if it had less. Why would you want to reverse engineer the headband? Pataman asked. Well, you see, trying to deactivate it without potentially harming the wearer's brain is not exactly possible. It can only be taken off safely when the wearer wakes up, Maddie explained. And considering Maxwell is keeping everyone who's wearing one of these headbands asleep, that won't be possible. So instead, we think that we could use the headbands ourselves to go into that dream world and see if we can get Takuya and the others out of there, Jack said. That caused a lot of questions and concerns. How do you know the headband would take us into that dream world? Jazz asked. Would Takuya and the others still remember anything if we got them out prematurely? Danny asked. If we put that headband on someone else, would they be able to get out? Andy questioned. All right, kids, calm down, Maddie spoke up. In order, the headband seemed to be connected to that dreamer machine. Anyone that has it on will connect to that dream world, even from a distance. It's possible the shards make it happen even from far away. As for if Takuya and the others would remember that, we don't know for sure, but we think it's possible that if the process doesn't finish, then their minds could restore their actual memories after some time. Hopefully not too long. As for the last question, Maddie seemed hesitant to answer. Whoever puts on the headband will not be able to get out on their own, Jack answered. Danny looked horrified. Then, we can't go in to help them out because we would be in a similar situation. There has to be a way to get them out, though, Pataman pointed out. We'll figure it out, Jack promised. We've already come this far, we can't give up now. We can figure this out, Maddie assured. We have enough shards to maybe make at least 2 more headbands. Andy gave it some thought. We might need all the help we can get. Maybe we can try asking Phantom to get the other 3 headbands that are being unused. Better to put them to use for us than for Dr. Carbon. Danny smirked. I don't think Phantom will have a problem with nicking those headbands. Well, if he can, all the better for us, Jack agreed. Danny, as Phantom, along with Pataman, as Spectreman, went back to Axion Labs. They were lucky the place hadn't installed a ghost shield yet. They were able to go back into the room Maxwell was using for the Dreamer to get the other 3 headbands. It would seem neither Maxwell nor Tapperman noticed their presence yet, which was a good sign. Danny looked at Takuya's sleeping face for a moment. We'll save you, I promise. Danny then flew off with Pataman, heading back to Fenton Works with the 3 headbands. Now with the 3 headbands, Jack and Maddie checked how many shards were in there. It would seem Andy had a point. 2 of the headbands had more than 12 shards, while 1 had less. It seemed that the headband didn't need 12 exactly to work, just as long as it had a certain number of shards. Maddie and Jack were also able to reverse engineer 2 more headbands. The original headband they had, and the 2 they just made had 3 shards inside them. Okay, we have about 6 headbands now, Maddie noted. About as much as what Maxwell's using, Jack said. But Jazz frowned. The question remains, Danny added. Who's going to be using these headbands to pull them out? Andy finished. That was the question of the year. Andy sighed. How about I call up the others? They might be able to weigh in on this. By the others, do you mean Tucker and Sam, or more? Maddie asked. I do mean them, but I also mean Valerie and Dash. They're just as involved in this as we are, and they're also part of the Digidstein Guild, Andy answered. And they have their Digimon partners, so that's a bonus, Lopman added. Well, the more help the better. Jack beamed before his grin faded. I just hate to have to involve 2 more of your friends' kids. It wouldn't be the first time we've had to deal with legendary warriors' problems, Danny nonchalantly said, which made Jack and Maddie frown. I didn't mean anything bad, I just meant we have experience. That's not helping, Pataman sweat dropped. While you dig yourself a deeper hole, bro, I'm going to call our friends, Andy said as he took out his cell phone. Danny grumbled, me and my big mouth. You kids have some serious explaining to do when this is over, Maddie said in a lightly scolding tone. Jazz gave a nervous grin. You know, in all retrospectives, we should have seen that coming. So that's the explanation, Andy finished. Andy was looking at this group of people and Digimon. His parents, sister, and brother were here, of course. So were Patamon and Lopman, but there were more who had joined them. Sam, Biamon, Tucker, Kokuamon, Valerie, Gatamon, Dash, and Labramon. They were all currently sitting in the living room as it was one of the only places in the house big enough for everyone to meet up in. Dash and Valerie had never been in Fenton Works before, so they were a little surprised at how ordinary the living room was. They only saw the house from the outside, mostly looking at the op center that was sticking on top of the roof like a giant sore thumb, and the neon sign pointing at the house that read, Fenton Works. But now wasn't the time to mention their expectations for how the house would have looked like. They were here as part of a rescue team for their friends, not for pleasantries. So these headband thingies are supposed to help us rescue our friends from inside the dream they're in? Valerie asked, looking at the headbands that were on the table in front of them. From what we understand, the headbands use some kind of magic and technology to transport the wearer into the same dream world created by the Dreamer machine, Jack tried to explain. These red shards embedded into the headbands seem to give the magical energy to transport the mind, Maddie explained, pointing at the shards in the headband. The headbands have different numbers of shards, but it looks like, at minimum, they only need 3 to full function. But you haven't tested it yet, how do you know they work? Tucker asked. And how do you know they're safe to use? Dash added nervously, feeling out of his element. That's the problem, we can't test them safely, because whoever uses them will be locked into the dream world themselves, Maddie grimly pointed out. That's why we called you over here, Andy said. We need more opinions on the matter, if it's worth the risk. It shouldn't be, Sam frowned. I mean, don't get me wrong, I want to save Takuya and the others, but wouldn't it be better to just get them out of the room, knock out Tapperman, and let the cops handle Dr. Crazy? I agree, rescuing them in the real world sounds a lot more productive than in the dream world, where he has a lot more control over everything, Biaman added. That is a good point, but we don't know what removing Takuya and the others from the room could do to them if they are in this dream world. Valerie pointed out. What if that does something to them, like trapping their minds in the dream world? Then our rescue attempt would have been for nothing. Couldn't we just remove the headbands? Dash asked. Yeah, that should get them out of the dream world, Labramon said. Ideally, it would, but it's still risky, since we have no guarantees they'll wake up. And even if they did, well, there's still the matter of what the brainwashing will do to them if we haphazardly just remove the headband, Lopman pointed out. Removing the headbands would possibly also make the legendary warriors turn into those corrupted forms again if they are still brainwashed. Jazz agreed. Then we'd be back to square one all over again. So you think it would be permanent even if we remove the headband before it gets to the point of Lusaman defeating them? Kokuamon asked. The mind is a delicate thing, Gatomon warned. Who knows what their minds would do if they were suddenly removed from the dreamer without warning or some kind of safety measure being used? It's very possible their minds will revert back to that brainwashed state they were in before Andy and Antilamon defeated them to keep themselves. Well, sane, for the lack of a better word. So going into their dreams is the safest way of saving them and making sure they're not brainwashed, Danny asked. I wouldn't say it's the safest way, but it may be our only way, realistically, if Dr. Carbon doesn't want to cooperate with us to fix this mess he caused. Patamon frowned. And we may have to, because the risks of removing the headbands or removing Takuya and the others from that room in general are too great, Danny added. But, Dash frowned, if that's the case, who will be going into the dreamer? And how will the ones going in be able to save them from the brainwashing in the first place? Labramon added. I doubt you'll just be able to go in, grab the 6 children, then get out. True, once these headbands are used, the wearers will be transported into the world Dr. Carbon and Tapperman created. There will be no easy way to escape. Andy agreed grimly. So what's the plan then? Laberman asked. You can't just go in there without a plan. That's suicide. You might as well just become as brainwashed as the legendary warriors. It seems no matter what we do, there's always a downside that is just as bad if not worse. Tucker groaned. We go into that dream world, we get stuck. We don't go in and try another way of saving them, the risks to their minds are too many and too risky. It's like we're at an impasse, Sam agreed. Well, we have to do something, Byaman pointed out, feeling a bit anxious now. But what can we do? Kokuaman asked. We're just throwing ideas out and nothing seems to be possible. We can't give up now, surely there must be something we can do, Jack frowned. We can't keep arguing about this, Andy spoke up. Do you have a plan then, bro? Danny asked. Mom and Dad created something we can use to at least communicate with our friends and cousin, Andy pointed out. If they're aware of what's going on, then they may be able to fight against the brainwashing until they can wake themselves up, and hopefully with all of their original memories intact. That's a lot of hope for something that isn't guaranteed, Jazz pointed out. I'm sorry to say, but nothing we have is going to be a guarantee, Andy stated bluntly. If they had just simply been kidnapped, we can easily save them. But messing with their minds makes this a very complicated problem. Even Dr. Carbon messed up severely with his project, but he's too stubborn to give up. If we want to save them, we'll have to take some risks, or do nothing at all and leave them trapped in that loop. Or until Dr. Carbon somehow succeeds, and none of them will ever be the same again. But how can we save them? Any of our ideas are either too risky or too dangerous for the rest of us. Valerie pointed out. I get we're not guaranteed to save them, but we can't stand back and do nothing. We need to make a decision, and soon. There's something in the dream that's been making me think, Andy admitted. There were 3 celestial Digimon in the dream. 2 of them were supposed to be guides, while the last one was the supposed final battle for them to face. Before Lusamon came in, along with Dynasmon and Crusadermon, those 3 in particular were the most powerful Digimon in the dream world. So what about that? Sam asked. Tucker, you know that even the best of machines can get overwhelmed and crash, right? Andy asked, the youngest tech person of the group for confirmation. Yeah, that's true, Tucker confirmed. It's very difficult to make something that can't crash under the right circumstances. Okay, so this might be a long shot, Andy admitted. But if we can get those 3 celestial Digimon to work with us, they might be able to help us overwhelm the dreamer, to the point that it either crashes or is out of Dr. Carbon's control, preferably before Lusamon shows up and hijacks control of the dream world himself. This got everyone thinking. Mom, Dad, Tucker, do you guys think this plan is plausible? Could we pull this off if we were to go into the dreamer ourselves? Andy asked the 3 most tech-savvy people in the house. Tucker was the first to speak up. Personally, it's our best shot. If we can make the dreamer crash, it will release the legendary warriors and us. I'm sure Dr. Carbon would have a failsafe if it crashed for some reason. He then hesitated. But if I'm wrong and there is no failsafe, we could end up wiping both and our memories or trapping us all in the dream world forever. Dr. Carbon wants the legendary warriors to be able to wake up, so Tucker's assumption on having a failsafe is most likely correct. Maddie agreed. So we should be able to use that to our advantage. The dreamer being overloaded and crashing is indeed our best bet, it seems. Jack nodded in agreement. Like everything else, it's a risk, but it has the least risk to us and to Takuya and the other legendary warriors. It's the best chance we have. So we have to just overload the dreamer. That doesn't sound too hard, Valerie mused. But it's like Mr. Fenton said, it's still risky because we don't know what will happen when we get into the dream world. Gatomon pointed out. Even if it's risky, it's still better than us just going in randomly with no plan. Dash replied. At least we would have a plan to follow, and it would be better than the other plans we had. That's a pretty good plan, bro, Danny noted. Yeah, I'm impressed that a young child like you would think of something like that, Patamon admitted. Andy frowned a little. It's just an idea, there's no guarantee it'll work though. But it's still the best we've got, Lotman added. And it looks like time moves a lot faster in the dreamer, Maddie added. So even if days or weeks pass for you, only a few hours will pass in real time, meaning you should have a lot of time to do what you need to, though it would be wise not to squander too much time. So the sleepover excuse will satisfy our parents for the time being, Valerie said. At least I hope. Dad will be happy I'm making friends again or whatever. My parents are used to me having sleepover parties with my posse, so it'll be easy to tell them that, Dash shrugged. Though they probably won't be as happy about it now due to the recent terrorist attack. At least we can give a reasonable excuse, Tucker said with a small smile. My parents won't mind me having a sleepover. Mine might, Sam grumbled, but do you think I care? These are my friends in danger. Well, we can figure out something, Maddie reassured the kids. But this is the best time to do this, since we may not get this chance again. Suddenly, Jazz's cell phone began ringing. Wondering who could be calling at this time, Jazz took her cell phone out and was surprised to see the caller ID. Her face went pale. What's wrong, Jazz? Danny asked, noticing how pale his sister was. It's Maxwell, Jazz informed. Huh, Danny gulped. That's not a good sign. Why is he calling now? Valerie asked, concerned. Have we been found out? Don't answer it, Tucker yelled. Won't he just keep calling then? Kokyuman asked. But he's the bad guy, right? Why would he be calling Jazz? Dash asked. Everyone calm down. Andy raised his voice before he looked at Jazz. Answer it. Are you sure? Jazz hesitantly asked. If he's calling you directly, knowing that you're aware of what he's done, then he likely knows. Answer it, Andy explained. We need to find out what he wants from us. Put it on speakerphone so we can all hear him. Jazz gulped but nodded. Okay, Andy, she said. If Andy was suggesting she answer it, there was most likely a reason why. Jazz pressed the button to answer the call and then put the call on speakerphone. Hello. Jasmine, I take it that you have me on speaker right now with your family nearby. Yes. Maxwell's voice asked from the phone. Jazz grew pale in the face, but she remained resolute and spoke calmly. I do, she confirmed. Is there any reason why you have called me? Everyone waited for Dr. Carbon's response. I couldn't help but notice how all of my spare dream bands have mysteriously disappeared, Maxwell stated. Dream bands? Jazz asked. The ones that look like headbands, Maxwell clarified. Now why would that be? My only conclusion is that you had the help of a ghost or used some kind of invisible technology using ghostly specimens to get into my chamber and take the dream bands away to see if you can use those to get your friends out of the dreamer. Unfortunately, Maxwell's conclusion was pretty much on the money. Danny was tense, as he was the one who had snuck in and taken the bands with the help of Pataman, both of them in their ghostly forms. Well, Jazz began, unsure of how to respond. She took a deep breath and let it out. If it was a ghost, why would we send the ghost in? Maybe the ghost was just looking to take the headbands you lost for some reason we don't know. Of course you can make up as many excuses as you want. The fact of the matter is that if you don't have the dream bands and some random ghost stole them, then I don't have anything to worry about. But if you do, well, that's your only ticket to save your cousin and friends. And sooner or later you'll use it and you'll end up in my world, Maxwell pointed out. Either way, I'll be prepared for your little rescue party, whether you show up at all or not. Before Jazz could say anything, Andy took the phone and spoke into it. You know, since you're so keen on turning our friends into the heroes they're meant to be, how about you turn this into a game? A game? Maxwell asked. This isn't a game, this is delicate work, kid. I'm sure it is, Andy answered. That's why if you don't allow us to challenge you to a game to give us a fair chance of saving them, then you risk us destroying your delicate work out of desperation. I'm sure nobody wants that. You wouldn't dare, you'd put your friends, your own cousin in danger, Maxwell replied. Andy gave a mischievous grin. Oh, I'm sure we'll find a way to help them. I'd rather do that than just leave them in your hands where they'll constantly be forced into a loop until you can figure out how to delete the virus you let in the first place. Sam, Tucker, and Jazz recognized that grin. It was a grin that told of many crazy ideas and a drive to save those he cared about. Tucker gave a grin of his own. Andy's right. Who are we to just leave our friends to your plans? We're in it as a team. Danny wondered if this is what Andy looked like before he went to face down Freakshow. He suddenly felt sorry for Maxwell, just a little. Not only that, we have the support of the ghost boy himself, Amity Park's infamous ghost. Andy continued, dropping Danny's name, sort of. And our own Digimon. If we wanted to, we could storm your room in Axion Labs since we know where it is. You could try moving them again, but we'll keep finding you and them. You'll never have a moment's rest as long as you have them in your clutches. So, I ask again, would you want to make this fair for all of us and make this into a game? The silence told the group that Maxwell knew he was backed into a corner, or at least considering their words. Finally, after a few minutes of silence, Maxwell spoke up. You have quite the way with words, young man. Maddie and Jack were rather surprised by Andy's response to Maxwell. They knew the boy could be clever. But this was the first time either of them witnessed Andy using words to make the villain accept his terms of agreement. Very well, as you wish. Instead of kicking you out immediately of the Dreamer as soon as you enter, I'll allow you to come in, Maxwell stated. You were going to kick us out? Jazz asked. So we wouldn't have been trapped, Dash blinked. I'm not a heartless monster, despite what you think. The moment any of you had arrived, you would have been kicked out. The machine would memorize your data and make sure you'll never be able to enter again, Maxwell explained. This dream world was created only for the legendary warriors. Then, I guess it's a good thing we got found out, Laberman remarked. Of course, since I don't want you to succeed, but I also have to be fair, the rules will be harsh. If not still fair, Maxwell stated. Then what are the rules? Andy asked. Someone better write these down, because I won't be repeating myself, Maxwell warned. Rule number 1, the world must be set to the beginning before you are allowed to enter. It would be confusing to have you all suddenly introduced to the world in the middle of everything that's going on. Rule number 2, you each will be given a role of guidance early on. As long as you have this role, you are allowed to interact with the legendary warriors. But once the legendary warriors grow past the point of needing guidance, you must leave or you'll be kicked out. What point would be considered past the point of needing a guidance? Lopman asked. When they gain their beast spirits. But to make it a little lenient, you don't have to leave until all of them gain their beast spirits, or at least the ones that are together, Maxwell answered. Rule number 3, you must not at any moment tell them they are in a dream. You cannot speak about anything in the real world, or else you will be kicked out. It would be too easy if you were allowed to tell them everything. Rule number 4, you will be unable to speak your true names in the dream world. For you do not exist in the dream world, therefore, your names are blacklisted. That sounds hardly fair, Sam grumbled. Technically it is, Tucker pointed out. He did warn us the rules will be harsh. Rule number 5, once you leave and are no longer guidance, you are not allowed to interact with the legendary warriors. If you do, you won't be kicked out immediately, but you'll have to fight against a swarm of endless enemies until you are kicked out. Think of it as punishment for trying to interact with them again when you know you shouldn't, Maxwell stated. And finally, rule number 6. No humans, except for the legendary warriors and those I create in the dream, are allowed in the dream world. What? That's not fair, Sam quickly pointed out. How are we supposed to save them if we can't get in? Valerie snapped. He probably intends on you guys using us, the Digimon, to save them, Gathaman pointed out. That's right. After all, you have your Digimon partners. I'm sure they can save your friends for you, Maxwell stated. Those are my 6 core rules. There may be more. Smaller rules, but those you might find out later, and they won't cost you the game if you break them, just make things harder for you. If those are the rules, I guess we'll have to abide by them, Dash sighed, but at least it gives us a chance to save the legendary warriors. Wait, Andy spoke up. What happens if we reach the end of the dream? You'll likely be kicked out or brainwashed yourselves. Luciman is brutal. I'd rather you weren't in the dream if he should appear. But I'll keep my word of not kicking you out so long as you don't break the 6 core rules, Maxwell answered. So we don't get looped back to the beginning, we just get straight up kicked out, Andy frowned. The game is to allow you a chance to save them, not endless chances, Maxwell answered. You only get one shot. After that, I expect you to not bother me until I finish my work. With those words said, there was a click signifying Maxwell had hung up. Well, that was something, Jack said as he folded his arms. It's nice we have a chance to save the legendary warriors, but I will admit, I do have my doubts about this. And to be honest, I don't know if we should just leave this to you kids. But if you guys go, you'll be kicked out immediately, Sam pointed out. But you can't go either, no humans allowed at all, Biyaman reminded. So does that mean, It's up to us Digimon, Labramon frowned. That might be not the wisest call, Patamon said. I know we are clever, and maybe we might be able to pull it off. But with how tough this game is, it would be very bad to do this without our partners with us. True, we wouldn't be at full strength by ourselves, and our partners do a lot of the thinking, Kokuaman agreed. Besides, Andy needs to be there, Lopman pointed out. He's like the best strategist we have. But how are we going to go into the dream world? Valerie asked. It's not like we can just turn into Digimon, can we? I mean, it's a dream, right? Danny asked. Couldn't anything happen in a dream? And if not that, then it's a video game. If you know how to do it, you could potentially hack into the system or use a mod to change your character's avatar into something else entirely, Tucker added. Andy frowned a little. But we don't know anything about this. Dream or game world, how would we be able to turn ourselves into Digimon? Sam frowned. Andy looked down at Lopman for a moment. He had been holding his partner in his arms for comfort. A thought occurred to him. Well, I don't know if this will help, but maybe our link with our partners might help. What? The others looked at the boy. I don't know how to explain it, but Andy hesitated. When Lopman became Antilemon, something felt different. I could see what Antliamon saw. I felt the pain whenever Antilemon was hurt. I didn't feel like I was going to fall off when I was riding on Antliamon's head when he was doing all sorts of crazy acrobatic things. It was like I was Antliamon and Antilemon was me. We were like an extension of each other. That's the best I can describe it. So, it was like you were one but physically in different bodies? Tucker asked. That's kinda cool. Either that, or it was like they were linked as one in a psychic manner, Sam mused. But I don't think it's just limited to me and Lopman, Andy said. I think it's possible with all humans and partner Digimon. How do we have our Digimon digivolve in the first place? How do they feel the emotions we feel? There needs to be some kind of connection, right? I think the more the partners digivolve, the more linked they are with us. That's actually kinda cool, Tucker whistled. It's like our Digimon partners draw on some kind of energy from us to get stronger or something. Sort of like a power-up in a video game, but for Digimon and not the player. I think Andy may be onto something, Valerie admitted. It makes sense if we think about it. But even so, how does that help us get into the dream world? Jazz asked. Sure, maybe Andy and Lopman may feel like one when Lopman becomes Antliamon, but the fact remains that he's still just as human as the rest of us. Jazz looked at Danny for a moment, but he was still half human, so that had to count. That's true, but, Maddie began as an idea began forming in her mind. We may be able to use this connection between human and partner Digimon to change your, well, avatars in the dream world to be your partner Digimon. That way you're not technically breaking one of the core rules. Are you sure that will work, Mrs. Fenton? Sam asked. What would it do to our Digimon partners? There are so many unknowns about this. Yes, but we won't get anywhere by being cautious in this case, Maddie admitted. What about you guys? Are you okay with this? Danny asked Patamon. Patamon looked at everyone. To be honest, no, I'm not truly okay with this, but based on what we know, it seems there is no choice. If this is what we must do to save the legendary warriors, then we will do it. But what if something happens to us? Labramon asked. I know we have to help Takuya and the others, but I don't like doing something that's risky to our own well-being as well. It does seem a little too risky. How can we help the legendary warriors if we aren't able to help ourselves should something happen? Kokuaman asked. Everyone was getting rather frustrated, because all the risks made it difficult for a decision to be made. The way I see it, Gatomon spoke up, catching the others' attention, is that we either take the risk or don't and leave the digital world vulnerable without the good legendary warriors protecting it. Yeah, Valerie agreed. Life itself is already a risk. If we're too scared to take the plunge, then nothing will ever get done. You guys can stay out here and wait for something to happen, but I'm not going to let the fear that something might happen stop me from doing what I can to save our friends and the digital world. I agree as well, Lopman stated. While it may not be ideal, this is our best option. Andy gave us a chance to save them, and it would be very selfish of us to throw it away because we were too scared to try. Tucker gave a nod. We can't sit back. Risks can't be avoided even if we would want to avoid them, otherwise nothing gets done. Sam looked at Tucker. And this is coming from the boy who tries to avoid doing things. Who are you, and what did you do with Tucker? Hey, when my friends are in danger, I won't sit back, Tucker grumbled. I don't avoid that much. Danny smiled. Then it's agreed then, we'll do it. I may not like it, but yeah, I want to save the legendary warriors and my world. Byaman nodded. And I can't prove that I've become a better Digimon if I choose to run away from this, not when I could do something about it. Labraman agreed. Same here, Dash nodded. Takuya also helped me try to be a better person too, I can't just ignore that. Very well then, so? We just have to figure out how we can get the Digimon and the humans into the dream world without breaking one of the 6 core rules, Jack said. But the question is, how? Padaman asked. If I may, Kokyuman suddenly said. Yes, Kokyuman, Maddie asked. Well, Digimon are made of data, Kokyuman stated. Tucker and I did a lot of research. We were mostly curious to how we Digimon can exist and survive in the real world. There are data all over the world made by human hands. Technology gives us what we need to continue to exist in the real world. That's right. Technology is almost synopsis to what the digital world is made of, Tucker noted. Electricity, metal, data, AI, running gears, anything that goes into making something technological, a Digimon could probably run off of it. That's cool and all, but how does this help us? Danny questioned. Well, it's only a theory, since it's only really happened if a Digimon dies and becomes a Digiegg right after, but during their death, as long as nothing happens to it, a Digimon becomes pure data, Kokyuman explained. That data could easily slip into any kind of technology. In other words, if it is possible for us Digimon to become pure data. Then you guys will be able to slip yourselves into the headbands, Andy realized. Exactly. If that were to happen, well, we don't know what would happen for sure, but ideally, they would be able to make the wearer of the headband appear in the dream world as the Digimon that went into the headband, Tucker explained. So it's like a disguise, but we're sharing a body with our Digimon, Sam theorized. If that's accurate. Or to put it in a more video game term, you're changing your player character into something else. Like originally, you're supposed to be playing as a human, but with this one change in the program, you're now playing as a cat, Tucker stated. That actually sounds like it'd be cuter, I mean. Instead of a cat, let's make it a big, strong dog, Dash quickly said. Cats are very strong too, Gataman grumbled. That's not the point anyway, Sam spoke up. The point is that we may have a chance here. Though we are still taking quite the risk, Jazz noted. This is only a theory, isn't it? Correct, Kokyuman admitted. We don't know what the actual outcome would be should we try going through with it. Turning a Digimon into pure data isn't easy, and it's dangerous. If things go wrong, we could accidentally trigger our biological response and turn into a Digiegg without actually dying. Then everything would be set back to square one, Danny noted with a frown. But, as everyone has said, sitting back is not an option. We have to take that risk. Is this the best we can do then? Valerie asked. Andy took a moment to think. If we had better technology, more time, maybe more people to help, we might be able to find a way to save them without having so many unknowns and risks involved. But as it stands now, we're probably the best people who can handle this. The police and government wouldn't know how to handle something like this if they even believe it in the first place. The only people we know, outside of Amity Park, or in America in general, who could help us are all in Dr. Carbon's dream world. Our options are limited, so we'll have to make do with what we've got if we want to save them. Playing this game with our Digimon is the best chance we're going to get to save Takuya and the others without risking their brains going into meltdown or reverting back to the corrupted version of themselves. Then in that case, we'll work on something that'll help the Digimon go into their pure data form, Maddie said. I'm going to need a volunteer to study and test things to make sure we get this right. But I don't blame any of you if you don't want to do this. Padaman was about to volunteer when Lopman spoke up. I volunteer. Are you sure? I don't mind doing this, Padaman frowned. Yeah, besides with your unique condition, Padaman, it's best I do this, Lopman stated. Padaman realized Lopman had a point. If he volunteered and something went wrong, he may be revealed to be Specterman, which would also likely reveal Danny being Spectral. Are you okay with this, Andy? Lopman asked. Andy looked down at Lopman before nodding. I trust my parents will keep you safe while they do this. We will, don't worry. We'll stop immediately if it looks like it's hurting Lopman, Jack promised. And afterwards, we'll treat Lopman to some chocolate as a reward. Maddie smiled. Lopman perked up at that. Then what are we waiting for? Let's get this done. The Digimon Guild must save its members. I can't believe that guild name stuck, Danny chuckled. Hey, it's a cool name, Lopman said proudly. Besides, coming up with names is hard, so I guess everyone just decided to go with it, Andy laughed. Jack and Maddie spent the next couple hours studying Lopman's being, trying to see how his fractal code and data make up his body. They were fascinated to see how the data functioned like living organisms. The data copied and functioned like a real body so well that one could be forgiven to forget that Digimon were supposed to be made of data. However, what allowed them to crack the code was the Digicore, the heart of every digital being. The Digicore was what allowed the data to form into a solid body and function like one too. If the Digicore were to suddenly stop or was destroyed, the data would dissipate itself immediately and try to form a brand new Digicore, which created a protective shell around it, while the new Digicore creates a new, young form. At the same time, the Digicore would fly to the safest area it could find while it was forming a new body. Hence the rebirth of a Digimon. But what Jack and Maddie needed to figure out was to have the Digimon's body turn into its natural data form without actually destroying the Digicore. That was the difficult part. Andy would stay near Lopman to see if there was anything he could do to assist them and to make sure Lopman was comfortable. When his parents mentioned their findings to Andy about the Digicore and how the rebirth cycle worked, that got Andy thinking. What if there was a way to make the Digicore stop temporarily? Enough to make the body think it has to dissipate into pure data? Andy asked. After all, I know there are types of poisons and medicine that make the human heart stop temporarily, or make it so the heart fakes death and makes the body pass out. But the person is fine in reality and will regain consciousness after some time. That sounds like it may work, Jack admitted, but that is going to be a delicate process, and we have to figure out how we would do that in the first place. We want to make sure the Digicore is only temporarily stopped, and would function again before the Digimon turns into a Digiegg, Maddie added. I believe I can help with that, Tucker spoke up as he walked over. The Digicore is definitely delicate, but it's also programming, something I excel at. It's the one thing that I can outsmart Mikey in school, and he's the smartest kid in our entire school. I don't know. If something goes wrong, the Digimon will likely die for real. Are you sure about this? Maddie asked the 14-year-old tech-inclined boy. We have no choice, Tucker admitted. I do have my doubts about this, but I feel confident in my skills, and I've been studying the fractal code of Digimon, so I have an idea of how it works, just in case we get into a situation involving those slave collars again. We do need all the help we can get, Mads, Jack admitted. All right, Maddie sighed. We'll trust you to help us with this. Tucker nodded. Kokuaman will help too. He knows a lot more about this than any of us do. I will do the best I can to help, Kokuaman stated. Andy was looking out the window of his room. It was getting late. They had spent a good part of the day getting ready to save Takuya and the others. He was told to take a bit of a break because of how tired he was, though in truth, he figured his parents and Tucker were a lot more tired seeing how they were doing a lot of the work. He also felt too anxious to sleep. He kept wondering to himself, will this work? What will happen to Takuya and the other legendary warriors if we fail? Could we still save them if we lose the game? I only gave us a chance to rescue them, but that's it. Surely there was more I could have done. Andy frowned. We could be putting Lopman and the other Digimon in danger by doing this. Bro. Andy flinched back at the sudden appearance of a familiar ghost boy floating in front of his window. Can you not just float in front of my face like that? Andy snapped. Sorry, but your anxiety is through the roof. It's giving me anxieties, Danny replied as he phased into the room before turning back to his human form. Well, I figured out a couple of things. For one, when I'm at a certain distance, Patamon doesn't transform with me. And two, there is a surprising lack of ghosts lately. Were you on patrol? Andy asked. Yes, I even told you that an hour ago, Danny deadpanned. Oh, sorry, Andy sighed. I have a lot on my mind. Danny raised an eyebrow. Are you thinking about the plan we have? Andy, just calm down. Mom, Dad, Tucker, and Kokuaman have it under control. I mean, I am worried about our partners potentially dying if something goes wrong, but I'm more worried about, well, things going wrong, Andy admitted. I just can't help but wonder if there was something else we could have done, something else that would have made this easier. Or if we could have prevented this from happening in the first place. Andy, we can't keep thinking about what-if scenarios, Danny said calmly. It will only make things worse. As it stands, this is our best chance. Everything else we thought of or could think of is either too risky or just is plain too dangerous. And besides, it's not like we could have predicted this would happen. Andy sighed. I don't know about that. I might have seen this coming a while back. What do you mean? Danny asked before it hit him. Did you have a vision or a dream about this before? Something like that, Andy admitted. The dream is difficult to remember in detail, but I remember Takuya chasing me down, and he was acting like he was when he was that messed up version of Aguniman. Amity Park was in much worse shape, though. I remembered that much. Amity Park was pretty much destroyed at that point. I just thought, or hoped, it was only a nightmare, something that stupid Fright Night Sword caused. But what if it was some kind of premonition? Does that mean we're destined to fail? No, Danny spoke up suddenly, surprising Andy. Bro, maybe you do have some kind of weird premonition power, but that doesn't mean they always come true. You said it yourself, you don't believe in destiny, we make our own destiny. So why should this be any different? Perhaps what you saw was more of a warning if we don't do anything, if we just allow Dr. Carbon to keep doing what he's doing. Maybe eventually, the virus will overpower him and permanently turn Takuya and the others into city-destroying psychopaths. But that's only the worst-case scenario. You wouldn't let Freakshow take me and Takuya away, so I know you won't let Dr. Carbon brainwash them. Andy looked at Danny before giving a small smile. Heck, whenever I think too much, you always seem to know what to say. I guess that's why we balance each other out. Danny blushed. Well, it's true though. I mean, I know you better than you think, bro, and I have to be there to help you out when you start to doubt yourself, so I guess we do balance each other out. Danny then looked back at Andy. But that aside, don't worry about those premonitions or whatever they are. We have a plan in place, and we have the best of the best with us, working on making this work. We're not just two kids here, we're the Digi-destined guild, and we look out for each other. Andy nodded. Yeah, you know, we've always looked out for each other since we were kids. And even after the accident, Tucker and Sam had been looking out for you, and so have I, before I knew you and Phantom were the same person. Yeah, you know, you took me being half-ghost a lot better than I expected, Danny noted. It helped that I already got to know your ghost half before then. I was more shocked you two were the same person than anything, Andy admitted. Takuya was also to have your back more than we were able to once he learned how to use his spirit. Having two people able to turn into something with superpowers definitely helps. Takuya was helpful, though both of us relied on you to help us train our powers, Danny pointed out. Heck, well it worked, Andy grinned. And look at how far we've come since then. It isn't just us anymore. We have our sister, our parents, Valerie, heck, even Dash is helping us out. Dash, can you believe it? Our old bully since elementary school is a part of the unofficial Digimon Guild. Danny laughed. Yeah, I almost think it's a dream, but I then realize it's not. But if you think about it, all that we have been through, with Dash involved, it's made him mature more, and he's definitely shown a better side. I think it started with me turning into a dragon on that night when he was beating us up, Andy noted. He became too scared to pick on us much anymore, but I think what really caused him to change was when he met Labraman. Yeah, who would have thought that meeting his Digimon partner would start to bring out his better side, Danny agreed. I guess those little guys have been very helpful to us in ways we've never expected before. Yeah, I can say the same for Valerie too. She started easing up on hating ghosts, and you in particular, since she met Salaman. And Salaman's dark digivolution allowed her to see just how destructive her grudge and hatred was, Andy noted. Lopman helped me realize that it's okay to have fun while also trying to become stronger too. I was able to face a lot of my inner demons with his help. That's probably why he was able to reach his ultimate form. I was able to learn a lot since we ended up in the digital world. And I also think we've helped them too. Pataman had been set to murder your ghost half, until he bonded with you and decided on another way to stop this doom prophecy. Danny shivered. That was scary to imagine at first, but you do have a point. I mean, there's no way some prophecy is going to come true if it can be changed. Pataman opened up and decided to change, but I think that was more because he got used to me and saw me as less the evil ghost boy and as just me. We owe a lot to the Digimon, Andy noted. If it weren't for them, who knows where we would be? We're not just saving our friends and cousin, we're also helping the digital world by doing this. The digital world needs the legendary warriors as who they are, not who Dr. Carbon thinks they should be. That's why the spirits chose them in the first place. I agree with you 100%. Danny nodded. We'll save them, just as you saved me and Takuya from Freak Show. Yeah, we will. Andy nodded as well. Despite the fact this is risky, I'm surprised you're sticking around, Sam said to Dash. Sam and Dash were currently in the kitchen, needing to eat. They were eating a box of crackers and some peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. What do you mean? Dash asked. Well, no offense, but while you're big and tough, you tend to be one of the first people to run away screaming whenever a ghost appeared in school, Sam noted. I just couldn't help but think you're not exactly the bravest guy around. Dash frowned. Normally, he would try to use intimidation and raise his voice at someone who dared to challenge his bravery. But Dash knew that wouldn't work on Sam. Sam wasn't the type of person to just let someone intimidate her without a challenge. While Dash never tried to hit a girl, he also didn't try to challenge Sam. He usually went for Danny, Andy, or Tucker back in the day. You're right, I'm not. If I was, I probably wouldn't have gone after those I considered weak and helpless, Dash admitted. I'm scared of getting hurt, and I'm scared of strong beings like ghosts and Digimon. So why? Sam asked. Dash looked away. I want to be a better person. That also includes doing the right thing even if it's scary. I helped Labraman fight off against an insane Furman who was killing new players' accounts to rebuild his village, only to almost destroy it just to get to me. I could have left at any moment, but I don't know, I decided not to in order to help Labraman. After that, I don't want to just leave our friends hanging. I promised to talk to Koji more after we met. He's a cool guy, you know. But I can't do that if he's too busy napping in that crazy doctor's machine. Sam smiled. Well, that's good to hear that you're willing to stand up and do the right thing even if you're scared. She then looked down. To be honest, I've felt the same at times. I just don't show it because, well, I'm the goth. But I'm still a human being, so I get scared like anyone else. Sam had never imagined she would be admitting she was scared, and to Dash of all people, but if he was making an effort to change, maybe being a little more open wouldn't hurt. Really, you never seem to be scared of anything, Dash noted. I definitely got scared when I saw Takuya and the others in their corrupted forms, acting like maniacs, laughing when they hurt a lot of people, Sam admitted. It was just there wasn't any time to act scared, there was only time to fight and defend ourselves. Dash chuckled. I know that. The only thing I could think of to do was to lure Koji away from my house. And if I was being attacked, I figured the rest of you would be attacked as well, so meeting up with the rest of you seemed the best chance Labraman and I had. You'd be right about that, Sam agreed. It seems danger follows us wherever we go. And that's why I can't afford to be afraid and avoid this, Dash said. I not only want to be better, I owe it to Labraman to help her world. That includes saving the legendary warriors. Sam noted how Labraman seemed to have helped Dash trying to change for the better. She wondered if it was the same for her and Byaman. Byaman had helped Sam know what it was like to fly freely in the sky, to see what Danny saw whenever he flew up into the sky as a ghost. Byaman seemed to be the opposite of Sam, always burning brightest in the dark, and yet Byaman's personality was compatible to Sam's. Both of them were sour about a lot of things, yet they cared deeply about their friends. Byaman also helped Sam see not all bright colors have to be an eyesore. I suppose I owe it to Byaman to help her save her world too, Sam conceded. I mean, she's helped me see that not all bright things are happy and girly. She's a freaking pink color, and yet she is so compatible with me as a partner. Not only that, Byaman has helped me see that I can go farther than I thought I could. How so? Dash asked, raising an eyebrow. I've come to realize authority isn't as bad as I thought it was, Sam admitted. I mean, yeah, I did have some desire to rebel against authority, but in the end, who are we turning to so we can save the legendary warriors? Mr. and Mrs. Fenton, as well as Tucker and Kokuaman. Mr. and Mrs. Fenton are pretty much the greatest engineers to ever live, and with Tucker and Kokuaman helping, given their own knowledge, they are the authority on these things. Hash, well, it's definitely better to have their help than not, Dash said. They're the only adults that we know, other than Dr. Carbon, who seem to know anything about the digital world and the Digimon themselves. And they seem to be the best people to go for this, considering their talents in inventing useful stuff, Sam noted. When not trying to go after Danny, of course. Valerie hadn't expected to be alone in the living room with Danny and Andy's older sister. Valerie was sitting on the couch, trying not to worry about Gatomon, when Jazz walked over to sit down on an armchair. The two of them hadn't really spoken to the other before. Valerie had planned to keep things quiet between her and Jazz, but Jazz didn't have the same idea. "So you're Valerie, huh?" Jazz noted. "Yeah," Valerie replied, not sure why Jazz brought that up. "One of my brothers talked about you a few times," Jazz remarked. Valerie blushed a bit. "Gee, I wonder which one of them it is," she said, trying to keep her red face away from Jazz's eyesight. "Oh, so you know which one it is?" Jazz asked. "I have an idea," Valerie admitted. "It's probably Andy, since he's the only one I've really talked to most of the time." "Okay," Jazz replied, but didn't say anything else. Valerie frowned as curiosity started getting the better of her. "What did he say?" "Nothing much, just that you're a headstrong girl who's determined to do what you believe is right," Jazz answered. "I've been wondering what kind of person you were. I don't know you well enough to say, but you do seem to be nice. You care about your Digimon, and you helped my brothers a few times in the digital world." "Yeah, I do," Valerie admitted. "I mean, she's been so helpful to me, and I owe her a lot. But I do feel like I don't deserve Gatomon's help or partnership at times because I made her Dark Digivolve once." "What happened?" Jazz asked. "Long story short, I was trapped in the ghost zone, and my rage and hatred of ghosts got the better of me," Valerie revealed. "I almost hurt Andy that time too, with my rage having overpowered my sense of reasoning. When Andy snapped me out of it, I realized just what had happened and felt. Distressed, disturbed, disgusted at what my hatred of ghosts had caused Gatomon to become." "That sounds pretty scary," Jazz frowned. "But I can't blame you too much. Being trapped in the ghost zone, not knowing if you'll be able to get out while being hunted by a ghost. It's no surprise you would come to hate ghosts more due to that. Our Digimon partners, though, their connection to us really shows the best and worst in us too. I couldn't imagine what Floraman could have turned into had she Dark Digivolved because I wasn't in a good mindset. But she also helped me when I needed it." Jazz looked at Valerie. "And it looks like you've learned from that incident. Gatomon looks like she's become a strong, dependable Digimon now." "Yeah, she has," Valerie smiled. "And I've learned not all ghosts are bad either. I mean, I actually got to talk to Phantom, whom was the first ghost I ever saw. He hadn't ruined my life on purpose like I had originally assumed, as he was just a teenager trying to do the right thing, even after his death. It was just a series of unfortunate accidents involving a ghost dog and its toy." "Oh yeah, my brothers mentioned that incident," Jazz winced. "I'm sorry that happened to you." "Don't be," Valerie said. "I mean, don't get me wrong, I don't like the position my dad and I are in due to it. But it did allow me to see things from another perspective. I got to see people for who they were and who my real friends were. Andy was willing to help me when nobody else was at the time. And I paid attention to things I never batted an eye to before. It allowed me to meet and befriend Salomon. I don't know if I would have been the right partner for Salomon had I kept the mindset that I did before the ghost dog incident. Sometimes life just works out in the strangest of ways," Jazz chuckled. "Yeah," Valerie agreed as she thought about that day in the rain when Andy walked home with her, offering his umbrella. "Do you think Andy?" "Do I think Andy what?" Jazz asked. Valerie was blushing. "And never mind, it's not important." Jazz gave a smile. She knew that kind of blush. "Andy never talks about his type, but if it means anything, you're the only girl who's ever really caught his attention, other than his friend Sam, of course." Valerie blushed even redder. I mean, are really." She hated the fact she was getting tongue-tied when talking about Andy. Yeah, he and Danny are just clueless when it comes to any girl who may have an eye out for them, Jazz grinned. You might have to make the first move if you're interested. Valerie groaned. I'm just getting all tongue-tied when talking about Andy, and I want to ask him on a date, but my tongue won't work with my brain. Ooh, sounds like you got it pretty bad, Jazz noted with a chuckle. And you don't mind, being his sister and all, Valerie asked. I think it would be good for my brothers to date others, especially at their age, Jazz answered. It's important for young teenagers to get out there and find people they could fall in love with and find out if they're right for each other. Besides, I trust their judgment. You're here, you're a part of our team, you're here to help us save Takuya and the other legendary warriors. It takes a lot of courage and kindness to do that. Valerie blushed. She hadn't expected to hear compliments from Jazz and her take on her brothers' romantic lives. Though it made sense, Jazz was the type of person who wanted her siblings to grow, whether it was with her help or not. Though I don't blame you. If the students at our school weren't so gung-ho on the popularity chain, I can guarantee you that a lot of the girls would fall for someone like Andy and Danny, Jazz grinned. Especially considering all the accomplishments they've done. Valerie frowned, but she realized Jazz wasn't wrong. Not many people knew what Danny and Andy did outside of school, but she had heard some of the crazy stuff they've done, and even seen it while at the digital world with them. Although it was difficult to top the story she heard of how Andy saved the Ghost Boy and Aguniman from Freak Show on top of a moving train. And so far, nobody had denied that that actually had happened. So that story with the train, that's pretty much true, Valerie asked with a curious tone. Pretty much, Jazz chuckled. I wasn't there, but from what Sam and Tucker have said, it definitely can't be made up. Those two wouldn't lie about something like that. And trust me, I gave Andy quite the scolding when I heard about it. Valerie nodded, though she really wished she had been there to see what that crazy boy did. She wondered what lengths Andy would go to save someone he cared about. Then again, she was witnessing that right now, seeing how his cousin was in danger once again. Andy managed to challenge the doctor, who was in control of the situation, to a game, giving them a chance to save the legendary warriors. Then, I guess after we finish with this, I'll try asking Andy if he's interested in, maybe going on a date with me, Valerie said softly. Jazz smiled. Just make sure you don't get too tongue-tied when you do. Valerie blushed again. I'd better work on that then. Tucker, if I may ask you a question. Maddie spoke up as they were letting some of their machines calculate some numbers, giving them a small break. Yes, Mrs. Fenton, Tucker asked. What got you into programming? Maddie asked. There were a lot of things, Tucker said. I got into video games when I was really young, and I started getting curious about changing some things. When I got my own computer, I started to experiment with mods, and from there I began doing more and more different types of programs. I even got a PDA so I could keep going with it when I wasn't at home. Before I knew it, it was just something I did on a daily basis. So you got interested in programming because it was just in your interest, huh? Maddie chuckled. I'm not surprised. You've always been a smart boy. Then again, I guess I got into ghost hunting because I was interested in learning more about ghosts. Really? It's not because of some tragic backstory where a ghost kidnapped a friend of yours or scared you when you were little? Tucker asked. No, well, nothing that direct anyway. I've always heard legends and stories about ghosts, Maddie admitted. And it got me interested. Why do so little people see these ghosts? Why do ghosts do these things that hurt or scare people? What are ghosts exactly? Those things are what got me into ghost research in the first place at college, and that's where I met my husband and Vlad. Tucker chuckled. Well, it sure worked out for you guys. I mean, Mr. Fenton is definitely a match for you. He's just as passionate about ghosts as you are. You got that right, Tucker. Jack smiled as he went over to them, handing Maddie some tools. I got you the power drill, sweetie. Maddie and I shared our passion for learning more about ghosts and trying to build a portal that would bust into their dimension. Imagine all the studying and research we could do. Although, ghosts turned out to be a lot more numerous and dangerous than we thought. We never even considered the consequences of tearing open the dimensions into another world either. I suppose we were rash in that. We started that project when we were in our early 20s. It was a work we couldn't just give up on. I'd say follow your passion. Even if it might be dangerous, you'll never be able to fly if you stay in one place. Veman remarked from the screen Jack was using to contact him. But it did put your world in danger too, Jack pointed out, causing those unnatural fogs to seep in. The fog hasn't been as big of an issue lately. And we got to meet with you too, Worman came on screen. Your passion for researching ghosts is admirable. I don't think a lot of people would have been able to make their dreams come true like you did. I wish I could be brave enough to do the same. Don't say that, Worman, Maddie said gently. You can do the same just as Jack and I have. Worman blushed. You're just saying that. No, I'm not. You got to meet an idol of yours. Wasn't that one of your dreams? Maddie grinned, remembering how Worman had reacted to meeting Beetleman for the first time. Why, yeah, that's true, Worman admitted. And you're going to be a part of a great guild that Beetleman and the other legendary warriors will be a part of as well to help the Digimon and humans coexist together. Maddie smiled. Oh yeah, I'm excited for that. Oh, but aren't the legendary warriors in trouble? Worman frowned. Yeah, that's why our partners are making these awesome inventions so they can go save them. If we could be there, we'd join you guys in giving that Maxwell guy a punch in the gut for doing this, Veman grumbled. Jack chuckled. I don't doubt it, but that would be just rushing in and wouldn't exactly help the legendary warriors. He pointed out. We need to be strategic here, and thanks to Andy, we have a chance to save them now. But it is risky, the method we have to pull it off, Maddie admitted. We don't know how well this will work. Well, if you need any help from the digital world, we will help you faster than you can say fruit pie. Veman grinned. We promise we'll do everything we can to help, Worman said. I know you will, thank you very much, Maddie smiled. You're helping us now by talking to us. It's relieving a lot of the stress, and stress would make us more prone to mistakes, which could have severe consequences. Worman blushed again. You're welcome. We definitely have our work cut out for us, Kokuaman admitted, but I'm confident we'll be able to pull through. Don't worry, we've got this, everything will be okay. You're right, we've managed to make it this far when there were just a few of us. Now we have more people, and everyone's pulling together to make sure we save our friends. Tucker nodded. There's no room for doubt. Maddie, Jack, Tucker, and Kokuaman finished what they needed to do. They had done everything they could, now they just had to test it. They called everyone into the op center. The op center was bigger and had more room than the lab. They also didn't want everyone to be too close to the ghost portal without hazmat suits, as it gave off radiation. We have studied thoroughly on the data and the Digicore inside a Digimon, Maddie announced. We studied Lopman first, then we studied the rest of the Digimon here, including Kokuaman. Each Digimon's data and Digicore are unique, just like fingerprints, but they work fundamentally the same. Using what we know, we were able to create small chips that stick to a Digimon's body. On paper, these chips send a harmless signal to a Digimon's Digicore, making it believe the body has been fatally wounded, so it would unravel the physical form, turning it into pure data. As a failsafe, the chips will immediately shut down if the data starts forming into a Digi-egg. Once the signal cuts off, the Digicore will realize it's not in any danger, and will reform back to what it originally was. You said on paper, though, Jazz pointed out. It hasn't been tested yet, Jack admitted. That's why we called you here. We need a willing volunteer to test the chip, or as I like to call it, the data scrambler. So, there's a good chance something could go wrong and the Digimon will revert to a full Digi-egg. Valerie frowned. Unfortunately, that is a very real risk, Maddie revealed. But that's why we are going to test it first. We need to remember that none of this is without a risk. This is something new that no one has tried to do before, so there are many unknown with this kind of experiment too, Jack added. So I guess the question is, who's willing to be the guinea pig? Sam frowned. Not that I condemn guinea pigs as test subjects. That's a tough call. If we revert to our Digi-egg forms, that's as good as dying for us, Byaman warned. We'd lose our memories of our past lives, including memories of you guys. But, Pataman spoke up, some Digimon are capable of retaining their memories. So, Lopman began as he looked at Pataman and Gataman. Maybe one of you. Why one of them? Danny frowned. We have a better chance of not fully reverting back to Digi-eggs, Gataman answered, though she knew the real reason why. Even if she and Pataman were to revert to Digi-eggs, they were guaranteed to retain their memories. Though Lopman was in a precarious situation, his memories hadn't fully come back, and him reverting back to an egg now may make things worse. So Gatomon and Patamon really were the best choices for this test. Should anything go wrong, they could always make their way back to their partners later. I guess it's between us then, Gatomon said to Patamon. Who's gonna be the tester for this? Gatomon, I don't know. Valerie frowned, looking worried. Danny looked at Patamon. He seemed pretty confident. You sure about this, Patamon? Patamon nodded. Even if I turned back to an egg, I don't think I could forget about you even if I wanted to. Andy and Lopman looked over at Patamon. They, Patamon and Gatomon, were the only ones who knew about Patamon's true identity, though Danny didn't. Despite Danny not knowing about his partner's true identity, however, he nodded his head. Then, I trust you. Thank you, Danny, Patamon nodded. Besides, it wouldn't be fair to make Valerie give up her partner. She barely knows our parents, Danny chuckled. Are you sure? Valerie asked. You might lose your partner. I trust Patamon will be okay, Danny said. And I trust my parents' genius, as well as Tucker's and Kokuamon's. They all made the data scramblers together, and we need someone to test them. Patamon stepped toward Maddie. Go ahead and put the chip on me. I'm ready. Maddie nodded and placed the chip on Patamon's chest. Now, when the chip activates, it might sting a bit at first, but that should go away within a few seconds of activation. Patamon nodded. You all right with this, bro? Andy asked. Danny nodded. I believe in Patamon. Everyone watched with anticipation as Maddie held a small remote and pushed a button. The data scrambler beeped a little, and Patamon felt like a small needle stabbed his chest for a second. It didn't hurt too much, but it did sting, as Maddie had warned. Not long after the stinging sensation, Patamon saw his fractal code showing around his body. He resisted the instinct to fight against the thing that was causing his body to start turning into a data state. So far, it appeared to be working as intended. Everyone waited as the ring of fractal code around Patamon grew thicker until Patamon's body started to fade, turning into strings of data. After a few heart-stopping moments, Maddie being tempted to turn off the chip, the data scrambler beeped again. Then, after a few seconds, Patamon's data gathered around itself, recreating his original shape as his body took form once more. The ring of fractal code went back into Patamon's body as he was fully reformed. Well, it looks like it was a success, Maddie sighed in relief. At least, for the chip's activation and the effects it has on a Digimon. Everyone gave a sigh of relief. How do you feel, Patamon? Danny asked as he picked up Patamon, checking him over if anything was out of place. It was a strange feeling, Patamon admitted. Though it's also familiar, you get the sense of dying in a way, but it's not painful. I felt at peace. My mind started thinking about things I normally wouldn't think about. Being pure data is different from being a Digimon. It's not something I can put into words. Andy sighed in relief. Patamon is all right, and, strangely, we didn't see any ectoplasm in his fractal code. Maybe it's hidden, and only shows up when he's in his ghostly mode. Here, Jack said, handing out more chips to the others. Put these on your Digimon partners. All of us? Dash asked as he picked up one of the data scramblers. Dr. Carbon made it clear, only Digimon are allowed to go into the dream world, Jazz explained. Which means only those who have our partners here can go into the dream world, Andy finished. But, Andy looked at the group. It wouldn't be good if you felt forced to come. This will be a dangerous mission, so if you feel you can't handle it, then don't come. You'd be better staying here, trying to help us from this side. Valerie shook her head. No way, I'm not standing back when those kids are in danger. Besides, it's not fair to Gatomon if I don't attempt to help them, because they are the protectors of her world. And Takuya has helped me a few times before in the digital world, so I am helping him this time in return. Dash nodded in agreement. I want to help Labramon and be a better person. I want to help because it's the right thing to do. Besides, Koji is in danger, and I wouldn't feel right leaving him or the other legendary warriors in this situation either. I would help if I could, but Floraman isn't here, and I think I'd be better off staying here and keeping an eye on things, Jazz sighed. I could get Floraman for you, Andy offered. Thanks, but there isn't much time, and we only have 6 headbands anyways. It looks like everyone who's here with a Digimon is going to go anyway, Jazz chuckled. So there wouldn't be enough headbands to go around. Darn right, I'm not going to just sit by and watch while the rest of you go on this death-defying adventure, Sam huffed. That's right, you can count us in too, Byaman smiled. Do you think Kokuaman and I would be of help in the dream world? Tucker asked. Wouldn't we be better off staying here? Nah, we might need a tech boy like you in the dream world, Lopman pointed out. We'd be screwed if we didn't have someone who knows how to work a supercomputer when we get there. True, you guys aren't exactly tech-savvy, Tucker agreed. Besides, it'd be a great growing experience for us if we were to join. I would like to be able to talk with JP more myself, Kokoman admitted. Tommy also helped me when I needed it the most, Andy said. The poor kid's already been through a lot. The least I can do is help him back. And that hothead Takuya is just a magnet for trouble. He needs us to bail him out, Danny chuckled. Of course he does, Sam sighed with a grin. Well, I guess we're all in agreement then. We're going to help the legendary warriors. I can't believe I'm doing this, Dash said before he pet Labraman's head. But I wouldn't be here today if it weren't for Labraman. This is the least I could do. I'm proud of you, Dash, Labraman smiled. Okay, then everyone find a place to sit, Maddie announced. Put the data scramblers on your Digimon, then put your headbands on. We will handle the rest. We'll try to get into contact with you in the dream world so we can communicate, Jack said. But it might take us a while to hack into Maxwell's dream machine, so you'll be cut off from us for a while. Hey, I have confidence you can hack in, Tucker chuckled, but we understand that we'll be on our own for a bit. Don't worry, Dad, we'll be fine until you can make contact with us, Danny promised. We'll also try to update on what's been going on once you are able to contact us, Andy added. Just stay safe and don't get kicked out too quickly, Jazz said. Everyone sat down or laid down on some mattresses that Jack and Maddie brought in for the group. They each put on their headbands and placed the chips on their Digimon partners' chests. They made sure to keep their partners close so their data would be able to find the headbands easily. I'll see you on the other side. Andy smiled at his parents and Jazz and then at Lopman. We'll save them together, Lopman nodded. We're activating the headbands and the data scramblers now, Jack announced. Andy felt very drowsy as the headbands activated. He couldn't remember a time where he felt this sleepy, not even after the toughest of ghost attacks. He saw Dash, Valerie, Tucker, and Sam quickly falling asleep. He looked beside him, seeing his brother closing his eyes, though he gave Andy one more smile before he allowed the headband to take him into the dream world. Andy looked at Lopman before he closed his own eyes, seeing Lopman turning into data just before everything went black.